Chapter 1, Summoning Evil Gods? 990 with free shipping. The pitch-black night was occasionally illuminated by startling flashes of thunder. Staring at the ancient classroom before me, I felt utterly bewildered. My name is Chen Sun, an executor of the Multiverse Passerby system. My job is to travel through different books to advance their plots, in other words, to play bit parts. Originally, I came here for a vacation, but the damn system sent me to the wrong place and then irresponsibly went offline. I eagerly packed my bags, sporting my beach-exclusive blue swim trunks, only to be teleported face-first into this abandoned school building the moment I opened the door. Only 3 students remained in the classroom, sitting solemnly around a single candle as if conducting a sacred ritual. An old book lay on the table, and the mirror facing the candle reflected their pale faces. "Do we really have to do this?" a bespectacled girl asked timidly, holding a whole apple in her hand, her eyes unable to conceal her panic. Another girl with a high ponytail sneered contemptuously, her tone dripping with mockery as she scoffed, "It's just a game. What are you afraid of? It's not like there's really some evil god." Legend has it that at exactly midnight, facing a mirror while peeling an entire apple can summon mysterious entities from higher dimensions. The distant chime of a bell marks the ceremony's commencement. The male student nodded impassively as well, forcing the bespectacled girl to gulp nervously before picking up the knife with trembling hands to begin peeling the apple. As the last curl of peel fell, all 3 held their breath, watching the flickering candle flame in dreadful anticipation. The silence grew so profound one could hear a pin drop. Nothing happened. "See?" The high ponytailed girl lost interest immediately, throwing up her hands. "Such occult nonsense. Who ever heard of summoning an evil deity with an apple? This isn't gathering Dragon Balls to call forth Shinran." Bored, she turned around only to see the timid girl's face drained of color. The boy's eyes were wide with terror, his trembling finger pointing toward the doorway. When she turned back, she beheld a sight she would never forget. A flash of lightning illuminated the pitch-black window, revealing a stark silhouette looming outside. The shadows shifted. The air grew thick, heavy with an eerie, mystical tension that crawled across their skin. A steady knocking sound echoed outside, thud, 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 each tap striking directly at the trio's pounding hearts. The high ponytailed girl gulped and nudged the bespectacled girl, signaling her to open the door. The poor, timid girl could only tremble as she stepped toward the boundless darkness. When the door opened, there were no ghosts or monsters, just me standing there awkwardly in sunglasses, hauling a suitcase while sporting tropical beach shorts. The 3 of them looked equally bewildered, probably wondering if evil deities these days had such eclectic fashion tastes. I backed out, looked up at the sign outside the classroom door, then stepped back in. I think I came to the wrong room. What the hell? Jiang Lingyue rolled her eyes and went back to painting her nails, while the others also breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the room instantly lightened. The bespectacled, short-haired girl, Deng Qiran, warmly gestured for me to come in and sit down. The only boy present, Guichen, reluctantly shifted over with a disgruntled expression, making space for me. I didn't refuse either, obediently sitting to the side, watching how these middle schoolers would continue with their death-defying antics. Now without any system prompts, I had no idea who the protagonist was, what the mission entailed, or even what kind of world this was, so all I could do was wait and see. At the center of the room's table lay an ancient book, its cover emblazoned with the crooked characters word Spirit Tortoise Soup, the leather binding covered in strange symbols that gave it an air of mystery. Since the preliminary ritual written in the book is finished, let's just get started directly. Jiang Lingyue arched an eyebrow and flipped open the first page with her long nails. The title page read, "Under the witness of the evil god, let our story begin." Unfazed, she began reading the crimson handwritten words aloud. "The sea turtle soup game begins." The moment she spoke, she realized her voice had changed, now resembling the venomous whisper of a raspy old woman. All 3 of them widened their eyes in shock. Jiang Lingyue tried to stand up in terror, only to find her body completely immobilized. Deng Qiran and Guichen weren't faring any better, except for being able to speak. Their hands and feet seemed bound to the chairs, unable to move. Sleep paralysis? Deng Qiran shrieked in panic, trembling with fear. "If we don't continue this game, will we be trapped here forever?" Meanwhile, I was the only one unaffected, casually blinking and munching on an apple from the sidelines, unsure of what to say. I merely happened to be passing by and got caught up in this mess. Beside me, Guichen's face turned pale as he stared dumbfounded at the eerie book at the center of the table. A gust of wind blew, and the book turned its pages on its own. The candle flame flickered and turned into an eerie green, illuminating the blood-red words on the pages. Jiang Lingyue's voice trembled as she had no choice but to continue reading the words from the book. An aged and sinister voice emerged from deep within her chest. "This book selects 3 stories, provides partial clues, and players take turns asking questions. A single flicker of the candle flame means yes, and 2 flickers mean no. Players must deduce the full story based on the questions asked. If the candle extinguishes before the story is guessed, everyone will face punishment." Hearing this, the entire room fell silent. This was a classic lateral thinking puzzle scenario, but the eerie part was that the host was actually a book. Zhang Lingyue let out a long sigh. Having played numerous such games, she was well versed in the basic patterns and thus quickly composed herself. The wind flipped the page, revealing the first event before everyone's eyes. I opened my eyes in the dorm room, terrified to death. What kind of nonsense is this? Gui Chen frowned, perplexed by the story's lack of context. How could anyone guess? Zhang Lingyue took a deep breath, recalling the basic rules of the sea turtle soup riddle, and asked first, was I a girl? The candle flickered once, indicating a correct guess. Next came Deng Qiran's turn. Trembling and somewhat at a loss, she stammered, did one kill someone? The candle flickered twice, the room's atmosphere grew heavy. She had guessed wrong. Gui Chen shot her an annoyed glance, cleared his throat, and asked, did someone die? The light flickered once, the guess was correct. Zhang Lingyue pressed further, was it a homicide? Wrong again. The group fell silent. The line of reasoning had suddenly become much clearer, narrowing down their thinking all at once. In the girls' dormitory, someone committed suicide, which scared me to death when I woke up. The book turned another page, as if realizing the game was too easy, and proposed a new request. Requirement, guess the method of the girl's suicide. Chapter 2. Sorry, an extra can indeed do whatever they want. Hint, the girl had been bullied by her roommates. Deng Qiran seemed to recall her own experiences, looking cautiously at the other two with trembling limbs while biting her lip to hold back tears. She hugged her arms tightly and asked softly, did she take her own life because she didn't get along with her roommate? The candlelight flickered twice, another wrong guess. Gui Chen snorted coldly. As the class monitor of the three, he had always looked down on Deng Qiran, the girl who hid in the corner. Tastelessly dressed, sneaky every day, who knew what she was thinking? If she hadn't found that strange book in the library, would Zhang Lingyue at the class bell have dragged them here for a late-night dare? And would they now be trapped in this place? He cleared his throat and asked, did she use a controlled weapon to commit suicide? Wrong again. Clicking his tongue impatiently, he eyed the rapidly shortening candle with growing anxiety. No new ideas emerged, and the room fell silent immediately as everyone pondered hard. At that moment, I suddenly posed a question, did she really want to die? The others froze. What kind of question was this? Hadn't it already been determined that it was a suicide? Yet, ignoring their confusion, I simply fixed my deep black eyes on that candle. I felt this game had a trap. Even that strange book paused for several seconds, as if unsure whether an accidental bystander like me counted as a player. The candle flickered twice in the end, signaling a wrong guess. She hadn't actually intended to kill herself? Everyone froze in disbelief, hardly trusting their eyes. My name is Chen Sun, and I was just pulled into this bizarre game by chance. A regular girl bullied in her dorm, unwilling to die yet ending up dead. This absurd logic sparked a sudden realization in Zhang Lingyue. She guessed the death was an accident, and surprisingly, she was right. But then as everyone used the process of elimination to rule out suicide methods, when it was Deng Qiran's turn she had a mental breakdown, though she guessed the girl had hung herself. Yet the candle still burned. The game wasn't over. Apparently they needed to figure out how the girl had died by accident. Things were at a standstill when I accidentally bumped the fan switch. As the blade spun, the chilly draft made the candle flame flicker. Gui Chen glared at me furiously, shouting at me to turn it off immediately, accusing me of trying to blow out the candle. Everyone glared at me in anger. Luckily the fan was turned off in the end, leaving just a stub of candle remaining. At that moment, Zhang Lingyue stared at the ceiling fan and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She said the girl had originally intended to use the fan to disguise herself as a hanged ghost to scare her bullies, but accidentally hit the switch. The rope got tangled in the fan, and the girl spun around the dorm room all night. Just imagining the scene was horrifying, the girl spinning 360 degrees in death with unseeing eyes, until her roommates woke the next morning to find her corpse rotating before them. Everyone fell silent. The book turned a page, indicating we'd guessed the full truth of the incident. The candles snuffed out, and the constricting feeling around us vanished. But before we could breathe a sigh of relief, Deng Qiran screamed. A noose descended from the ceiling fan, coiled around her neck, and hoisted her into the air, exactly like in the story. She struggled desperately, her face turning purple with suffocation. Frenzied yet helpless, we could only watch in panic. I calmly directed them to move a discarded table beneath her feet. Zhang Lingyue and Gui Chen snapped into action, stacking chairs to help. With the support to stand on tiptoes, Deng Qiran's complexion gradually returned. After a while the noose loosened, and she collapsed coughing and weeping on the floor, still managing to thank us through tears. But we'd followed the script perfectly. Why were we still being punished? Gui Chen's phone had no signal. Zhang Lingyue tried ripping and burning the book to no avail. The door remained stubbornly locked. When everyone was in despair, I voiced my conjecture. In this game, Zhang Lingyue had guessed correctly 3 times and incorrectly once, while Gui Chen had 2 correct and 2 incorrect answers. If the number of wrong guesses exceeds the correct ones, punishment would follow. Gui Chen grabbed me by the collar, demanding to know why I remained unharmed despite guessing wrong once. I shoved him to the ground, straightened my collar, and flipped through the book, only to find the later pages stuck together. Half jokingly, I said perhaps I was just an extra who didn't matter. They speculated that since I hadn't participated in the earlier ritual, the rules might not bind me if I handled all the guessing from then on. There might be a way out. But I raised another possibility, because Deng Qiran was the first to mention the keyword hanging. At these words, everyone froze in shock, and Deng Qiran's face turned deathly pale. I had no intention of participating further, so I sat to the side. They didn't dare stake their lives on me gambling alone. After all, no one could guarantee the rules wouldn't harm me. Staying out of the questioning might also violate the rules. After the break, unable to leave the classroom, we had no choice but to gather around the book again. Jiang Lingyue lit a candle, its flame still an eerie green. The game had begun. The new scenario was about a successful entrepreneur with a perfect family and career who took a lover, then returned home and went mad. Everyone was trying to figure out how to speak without triggering the fatal rules when Deng Qiran mentioned she recognized this scenario. Jiang Lingyue and Gui Chen were instantly thrilled, thinking that if Deng Qiran revealed the answer, they could simply ask the right questions to clear the level. Gui Chen even forced a smile at her, quite the turnaround from their earlier disdain. Such a swift change of expression left Deng Qiran momentarily at a loss for how to respond. I propped my chin on my hand, staying silent as I wondered, was the game really punishing them just for breaking the rules? Deng Qiran hesitated, and the other two understood why. After all, there was another possibility. If triggering a keyword meant death, then the person who ultimately revealed the answer would be in grave danger. The group fell quiet again, until after a long pause, Deng Qiran seemed to steel herself. She touched the tip of her nose, then flashed a sweet smile and said, "It's fine. It's just speculation. Maybe we're overthinking it." She turned back toward the candle, mustered her courage, and continued, "The entrepreneur's lover is dead. His lover was a man." The flickering green candlelight reflected in her glasses, making the flames leap eerily across the lenses. Jiang Lingyue and Gui Chen nodded, moved by her words, and broke the information into two questions. Someone died? The flame flickered once. Correct. Was the deceased male? Another correct guess. They both breathed a sigh of relief and looked expectantly at Deng Qiran, waiting for her to reveal the answer. Deng Qiran adjusted her glasses, her expression unreadable, and continued, "The businessman's wife had a child, bringing happiness to the family, so he no longer loved his lover. The lover thought it was because he couldn't bear children and resented him for it. He went to the businessman's home, killed his wife and child, then slit open his own stomach and stuffed the child inside. Before dying, he wore a white shirt and wrote in blood on his body, 'Now, we have a child too.'" Hearing this, everyone shuddered with horror and felt nauseous. As the answer was revealed, Jiang Lingyue and Gui Chen grew sick to their stomachs, both feeling like vomiting up their dinner. Then came the prompt, "Guess correct, congratulations on deducing the full sequence of events." The three sighed in relief but remained on high alert, all eyes locked on Deng Qiran, ready to react to any sudden developments. Suddenly, a scream of agony tore through the air. To everyone's shock, it was Gui Chen this time, collapsing to the ground and writhing, his face drenched in sweat, his composure utterly shattered as he cried, "My stomach, it hurts so bad." Beneath his white shirt, his once flat stomach now bulged with a small lump that grew larger by the second, pulsing and squirming as though it had a life of its own. Is he giving birth? Jiang Lingyue and Deng Qiran froze in place, not knowing what to do. If this continued, Gui Chen's belly would burst open. Without hesitation, I smashed the mirror on the table, grabbed a shard, and stabbed it into Gui Chen's belly. Deng Qiran and Jiang Lingyue struggled desperately to hold Gui Chen still, stuffing a rag into his mouth to muffle his screams. As soon as I cut open a palm-sized gash, a crimson lump of flesh tumbled out. With swift precision, I severed its connection to the host body. The fleshy mass swelled continuously after hitting the ground, soon taking the shape of a human figure the length of a calf, and finally transformed into a dark red stillborn fetus. Gui Chen's stomach was still bleeding, his forehead covered in sweat. I tore his white shirt and hastily bandaged his wound. Blood was splattered all over the floor. The two terrified girls, who had never witnessed such a scene, were sobbing uncontrollably. If we didn't get Gui Chen to a hospital soon, he wouldn't make it. But the doors and windows remained tightly sealed, and that cursed book still wouldn't let us leave. I sighed. Seeing them like this, it seemed unlikely they'd be able to continue the game. Gui Chen lay moaning on the ground, his wounds bleeding incessantly, his breathing growing fainter. It appeared the final round would have to rely on me alone. I stood up, threw on my coat, and walked calmly toward the book. I already knew all the rules of this game. The third round begins now. The question was, I am a one-armed blind pianist. One day I invited two friends to listen to my performance, and I killed them. I kept a straight face and calmly looked at the candle asking, was my arm lost because of a friend? The candle flickered once. Correct guess. Previously, did I not know my friend chopped off my arm? It flickered twice. Wrong guess. Did I kill them because of the arm incident? Correct guess. Deng Qiran and Jiang Lingyue sat dumbfounded on the ground, utterly stunned as they watched me rapid-firing questions. I don't even seem to care whether my guesses are correct anymore. Under my relentless questioning, I'm steadily closing in on the truth of the incident. 3 minutes later, I slowly exhaled, glanced at Gui-chen lying weakened on the ground, and revealed the answer. I was once stranded on a deserted island with 2 friends. With no food, we agreed that each would chop off an arm to cook and eat. Later, I invited those friends to a performance. When the music ended and I heard applause, I realized I'd been deceived. They'd never cut their own arms. What they'd eaten was my arm. My voice was terrifyingly calm. The room fell utterly silent as the book finally turned to its last page, displaying, "Congratulations on clearing the game. Enjoy your play." But the classroom's iron door remained tightly shut. I closed my eyes, clutching the broken shard of mirror in my fist. The entire abandoned teaching building suddenly echoed with the melodious sound of a piano, each note striking straight to our hearts. Jiang Lingyue and Deng Qiran's bodies moved uncontrollably, rising like zombies as they lunged toward me. Deng Qiran said through tears, I'm sorry, as she grabbed my arm and swung a shard of glass toward me. Jiang Lingyue screamed, I can't control myself. Finding that the enemies were the 2 of them, I actually relaxed, swiftly sidestepped to dodge, and delivered a chop to each of them. Both went down with a thud, lying neatly side by side on the ground. With the crisis averted, I fished Gui-chen's phone from his pocket, stepped outside to get a signal, and dialed emergency services. There are 3 casualties here. Everything had happened too fast. Deng Qiran and Jiang Lingyue exchanged bewildered glances. Moonlight spilled across the corridor of the abandoned school building as the wailing sirens of the ambulance gradually faded into the distance. The book burned itself after the game ended, eventually turning to ashes. I pulled out a cigarette and flicked the lighter a few times, but it wouldn't ignite. Then I remembered I'd already quit smoking, so I had to give up. In reality, there was never any issue of breaking the rules. Even if no one answered, waiting until timeout wouldn't incur any punishment. This game set a verbal trap with the word punishment to create a sense of crisis, forcing players to make wild guesses. What truly can kill is the player's own words. This book is called Word Spirit Tortoise Soup, where from the very first story, connecting the player's correct speculations forms a kind of command. The first time someone died, the deceased was a girl. That girl had been bullied. She wanted to hang herself. Deng Qiran fit the description perfectly, resulting in the hanging incident. The second time someone died, the deceased was male. He was wearing a white shirt. He stuffed a child into his own stomach, leading to Gui-chen's incident. All of this was spoken by the players themselves. The book merely provided hints. In the end, it was language that killed the players. Breaking the deadlock is simple, just stay silent until the candle burns out. Without instructions, Word Spirit can't harm anyone, and its punishments are empty threats. But the third round was urgent. Without immediate medical attention, Gui-chen would have bled to death, so I chose to endure it. The only thing I didn't anticipate was how cheap the Word Spirit's tactics would be, actually trying to make my teammates chop off my arm. I may lack experience fighting ghosts, but I'm adept at handling people. Just then, the sound of footsteps on the ancient staircase interrupted my train of thought. I bit my cigarette and saw Deng Qiran slowly descending the stairs through the stairwell entrance. The girl still wore those oversized glasses, looking fragile and pitifully delicate. She noticed me watching her, her mouth falling open in surprise. "Oh, it's you here," she exclaimed. Leaning against the railing, I asked her calmly, "Being so harsh on yourself?" She pushed her glasses up, the lenses reflecting moonlight and obscuring her eyes as she pretended innocence. "What do you mean? I don't quite understand." A gloomy aura now radiated from her. I looked straight ahead and said, "That book belongs to you, doesn't it? So what if it is?" She retorted. Staring into her eyes, I slowly continued, "You've been manipulating them into continuing the game, deliberately answering wrong in the first round to become the victim and divert everyone's attention." After a long silence, she suddenly burst into manic laughter. "And what if I am?" "That's right." She deliberately placed that book right in front of Jiang Lingyue's eyes, and the location was specifically chosen by her too. In the first round she instilled a sense of crisis, in the second round she manipulated both speakers. In each round of the game, only the person who asks the question counts as a player and will suffer the verbal curse's harm. She wanted to kill Jiang Lingyue and Gui-chen. "Do you know how it feels to have full-body photos taken of you?" She paused, hatred in her eyes, and asked quietly. We all fell silent, gazing at the moon outside the window. I was the first to break the silence. "So you truly believed I could save you?" If no one had helped when she was being hanged in the first round, she would have been dead for sure. She smiled gracefully, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. Truth be told, she never expected anyone to save her. From the very beginning, she'd been resolved to perish together with her enemy. She shook her head and said, "No, Mr. Evil God, it never crossed my mind that we'd still be alive." "I'm not an evil god. In a way, you are. We summoned you here, a mysterious being from a higher dimensional world. You don't belong to this realm. She said this while staring intently into my eyes. I was left speechless, never expecting the protagonist of this world to possess such formidable imagination. Do whatever you want. I sighed, waved goodbye, and logged out of the world. She adjusted her glasses and smiled under the moonlight. Any summoning ritual requires sacrifice, that's why incantations inflict harm on summoners. Their 3 lives were the offering to summon me. The incantation was easily resolved, not by luck, but because the gods rejected the tribute. Whoa host, I finally found you, how could I live without you? The system sobbed as it threw itself at me. I blocked it with a hand, my face full of disdain, and sighed. This unreliable system doesn't provide any cheats, just a barely usable storage space that's good for nothing and frequently deducts my evaluation points. Any compensation for this teleportation accident? I glared resentfully while gripping the system panel with both hands, startling it into immediate alertness. Ding! Congratulations host for completing an additional task. Wait a sec host, let me check what you did. Holy shit, you actually redeemed the villainous female lead. I mean, host-san is amazing, you've altered 3 people's fates. Staring at the original script, I pondered, without my intervention, Deng Chiron would have used word magic to kill herself first, then orchestrate the deaths of the other 2, making it an unsolved mystery of this minor world. Typical ruthless revenge plot for a female protagonist novel, truly vicious. I'm back, host. You performed exceptionally well with an overall evaluation of grade B, due to excessive intervention causing significant deviations in character fate, which violates the bystander system's principles. Points are halved. Fortunately, the female lead ultimately reformed, preventing major impact on the minor world. Mission accomplished. Rewards obtained, 1,000 points, title of otherworldly evil god times 1 inch. So stingy, not even tossing in an item. But the mission's complete, and I'm quite satisfied with those 1,000 points, so I didn't press further. Points are money, and who turns down money? I swipe through the system panel and select, return to main god space. In a flash of white light, a bustling small town materializes before my eyes, buildings towering, pedestrians hustling. I boldly appeared by the roadside without arousing any suspicion. Passers-by walked past me without batting an eye, as if this were completely normal. Call it a godly realm if you will, but it's really just a small city where everyone has their own workspace. The central mall sells mission supplies alongside every conceivable form of food, drink, and entertainment. Everyone living here possesses a system. They earn points by completing missions, points that can be exchanged for absolutely anything. Life, time, space. If you can't buy something, it's only because your points balance is insufficient. Rumor has it an industry titan once spent 1,000,000 points to obtain dominion over an entire pocket dimension. I earned 2,000 points for completing an ordinary mission with a B-grade rating. Higher level evaluations are beyond my reach because playing a mere bystander is too difficult for me. Even if I don't stir up trouble, trouble always finds me. Sure enough, my phone now shows dozens of unread messages, most of them from a newcomer labeled Lu Yunmiao. I once guided her through a beginner mission set in the domineering CEO Falls for the Miserable Little Mermaid, where the main task was to facilitate the romance between the male and female leads. But in the end, the mermaid side character she portrayed got captured for experimentation, forcing me to blow up the research lab. What should have been a sweet CEO romance nearly turned into a horror thriller. Both of us lost points, and I earned the infamous title of the Bomb Maniac. Yet she never seems to learn her lesson and keeps clinging to me. Without hesitation, I replied with, busy, not going, and put away my phone. Back at the studio, I made a cup of instant coffee, lounged in my chair flipping through a travel magazine, pondering how to spend my vacation. The summer beaches of World 00897X were quite nice. That blue shirt and oversized shorts I had were perfect for it. Sun, sand, waves, bikinis. What a beautiful life. I was leisurely sipping my coffee when sudden, urgent knocks came from outside the studio. Brother Chen? The door slammed against the wall with a bang, revealing a chubby guy filling the doorway. You're finally back. His eyes, narrowed by layers of fat, sparkled with excitement as he barreled into the room like a cannonball, lunging straight for the desk. Out of habit, I pushed off with my foot, sending the recliner rolling backward. He missed his target and collapsed onto the floor littered with documents, the gust of wind from his fall sending a few loose papers spiraling. Slowly climbing back up, he wiped his sweat and chuckled sheepishly, digging into his pocket to produce a pack of cigarettes. He offered me one with a grin. Thanks, but I quit. I raised a hand to block the gesture, swallowing hard before quickly looking away. To distract myself, I placed the coffee cup on the table, straightened up, and asked, "She beaching, what's on your mind?" Unnecessary kindness often hides deceitful schemes. With an awkward smile, he wiped the sweat from his brow and said, truly worthy of being my elder brother Chen, you saw right through it at a glance. It's almost time for the tribulation mission. He was just one step away from rank A, and this mission was absolutely crucial. There was no room for the slightest mistake. To play it safe, Shi Bicheng decided to rope me in for help. His system was called Cannon Fodder's Survival Diary. As long as he could lie low through the plot until the story concluded and alter the doomed fate of a disposable side character, he would earn a decent rating. But as a grade A executor, why would he seek out an average performing bystander like me? Among system executors, there is a legend. The binder of the passerby system, though consistently rated B tier, ensures that every newcomer under their guidance achieves an S tier or higher evaluation, no matter how difficult the task. That's right, I am that legendary eternal schemer, utterly useless at blending in as a bystander but absolutely lethal when carrying teams to victory. I'm not going. I covered my face with a magazine, lounging in the chair, ready to enjoy my perfect vacation. Shi Bicheng gritted his teeth and said, 10,000 points. If that didn't work, he was planning to offer 20,000. When he looked up again, I was already gone. I cheerfully put an arm around his shoulder and said, when a friend's in trouble, you should plunge a dagger through both ribs for them. Who would turn down money? The fat guy suddenly started fidgeting, probably afraid I'd actually stab him in the back. Soon I regretted it. For that 10,000 points, I had to work 3 jobs. The system explained that bringing people along required legitimate identities, so the work of the NPC system had to be done. Fine, I'll accept it. Being the senior NPC is no problem, taking care of the fat guy while conveniently giving the male lead some assists. But when I asked about the final boss's identity, the system said the villain system was on vacation, so I had to take on the role part-time. Anyway, villains count as NPCs too, delivering experience points, weapons, heads, and growth packages to the protagonist, even more generous than the ringbound elder. NPCs are like bricks, ready to be moved wherever they're needed. I compromised, maintaining a polite smile while holding 2 small daggers, heading to the editor-in-chief's office to collect my dimension crossing permit. Traveling without a permit counts as smuggling. The editor-in-chief was a long-haired, bespectacled, slipper-wearing, scruffy-bearded uncle who looked like a failed writer. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, he studied me skeptically, his gaze lingering on my blades for a while. As he processed the paperwork, he asked, "What brings you here, Xiao Chun?" Smiling, I replied, stabbing knives between ribs, for a friend's sake. The pudgy man shuddered. He sniffled, feeling utterly wretched, yet his eyes remained fixed on the frail young lad Lin Fan before him, his lifelong nemesis, this world's chosen one, destined to become the greatest sword immortal under heaven. Lin Fan stood unwaveringly under the scorching sun, having maintained his horse stance motionless for 2 full hours, his face etched with determination. The stern-faced elder supervising them was a Foundation establishment cultivator, his wide-sleeved Taoist robes lending him an air of immortal grace. Only when he uttered rest did the disciples dare move, most of the youths immediately launching into gossip about trivial household matters. Some people gossiped about Lin Fan. Look, there goes the little good-for-nothing of the Lin family. I heard his junior sister has already reached the 9th level of chi refining, while he's still stuck at the 1st level. What a disgrace. Others chimed in, sigh, let's not even talk about him. When will we ever be as powerful as the eldest senior brother? This refined and cultivated eldest senior brother, barely in his 20s, had already reached the golden core stage, comparable to their master's cultivation level. His extraordinary talent in this minor sect made him the envy of all the disciples. The chubby guy analyzed that this was a cultivation world. Most standing disciples were at chi refining levels 3 to 5, while Lin Fan remained at only the 1st level, a classic trope of the useless protagonist's counterattack. Usually, the male lead would have some ancestral treasure absorbing his cultivation. Once saturated, it would give him cheats, leading to an explosive boost in power to slap back at his tormentors. Shi Bicheng wore a miserable expression. Given this was in Xianxia progression world, it would take Lin Fan at least a decade or 2 to achieve enlightenment, complete the main storyline, and defeat the final boss. If it were a slow-paced progression, it could even span a century. He felt that by the time he finished this mission, his mentality would be that of a 100-year-old boy. At this moment, a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old scolded those who were speaking ill of Lin Fan. Don't you dare say bad things about brother Lin Fan. Her almond-shaped eyes glared fiercely, her small lips pouting as she shielded Lin Fan behind her. Lin Fan gazed at her tenderly, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. The little girl was Xiao Yuling, the youngest and most favored junior sister of Lin Fan's master. Exceptionally gifted, she had already reached the 9th level of chi refinement. Having grown up alongside Lin Fan since childhood, they shared an unusually close bond. The other disciples teased her, "Hey little martial sister, we weren't bullying your brother, right? And even if we did bully him, how could a grown man hide behind a little girl?" The little girl glared with round eyes, her face flushed red with frustration. Finally, she said, Then I'll go get the eldest martial brother to beat you all up. The group of disciples burst into laughter, certain the eldest martial brother wouldn't bother with such trivial matters and that it would be shameful for Lin Fan to rely on his senior brother to settle scores. Lin Fan secretly clenched his fist, vowing to surpass the senior brother. As for me, I was riding a donkey, engaged in a battle of wits with a map. Draped in a Taoist robe with a blade of grass between my teeth, I looked down at the red-marked, Mystic Jade Peak on the map, then up at this desolate valley. The setting sun wept blood, birds and beasts dared not approach, corpses littered the ground, and the wails of the suffering filled the air. A massive chasm split the earth in two, clearly not the Mystic Jade sect I was searching for. After walking nearly 30 li, I realized I was going the wrong way. Clicking my tongue in annoyance, it seemed this senior brother's sense of direction wasn't exactly reliable. Crossing over into this minor world meant inheriting the original character's traits. Apparently, this genius senior brother was hopelessly directionally challenged. I casually slayed a few reckless demonic beasts along the way, but the deeper I ventured, the more uneasy I felt. The creatures nearby were exceptionally hideous, frantic and chaotic, more akin to actual demons. Just then, the system's voice chimed in, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You've arrived early at the storyline checkpoint, Abyss of Demon Suppression." Here, the genius senior disciple, after clashing with Lin Fan at the sword testing ceremony and suffering defeat, succumbs to chi deviation. Stripped of all his cultivation, he is exiled to the Abyss of Demon Suppression. The ultimate villain will acquire his exclusive cheat here, the demonic sword Hongche, ascending into full corruption. Host successfully checks in. Mission progress, 50% complete. I was utterly baffled. All I did was get lost and now I'm supposed to turn evil? This soon? Chapter 7, this sword is called the Little Dagger. The demon-suppressing abyss, true to its name, imprisons all manners of sinister demonic creatures. The land is choked with withered grass, littered with white bones, and echoes with the cawing of crows. The bottomless canyon gapes like a monstrous maw, grinning savagely as it awaits its prey. At the very heart of that abyss, demonic energy has condensed into palpable substance. A milk-thick black miasma shrouds a blood pool below. In the center of the pond floated a rusted sword of dark iron, unremarkable at first glance, yet faintly radiating a terrifying aura of killing intent. The demon sword Hongche, born upon an ancient battlefield, was forged through the sacrifice of countless lives, baptized in torrents of blood, and nourished by the aggrieved wrath of heaven and earth. Those who obtained it either lost their minds to madness or took their own lives. Even the strongest-willed among them, wielding its power, ultimately fell into demonic cultivation, establishing a sinister sect that plunged the realm of cultivation into a storm of bloodshed until they were besieged and slain by the masters of righteous sects. This sword too was cast into the abyss of demon suppression, vanishing without a trace. And in this desolate land, amidst the thick crimson mist, a slender figure suddenly appeared. Clad in red robes, light as a wandering swan, the figure skimmed the blood pool with just a few steps, effortlessly nearing the demonic sword, their garments remaining utterly spotless. Chen Sun reached out his hand and grasped the rusted iron sword directly. He felt a sharp sting in his palm as a viscous malice invaded his body through his fingertips, creeping up his veins like a parasite. Resentment surged wildly into Chen Sun's body, the veins on his arms swelling black like plant roots creeping across his skin. He felt an icy chill near his neck, the arteries had darkened, with faint traces of the corruption beginning to spread toward his face. Chen Sun showed no expression, merely tilting his head slightly with a pained hiss. After lying dormant for a millennium, Hongche finally sensed living contact and eagerly sought to possess this host. Its consciousness slithered upward through the veins, whispering malicious chants, greedily devouring, invading, yearning to pour out and claim everything. When it finally reached the depths of the parasitized human's mind, ready to saturate their soul with its anguish and hatred, it beheld a sight far more horrifying. Within Chen Sun's consciousness lay a realm of chaos and madness, stemming from an existence more mysterious and sinister than itself. A mere glimpse was enough to dissolve that meager conglomerate of resentment into nothingness. Great, mad, chaotic, indescribable, the name that cannot be uttered. To linger any longer would be to risk mental contamination. To begin chanting, praise the mother goddess. The rainbow-hued sword spirit trembled violently before swiftly retreating into the iron blade, leaving no trace of its presence as if nothing had happened at all. It chickened out. Damn it. Why is there the aura of an evil god? Better not mess with him. Chen Sun, clueless as to why, looked at the rusty iron sword in bewilderment. Assuming this sword was just some character-specific cheat tool, he didn't show any obvious rejection reaction. So he hefted the demonic blade, waited a while, and after confirming nothing strange was happening, finally asked, "Done already?" He cracked his neck, glanced at a passing sparrow, and felt no urge to kill, proof enough his mind remained intact. I thought there might be some drastic personality change, murderous aura erupting, or excruciating full-body pain with flesh and blood shifting places, or perhaps sudden thunderbolts from the sky with flying sand and rolling stones. Is that it? System, I dunno, maybe it's just well-behaved? Sinister objects in pocket dimensions usually have some degree of influence on a character's temperament. Because of this, most villain system executors purchase mood-stabilizing items to avoid having their personalities distorted by mission artifacts. Though the effects aren't great, which is why most of them end up as deranged psychopaths. That's precisely why few are willing to take on the role of villain system replacements. After a moment of silence, the system suddenly remembered this might be a good time to announce good news, so it emitted a ding. Congratulations to the esteemed host for obtaining character-exclusive equipment, Demon Sword Rainbow Cleave. Host may rename this equipment. Chen-sun brushed the dust off the sword's surface, examining it closely from all angles. The blade was covered in rust, its crimson hue dull and lifeless, as if it had died long ago. He pondered for quite some time before cautiously posing a question. Is it called Rusty Iron Sword? Hongche suddenly sprang alive, flying out of Chen-sun's grasp. Swinging in bizarre arcs before him, it shook violently with an air of defiant refusal. Had it been human, its head would surely be wagging like a rattledrum. Ah, I don't like it. Chen-sun pondered for a long while again, suggesting several more names. The ancient bloodthirsty demonic sword ultimately chose the least objectionable name from an increasingly absurd list including Little Red, Peppa, Pig Slaughtering Blade, and Fire Poker. Fine, let's call it Little Stab. Why would a sword be called Blade? Hongche didn't have time to dwell on it, nor could he afford to. Joking aside, if he didn't make a decision soon, the demonic sword feared its lifelong reputation would be ruined by this kid's mouth. Imagine this, the infamous demon lord of the martial world, a figure that struck fear into the hearts of all cultivators, standing atop a mountain of corpses and seas of blood. The crowd trembled with pale faces, cautiously whispering one question: what sword is this? The youth flicked blood off his sword with flair, not even turning his head as his sleeves billowed in the gale reeking of iron. To the trembling crowd, he spoke a single line. This sword, it's called Fire Poker. Help, that kind of thing. Please no. Ding. Item name has been updated. Name, Tiny Blade. Tier, Apocalyptic Class. Description: years later, when someone asked the demonic sword about its thoughts, it fell silent for a long time before replying. Actually, I think my original name was perfect. The rust-covered sword faintly glowed with red light, like a dying man's final moan. Chen-sun thought to himself, so worn out, better take it to the blacksmith for a thorough refurbishment when we get back. He shook his head slightly with disdain, casually wrapping the demonic sword with strips of cloth before slinging it over his back. Then he mounted the donkey once more and set off with a jingling clatter. Deep in the misty mountains, an old man sat resting beneath an ancient pine tree. Nearby lay carrying poles and bamboo baskets, as if he were a traveler on a long journey. In these remote mountain forests where spirits and demons might dwell, one shouldn't linger. After resting for a while and smoking a dry tobacco pipe, he made ready to shoulder his baskets and continue on his way. Just then, the clear tinkling of silver bells echoed through the mountains. Moments later, the figure of a young man appeared on the distant mountain path. The youth had flowing sleeves, short hair, and a brocade robe, carrying a sword wrapped in white cloth on his back, exuding the refined aura of a scholarly gentleman, his crimson sash billowing in the mountain breeze. The donkey, adorned with a bell, ambled leisurely at its own pace, each step accompanied by the trembling chime of a silver bell, its clear and crisp echoes resonating through the valley. The old man stood dumbfounded, his dry pipe slipping from his grasp unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, the once distant youth had already appeared by his side. Just what kind of demon was this? The young man dismounted from his donkey and politely bowed with folded hands, asking, "Honored elder, is the territory of the Qingzhou Xuanyu sect just ahead?" Xuanyu sect, so he must be an immortal-seeking cultivator. The old man felt considerably more at ease and returned the bow. Indeed, you'll reach it in just a mile or two further ahead. The immortal expressed his thanks, mounted his donkey, and jingled away. At that moment, the old man puffed on his pipe and shouted loudly, "Immortal, you're going the wrong way. That's the direction you came from." The young man paused for a moment, smiled, turned around, and once again disappeared down the road. The old man took a drag of his pipe, his heart unsettled, then shouldered his carrying pole and headed back to the village, providing fresh material for the town storyteller. Chapter 8. What path do you cultivate? Lin Fan was striving to break through to the second level of qi refining, as if an invisible wall confined him to the first level, unmovable. Unbeknownst to him, the black bracelet on his wrist continuously devoured spiritual energy. Every bit of hard-earned cultivation he condensed was swallowed up by it. He grew increasingly anxious in his heart. If things continued like this, he would forever remain that worthless weakling who was easily bullied. How could he return to his village to seek justice for his family? And how could he restore the Lin family's former glory? At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the cultivation chamber. Lin Fan felt puzzled and temporarily set aside his training, stepping out through the inner gate to investigate. Outside, Xiao Yuling's excited voice rang out. Like a cheerful little bird, she chirped incessantly as she rushed into the house. First senior brother has returned. The little girl with pigtail braids tugged on Lin Fan's sleeve, shaking it excitedly. Big brother is at the Kangwu Hall. The elders said he should give some pointers to the junior disciples. Everyone's gone there already. Brother Lin Fan, let's go take a look together. I have something else to do. Whoa! Seeing Linger's pouting lips, Lin Fan, though reluctant, ultimately gave in. Very well, Perhaps that mysterious senior brother had a way to solve his inability to cultivate. Lin Fan clenched his fists, a glimmer of hope and curiosity in his heart, as he followed Xia Yuling toward the great hall. Once inside, he saw a row of disciples sitting utterly straight, their eyes filled with worshipful stars as they awaited their turn to be patted on the head by the senior brother. There stood a smiling young man in flowing crimson robes, emanating an air of warmth. "Little Qing, you've grown taller." The girl called Little Qing, clad in a cyan silk dress, blushed rosily when patted on the head. "Little Bai, you've grown taller too." She was a disciple dressed in white robes, feeling immensely honored, her face brimming with joy. "Hello, Xiao Hong," a disciple in red robes. Finally, amidst a crowd of Little Huan, Little Lu, and Little Zi, Chen Sun spotted Lin Fan, who was also clad in white. "Hiss, there's already a little white. Damn, wrong color." He pondered for a moment, his smile unwavering, as he tentatively offered a greeting. "Hello, little white radish?" Lin Fan's cheeks twitched involuntarily as he forced an awkward smile. All eyes turned toward him, filled with envy and resentment. Wow, his username actually has 4 characters. His eyelids twitched as he silently walked to his meditation cushion under the covetous gazes of the other disciples, his expression spasming. The lowest cultivation level. Ah, so this is the male lead. Chen Sun subtly sized up Lin Fan while maintaining his smile. The group of disciples also returned to their respective meditation cushions, awaiting the senior brother's instructions. He pondered for a long time without speaking, leaving even Lin Fan feeling restless with anticipation. "Big brother, say something." "I have nothing much to say. Why don't you ask me questions instead?" Chen Sun spread his hands helplessly. One disciple finally couldn't hold back and raised his hand to ask, "Senior brother, how exactly should we cultivate to become as powerful as you?" "Cultivation isn't like that, just inhale and exhale, and then level up." "Damn, what a massive flex." Lin Fan cursed inwardly as the disciples looked on, some bewildered, others deep in thought. "I get it now." Lin Fan turned his head to look at the disciple, his lips twitching yet again. "What enlightenment did you achieve?" The senior brother means there are no shortcuts in cultivation, only steady progress one step at a time. Upon hearing this, the disciples immediately wore expressions of sudden realization and promptly took out their notebooks to record it. Chen Sun maintained a polite smile while inwardly sighing. As expected of a celebrity, whatever he says gets endlessly dissected. How could he have never anticipated this? It's just like writing a Chinese exam, where you're asked to interpret the novel's final line. The fish's eyes gleamed with an eerie light, and everyone comes up with a plethora of elaborate, seemingly plausible analyses. When the incident reached the ears of the original novel's author, they were instantly dumbfounded. "I don't know, how should I know what I want to say?" Even the idle fellow himself didn't know why his eyes carried such an eerie glow. Lin Fan took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and finally made up his heart to raise his hand. "Senior brother, somehow I can't seem to break through no matter what. May I seek your guidance?" These words left the crowd bewildered. Breaking through from chi refining to foundation establishment would be one thing, but going from first layer to second layer of chi refining, how could that even be called a breakthrough? Chen Sun glanced at the bracelet on his wrist, raised an eyebrow, took a sip of tea, and remained silent. What else could you do? Just ditch the cheat codes, and you'll level up naturally. But he kept those words to himself, simply staring at Lin Fan before stealing another glance at the great elder passing by outside the window. Damn, the boss is here inspecting. No more slacking off now. His expression remained unruffled as he quietly asked, "What Tao do you cultivate?" Hearing this, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, while the great elder hiding behind the hall lightly stroked his beard with slight confusion. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Chen Sun truly meant. Of course it was the sword Tao. What other Tao could there be? So he countered, "This junior is foolishly dull. May I ask what path the senior brother cultivates?" Chen Sun set the teacup on the table, his tone utterly calm, those pitch-black eyes gazing at him as he spoke with undisturbed composure. "The path of mortals." No mistake here, he was playing an extra, never some world-saving hero or gallant champion. Just ordinary mindset, mundane days. Lin Fan fell silent. He didn't know what path he cultivated, he only knew how to wield his sword, not why he wielded it. To restore his family's glory? To make all who looked down on him regret it? To protect those he cherished? Answering senior brother, the path I cultivate is. Seeing him lost in thought, Chen Sun raised his eyes and began his professional swindling routine. You walk the path of a hero. A hero's life is full of ups and downs, enduring mental hardships, physical toil, and bodily deprivation. Translation, young man, you've got potential. Work hard and you'll go far. Just like contemporary web novel masters motivating rookie writers by saying, keep it up, writing is tough, perseverance is the hardest part. The implied meaning, if you persist, you'll eventually bite the dust. Lin Fan pondered deeply, then clasped his hands in salute and said, thank you for your guidance, senior brother. The senior brother was right. If he couldn't endure even this small hardship, how could he ever rise above others in the future? Hearing this, the Grand Elder sitting behind the hall stroked his beard with satisfaction, nodded approvingly, and remarked with admiration, "Such promise in the young," before departing Kangwoo Hall with peace of mind. Chi Bicheng, who had been standing in the corner all this time, couldn't help but click his tongue in response. "No wonder he's my brother Chen. His skill at bluffing has really improved." By the time the group of youngsters had finished asking their questions, Chen Sun had dismissed them all with perfunctory answers. An hour had passed, and the crowd gradually dispersed, each wearing a thoughtful expression. With the guests gone and the tea gone cold, Chen Sun straightened his robes and left the Kangwoo Hall. As he rounded a corner, the fat man burst forth again like a cannonball, perfectly aimed at Chen Sun, and once again missed entirely. Seizing the moment, Chi Bicheng dropped to the ground, wrapping his arms around Chen Sun's thigh, bawling loudly, "Brother Chen, save me!" Without changing expression, Chen Sun drew a small dagger and fixed his gaze on the fat man, asking, "What is it?" Chapter 9, The Sword Quest. The chubby boy glanced at the sword in Chen Sun's hand and shuddered. He scrambled up from the ground, trying to make his plump face look pitiful. "In 3 days, it'll be the sword bestowment ceremony," he whined pitifully, wiping his eyes with his sleeve. Though he couldn't squeeze out a single tear, he still managed to look thoroughly wronged. The sword bestowal ceremony, as the name suggests, is where young disciples receive their first lifelong sword, held only once every 3 years. Every Qi condensation stage disciple who has reached the age of 16 would journey to the sword mausoleum on that day to undergo the trial of 10,000 swords. Men choose swords, swords select men, a mutual selection. This is precisely why the demonic sword Hongche remained so docile in Chen Sun's hands, whereas anyone else would have met instant death. Whichever sword grants its recognition, that is the one taken. The fortunate ones chosen by ancient divine swords soared to prominence overnight, becoming new stars of the sword path. Those with poor luck, failing to be chosen by any sword, could only pick up a spiritless scrap of iron to take back and forge into the shape of a sword. Possessing only the form but lacking the sword's spirit, it was extremely difficult to cultivate sword intent. This was what they called a zombie sword. According to the original plot, Lin Fan had indeed chosen such a scrap of iron to bring home, enduring endless humiliation and ridicule. When word of this reached his fiancée, the one betrothed to him before birth, her family desperately sought to break off the engagement. After all, if your cultivation was lacking, you could always train harder. Who knew when enlightenment might strike and fortune would shine upon you? But if the sword you pick is no good, then it's truly worthless. A worthless piece of iron without a sword spirit can neither aid cultivation nor generate sword intent. Its lethality is pitifully low. While others are exchanging magical laser blasts, you're still stuck in the cold steel thrusting bayonets. Who else would lose if not you? That's why the male lead's fiancé is desperately trying to shake off this officially certified good-for-nothing. Chen Sun suddenly realized it was one of those gratification stories about breaking off engagements. Turning his head, he asked, "So what does this have to do with you?" Upon hearing this, Chi Bicheng burst into loud, heart-wrenching wails. "That's exactly where our feud started, right here with him." In the original plot, Lin Fan had a faint connection with a superior quality treasured sword. However, Chi Bicheng snatched it away, leaving him no choice but to settle for picking through scrap metal. The spirit sword had initially been indecisive, but the persistent fat guy wore it down, offering blade maintenance, swearing undying loyalty with sacred oaths, and even commissioning a master craftsman to forge a scabbard for her. To a sword cultivator, his sword is his wife, and the scabbard is like a lady's garments. A sugar daddy who's willing to pamper you with skincare treatments, splurge on gorgeous clothes for you, and remains utterly devoted. Compared to some broke guy, which would you choose? Only a fool would bother choosing. But precisely because of this, Chi Bicheng's cannon fodder character made an enemy of the male lead. Coupled with his occasional taunts aimed at Lin Fan, when Lin Fan later rose to power, she was the first one he came after. Knowing he couldn't escape the protagonist's inevitable vengeance, yet unwilling to surrender his life-bound sword, Chi Bicheng had no choice but to turn to senior brother Chen for help. Moreover, this spirit sword couldn't be handed over to Lin Fan even if he wanted to. If the protagonist gains power prematurely, it would prevent the marital dissolution plot from triggering, making it impossible to discover his golden finger. This would cause the world's timeline to collapse, a single misstep affecting the entire situation. Chen Sun pondered without responding, simply telling the stout boy to go back first as he had his own countermeasures. System, generate a task list for me. Got it, host, ***. Main quest, secretly assist the chosen one, Lin Fan, in his cultivation to ultimately achieve godhood. Completion, 1%. Hidden quest, become the final boss of the world and deliver the last experience package to the protagonist. Completion, 68%. Side quest, help Chi Bicheng survive until the world line's end. Completion, 1%. As long as the fat guy isn't dead yet, the side quest progress should remain consistent with the main storyline. Beneath those 3 main tasks floated an even more precise blue box. Emergency task, prevent Lin Fan and Chi Bicheng from becoming enemies without affecting the divorce plot. Chen Sun tapped his fingers on the table as he pondered countermeasures. After a long while, the corners of his lips curled slightly upward. Lin Fan's progress is a bit too slow. Perhaps he should sprinkle some industrial fertilizer to forcibly accelerate growth? 3 days later, all disciples gathered at the Eternal Sword Tomb. The young cultivators were eager and excited, their faces alight with exhilaration. Even the usually taciturn Lin Fan couldn't help but carry a trace of anticipation. You think, maybe I'll be chosen by the divine sword, draped in rosy clouds, summoning the 5-colored divine dragon. The 10-year deadline has arrived, we welcome our master's return. Ha 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 ha, stop daydreaming. Watch out for summoning some 5-legged bug instead. Humph, can't I even dream a little? For a moment, the square buzzed with noise as the little sprout's faces glowed with longing and hope. What if he's truly the chosen protagonist of destiny? After all, who in their youth hasn't dreamed of roaming the world with a sword in hand? His sword energy spans 30,000 miles, a single blade's gleam chills 19 continents. Now that's what I call dashing. The Grand Elder looked at these children, stroking his beard with a smile and nodding in approval. Only Qi Biqing hid in the corner, restless with anxiety, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Sun. Seeing that the senior brother still wore his usual calm expression and maintained a polite smile, Qi Biqing felt somewhat reassured. He straightened his posture slightly and composed himself. Silence! The elder's voice, amplified by the transmission talisman, commanded the attention of all the disciples. They ceased their playful banter and turned their serious gazes toward the Grand Elder. Chen Sun, this mission shall be led by you. The great elder stroked his snow-white beard as he carefully instructed. Remember, awarding the swords is secondary, human lives come first. You must ensure the safety of the children above all else. These youths in the square represent the future hope of our sect, the fresh lifeblood of our martial order. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. Your disciple obeys the command, Chen Sun responded calmly as he stepped forward to receive the command token. The Grand Elder nodded in relief. With this child's golden core stage cultivation, saving a single disciple from the trials of the 10,000 Swords Mound would be effortless. With a wave of his hand, the remaining disciples received their orders. Activating their talismans, they made a beam of white light appear at the center of the square. Then space tore open like a ruptured sack, revealing a gaping hole through which a scene of chilling desolation could be glimpsed, a landscape utterly foreign to this world. Chen Sun turned and bowed before leading the 30-some disciples as they filed through the spatial rift one after another. Lin Fan was filled with apprehension. After days of relentless effort, his cultivation barrier seemed to have loosened slightly. If he could form a contract with a high-grade spirit sword, it might just help him achieve a breakthrough. Amidst a wave of dizziness, his vision brightened, followed by a steady, grounded sensation beneath his feet. It was a road flanked by haphazardly arranged buildings, some already crumbling beyond recognition, while earthen mounds bore stone tablets. The winds of millennia howled through these ruins, carving into the weathered tablets. The sky hung gray-white, as if recounting the tales of ancient times. Chen Sun felt the cloth-wrapped sword tremble slightly in his grasp, as if sensing the killing intent lingering over this ancient battlefield. He tightened his grip on the hilt and whispered, "Behave." The sword immediately stilled. Yet as it quieted, ancient blades hidden throughout the ruins began stirring in response, their awakening marked by blazing pillars of light piercing the distant skies. Holy shit! The demon sword Hongche has arrived. Just like in the human world, the cultivation realm also has its own superstars and blockbuster IPs. It arrived at the 10,000 Swords graveyard like a top celebrity suddenly announcing, "I'm here to film," in some random apartment complex. The ensuing commotion was beyond imagination. Though the demonic sword was infamous, it couldn't rival its massive following. Besides, swords have no inherent morality, be it black or white. A blade that cuts well is a fine blade. For a moment, the sword seemed eager to break free from the ruins and come forth in reverence. Seeing Chen Sun's nuclear kindness smile, the demon sword Xiaodao trembled slightly, emitting an overwhelming aura that suppressed all other swords in the vicinity. It was like a top celebrity posting an announcement, "Film set in progress, no unauthorized personnel allowed. No onlookers permitted." The surroundings immediately fell into order. Chapter 10, Heaven's Thunder Rolls. Each sword's trial was different, some tested strength and agility, while others examined one's temperament. The strangest sword Chen Sun had ever seen picked a group of candidates and tested them on serving tea, pouring water, and polishing scabbards. It chose whoever served it most comfortably. Absolutely ridiculous. The disciples who obtained their swords were overjoyed and lined up before Chen Sun to have their swords named. Some named their swords Ink Ripple, others called them Bamboo Whispers, and there were even those who chose names like Pawn Across the River. The variety was astounding. Each disciple racked their brains to bestow upon their beloved swords either poetic or slightly pretentious names. Though they didn't run into Lin Fan along the way, the fat guy was particularly thrilled, cradling his sword as if it were his wife, treating it with utmost care. "What name did you give your sword?" Chen Sun glanced at him expressionlessly. Qi Biqing swayed his head with an air of self-importance. "Taking king from the righteous way and overlord from the domineering way, this sword is named The Overlord's sword? Chen Sun ventured a guess. No. The fat man shook his head, eyes closed, brimming with confidence. This sword is called the Tyrant King's Blade. Chen Sun. Alright, Turtle Blade. He lowered his head and made a note. As for Lin Fan, he quietly ground ink on the side, occasionally casting an anxious glance at Chen Sun, as if asking when he would finally be free. Earlier, the senior disciple had stopped him, asking Lin Fan to help register the circumstances of all the disciples. Lin Fan had been unwilling at first, he didn't want to waste his precious time on such a task, but the senior disciple's promise swayed him. As repayment, Chen Sun's deep, dark eyes bore a faint, kindly smile. I'll help you solve the problem of being unable to cultivate. Thus, Lin Fan stayed behind, completely unaware that the only spiritual sword capable of resonating with him had been picked by the fatty. The disciples who obtained spiritual swords were overjoyed, coming in small groups to receive sword tassels from Chen Sun before departing through the spatial rift. Before leaving, they couldn't resist boasting. Some claimed their beloved blades could slice through iron like mud, while others bragged about acquiring divine swords of legendary fame, capable of painting the sky in radiant hues, and so on. Meanwhile, those who failed to obtain spiritual swords dejectedly trudged away, clutching their worthless scraps of metal, pounding their chests in frustration at the myriad sword mound before departing with lingering reluctance. Some were unwilling to accept their fate and openly mocked the spirit swords, shouting, 30 years the east of the river, 30 years the west, today you scorn me, tomorrow you'll beg for me in vain. Naturally, they ended up getting beaten up by the entire swarm of swords. At this point, Chen Sun had to step in to mediate. He had to make sure they were left with at least one breath still in them, otherwise, it would be hard to explain things later. Amidst the bustling chaos, the crowd at the 10,000 Swords Mausoleum gradually thinned. The stragglers dwindled until, in the end, only Lin Fan and Chen Sun remained. But Chen Sun seemed to have no sense of time, still writing something. Senior brother. Lin Fan clenched his fists respectfully, his heart filled with anxiety. If he missed this rare sword selection opportunity, his lifelong hopes would truly be dashed. Please enlighten me, esteemed senior brother, how can I resolve my problem? Chen Sun set down his brush and gazed at him calmly before asking. Are you afraid of hardship? Afraid? Not a chance. Lin Fan raised his head, his expression resolute. As long as it makes me stronger, I can endure any hardship. Chen Sun remained silent for a while. Fine, come with me. With both curiosity and anticipation, Lin Fan followed behind the senior disciple as they ventured deeper into the Sword Mountain graveyard. Ancient swords began appearing more frequently around them, scattered haphazardly along the roadside, faintly exuding a dangerous aura of sword energy. The deeper they went, the more palpable became the oppressive sword intent that assaulted them, a terrifying pressure bearing the might of immortal swordsmen and sword saints. Yet the iron sword strapped to Chen Sun's back emitted a serene presence, forming a hollow protective dome with itself at the center. Had he not been standing beside their eldest senior brother, Lin Fan feared he would have already been crushed into a pulp. Deep within the ruins, Chen Sun unwrapped the sword from its white cloth and used it like a wooden stick, drawing symbols on the ground with it. Stabby knife. To think that a mighty demonic sword like itself would be reduced to a mere drawing stick, what a disgrace to the sword community. Little did Stabby Knife know, there would be plenty more uses for it in the future. The runes gradually expanded until they no longer needed to be drawn by hand. As Chen Sun recited the incantations, they slowly perfected themselves. Following his instructions, Lin Fan sat at the eye of the formation, holding his breath and focusing his spirit to sense the abundant spiritual energy permeating heaven and earth. High as the sky, vast as the land, flowing like water, moving like clouds, swift as thunder, decisive execution, 10,000 swords returning to their origin. As expected of the senior brother, Lin Fan had never heard of such an array formation or these incantations before. He mustered all his focus, unable to conceal his excitement and admiration. Hey, just kidding, that chant was totally made up. Chen Sun recited the perfunctory incantation while forming what seemed like a legitimate hand seal with his fingers. Without giving obvious notice, he cast a sidelong glance at the demonic sword. Xiaodao immediately understood and began radiating an aura of terrifying, formidable power. This cultivation idol was like a famous modern director shouting through a megaphone, "We're recruiting extras with generous pay," setting the entire sword-bearing crowd ablaze with excitement. In an instant, the color of heaven and earth changed as beams of light erupted from the distance, the air trembling with a whooshing sound. Dark clouds churned violently in the sky, lightning flickering through the dense fleece-like layers, crackling as if searching for its target below, ready to strike down any foolhardy challenger of the heavens. In that moment, countless swords gathered, darkened skies filled with hovering spirit blades, their edges uniformly aimed at the center of the formation, sending chills down Lin Fan's scalp. 10,000 blades formed the array, storm clouds served as banners, sand and stones flew through the air, and heavenly thunder descended. Lin Fan had an epiphany. The senior brother was summoning heavenly lightning to forcibly channel spiritual power into him, helping him break through his shackles. His heart swelled with gratitude. Clenching his fists, he gazed at Chen Sun with glistening eyes. Yet his senior brother's expression remained perfectly calm, as if this had nothing to do with him retreating unnoticed after accomplishing his deed, leaving neither fame nor trace. Overwhelmed by emotion, Lin Fan recalled how since birth he'd endured bullying from peers and suppression from elders, branded by all as worthless trash. This stranger of a senior brother actually set up such an elaborate formation for him. If he ever rises to prominence in the future, he must repay this kindness generously. Chen Sun took a sip of tea, completely unaware of what Lin Fan was imagining. No, child, you're overthinking it. I just wanted to strike you dead with lightning. Ever heard of a lightning rod? With so many metal swords gathered here, aren't you afraid of attracting heavenly lightning? That lazy-ass bracelet of yours normally hides away fine, but now when your master is about to die, if it still doesn't show up, is it waiting to feast at the funeral banquet? Chen Sun set up this entire spectacle precisely to force Lin Fan's cheat out early. First of all, he simply didn't believe the heavenly Tao would dare strike down a child of destiny. If it really strikes me dead, then, should we just start over then? Watching the increasingly dense dark clouds above, Lin Fan's face flushed with excitement as he waited for the flickering lightning to emerge from their depths. With an earth-shaking boom, the thunder roared like a stampede of 10,000 horses, like an angry river raging downstream. A mighty pillar of thunderbolt descended straight upon Lin Fan without the slightest deviation, striking him with the full force of heaven's wrath. Lin Fan's expression remained resolute as he lifted his head to meet the onslaught. Suddenly, his black bracelet erupted with a dazzling halo, a gentle radiance that held back the devastating power of the heavenly tribulation. Within that soft glow, the faint silhouette of a white-robed immortal maiden appeared, raising her hand against the celestial lightning to shield him from its fury. Amidst the thunderous roar of heaven and earth, a woman's furious rebuke rang out, ethereal as celestial music, crisp and melodious, utterly enchanting. Chen Sun, F***CKU. Chapter 11, The Way of Survival. With a graceful wave of her hand, the woman blocked the heavenly lightning, then swept her sleeve and the dark clouds above simply scattered into nothingness. Her beautiful eyes swept lightly, almond-shaped pupils glaring angrily at Chen Sun before darting to the demonic sword in his hand, appearing both wary and momentarily restrained from lashing out. Chen Sun maintained a courteous smile. Lin Fan sat dumbstruck, motionless, tendrils of black smoke rising from his head as his electrified hair stood on end like a hedgehog's spines. Though most of the lightning tribulation had been blocked, residual static had seeped through, leaving his hair charred and crisped. The woman glanced at Lin Fan with profound disdain and sighed softly. Originally, she only needed to hide for another half a month to restore her spiritual consciousness. Who knew this damn fool would insist on courting death and come here to get struck by lightning? If her soul weren't bound to this bracelet, she would have packed up and fled ages ago. She was originally a void refinement supreme expert, but after being ambushed, her spiritual consciousness suffered severe damage, leaving her no choice but to rely on the soul-nourishing jade bracelet to survive. For 10 years, she had been absorbing the wearer's spiritual energy, nearly fully restored until his meddling forced her back into dormancy. At this thought, she sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of guilt for continuously hindering the young man's advancement. So he spoke to Lin Fan. I had originally planned to recuperate for a few days before guiding you to become a ruler of your own domain. Alas, man proposes, but heaven disposes. Today my soul power is exhausted, and I must slumber once more. Yet I feel remorse for draining your spiritual energy. Enough, enough. Then I shall attach myself to this soulless scrap of iron, lending you my spirit to aid your cultivation. With those words, her entire body dissolved into shimmering starlight, settling upon the discarded iron sword. The scrap metal began gleaming with translucent radiance, the entire blade illuminating before the glow gradually faded, revealing a polished mirror-like surface. The blade manifested dark indigo hue, its edge sharper than thought possible, exuding formidable might. This sword could rival even the holy blades within the 10,000 swords mausoleum. What a sword! Lin Fan marveled, though he hadn't quite figured out what had just happened. In this moment, he felt the constraints that had long weighed upon him suddenly vanish. He promptly sat cross-legged and began cultivating, absorbing the residual spiritual energy from the heavenly thunder tribulation. After 10 years of accumulation and suppression, Lin Fan resembled parched earth suddenly blessed with sweet rain. His cultivation level began cracking upwards in rapid succession. Qi refining second layer, Qi refining third layer, Qi refining fourth layer, Qi refining fifth layer. Like riding a roller coaster, his cultivation suddenly broke through to the 8th level of Qi refining. Feeling incredibly light and agile, he let out a long exhale, ignoring his charred, lightning-struck hair. He sat up, ready to thank his senior brother. If not for his senior brother drawing down the heavenly tribulation, how else could he have obtained such an opportunity? But when he looked up, where was any trace of his senior brother? Chen Sun thought his cultivation was too slow and went back through the spatial rift by himself, leaving behind a small note before departing. Help collect the items. And so, Lin Fan was abandoned in this sword graveyard, left with nothing but desks, chairs, stools, pens, ink, paper, and inkstones. Damn it, Senior Brother Chen, you still haven't registered the name of my sword yet. By the time he returned to the sect covered in dust and grime, a group of disciples had already been waiting there for quite some time, chattering excitedly as they crowded around a notice board. Swords retrieved from the 10,000 swords graveyard must first be surrendered to the sect for quality inspection. Even scrap iron needs to have its rust polished away. You can't possibly go out for martial contests wielding a rusted blade. Our sect would lose all face. Of course, Chen Sun is an exception. No matter what weapon a cultivator grandmaster wields in battle, they'll look dashing doing it. Even if you're just fighting with a bamboo stick, they'd still praise you as a supreme cultivator capable of turning plants into weapons through divine providence. This notice board displayed the sword names each disciple had registered. The disciples gathered around, chattering excitedly as they searched for their assigned blades. Lin Fan was curious and squeezed in, scanning through the dense rows of names. The first thing that caught his eye was a glaring turtle sword written in huge characters. His lips twitched, wondering which fellow could possibly have such taste. Turning around, he saw an excessively burly junior brother, small eyes brimming with tears, wailing miserably. They registered it wrong. They got it wrong. Brother Chen has ruined me. Lin Fan shook his head and turned back to continue scanning the list, genuinely curious. Since he hadn't registered with Senior Brother Chen, he wondered what name his sword had been given. Finally, at the very last row, he found his own name, Lin Fan, and when he looked ahead, he was stupefied. Written in flamboyant gilded calligraphy were the words, "Good sword." Lin Fan's expression twitched violently. What a truly splendid blade! Who could have guessed that an offhand remark would condemn him to carry this name for life? But looking at the owner of that turtle sword bawling his eyes out beside him, he suddenly felt a sense of psychological balance. Maybe it's not so bad after all. Since we're here, we might as well make ourselves at home. The guest-keeping blade cuts to the bone with every stroke, meticulously slicing treacherous scoundrels into choice morsels. Hence its name, the Blade of Justice. With this thought, Lin Fan suddenly felt much more at ease. Leaving the jostling crowd behind, he walked toward the disciples' quarters. These 10 lost years, he would reclaim every stolen moment. Those who look down on him will eventually pay the price. Lin Fan clenched his fists with determination. There were many disciples who had feuds with him on a daily basis, too many to count on one hand. He intended to challenge each and every one of them, crushing their arrogance. Then, at a secluded corner of the side hall, he encountered Chen Sun, who had been waiting for him there all along. "Elder brother," he exclaimed in initial surprise before promptly cupping his hands in salute. Had it not been for the elder brother's guidance, how could he have achieved his present successes? He well understood the importance of showing proper respect and courtesy. "Might I inquire, for what purpose has elder brother been waiting here?" He felt somewhat puzzled. This side hall was seldom frequented. For the elder brother to come here personally, there must surely be important business at hand. Who knew Chen Sun would crack his knuckles and stretch, his entire demeanor shifting? "I shall impart upon you a path." "Might I ask, what path?" "The path of survival." As soon as the words fell, Lin Fan shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the wall of the side hall and leaving a massive crater. Cough, cough. He coughed in terror, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but his body had no strength left to stand, collapsing in the rubble. "Senior martial brother, what's the meaning of this?" Chen Sun flexed his wrist, his face devoid of any expression as he said, "Just letting you know, you'd better lay low." He chuckled as he leaned forward, appearing to Lin Fan like the living incarnation of Yama, instantly shattering the image of the gentle and refined senior brother. "Just sprouted wings and already thinking about revenge? The nail that sticks out gets hammered down, and tall trees catch much wind. I just wanted to. You jumped from Chi refining level 1 to level 8 overnight. Anyone would assume you've stumbled upon some rare treasure or miracle encounter. My apologies. I was too impatient." Lin Fan lay on the ground, realizing his senior brother spoke sense and meant well. "Today it's me, and I won't take your life. But if someday someone with ill intentions comes after your treasures and your life, a genius like you would become a literal ghost genius." Lin Fan got thoroughly beaten by his senior brother until his head was covered in lumps, but he had to admit, Chen Sun's words made damn good sense. He, Lin Fan, accepted the beating with genuine admiration. After thoroughly beating him up, Chen Sun straightened his collar, his expression calm once more. With a final remark, he turned and left. "Remember this, only those who survive are geniuses. Those who get themselves killed, your fucking talents." Lin Fan had an epiphany. To survive, one must learn to lie low. Make everyone think you're a useless weakling, then rise slowly. Wait until you're invincible before showing off and crushing your enemies. Stumbling to his feet, he rubbed his swollen eyes and watched his senior martial brother walk away, his head still throbbing with bumps. Truly worthy of being the senior brother. He clasped his fists towards the direction Chen Sun had left, his eyes reddening once more. Thus, Lin Fan decided to keep the news of obtaining the spirit sword to himself, telling others he'd merely picked up a piece of scrap metal. Chapter 12, The decade's deadline has arrived. We humbly welcome. Little did Lin Fan know, every single one of his thoughts was fully within Chen Sun's grasp. so he devoted himself to cultivation, still claiming to be a chi refining first-level good-for-nothing to the outside world. But what he didn't know was that his act of laying low directly ignited his fiancée's temper. Luo Yundai cried and made a scene, begging her father to break off the engagement. The Luo family elders had long despised that poor boy and seized this opportunity, leading a large group to march grandly into Xuanyu sect. Yet at this moment, Lin Fan remained completely unaware, quietly meditating in the cultivation chamber. Not good, not good. Xiao Yuling rushed in sobbing, interrupting his meditation, so he asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong?" The little girl had never seen anything like this before. She choked back sobs, her words coming out in a trembling, incoherent mess. "Brother Lin, your wife is breaking in." Lin Fan was dumbfounded. Since when did he have a wife? He had been single since birth for 18 years, his primal yang utterly unspent, his piss could practically be bottled and sold as virgin boy's urine. "Who dares slander my virtue? Take me to see her," he growled, gripping his sword as he stormed toward the main hall. The group arriving to sever the engagement was vast and imposing, bearing the Luo family banner, their faces unfriendly as they crowded the entire hall. The leading elder wore an arrogant expression, his golden core cultivation evident as he seated himself unceremoniously at the head of the hall. Elder Lu of the Xianyu sect sat to the side, his expression displeased, but as the host, he couldn't openly clash with his guests. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "May I ask, Elder Luo, what brings you here today?" The Luo family elder bowed respectfully and answered loudly. Brother Lu isn't aware. Back then, the Luo family patriarch was good friends with the Lin family head, so they arranged for Dyer and that Lin boy to be betrothed before they were born. Who could have known the Lin family later declined, leaving only Lin Fan as their last descendant? And that useless wretch can't even summon a proper sword, only a zombie sword for his contracted weapon. He took a sip of tea, sighed with visible frustration, and continued, "Our purpose in coming this time is to dissolve this childhood engagement." This, Elder Lu stroked his beard, appearing somewhat troubled. Regarding such personal matters, we have to consider what the child himself thinks. No matter how useless Lin Fan might be, he was still his disciple. As an elder, forcing the issue would reflect poorly on his own dignity. Lin Fan, standing outside the hall, had overheard everything and only now realized he had a betrothed he'd never met. In the past, he would have flown into a rage, stormed right into the hall to hand Luo Yunfei a letter of divorce, and bellowed something dramatic like asterisk 30 years east of the river, 30 years west, never mock the poverty of youth, asterisk. But now things are different. He had learned a lesson from his eldest senior brother. A man must learn to lay low. No women in the heart, the blade strikes with divine art. This was a precious lesson bought with blood and bruises. Taking a deep breath, Lin Fan strode confidently into the hall and bowed directly to Elder Luo. "I agree." Elder Luo was startled, eyeing this supposed good-for-nothing of the Lin family with suspicion, having expected some complications. After all, being rejected by one's fiancé, such humiliation would be unbearable for any cultivator. Who could have imagined this Lin Fan would be so shameless about it? Lin Fan raised his head, glanced at the gifts presented, then leveled his gaze at the Luo family elder and continued. "However, the condition is one foundation establishment pill. As for other valuables, I believe further discussion is necessary. As for women, could women compare in importance to strength? Can a wife be eaten like a meal?" The fat guy and Shensun suppressed their auras and sat aside to watch the show. Shensun took a sip of tea and clicked his tongue. He hadn't expected Lin Fan to respond like that either. "Who taught you that? Gotta say, a wife really can be a meal ticket." This kid probably doesn't realize that according to the original plot, his future harem would span from the immortal realm to the demon realm. Even the weakest of his wives could easily overpower the elders of the Luo family. But right now, it seems he's taken a wrong turn in development. If this continues, will it affect the world line? As if sensing Shensun's thoughts, the system emitted a crisp ding sound. Trigger temporary mission, facilitate the romantic relationship between the male and female protagonists. Mission progress 0%. Shensun almost flipped the table on the spot. His sinister smile widened as he weighed the dagger in his hand, staring at the system panel with an intensity that sent shivers down its spine. This guy has a harem of thousands, does he expect to search for them one by one? The system pouted a bit, timidly saying, "Then I'll make some changes." Ding! Trigger temporary mission, foster the romantic relationship between Lin Fan and Xiao Yuling. Mission progress, 20%. This seems reasonable enough. Shensun took a sip of tea, his expression returning to calm. What a hassle. Raising a brat means having to worry about his love life too. Meanwhile, Lin Fan successfully negotiated with Elder Luo, and the entire group soon returned to their own mountain peak. Elder Luo and Lin Fan exchanged bows. Watching load after load of cultivation resources being carried into Mystic Jade Peak, Elder Luo suddenly had the absurd notion that he'd sold Luo Yundai for an exorbitant sum. He cleared his throat and studied Lin Fan. The youth still showed not even a ripple of spiritual energy. What a shame. Had Lin Fan not been a worthless chi refining first-stage cultivator, he might actually have shown some talent for commerce. With the Luo family's departure, this humble mystic Jade Peak returned to its usual tranquility. The disciples continued to cultivate diligently while still admiring their eldest senior brother's natural talent. Strangely enough, ever since the Luo family came to break off the engagement, that little good-for-nothing Lin Fan seemed to have suddenly become determined to improve himself, and his cultivation gradually began to advance. Upon reaching the foundation establishment stage, he solemnly bid farewell to his eldest senior brother and junior sister Xiao Yuling, setting off down the mountain to seek his fortune through training and experience. On the day of his departure, Xiao Yuling wept as if pear blossoms were bathed in rain, her wailing shaking heaven and earth, her gaping mouth unable to stop the flood of tears. When parting now, upon his return, Lin Fan would become this small sect's foremost powerhouse. Days passed as slowly as ever. Chen Sun remained idle as usual, occasionally sharing a drink or two with Fatty, sometimes getting inspired to make a breakthrough in his cultivation when the mood struck him. One could only say it lived up to his reputation as the genius senior brother. Leveling up in cultivation was as easy as eating or drinking for him. Within the mountains, time held no meaning. A decade passed in the blink of an eye. 10 years later, Xiao Yuling had blossomed into a graceful young maiden, her every smile and frown carrying a hint of mature charm, while Lin Fan had embarked on the journey back to his sect. The sect master now walked with a cane, yet the eldest senior brother appeared as youthful as ever, seemingly untouched by the passage of time. The disciples could only marvel in admiration, thinking truly a mighty cultivator, possessing the power of eternal youth. Returning from his journey, Lin Fan stood before the grand gates of the Xian Jade sect, his heart brimming with ambition and confidence as he knocked. The disciple who opened the door found the man somewhat familiar. After staring for a long while, he finally recognized him as that once good-for-nothing young man and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Lin Fan is back, he stumbled and rushed into the hall. What's all the commotion? Master Lu, stroking his silver-white beard and leaning on his cane, stepped out from the inner hall. When he saw Lin Fan, he too was greatly astonished. Lin Fan had actually reached the peak of the golden core stage. When he left back then, even his master and senior brother were only at the early golden core stage. The path of cultivation becomes increasingly difficult the higher one progresses, hence, even after a full decade, Master Lu remains at the same level. What kind of miraculous encounter did this brat stumble upon? Xiao Yuling rushed out to greet them next, still as lively as a young girl. Senior brother Lin is back. Lin Fan secretly felt pleased with himself. Like a child seeking praise, he casually asked, where might the first senior brother be? After all, everyone has that little bit of competitive spirit. He used to be so much weaker than the first senior brother that he had always regarded Chen Sun as his benchmark. Now that he has achieved success, his horizons have naturally broadened. Looking back, he wants to see the person he once considered unreachable, reminiscing about his youth. Of course, it would also be a joyful thing to extend help to those who once cared for him, now that he holds a higher position. Elder martial brother. Xiao Yuling hesitated, causing Lin Fan to frown. Was something amiss? Elder martial brother has already reached the nascent soul stage. Lin Fan's suspended heart finally exploded. Damn it, he forgot, the eldest martial brother was also a genius. Chapter 13, Women Only Slow Down My Sword Drawing. Main quest, secretly assist the chosen one, Lin Fan, in his cultivation until he achieves immortality. Completion, 50%. Hidden quest, become the final boss of the world and deliver the ultimate experience package to the protagonist. Completion, 72%. Side quest, help Chi Biching survive until the world line's end. Completion, 50%. Chen Sun lounged on the ancient pine tree by the side hall's entrance, swinging a wine cup lazily. The sword wrapped in white cloth leaned against the pine's trunk, casting a drowsy shadow under the setting sun. He was quite satisfied with this mission progress. But yet, temporary mission, facilitate the romantic connection between Lin Fan and Xiao Yuling. Completion, 20%. Staring at the stubbornly static progress bar, he massaged his temples with a headache. They say red beans symbolize lovesickness. Lin Fan has been gone for 10 years now. By all logic, the affection meter should have budged at least a little. Yet it remained frozen, utterly immovable. Senior brother, so this is where you've been. At the courtyard gate, Xiao Yuling's clear voice rang out like a silver bell, exceptionally pleasant to the ear. After 10 years of refinement, Linger had blossomed into a young woman, her lively eyes sparkling with charm and innocence. She bounded cheerfully into the courtyard, still as spirited as she was in her childhood. Lin Fan followed behind her, appearing much more composed now, and clasped his hands respectfully toward the senior brother. Senior brother, I've returned. The years of hardship had weathered him, no longer the rash young man he once was. His complexion darkened considerably, the angles of his cheekbones now sharply defined. The tanned young man stood beside Linger, looking like a coal factory boss next to a delicate socialite. Chen Sun suddenly felt an absurd sensation, as if he were forcing his own pig to go root up someone else's cabbage. He continued drinking his wine, smiling as he nodded to them in acknowledgement. Lin Fan released his divine sense, detecting the profound cultivation of the senior brother. True to what Linger had said, he had already reached the early-stage nascent soul realm, and Lin Fan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A decade had passed since then, and though everything else had changed, the senior brother remained the same as before, his appearance and temperament unaltered. It was as if he had transcended the river of time, defied the laws of the world, and remained untouched by the constraints of conventional order. Suppressing his emotions, Lin Fan bowed solemnly to take his leave of the senior brother, resolving to continue his secluded cultivation in seclusion. He resolved in his heart that he must surpass his eldest senior brother. Without even glancing at Xiao Yuling beside him, he returned to the training room. Witnessing this, Linger couldn't help but feel somewhat disheartened. She had waited for Lin Fan for 10 years, who could have guessed that as soon as he returned, he would immerse himself entirely in cultivation, showing no interest in matters of love? Her heart grew cold, and she discreetly wiped away the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Watching Lin Fan slam the door as he left, she finally steeled her resolve. Since young Master Lin has no affection for her, then she shouldn't harbor feelings for him either. Temporary mission, male and female leads emotional development, progress, 16%. Chen Sun, who had been watching the scene play out from the sidelines, picked up his wine cup and took a sip, puckering his lips from the strong burn. The mission progress can decrease too? Alright then, you'd rather have the realm than the beauty, is that it? Boy, you didn't cultivate some emotionless path, did you? After all, Xian Jade sect was a minor sect with limited cultivation resources. Fortunately, Lin Fan had once inherited teachings from a mighty cultivator in the wild mountains and forests, leaving him with abundant reserves of rare treasures. After staying here for some time, Lin Fan decided to enter seclusion to attempt breaking through to the nascent soul stage. A month later, dark clouds blotted out the sun as bolts of heavenly tribulation lightning rained down upon the central square of profound Jade sect. The disciples, having been forewarned, had already evacuated and now gathered together in noisy discussion. Who's undergoing the tribulation? They say it's senior brother Lin Fan. Ah, you mean that senior brother Lin who was once hopeless but later soared to fame? These lower-tier disciples gasped in awe or watched with envy, all setting Lin Fan as their role model to strive towards. Who doesn't harbor that dream of a surpassing genius through 99% effort? As the final heavenly thunder struck, an overwhelmingly powerful nascent soul cultivator's aura erupted across the square. Lin Fan had already become a nascent soul powerhouse. He swaggered out of the square, thinking to himself that eldest martial brother must surely be watching him, and felt a surge of intense satisfaction. So with that little scheme in mind, he headed toward the side hall where the senior brother was. Senior brother, now that I, Lin Fan, have reached the nascent soul stage, I am in no way inferior to you. Once you passed down a teaching to me which benefited me greatly, today I shall impart one unto you, the way of the true man. The way of the true man bends but never breaks. Bending, one survives obscurely in the wilds, hidden among the masses for life. Stretching forth, one becomes the rock spreading its wings, soaring on the wind, striking down foes and humiliating pretenders. Chen Sun was playing chess with his overweight friend, completely unaware of this affair. There's far too little entertainment to be found in the cultivation world. Every day is just drinking tea, practicing swordsmanship, and playing chess. How dreadfully dull life becomes without electronics or games. Then, he heard movement outside the house. Raising his gaze, he saw Lin Fan stride in with his hands behind his back and head held high, his face blatantly screaming, "I'm awesome, praise me now." Chen Sun. Seeing that his senior brother remained silent, Lin Fan abruptly lifted his eyes and unleashed his formidable spiritual sense only to freeze completely on the spot. The eldest senior brother had unknowingly reached the peak of nascent soul stage. Sorry for interrupting. Lin Fan's lips twitched as he stood awkwardly at the entrance of the grand hall, unsure whether to enter or retreat. Is there something you need? Chen Sun took a sip of tea and inquired calmly. Nothing's wrong. He bowed awkwardly and scurried away. Lin Fan clenched his fists in secret determination. He would redouble his efforts to surpass the senior disciple. Day after day, time flew by. A year later, Lin Fan reached the peak of nascent soul. Then Chen Sun broke through to the divine transformation realm. 2 years later, Lin Fan broke through to the soul transformation stage. Then Chen Sun reached the mid-stage of divine transformation. 3 years later, Lin Fan finally reached the middle stage of divine transformation. Chen Sun has already reached the peak of divine transformation and is preparing to ascend to immortality. Ha, just cultivating for fun. Does it make you mad? Lin Fan was practically going insane. Once he immersed himself in cultivation, he had even less time to spend with Xiao Yuling. The young girl could only pester their eldest senior brother daily, asking him to bring back little novelty trinkets whenever he returned from the market. Chen Sun watched helplessly as the mission progress bar plummeted, dropping from the original 16% favorability all the way down to 8%. It suddenly struck him, if he didn't do something soon, this supposedly legendary protagonist of a harem fantasy might just end up a lifelong bachelor. so he began dropping subtle hints to Lin Fan, reminding him that their youngest junior sister's birthday was approaching. Shouldn't they prepare some sort of gift? Lin Fan was taken aback by the remark, only then realizing he hadn't sent a birthday gift to his childhood sweetheart in decades. Lin Fan, this emotionally oblivious man, stood before a shop at the foot of the mountain selling all sorts of novelties, racking his brain. Staring at the vibrant sachets, bracelets, and pendants, his eyes grew dizzy from the kaleidoscope of colors. Utterly bewildered about what a woman in her 20s might fancy, he ultimately had no choice but to turn to his all-knowing senior brother for help. Chen Sun was also conflicted. He didn't even have a girlfriend himself. Asking him for advice was no better than consulting Chi Bicheng, who flirted with girls online every day. So without changing his expression, he silently sent a distress signal via telepathy and dumped the task on Fatty. Chi Bicheng grinned and sent a telepathic reply to Chen Sun, saying, "Hey brother Chen, you just don't get it, do you? A girl who truly likes you won't care about what you give her, she cares about the thought you put into choosing the gift." Got it. Just pick anything. Chen Sun expressionlessly pointed at a rabbit figurine without hesitation. Lin Fan, treating it like an imperial decree, immediately had the shopkeeper wrap it up. Everything from the eldest disciple is top-notch. When Xiao Yuling received this gift, she felt a warmth in her heart, her cheeks flushing a charming rosy hue like peach blossoms. Brother Lin Fan actually remembered her zodiac sign was the rabbit. Seeing Linger so delighted, Lin Fan grinned sheepishly, scratching the back of his head while inwardly marveling at the senior brother's perceptiveness. Thus, the straightforward young man blushed modestly and said, "The senior brother picked it out. Isn't it lovely?" Hearing this, Xiao Yuling's face suddenly flushed red. Eldest senior brother was so thoughtful. And so, right at home, Chen Sun watched as the mission progress surged from 8% all the way up to 60% in rapid bursts. But before he could even pop the champagne, Xiao Yuling's favorability dropped again, finally settling at 30%, just like riding a roller coaster. Chen Sun was puzzled. What kind of outrageous stunt had that kid Lin Fan pulled this time? Chapter 14, Words that undermine unity should not be spoken. Spring rains lingered endlessly as peach blossoms swelled in their buds. The maiden was slender and graceful, radiant like the peach flowers in their dazzling bloom. The next day, Xiao Yuling found Chen Sun. With a bashful bow of her head, she asked, "Senior brother, might you have a moment to spare?" "What's the matter?" Chen Sun sat on the stone bench in the courtyard and took a sip of tea. Her face flushed red as she shyly gazed at the peach blossom petals on the ground, her heart pounding wildly. "If I like someone, but that person doesn't know, what should I do?" Chen Sun thought to himself, likely because Lin Fan was too oblivious to notice Linger's feelings for him, forcing his junior sister to seek his advice on confession methods. So he sighed, why were they all coming to him one after another? Did Chen Sun look like someone who'd ever been in love? But to complete the mission, he still maintained a calm expression and pondered for a long time. No results came of it. In the end, he could only send Fatty a 1,000-mile whisper. Hearing the question, Chi Bicheng sensed something amiss but kept it to himself, replying, "Just say it if you like someone. What's there to hesitate about?" So Chen Sun repeated expressionlessly, "If junior sister likes someone, she should just tell him directly." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yuling's heart leapt with joy as her face suddenly flushed red. So, did senior brother agree? Then, senior brother. Host, why do I get the feeling sigma, degree winky face, it seems like she's confessing to you. Only after the system's reminder did Chen Sun realize something was amiss. After freezing momentarily, he suddenly came to his senses. Ha? With whom? But it was already too late. Xiao Yuling, her face flushed and head bowed, was about to utter those devastating words. Big senior brother, I Li. Before the word like could fully escape her lips, Chen Sun swiftly silenced Xiao Yuling with a mute spell. Half-formed words caught in her throat as she froze mid-sentence. Don't say things that undermine unity. His expression deadly serious, he maintained the hand seal with white-knuckle intensity, as if defending both their lives and a certain maidenly virtue. You might gamble with medicine, but never with careless words. This is a harem power fantasy novel, sister. If you really cuckold the male protagonist, the whole world would be destroyed. If this news gets back to the system master's space, the world's scriptwriters would come at him with kitchen knives. Xiao Yuling had her mouth covered, her face full of grievance. Her large eyes brimmed with tears, their rims red, an utterly pitiful sight. But was Chen Sun the type to spare tenderness for beauty? No. Xiao Yuling saw that Chen Sun remained unmoved. Wiping away her tears, she ran off without looking back, choking on sobs that wouldn't come out. Chen Sun showed no expression as he slowly took a sip of tea, clicking his tongue with lingering fear, as if he had just survived a life-or-death struggle. The next day, when Lin Fan came to seek swordplay advice from Chen Sun, he overheard two disciples sweeping the courtyard chatting idly. Did you hear? For some unknown reason, little Marshall's sister has gone to Tianhong Mountain to become a nun. Ah, seriously? Yeah, I heard she was crying and making a scene about leaving yesterday, saying something about how mysterious Jade Peak is full of emotionally dense men and she couldn't stand it anymore. She almost made this sect master ascend to heaven ahead of schedule from rage. Lin Fan? Chen Sun. Lin Fan stood frozen in shock, turning to look at his ever-capable senior brother, hoping for a proper explanation to ease the impact of the whole incident on him. Chen Sun held his wineglass, gazing at him thoughtfully for a moment. If I said this had nothing to do with me, would you believe me? The matter stirred up quite a storm, though it quickly died down. Like a spring thunderstorm, swift in coming, swift in passing. Because something even more important is about to happen. The Sword Inquiry Grand Assembly. All sword cultivators in the cultivation world will gather together in 3 months for a grand exchange and competition. For 10 years I've tempered my sword, yet never tested its frosty blade. Whether it's minor cultivators at the chi refinement stage or formidable experts at the divine transformation stage, they're all rubbing their hands in anticipation, eager to join the fray. It is said that a true immortal will grace the event, and there isn't a soul under heaven who wouldn't want to witness an immortal's demeanor. Just catching a glimpse of one move or stance would be an immense fortune. The event is held in Luo City of the Central Continent, a bustling metropolis. Sword cultivators from across the Divine Land are pouring into this prosperous capital. Merchants from all regions flood into Luo City like the tide, attempting to squeeze money from these penniless sword cultivators. Of course, beneath the surface glamour, hidden currents surge within the sword-testing Grand Assembly. The original novel's script described how demon spies seized the opportunity to infiltrate Luochang, attempting to create chaos and undermine human morale during this unprecedented grand event. According to the original plot, Chen Sun's character, the senior martial brother, would suffer chi deviation during this very event, resulting in the complete loss of all his cultivation. Meanwhile, Chi Biching, this minor cannon fodder character, would become a stepping stone for Lin Fan's rise to prominence. Severely injured during the competition, he would eventually withdraw in obscurity, dying in some unknown corner. Perhaps he succumbed to his grave injuries, perhaps he inadvertently offended some faction, or perhaps he accidentally witnessed the demon spy's activities and was silenced. No one cared, just a minor character. This grand assembly was every sect's opportunity to showcase their strength. As the pinnacle warrior of the Xuanyu sect, Lin Fan led his junior disciples in bidding farewell to Elder Lu, then rode his flying sword to arrive first at the gates of Luochang. As for Chen Sun, he leisurely set off on his donkey at a comfortable pace. He used the ground-shrinking escape talisman, traversing 1,000 miles a day, almost as fast as a flying sword, but was expected to arrive 1 day late. It's not that I can't ride a sword, it's just that flying on daggers would unleash an overwhelming aura, making it easy for others to recognize me. It's like you've plastered a big sign on your face saying, "I'm the demon sword, come and slash me." Thus, none of the disciples of Xuanyu sect had ever witnessed their eldest senior brother fly by sword, merely assuming he had some peculiar preference. In short, the fat guy and Lin Fan arrived in Luo City first. Cultivators bustled about noisily, with stalls lining the streets selling weapons and spiritual treasures. For a moment, the sounds of hawking, bargaining, and horse hooves blended together into a chaotic cacophony. As everyone knows, sword cultivators are the poorest bunch in the cultivation world, and gatherings of sword cultivators are essentially banquets for the destitute. Despite the heavy foot traffic, thanks to the sword cultivators' desperate haggling, prices here hadn't risen much. Leading the Xuanyu sect disciples, Lin Fan arrived at an inn. The bustling attendant, delighted at the sight of such a large crowd, hurried out to greet them with a beaming smile. "Guest, will you be dining or staying the night?" "Staying. 6 best rooms." Dining simply meant having a meal here. With 10 people in total, Lin Fan and his disciples, they'd have 2 people share a room, plus an extra room for the senior disciple, totaling 6 taels of silver. Though the Xian Jade sect was a small sect, when traveling, one needed to maintain some dignity. This little expense was still within their means. Just as the innkeeper was gleefully counting his silver taels, an arrogant woman's voice shouted from outside the door, "All the rooms here are booked by our Luo family, clear them out." The guests staying at the inn grew indignant, erupting into noisy complaints. "What gives them the right? How absurd, it's not like they own the place." "Shoo, that's the Luo family. If you don't want trouble, you'd better shut up now." "Ha, the Luo family who had true immortals in their ancestry? Which other Luo family could it be?" Rumor has it their golden core cultivators can only work as attendants, while nascent soul masters number more than both hands can count. Lin Fan frowned, puzzled by such domineering reputation. The surname Luo seemed oddly coincidental, so he turned back for another glance. A woman in white robes appeared, her skin pale as snow, cold and unapproachable, her thin garments draped to the floor, radiating an aura of sharp, commanding presence. The woman was staring at Lin Fan provocatively, with a look of disdain as if deliberately picking a fight. Chapter 15, Kidnapping the Fat Guy. Is she that Luo family's eldest daughter, Luo Yundai? What a pity for such a beauty, cursed with such a tempestuous temperament. As soon as the guest's words fell, a cold blade light swept toward him, grazing his scalp and severing a few strands of hair. The guest was shaved bald, his scalp reflecting light like a light bulb. Sweating profusely, he shrank his neck like a quail, not daring to move a muscle. The wooden wall behind him had already been cleaved through, a sliver of sunlight leaking in from the sword's mark. Luo Yundai sheathed her sword, her cool eyes not even deigning to glance in that person's direction. Top peak of transformation god cultivation? Lin Fan's eyes darkened as he gauged her strength. Luo Yundai snorted coldly, looking at Lin Fan with undisguised disdain while the waiter nearby wiped his sweat awkwardly. He hesitated before finally handing the silver back to Lin Fan. Esteemed guest, perhaps you'd better leave. It wasn't that he didn't want to keep guests, but the Luo family had formidable influence. If a fight truly broke out in this shop, damaging some tables and utensils would be a minor issue. Offending the Luo family would be a deadly serious matter. Lin Fan glanced at Luo Yundai and saw nothing but smugness and provocation written all over her delicate, pretty face. He turned to look at his junior martial brothers and sisters. The faces of these youngsters were filled with indignation and unwillingness, everyone gripping their swords, just waiting for senior brother Lin to give the order so they could gang up on that girl. In the past, he would have charged forward at the slightest provocation, drawn his sword, and taught this little brat a lesson in manners. But now things were different. Lin Fan had to consider the safety of his junior disciples behind him, as well as adhere to the order required by the sword trial tournament. Causing trouble in Luo City was like dancing right outside someone's doorstep. Find an excuse and they'd have you dealt with. Then you'd be like fish on a chopping block, to slaughter or slice entirely at their whim. He sighed, shook his head, sheathed his sword, and said to his junior disciples, "Let's go. We'll find another place." With that, Lin Fan walked toward the door, brushing past Luo Yunhu's shoulder without so much as a backward glance as he left. Leaving Luo Yundai standing there dumbfounded, she stomped her foot in anger and shouted at Lin Fan's retreating back. "Fine then, Lin Fan, you truly are a coward. When the sword trial assembly begins, you'd better not fall into my hands." Luo Yundai was a proud person by nature. Initially, she thought she had scored big by canceling her engagement with a good-for-nothing. But in the blink of an eye, the Lin family's trash had soared to such heights that his cultivation level now rivaled her own. Naturally, this left her feeling deeply frustrated. Lin Fan paid no attention to any of this. Having contemplated the way of survival too deeply, he had grown cautious in everything he did, weighing every action carefully before proceeding. After settling into the new inn, the disciples of the Mystic Jade sect began chattering away, each venting their indignation and discontent. "That Luo family woman is absolutely outrageous. Does she think our Xuanyu sect has no one left just because she relies on her family? Yeah, if Big Brother were here, would she dare act so recklessly?" And so, these young people found themselves missing Chen Sun dearly. "I wonder when senior brother will arrive." A female disciple rested her chin in her hand and mumbled gloomily. Just then, Shi Bicheng, who had been trailing at the end of the group, suddenly slapped his forehead and cried out in alarm. "Oh no!" The others looked over in bewilderment, unsure of the cause, only to see the plump young man pacing anxiously around the room, letting out the occasional long sigh. "Big Brother is..." Shi Bicheng stomped his foot and slapped his forehead, saying, "He's hopeless with directions." Upon hearing this, all the disciples froze in stunned silence, their innocent minds utterly devastated by this thunderbolt revelation. The senior apprentice brother's lack of sense of direction was legendary throughout the sect. Even when heading to the alchemy room, he could somehow wander miles off course to the herbal garden in the back mountains. And just his luck, he happened to stumble upon two junior disciples conducting business there, incidentally earning himself the honorable title of Chief of Xianyu Sect's Vice Squad. Recalling this incident sent shivers down the spines of all the disciples. Team leader Lin Fan immediately felt a headache coming on and decided not to dwell on this matter. The most important thing now was properly preparing for the upcoming Sword Inquiry Conference. "I hope the eldest brother can make it in time." This inn was located far from the city center, with only a scattering of guests. In a corner where no one was watching, two figures in black pressed down the brims of their hats, whispering secrets to each other. If one carefully probed with spiritual sense, they would notice an eerie black aura swirling around them, precisely the demonic energy that would make any cultivator pale with fear. The plan has changed. The target of this operation hasn't arrived here yet. Another hooded figure spoke in a husky, restrained voice, "No interference. Proceed as planned. Have you chosen the right candidate yet? I think that chubby kid would do single occupancy, timid behavior, probably an ideal choice. Good. Don't alert the enemy." As if enclosed by a mysterious aura, the two figures became strangely invisible to the surrounding guests, who subconsciously overlooked their furtive presence. A gust of wind swept by, and the two shadowy figures instantly vanished into the corner as if they had never been there. Night had already fallen. The chubby man was packing his belongings, having just checked into the guest room and now panting heavily, his face glistening with sweat. He plopped down onto the bed, his body sinking into the blankets like a deflating ball, leaving a massive sweat stain on the pristine white sheets. Sigh, what a miserable fate. Having spent nearly 30 years in this small world, Chi Bicheng hadn't once touched a phone. He missed a certain young lady from a livestream especially dearly. One could say he'd fallen lovesick to the point of illness. Just then, he felt a sudden chill run down his spine and warily turned to look out the window. Who's there? The ornate wooden window reflected only the inky black shadows of tree branches outside, with no trace of human figures to be seen. Chi Bicheng withdrew his spiritual senses in puzzlement, scratched his head, and muttered to himself, how odd. At that moment, a coquettish giggle floated in through the window, seductive, dripping with sweetness, unbearably alluring. The fat guy's eyes widened as he swallowed hard. Carefully gripping the sword, he slowly leaned out through the window. Outside the window, a stunning figure appeared, her curves alluring and graceful, beckoning Chi Bicheng with a playful crook of her finger. Come play with me, big brother. Chi Bicheng instantly felt all the blood rushing to his head. Dizziness blurred his vision as a torrent of nose blood gushed forth. He sensed something was terribly wrong and was just about to shout help, when a fragrant breeze swept over him. His head immediately grew dizzy, and moments later, his vision faded to white as he collapsed into unconsciousness. A dark figure drifted in through the window, a woman wreathed in demonic energy, her head adorned with a horn distinctive to demon kind, her features unnaturally alluring. She planted one foot on the round belly of the fat man, her face filled with undisguised disgust. Humph, man. But for the sake of the mission, she dared not slack off, crouching down to pull the fat man's clothes and dragging him out. Then she realized, she simply couldn't carry it. Damn it, how much does this fat guy really weigh? The woman mustered every ounce of her strength, still cursing under her breath as she left. Chapter 16, The Scoundrel Cultivators Convention. The sword testing assembly proceeded as scheduled, filling Luo City with roaring crowds as wandering cultivators from all corners came to register. The Chi Refining Realms arena matches commenced first, drawing crowds of idle cultivators and the spectator stands who cheered enthusiastically for these young lads. Left hook, right hook, go for it, attack his lower body. The spectators on the sidelines kept roaring encouragement. The young lads on stage were pulling out all the stops, getting carried away until they simply tossed aside their cumbersome swords and went at each other barefisted. One particularly reckless youth attempted a black tiger plucks the heart move, only for his opponent to leap up, resulting in him yanking on the other's belt instead. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the young monk had his pants torn off, feeling a sudden chill below the waist, leaving him stunned. Female spectators screamed from below, while male onlookers gasped, holy shit, unanimously praising the sly cunning of that little rascal. For violating the rule against obscenity, both were hauled off the premises. Before being dragged away, the pantsless youth gnashed his teeth in fury, wishing he could devour his opponent whole, shouting, Song XX, you coward, don't you dare run, just wait till I get down there, I'll rip off your underrobe and let everyone see if it's red or pink. Though it was just a bunch of amateurs pecking at each other, with none capable of unleashing sword energy, watching them tug hair and tear clothes like two men brawling in a marketplace had its own peculiar charm. The stands buzzed with noise, some hawked miracle pills at the top of their lungs, seizing the moment to advertise, while low-ranked cultivators made bets on which kid would last till the end. On the higher VIP platforms, the seats reserved for the esteemed grandmasters of the cultivation world were nearly all empty, as if everyone knew lower-tier matches weren't worth watching. Hilarious. They didn't even need any demonic troublemakers, the disgraceful mess of the first day alone was enough to make headlines. Lin Fan and the disciples of Xianyu sect anxiously watched the matches while awaiting news of their senior brother. Since they had no scheduled matches on the first day, they dispatched several members to wait by the city gate in order to receive Chin Sun. The stout disciple had gone missing for half a day the previous day and returned inexplicably today, looking utterly exhausted with heavy dark circles under his eyes. One disciple teased, Senior brother Chi must have been out carousing, did some female ghost drain your vital energy? The chubby lad gave him a deep stare, not daring to make a sound. The Chi refining stage competition lasted an entire day before finally concluding. The victorious young man was all smiles. It turned out to be none other than Song XX, the one who'd used the Black Tiger Steel's heart technique. Beaming with pride, he bowed to the audience while clutching his medal. Thank you all for your support. Thank you, I love you all. Moa. The awarding elder maintained an expressionless face, mechanically uttering a few words of encouragement just for appearances. Yet inwardly, he was contemplating whether the Chi refining stage should be eliminated from future tournaments. The reason was none other than how utterly embarrassing this thing was. In the following days, the Golden Core and Nascent Soul stage matches proceeded as usual, attracting massive crowds. The spectators were far more composed compared to the first day, and the use of sword techniques and cultivation methods had also returned to normal. Lin Fan noticed that the fighters sent by the Luo family were deliberately targeting disciples of the Xianyu sect, some even intentionally injuring their limbs to prevent them from continuing in the competition. The morale of the Xianyu sect disciples hit rock bottom. Filled with righteous indignation but powerless to act, they could only pin their hopes on Lin Fan drawing the Luo family's young mistress in the lottery and giving her a proper beating. On the final day of the Nascent Soul Cultivators Grand Competition, the event reached an unprecedented climax. The arena was packed with a bustling crowd, all eagerly awaiting the legendary moves of the cultivation world's big shots. Yet, every one of these big shots who had achieved nascent soul cultivation had utterly eccentric styles. "Brother Zhuge, please go first," one grandmaster said with a smile, casually holding his sword behind his back with supreme confidence. "No, Brother Shangguan, you should take the lead," another grandmaster declined the advantage, adopting a deferential posture as he cupped his hands in salute. "No, after you. No. No. Their back-and-forth politeness lasted a full hour until the audience lost all interest, yawning listlessly. By the time the referee called time, these two cultivation world luminaries still hadn't made a move, forcing the match to be declared a draw. "Brother Zhuge, I concede to your superior skills." "My pleasure. Let's go have a drink." Both men smiled wistfully, dismissing the matter easily as they soared away on their flying swords. The audience sat in stunned silence until someone nervously broke the tension with forced admiration, truly befitting of cultivation masters resolving conflicts through martial arts. Scattered applause reluctantly rose from the crowd. In the next match, Lin Fan happened to draw the chubby guy's name, and the two exchanged a knowing glance without a word. The audience perked up with renewed anticipation, their eyes filled with expectation. After all, not everyone could be acting all along. True to expectations, the moment the referee announced the start, the two instantly sprang into action. With a thunderous shout of "Sword, watch out!" Lin Fan unleashed an invisible blade of sword energy. "This strike shall be named Good Sword Intent." Not to be outdone, the fat guy widened his eyes in fury and bellowed, "Behold my Turtle Sword Intent." Audience, could you two at least maintain some semblance of immortal cultivator dignity? Your lofty personas have shattered spectacularly. Or perhaps, the worse the name, the stronger the sword intent? Two sword auras collided, instantly stirring up a fierce gale on the platform, shrouding everything in swirling dust. Within this smoky haze, the two figures darted back and forth, locked in combat for what seemed an eternity. Everyone waited patiently for the smoke to dissipate, only to see a white, ball-shaped figure come flying down from the stage. The chubby guy clutched his chest and let out an exaggerated "ah," before crashing to the ground like a cannonball with his eyes tightly shut, raising a thick cloud of dust. "Senior Brother Lin, what impeccable swordsmanship!" He quickly sat up, gave a thumbs up, and then promptly collapsed again. Not a single wound could be seen on his body. Audience, what a farce! They're all actors, I demand a refund. The referee awkwardly cleared his throat and finally declared Lin Fan the winner. Lin Fan helped the overweight student back to the restroom. Despite winning the match, he showed no sign of joy, his face still filled with worry. He turned and asked another disciple, "Have you found the senior brother yet?" "Not yet." He had already registered all Xianyu sect disciples in advance. If anyone failed to show up when called, they would be considered as forfeiting. What should we do now? If we miss today, our eldest senior brother might not even make it past the preliminary rounds. Just when Lin Fan was anxiously pacing like an ant on a hot pan, as feared, the referee announced the next match through the sound amplification charm. Next match, Chen Sun vs. Luo Yundai. A snow-white figure soared onto the platform, lowering the surrounding temperature by several degrees as if by her mere presence, causing the spectators to shudder involuntarily. Her crimson lips parted slightly as she raised her voice and let out a cold snort while passing by Lin Fan. "Chen Sun is from your Xianyu sect, isn't he? I'll make sure to give him special attention." The disciples of Xianyu sect glared angrily, but hindered by Lin Fan's intervention, they could only watch helplessly as she haughtily stepped onto the arena. For a long while, no one from the Xianyu sect stepped forward, stirring whispers among the watching crowd. Who is Chen Sun? Why hasn't he shown up? He's supposedly the senior disciple of the profound Jade sect, with cultivation at the peak of spirit transformation realm. That's still pretty impressive. The profound Jade sect had only sent 3 spirit transformation disciples. Seeing their opponent absent, the Luo family disciples immediately began mocking them. Still calling yourself senior apprentice? Probably faked your cultivation level and now don't dare show your face. Haha, this pathetic little sect offended our Luo family's young mistress and still thinks they can escape? Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, the presiding elder on the VIP platform shouted silence, instantly cooling the atmosphere. At that moment, everyone finally noticed a faint ding-ling sound. So everyone held their breath, carefully discerning the source of the chime. Only the disciples of the mysterious Jade sect wore expressions of joy, exchanging reassuring glances with one another. The eldest senior brother had arrived. The sound grew louder and clearer, striking each person's heart as if infused with spiritual energy, making their very organs tremble in resonance. A youth clothed in red came through the arena gates, riding a donkey adorned with bells, his sleeves fluttering as he ambled along with leisurely ease. It seemed as though the whole world existed solely for him to traverse between heaven and earth, utterly content. The crowd held their breath, every eye in the venue fixed upon that youth, and for a moment, not a whisper of discussion could be heard. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the platform's edge, dismounted with a flip, and clasped his hands in salute to the presiding elder. "Excuse me, may I ask for directions? How do I get to the Sword Inquiry Assembly?" Chapter 17, Such Good Fortune Exists? Realizing he'd finally arrived at the right place, Shinsun let out a long sigh of relief. Finding the Xuanyu sect's spectator seating, he tossed his bundle to the disciples. Then he stepped onto the competition platform, signaling to the referee that they could begin. The referee examined Shinsun and noticed he wasn't carrying a sword, hesitating momentarily. However, at Shinsun's insistence, he eventually nodded in agreement. Though both were at the pinnacle of the divine transformation realm, their demeanors were as different as clouds and mud. One was sharp and indomitable, exuding a frigid killing intent that seemed capable of darkening the heavens and earth just by standing there, chilling even the air into stagnation. The other was composed and unaffected, his demeanor brimming with warmth and gentleness, appearing no different from an ordinary person. Seeing Shinsun without his sword, Luo Yundai's face was filled with disdain. After all, she was a genius bred by the Luo family with immense resources, armed with countless high-grade magical talismans. Moreover, blessed with the innate supreme ice soul bloodline, she was practically invincible below the true immortal realm in battles of the same level. "How can you fight me without a sword?" She slightly raised her chin, looking at him with confusion. Shinsun lowered his head and smiled faintly, calmly saying, "No need. The sword is in my heart." An uproar erupted from the crowd below as the swordsman marveled at his supreme swordsmanship, astonished by such a profound level of comprehension. So this is the way. At the peak of swordsmanship, all things in existence can become a sword. Hearing these words, the crowd fell into thoughtful silence before nodding in agreement, each beginning their own enlightenment. Truth be told, Shinsun wasn't overthinking things, he was simply afraid that if he drew his demonic sword, or even a small knife, he might accidentally kill the girl and consequently find himself surrounded by top-tier cultivators. Luo Yundai let out a disdainful cold snort, then sheathed her sword and said arrogantly, "You make the first move." Shinsun remained silent for a moment, his pitch-black eyes blinking. "There's such a good deal?" In almost an instant, Shinsun's figure vanished from his spot, raising a cloud of dust that blotted out the sky across the entire stage. Luo Yundai's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints as she quickly reacted, swiftly retreating backward. But it was still a step too slow. The next second, Shinsun's pitch-black eyes met hers, calm yet tinged with madness, dragging her into the quagmire of terror. Luo Yundai felt as if death itself had seized her by the throat. She staggered back a full 10 feet in horror, yet that spectre-like figure clung to her like a shadow. With a single palm strike, Shinsun seized Luo Yundai's head mid-panic, her eyes wide with terror, and smashed it mercilessly against the ground. No escape, no resistance possible. With a boom like thunderclap, cracks instantly spread across the ground, leaving behind a massive crater at the impact site. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound. You could have heard a pin drop in the silence that followed. As the dust slowly settled, two figures came into view. Luo Yundai's eyes had rolled back, unconscious. Her once neat raven hair was disheveled, her clothes in disarray, all traces of her former arrogance utterly gone. After all, she was a peerless beauty, yet Shinsun showed not the slightest trace of pity. Dusting himself off, he cupped his hands toward the judge's stand. He was somewhat puzzled. How could there truly be someone in this world, despite being clearly outmatched, still insist on letting their opponent strike first? The judge stood dumbfounded, torn between marveling at how someone had defeated the Luo family's young lady in a single move and being stunned that anyone could coldly knock out such a beauty without hesitation. Shinsun wins. The disciples of the Mystic Jade sect fell silent for a moment before erupting into massive cheers. LOL, what about the so-called young miss of the Luo family who acted all high and mighty? Ended up getting crushed by the senior brother. The Luo family disciples' silence was deafening. No one had expected their strongest fighter to fail even the preliminary selection. Shinsun didn't say anything. Under the crowd's gazes filled with either admiration or astonishment, he walked toward the Mystic Jade sect's resting area. After he left, it seemed to take the audience a long moment to remember they could speak, and then a tidal wave of chatter erupted. Holy shit, did he just pull a sneak attack? It was that Luo family lady who told him to make the first move. He didn't even use his sword yet, so, this shouldn't count as a foul, right? The elder of the Luo family seated in the VIP section angrily slammed the armrest of his chair, instantly reducing the sandalwood handle to powder. He barked at his attendants. What are you staring at? Go help young miss up at once. Why yes, right away. Elder Luo thought darkly to himself, Shinsun, once this sword contest ends, I'll ensure he never leaves this place alive. Several more matches followed, though the official finals wouldn't commence until tomorrow. Until then, neither of them had any fixtures scheduled. Shinsun wasn't in the mood to watch any longer either. The group from the Mystic Jade sect left the venue early and returned to their resting inn. As soon as they arrived, his junior disciples all crowded around him at once, their big eyes filled with admiration, anxiously asking where their senior brother had gotten lost. Shinsun could only respond with a vague smile, saying merely that he had strayed off the path into the wild mountains. He certainly couldn't tell them that he had seen a camel, incidentally toured a pyramid, and even slain a giant desert snake before finally making it back to the Central Plains. It could fill an entire book titled Senior Brother Chen's Global Adventures. After the Xuanyu sect disciples had their questions answered, the fat man quietly called Chen Sun aside, closed the door, and dismissed everyone else. Brother Chen. After cautiously glancing around, he pulled out a stack of oil paper from his robe and carefully unfolded it, his expression deadly serious. Inside lay a pitch-black pill. I think I've figured out why you succumbed to demonic cultivation. Key plot item detected, demon seed. Description, an utterly ordinary-looking pill. Colorless and odorless when dissolved in water, undetectable by spiritual senses. Consumption increases likelihood of chi deviation. Dalong, it's time to take your medicine. Ding. New plotline unlocked. Host may choose to recall the complete storyline of this world. Begin recollection? Demon seed? Chen Sun gave a start and pressed the recall button. Fragments of memories that didn't originally belong to him surged into his mind. During the final match of the Sword Debate Assembly, the eldest senior brother faced off against Lin Fan. Defeated, he succumbed to chi deviation. Subsequently, the usually gentle and refined eldest senior brother transformed into a bloodthirsty berserker slaughtering indiscriminately. The assembly descended into chaos as high-level cultivators mobilized to suppress him. Clad in blood-red robes with a long sword in hand, he stood atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, unmatched and untouchable. Chen Sun thus became infamous through this battle, transformed into a demonic overlord feared and reviled by all, his name enough to silence crying children at night. Seizing the opportunity, the demonic spies activated the formation, using the spiritual energy of all cultivators in Luocheng as fuel to forcibly open the demon realm's gate, paving the way for the demonic invasion. The great war between immortals and demons erupted. In that battle, the cultivation world suffered heavy casualties, sacrificing tens of thousands of lives just to barely hold back the onslaught. In the end, the protagonist Lin Fan made a temporary breakthrough, ascending to the rank of true immortal, and exhausted all his strength to seal the demon realm's gate shut. Chen Sun became the greatest sinner in the cultivation world, stripped of all his powers, subjected to death by 1,000 cuts, and his corpse was thrown into the demonic abyss. He only regained his senses right before the execution. Facing accusations from thousands, he ceased all defense and resistance, silently enduring the grieving families carving his flesh slice by slice without uttering a single groan. A life for a life, justice served as it should be. No one could have anticipated that this archfiend's corpse would be revived by the ancient demonic sword lurking in the depths of the demonic abyss. The demon sword's power was to regenerate flesh from bones, rendering its wielder immortal and indestructible. He became the heavenly demon, returning with a vengeance to once more stir the storms of blood and slaughter in the cultivation world. Yet by then, he was no longer the senior brother everyone remembered. Chen Sun was already dead. Chapter 18, Chen the Old Demon, a knife between two smiles. Recalling these plot points, Chen Sun remained silent, not uttering a word. Whether it was an illusion or not, when he saw that demon seed, his chest involuntarily trembled with a suffocating heaviness that made it hard to breathe. Laden with long-accumulated grief and guilt, perhaps remnants of the original host's consciousness, the emotion vanished in moments, leaving only an empty pallor, as if everything had burned to ashes without a trace. Once a proud son of heaven, that carefree genius who soared so high, had now fallen to the point of becoming a walking corpse, raising his sword against those he once swore to protect. How tragic, how pitiful. But what did this have to do with Chen Sun? So, Chen Sun turned his head to glance at the fat man. It was you who poisoned me? The fat man grinned sheepishly, scratching his head in embarrassment as he said, last time, the demon clan captured me and poisoned me with goo magic, forcing me to secretly put this stuff in your tea. I pretended to fall for it and got my hands on this thing. So in the original plotline, was the fat man also silenced by the demon clan after they used him for this matter? Looking at Chen's expressionless face, Shibicheng said with some concern, maybe we should just throw it away. I'll go back and lie to them, say you've already taken it. This thing, it's way too creepy. Unexpectedly, Chen Sun grabbed the pill and tossed it into his mouth, crunching it between his teeth like a piece of candy. No need. The fat guy stared in stunned silence. Chen Sun savored it thoughtfully, smacking his lips. There truly was no discernible taste. The texture resembled chocolate beans, truly living up to its reputation of being colorless and flavorless. After forming a contract with the cursed dagger, he had become the heavenly demon. What could possibly be more sinister than him? That tiny wisp of demonic energy wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Next, Chen Sun stroked his chin and gazed at the tree shadows outside the window, pondering how to tie up the loose ends of the plot. System, as long as Lin Fan becomes a true immortal and defeats me, that counts as completing the plot, right? That's correct, Nu. Then there's no need to open the demon realm's gate. Chen Sun clasped his hands together on the table, lost in thought, his eyes as dark and unfathomable as the deepest ocean. On the second day, the final match of the Sword Inquiry Tournament proceeded as scheduled. Luo City was packed with cultivators, its popularity reaching unprecedented heights. Beneath the lively surface, undercurrents surged. The scattered spies of the demonic race also began to move, setting everything into motion. After round of battles, just as the plot dictated, only Lin Fan and Chen Sun remained standing on the stage. Lin Fan achieved enlightenment during the recent battles and has now elevated his cultivation to the peak of the divine transformation stage. He gazed excitedly toward Chen Sun's position. After waiting for so long, he could finally face his senior brother in a proper duel. His lifelong ambition was on the verge of realization. "Senior brother, I seek your guidance." Lin Fan restrained his excitement, raising a respectful fist toward Chen Sun. Meanwhile, Chen Sun still didn't carry his sword, appearing completely untroubled as he gave a faint nod in response. With the referee's command, Lin Fan's figure swiftly disappeared, leaving only streaks of afterimages in his wake. He raised his spirit sword and charged toward Chen Sun, not daring to slack off even slightly. His eyes fixed on a single goal as he channeled all his spiritual power into launching a full-force attack. Gathering strength, focusing energy, he concentrated every ounce of power into the edge of his blade. Yet when his blade was about to reach Chen Sun's position, it abruptly halted in midair. Lin Fan looked up in panic, meeting Chen Sun's calm smile head-on. His heart skipped a beat as his entire body plummeted into an icy abyss. Gasps erupted from the audience seats. Chen Sun had actually caught the blade between two fingers. Before Lin Fan could react, Chen Sun gripped his head once more and smashed it ruthlessly against the ground. The floor cracked open once more, and Lin Fan found himself being ground into the dirt by the senior brother yet again. "Host, isn't your mission to lose to him?" the system reminded anxiously. Chen Sun replied impassively, wiping his hands as he swept a glance over the noisy spectator stands, mentally locking onto several key figures. "I will lose to him, but not now." This turn of events left the demon spies hiding among the crowd dumbfounded. They had been anticipating an arduous battle. While they were entangled in combat, the demonic seed within this prodigy was triggered. When pushed to their limits, individuals are more susceptible to the temptation of inner demons, significantly increasing the success rate while remaining undetected. Little did anyone expect this formidable figure to be terrifying to such an extent, obliterating a powerhouse of the same realm in a single strike. As the referee was about to announce the outcome, the leading demon gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He formed a hand seal and began chanting an eerie incantation. In an instant, Chen Sun's body was enveloped in a crimson-black mist. The demonic energy between heaven and earth surged toward him, coalescing into a swirling black vortex. The demonic energy cocooned the figure like a silken wrap, while the crimson-robed youth at the vortex's core clutched his head, frowned, and swayed unsteadily as if struggling to maintain his footing. "Not good. Something's wrong with the eldest senior brother." Disciples of Xuanyu's sect noticed the anomaly and urgently tried to rush down to assist, but were blocked by the venue officials. "Chen Sun has succumbed to chi deviation. Unrelated personnel must evacuate immediately," the presiding elder solemnly announced, then activated the defensive formation. An invisible wall swiftly enclosed the center of the venue. How could this be? The disciples grew frantic, their eyes reddening as if on the verge of tears. They grabbed the collars of the staff members and desperately tried to rush forward, heedless of attempts to restrain them. "He's our senior brother, our most senior disciple. That gentle, humble, and approachable senior brother, he who understood the ways of heaven and earth better than anyone, how could he possibly have succumbed to demonic cultivation?" The other cultivators were also thrown into disarray. Just as chaos engulfed the venue, a spine-chilling laughter suddenly echoed from the stage. He, ha 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 ha. The sound tolled like a funeral bell, striking deep into the hearts of all present, making their very souls tremble. The short-haired boy in red covered his face and burst into laughter, his eyes clouded with darkness. Gone was their usual clarity. "He's gone mad, completely mad." This was the unanimous thought of everyone present. Chen Sun bent down, picked up Lin Fan's sword, and walked step by step toward where he had fallen, a terrifying smile on his face. Can't see clearly, everything is a blur, just a sea of crimson red." The sword scraped along the ground, emitting crisp metallic clangs all the way, like death dragging its scythe. "Senior brother, wake up, that's your junior brother." Disciples of the Xian Jade sect desperately pounded at the barrier outside, some sobbing themselves hoarse as they slumped weakly to the ground. "It's no use, he's no longer your senior brother." The demon clan leader disguised among the spectators licked his lips with a mocking gleam in his eyes. The moment higher-ranking elders intervened and became embroiled in bitter combat, they would immediately activate a higher-level barrier array. Chen Sun raised his sword, his expression unreadable to anyone. Some couldn't bear to watch the tragedy of fellow disciples turning against each other and simply turned away. Lin Fan remained unconscious, unaware, with no one to save him. A flash of sword light, a spray of blood. Yet, defying all expectations, that sword strike didn't pierce Lin Fan. Instead, it veered off course. The sword energy penetrated the barrier directly, cleanly lopping off the head of a spectator. The head fell, but it was someone else's that hit the ground. The demon leader died with a triumphant smirk still on his face, completely unaware of how he had met his end. The remaining hidden traitors wore expressions of sheer terror, for where was the frenzied youth they had expected to see? Shinsen pressed a hand to his face, tilted his head back with a dry chuckle, then gradually let the laughter fade. Lowering his hand at last, he snapped his fingers crisply. Surprise! It was unmistakably a smiling face, with eyes as dark as an abyss. Chapter 19, Want a haircut? The kind that takes down 100,000 with one swing. The demon spies immediately looked as if they'd swallowed a fly's dung. Are you freaking acting right now? The leader's dead, and the plan to sacrifice civilians is ruined. But these remnants aren't willing to give up. They all received the same message simultaneously. If Plan A fails, execute Plan B. Then, under the horrified gazes of everyone, those people drew their swords one by one and plunged them into their own chests without hesitation. Before death, their faces twisted with fanaticism and madness, spitting blood as they chanted in unison, "The demonic realm shall descend at last, hail the return of our Lord." The blood of the dead swiftly dispersed into the air, transforming into crimson mist that coalesced into eerie sigils, drifting ominously above Luo City. The sigils grew increasingly substantial, like bloodworms crawling across the sky, writhing and converging into a colossal gate crowned with a gigantic eye. Disaster! They're using blood sacrifice to open the gate to the demon realm. Someone in the crowd screamed in terror, pointing frantically at the sky and shouting. As maddened chants rose from all corners of Luo City, that illusory eye grew increasingly solid, blinking into reality before rolling its pupil and locking its gaze, unyielding, upon the tiny humans below. Chen Sun frowned. The eye stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity in him, leaving him vaguely unsettled. It felt like visiting distant relatives only to encounter some bratty child who keeps staring at you rudely without blinking. He casually swung his sword toward the sky, but the blade's energy passed straight through that door as if slicing through empty air. Those large eyes blinked in terror, then realizing they were unharmed, narrowed mockingly, as if sneering in derision. Ha, useless. Once the ritual begins, it cannot be stopped. The demonic remnants below laughed wildly toward the sky, their faces alight with fanaticism and madness. "Humph, vile demons of the demon race," the presiding elder on the VIP platform said with a stern expression on his aged face, leading the other human cultivators as they soared on their swords, confronting the massive doorway head-on. "We humans once drove your demon race into the demon realm, allowing you to barely survive. We can just as easily defeat you a second time." He struck his staff down fiercely and shouted, "Formation!" Countless blue beams of light shot out from the dense array of spiritual swords, interconnecting to form an immense net, determined to intercept those sinister eyes beyond the heavens. At last, under the watchful anticipation of all, that massive gate swung open. The sky instantly erupted with tidal waves of dark energy, voraciously devouring all traces of life it touched, a demonic force so dense it had materialized. Beyond the gate lay an abyss of impenetrable darkness. The apprehensive cultivators extended their spiritual senses into the void, only to encounter an infinite expanse of nothingness. What was happening? Where was the demon army? No, that's not right. A nascent soul cultivator noticed something amiss, his eyes widening in terror as his trembling finger pointed shakily toward the gate. Behind it, all of them are. Only then did the crowd see clearly that vast, seething black mass was none other than an army of demons. Their grotesque bodies clad in armor blotted out the sky, their crazed eyes brimming with bloodlust. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions, all crammed into that narrow space. The leading demon curled its crimson lips in a sneer, greedily licking its lips as it surveyed the picturesque landscape, looking down on the humans like a flock of sheep. With a single swipe of its massive claw, it effortlessly shattered the barrier erected by tens of thousands of people, as easily as breaking a piece of glass. The cultivators below felt a bone-chilling cold crawl up from their heels, their hearts swiftly overtaken by fear and despair. The gap in combat power was too vast, the difference in numbers too obvious. How could they hope to fight back? Is it truly the end of humanity? Some despaired in their thoughts. Kill! The moment the demon leader shouted this word, an overwhelming wave of bloodlust rapidly engulfed the battlefield. Cultivators from both sides immediately charged toward each other, like two raging rivers about to violently collide. One could already foresee the scenes of blood floating thick as brine, turning the mortal realm into purgatory. At that moment, a calm voice suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. Wait! Though not loud, it was clear and powerful, as if infused with spiritual energy, reaching the ears of every battle-maddened warrior. As if obeying a divine decree, both armies actually froze in place and turned to gaze at the speaker. A figure clad in red, standing upon a sword, hovered between the skies. His wide robes flapped fiercely in the wind. This person exuded an overwhelming aura, drawing the stares of both humans and demons alike toward the unknown youth. Shinsen remained calm all along, his gaze fixed on the gates of the demon realm. Then, he slowly spoke. "Hello, just passing by." The next words he uttered left every demon and human present utterly stunned on the spot. "Tell me, can you guys go back? After all, staying here is kind of polluting the environment. He glanced at the withered plants affected by the demonic energy, feeling genuine disgust toward these demons. What an arrogant brat! The group of demons finally reacted, grinding their teeth in fury, wishing they could skin him alive and drink his blood, as they madly lunged toward the figure. Seeing they wouldn't listen, Chen Sun sighed, formed a hand seal, and shouted, "Pinprick blade!" Instantly, the heavens and earth trembled. The thick, black demonic energy on the demon's side became chaotic, as if wary of something utterly terrifying. A black dot appeared in the distant sky, streaking forward with thunderous speed, making even space itself groan from the explosive force. In nearly an instant, that rust-black sword reached Chen Sun's hand, emanating an ancient yet terrifying aura. Demon Sword Hong Che. Everyone paled in shock. Hadn't the demon sword been dormant for ages? Why would it appear here now? And why would it acknowledge this unknown youth as its master? All the demon clans were stunned, frozen in place. The one they called our lord was the heavenly demon, and no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't fathom why their leader would stand on the human side. "We were ready to fight to the death, Your Majesty, why have you surrendered first?" The leader stood right before them, so should they follow his lead in defect? However, before the demons could collectively kneel and shout "Hail our lord," Chen Sun had already swung his sword first. That sword strike cut horizontally, sweeping straight through the demon army. Nearby mountains were leveled by the sword's energy, and even the clouds in the sky split apart with a distinct fissure. The overly tall demon had its head lopped off, blood spraying in all directions, while the shorter one lost only its hair, leaving a gleaming bald pate. On this day, the demon army finally remembered the terror of getting their heads shaved en masse. A single stroke brings serenity to heaven and earth, tranquility to seas and rivers. A single stroke illuminates all creation, shifting mountains and altering streams. Can we go back now? Chen Sun held the sword and grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, his pitch-black eyes more terrifying than the abyss itself. You truly are the demon king among demon kings. The group of demons trembled in fear, slowly retreating backward before finally abandoning their weapons and armor, fleeing at top speed toward the great gate. After all the demons had left, they even remembered to shut the gate, sealing it tightly with over a dozen layers of enchantments. Damn, humans are terrifying. The demon spies were left dumbfounded. Are demons in the upper realm this shameless? Only then did the cultivators snap out of it, swiftly surrounding those remaining demon scum and beating them relentlessly in fury. As for Chen Sun, hovering mid-air atop his sword, his expression remained impassive. Everything is about to end. Senior brother. Lin Fan took a tentative step forward and called out cautiously, unsure whether this person was the familiar senior brother he knew. Having witnessed Chen Sun's power, the others dared not approach, merely drawing their swords and staring warily at the red-robed cultivator in the sky. After all, this is a heavenly demon, neither dead nor destroyed. If handled improperly, it could spell another catastrophe. Even if this youth can maintain rationality now, who can guarantee what might happen in the future? This isn't the right place to talk. Chen Sun surveyed the battle flags strewn across the ground and remained silent for a moment. Then he stepped onto his sword and flew toward the direction of the demon-suppressing abyss. Those who wish to kill me, and those who wish to bid me farewell, follow me. The group exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, before mounting their swords and following. Chapter 20, The Game That Cannot Be Lost. Above the demon-suppressing abyss lies the Cliff of Reflection. This was the burial site chosen by the eldest senior brother. Demonic energy swirled in the air, repelling birds and beasts, leaving the place utterly desolate and uninhabited. Yet at this very moment, silhouettes of figures hovered by the Cliff of Reflection, surrounding the small precipice so densely that not even a drop of water could pass through. The youth in red, clad in crimson, had repelled the demonic army, safeguarding the cultivation world's peace for a century, restoring tranquility under heaven to its rightful calm. Now he was to be buried here, and for a moment, no one knew what to say, silently watching Chen Sun off. The heavenly demon is immortal and indestructible. Only by sealing him here can peace truly be restored to the world. Fatty, bring me a jug of wine, Chen Sun shouted cheerfully. How can it be a farewell without wine? A jug of General's drunk flew into his hand in response. Hundreds of nascent soul cultivators stood silently by the cliffside, their gazes fixed on the striking scarlet figure who carried a pot of wine with effortless grace before sitting carefree at the precipice's edge. Chen Sun scanned the crowd and spotted his junior martial siblings from the mystic Jade sect with tear-streaked faces. He offered them a gentle smile accompanied by a reassuring toast. Lin Fan, haven't you always wanted to beat me just once? Amidst the crowd of sobbing disciples, Lin Fan stepped forward, his fists clasped solemnly, eyes already brimming with tears. He couldn't accept that the hero who saved the cultivation world still had to sacrifice his own life. Senior brother, Chen Sun threw a wine cup at him, cutting off his words. Let's make this fair, we'll compete in drinking. Whoever gets drunk first loses. Lin Fan suppressed the sorrow in his heart, forced a bitter smile, and sat down without saying another word. Okay. He never drank alcohol, but today, Lin Fan gulped down glass after glass as if it were plain water. He used to hope he could surpass his senior brother someday, to win just once, only to realize he could never catch up to him. Now, how he wished he could get drunk after just one glass, losing wouldn't matter at all. The mountain wind swept over the cliff, lifting Chin Sun's red sash, making it flutter at the edge like a pair of blood-red butterflies. Lin Fan had a strange premonition that without his senior brother, his life would have taken a completely different path. On that path, he might have soared to great heights, perhaps surrounded by wives and concubines, or even risen as a king or an emperor. But such a life wasn't what he desired. Like a machine, driven solely by the obsession to grow stronger, it would be too lonely, too devoid of human warmth. In that life of his, whenever he encountered someone stronger, he would charge headfirst, ending up battered and bruised. Eventually, he relied on the lives and fortunes of those around him to patch things up, even believing this was only natural. He had always thought that the so-called Jianghu was simply about who had the bigger fist. But that day, his eldest martial brother told him, the Jianghu isn't just about fighting and killing, it's also about human relationships and worldly wisdom. The junior disciples behind him, the master watching from afar, the elderly mother at home, now needed his protection. That they could shed tears for him, bleed for him, and worry for him, this was Lin Fan's understanding of human bonds and worldly affairs. When a person has vulnerabilities, they are no longer invincible. When a person has vulnerabilities, that's precisely why they become strong. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Fan noticed the wine flask was already empty. Only then did he realize his senior brother had secretly taken most of the wine long ago. This was a game he was destined never to lose. You've won. Chen Sun laughed brightly, splashing wine into the sky in drunken exhilaration. 1 cup to the rivers and mountains. 1 cup to peace and prosperity. And so he tumbled into the abyss, carrying the world's last darkness, sinking into depths unknown to any. He always smiled like a shadow, vanishing into the fading lights. Lin Fan drained his last cup of wine and heaved a long sigh. Then he stood up and shouted into the endless abyss. Senior brother, you once asked what path I cultivate, now I can answer you. I cultivate the path of human sentiment. Heaven's Tao is merciless, yet humans possess sentiment. With this sentiment-filled form, one defies the mandate of heaven, thus acting against the celestial decree, to seek immortality. With thoughts unblocked, he became an immortal in an instant, as a guiding light showered upon this desolate land that had been shrouded in darkness for millennia. The ensuing era of peace and prosperity would now require the protection of this newly ascended true immortal. Mission completed, after becoming the world boss, defeated by the protagonist. You lost by drinking, doesn't that count as losing? After leaving the mini-world, Chen Sun stretched lazily before collapsing limply onto his studio bed, listening drowsily to the system announcements in his ear. Task completed, overall rating, B. Chen Sun turned over and unlocked his phone, where a series of messages popped up. He had long grown accustomed to mediocre ratings, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Due to the immense psychological trauma inflicted on the demon race by the host, they did not set foot in the cultivation world for 100 years. Meanwhile, the protagonist Lin Fan lost all his harem members and remained single for life, failing to meet the system's requirements, thus resulting in half the points being deducted. That kid really is as stubborn as a mule, huh? Chen Sun immediately felt a toothache. Being a bystander was just too difficult. He could have turned a blind eye to this minor world, but unfortunately, he had stumbled upon a group of foolish little kids here. If he really let the demons massacre the innocent, they would probably be the first to charge onto the front line. Mission points could always be earned again, but the lives of people in this small world only had one chance. Once gone, they were gone forever. Chen Sun sighed, tapped on Fatty's voice message on his phone, and was instantly greeted by a sharp screeching noise in his ears, prompting him to cover them. Brother Chen, it's me, S. It's S. Following that was a 1,000-point red envelope, snatched up by Chen Sun in less than a second. Chen Sun's mood instantly brightened. He copied a long string of text from his notes and sent it over. Thank you, boss. Boss is generous. May the boss enjoy boundless happiness like the eastern sea and towering blessings like the southern mountains. May double joy knock on your door and manifold talents be yours. May the boss have 10 sons in one birth. So they fell silent over there, probably off seeking promotions from the world's scriptwriters. Chen Sun curled his lips into a smirk while checking his balance, his mood soaring. Unexpectedly, the villain system's mission rating turned out to be S+ with a 10,000-point reward. Seems even random systems are more generous than the NPC system. Just as he was about to turn off his phone and enjoy a wonderful vacation, another message arrived on his screen. The chat bubble labeled sisterly flashed once again. Chen Sun frowned, his inner unease growing more palpable. Was he really going to be called back for overtime work? Upon playing the voice message, a chillingly seductive female voice slithered from the speakers, venomous as a scorpion, coiling around his resolve. Hey Xiao Chen, Bichen got promoted. Let's all get together for a celebratory dinner this afternoon. Sister Lee was the supervising administrator, responsible for overseeing their group of system executors. This woman cared about nothing but career advancement, and she harbored strong dissatisfaction with Chen Sun being stuck at B level. Xiao Sanzi and Shi Biqing will both be coming too. Chen Sun swallowed hard, feeling as if he were being stared down by a snake, suspecting this was a banquet set up as a trap. How he stumbled out the door later, how he managed to sit at the dining table, or how he responded to his friends' enthusiastic greetings, he forgot all of it. In a daze, he found himself seated at the table. Damn it, so what if they have the words become reality item? Must they flaunt it? Seeing him obediently comply, Sisterly burst into laughter, her entire body shaking with mirth as she triumphantly waved the blueprint in her hand, her golden earring swaying incessantly. The fat guy in Song Sanqing sat diligently by her side, not daring to utter a word. As Chen Sun had suspected, that vile woman actually ordered an entire table of seafood. The dishes were filled with Cthulhuesque horror, braised octopus, stir-fried squid strips, cold-tossed fish eyes. Everywhere you looked were suckers and tentacles. Chen Sun raised his chopsticks with an expressionless face, hesitated for a long time, then set them down again. He simply couldn't accept food with tentacles. Go on, Xiao Chen, have some. Li Shiqing rested her chin in her hand, smiling with slightly narrowed eyes like a predator eyeing its prey. You won't have the strength to complete the mission if you don't eat more. So Chen Sun stopped resisting, looked into her eyes, and asked, Sisterly, what's up? You're always so upfront, Xiao Chen, she said with a smile, pushing a small case file toward him. Over time. Chapter 21, mistaken for an NPC because he looked too fierce. Hiss, that hurts. The moment Chen Sun connected to this world, he felt excruciating pain throughout his body, his skin burning fiercely. He touched his arm with his hand, and the spot hurt terribly, as if being sliced by a knife. The fingers felt an uneven texture, like touching something foreign. Looking down, he saw his arm was completely stitched with thick thread. Some areas had healed while others were still scabbed over. Following the suture lines up, he found rough black thread sewn across his torso, legs, and even the corners of his mouth, a sight that made his scalp prickle. Like bizarre runes, they created an uncanny sensation with every movement of his limbs. Chen Sun lay sprawled on the pristine white sheets, frantically rummaging through the nightstand as he gasped for air. He felt certain that if he didn't do something soon, the pain would kill him first. Medicine, painkillers. He turned the room upside down but found nothing. The original occupant hadn't even left behind a single cold tablet. It was nothing short of a miracle that he'd survived this long. Ding! Host's physical functions are being affected by anomalies from the original world. Suggested purchase, Red Moon brand pain relief tablets. Red Moon painkillers, just 988 per box, only 988 to take home. Guaranteed relief for major aches, minor pains, and menstrual cramps. Finish one box, and all pain vanishes. System-approved products are always top-notch. Friendly reminder, the second box is half price. MD, jacking up the price on the spot, huh? He took a deep breath, too caught up in the moment to dwell on the sting to his wallet. Squeezing his eyes shut, he yelled, I'll take it. Ding! Purchase completed for the host. As soon as the words were spoken, a series of knocks suddenly sounded at the room's door, neither hurried nor slow, as if made by an emotionless machine, before a small paper box was slid through the door crack. Chen Sun gasped for breath, slowly inching toward the door, picked up that box of red packaged pills, his lips twitching in pain. The medicine box was labeled Red Moon painkillers with no dosage instructions, so he grabbed a handful and swallowed them all with water from the faucet. The effect is immediate. He felt much lighter, with no more pain coming through. He collapsed onto the bed, and a metallic taste instantly flooded his mouth. He wasn't sure if it was the taste of the pills or the water from the faucet. He smacked his lips, swallowed down the strange, bloody taste, and calmly sat up to observe his surroundings. The place seemed to be an apartment relatively clean, with dark red stains on the floor, though what liquid had left them was unclear. The curtains were drawn tight. A mirror stood against the wall near the door, while a flat-screen TV was mounted on the wall opposite the bed. In the partitioned kitchen area, a refrigerator hummed quietly. He looked into the mirror, which reflected a disheveled black-haired young man with dark, sunken eyes and several crisscrossing stitches still holding his lips together. His entire face seemed to scream, "Don't mess with me." He looked less like a human and more like some kind of eerie phantom. What's this mission about? Perhaps due to the medication, he showed no fear toward this unfamiliar environment. While rifling through objects on the nightstand, he asked casually, "Within the horror realm, assist protagonist Zhang Yi in successfully surviving this instance." This was an instance in the horror world called Crimson Apartment, where several live streaming players enter the building. They just need to survive 7 nights to complete the scenario. The so-called horror livestream is an active feature provided by the dungeon for players, allowing external audiences to observe the events inside. When the dungeon concludes, rewards are distributed based on viewer traffic and donations. Logically speaking, the protagonist in this horror world would either have cheat-like abilities to overpower the supernatural or possess razor-sharp wits. And this Zhang Yi, armed with an S-tier dungeon talent, started slapping ghosts right from the get-go. The more reckless he was, the stronger he became, eventually rising to become the top-ranked streamer in horror broadcasts, garnering massive attention. But just by sheer coincidence, due to a system malfunction in this small instance called Crimson Apartments, all players have lost their innate abilities, resetting them back to square one overnight. Logically speaking, one should be able to complete the mission through decryption even without cheats. However, players' minds have long been spoiled by all kinds of overpowered abilities. Suddenly reduced to powerless ordinary folks, they simply can't clear the mission, hence the need for assistance from forces beyond this world. At this thought, Chen Sun paused. His fingers brushed against a red-covered notebook, its title page neatly inscribed with the words Chen Sun. This must have been the original owner's personal notebook. He closed the book after flipping through a few pages, because suddenly a system's voice rang in his ears. It wasn't the voice of the multiverse passing system, but rather the live broadcast system belonging to the small world itself. Thrilling live broadcast has started, online viewers, 6. Is anyone there? Haha, who even watches newbie streams? Everyone's next door watching God Ye's gameplay. Newbie, good luck surviving the first level. Holy shit, what kind of rookie is this? Looks terrifying. Jesus, nowadays even supernatural horrors are doing live streams? Holy shit times 99. Seeing Chen Sun's arms covered in stitches, pitch black emotionless eyes, and terrifying inhuman attire, the live stream exploded instantly. Viewer numbers skyrocketed, breaking through 1000 plus in no time. Chen Sun seemed somewhat curious. He glanced up at the subtitles floating midair, hesitantly reached out to touch them, then waved hello upon realizing they were intangible. Hello? The live stream fell silent for a moment, then immediately exploded with activity. Oh my god, K is so adorable. If we ignore the stitches at the corners of his mouth, maybe it's not so bad. Heh slurp slurp. To the person above, humans shouldn't, at least we really shouldn't. K, isn't this creepy? Standing against humanity, do you even have a brain? So, let me go first. Chen Sun ignored the bickering among the audience and saw no need to explain that he was just a human. He simply continued flipping through the diary, its pages filled with glaring crimson handwriting. What's the streamer looking at? It's all red dot. Can't make it out. It looks like ghostly scribbles. Are those some kind of supernatural script? Came from next door. Brother Ye's room doesn't seem to have this diary, only a resident covenant. This must be Ghost Sir's personal belonging. The live stream's viewer count continued to skyrocket, instantly claiming the top spot on the rookie rankings, while netizens buzzed with lively discussions. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who lived next door to Chen Sun, was studying the bloody apartment resident covenant posted on his door. The white paper resembled a funeral notice, its surface bearing crimson handwriting that looked freshly written. 1. Do not leave your room after 10 p.m. 2. You may watch TV, but do not disturb the neighbors. 3. Do not look in the mirror when the lights are on. 4. All food in the kitchen refrigerator is safe to eat, but raw meat must be processed by the residents. 5. The tap water is safe to drink, as is the water from the dispenser. A water delivery worker brings clean water daily. 6. Please keep the room tidy, or the cleaning lady will come knocking. That's odd. Why is the streamer in the mood to study the rules today? Yishin, aren't you gonna take us to punch female ghosts and kick evil spirits yet? That creepy guy in the next livestream looks perfect. Streamer, go take him out quick. How can you break the rules if you don't study them first? Zhang Yi gave a mysterious smile with his back to the camera, his face exuding profound cunning. Yi God is right. The comment above is too impatient. You're right, but rules are meant to be broken. God Yi is so handsome. Outwardly, he forced a smile, but inwardly he was miserable. The moment he arrived in this instance, he was told his cheats were gone. Now, to maintain his popularity and avoid losing fans, he had to pretend to be incredibly formidable. But when faced with actual supernatural threats, he was nothing more than a helpless lamb. Ghosts doing live streams? He caught the key phrase from the bullet comments. Only players can broadcast live. Could it be someone deliberately staging makeup looks to attract attention and boost viewership? At this thought, Zhang Yi seemed to have found the answer, curling his lips into a satisfied smirk. In that case, even without his cheat abilities, he could still keep slapping these supernatural beings around. Chapter 22, Tender Affection. Diary stained with blood. I got meat for lunch today, and it made her angry. She beat me, it hurt so much, everywhere hurts. But she really loved me, she mended the torn parts for me, and she said sorry to me. Though it still hurt a lot, I felt happy. Tears streamed down my face uncontrollably. Was it from the burning sensation of the needle piercing through? She told me these were tears of emotion, tears of love, and to just bear with it a little longer. Was this the feeling of love? Why else would she be smiling like that? Every cell in my body trembled, resonating with undeniable certainty. Yes, this must be love. Mother held me and cried today, repeating I'm sorry over and over. I don't understand why she wept, only that my body felt terribly cold, so cold I thought I might freeze to death. She always told me to love others well, I'm obedient. I will pass on her profound love to the world. After reading this diary filled with crimson-red love writings, Chen-sun felt a tightness in his chest. He covered his ribcage with his hand and began breathing heavily. Suddenly he sensed an inexplicable emotion, a lingering sentiment left by the original host. His heart began pounding wildly, as if threatening to burst from his chest. The crimson words danced before his eyes, irritating and glaring, as if mocking Chen-sun. He desperately wanted to destroy something right now, or chop something, anything would do. Then his gaze fell upon the sewing needle in the cabinet. His left hand trembled and involuntarily reached toward it, grasping the cold needle. A chill shot through his fingertips. Chen-sun shuddered, then tightly gripped his left hand with his right, taking several quick breaths before regaining his composure. Stop hurting yourself. System, withdraw the small knife. Okay, oh no? Ding. The item has been withdrawn for the host. Name, Xiao Dao, Little Knife. Rank, Apocalyptic Class. Description, a demonic sword from the world of Xianjian. It has transformed to adapt to modern society, taking on an unusual shape while hiding in dark kitchens to continue accompanying its master. Following the system's guidance, Chen-sun groped his way into the dimly lit kitchen. There, hanging above the cutting board, was unmistakably a rusted kitchen knife. 1 slash brings tetanus, 2 slashes meet the ancestors. He gripped the knife handle with his left hand, inexplicably feeling much more at ease, the irritation suddenly vanishing. Ding! Your package has been delivered. The audience of the horror livestream only saw the anchor put down the book, walk straight to the kitchen, pull out an old kitchen knife covered in red rust, and flash a terrifying smile. A set of gleaming white teeth appeared particularly eerie under the dim light. Oh God, is Kay about to go stab someone? Help, this is terrifying. Someone warn Lord Yi next door not to come over. Look, Mr. Ghost just opened the fridge door, what's Kay about to do? Chen-sun felt a bit hungry and wanted to find something to eat in the fridge. As soon as he opened the fridge door, a pair of bleeding eyes fell out. Facing him directly, an awkward staring contest ensued. Dangling from 2 thin threads, the eyeballs swayed midair, their trailing blood vessels writhing like tentacles as they dripped crimson. The air seemed to freeze in place. The livestream chat fell silent for a moment before the atmosphere exploded instantly, with countless bullet screen comments flooding in. Holy shit, jump scare right off the bat. It's nighttime and I'm alone in my room. Help, I was just opening my fridge. The pair of eyeballs stared at Chen-sun as if they'd seen a ghost, filled with terror. They began bouncing wildly inside the refrigerator, ricocheting like glass marbles. Chen-sun felt uneasy, momentarily unsure who should be more afraid of whom. When they collided with a mass of fresh red meat, the flesh twitched in disgust and flung the eyeballs away. One eyeball seemed to give up fleeing and shot straight toward Chen-sun's face like a projectile. He quickly reacted, dodging to the left in an attempt to evade the thing's attack. Yet the eyeball spun rapidly midair, bounced off the wall, and abruptly changed direction, lunging once more toward Chen-sun's left eye. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the eyeball. The grotesque thing extended tentacle-like blood vessels that crawled up his wrist toward his left eye, trying to burrow into the socket. With a slight squeeze of his fingers, Chen-sun popped the eyeball, its white juices coating his hand. The crimson blood vessels no longer squirmed, hanging limply from his hand as all vitality drained away. He raised his head, fixing his calm, dark eyes upon the remaining eyeball. Seeing its companion meet such a fate, the object immediately grew docile and stopped bouncing about. It retreated to the top shelf of the refrigerator, squeezing itself as far back as possible while trembling in fearful silence. It visibly cowered. So Chen-sun left it alone and took out that tray of meat from the fridge. He gave it a sniff, deemed it reasonably fresh, and carried it into the kitchen to start cooking. Am I seeing things? That lump of meat is moving. Is the streamer really going to eat that creepy thing? The neighborhood rules say it's allowed, but it's still terrifying. Upstairs, meat does move. Fresh pork, lamb, and beef still have neurons firing reflexes, of course they can twitch. That's bullshit upstairs. Meat stored in the fridge this long couldn't possibly still have neural reflexes. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Zhang Yi happened to be standing in the kitchen, about to open the refrigerator. The rules stated that while the meat in the fridge was edible, it needed to be processed by a resident first. Zhang Yi wasn't sure whether he, as a player, could be considered a resident of this apartment complex. Through scrolling comments in the live stream, he learned that the player next door named Chen-sun had found a plate of meat in the refrigerator and was preparing to cook it. If they had to stay here for 7 days, it was impossible not to eat it all. The game scenario would definitely provide a way to obtain food. Thinking this, he opened the refrigerator. When he saw its contents, his breath caught in his throat. There in the refrigerator lay a human head. From 2 hollowed-out eye sockets streamed dark red blood, while the coagulated mass at the base of the severed head had frozen solid, tangled with strands of disheveled hair. The head was staring straight at him, leaving Zhang Yi too terrified to even breathe. His heart clenched in misery as he swiftly slammed the fridge door shut. Holy hell, scared me to death. Why does the fridge contents keep changing? What are you waiting for, Yishan? Go attack and smash that head. What's up with the streamer recently? Their performance has been so off lately. Yi Bao must be exhausted after grinding dungeons for so long. Nervousness is understandable. Some people here really lack empathy. Boring. I'm out. Zhang Ye's lips twitched impotently. He'd have loved to punch the disembodied head into oblivion, but his current abilities simply wouldn't permit it. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Watching his livestream viewer count plummet before his eyes, he gritted his teeth and reopened the refrigerator door, all for the sake of broadcasting content. The severed head remained motionless, maintaining its face-to-face position with hollow, staring eyes. Its lolling tongue dangled grotesquely from the gaping mouth. Zhang Yi finally noticed that there seemed to be a white slip of paper in its mouth, stained with black blood, just barely peeking out from a corner. Suppressing his nausea, he pried open the severed head's mouth and slowly pinched the slip of paper out with his fingers. His hands were coated in sticky fluid, but he didn't have the luxury of squeamishness. He spread the note on the table and carefully smoothed it out. On the white paper, scrawled in dark crimson letters, was a message written in rough, hurried strokes. It's all lies. The residential agreement is completely fake. We were all deceived. We're not the residents. Chapter 23, a thrilling livestream brewing trouble. Is this left behind by previous players? Zhang Ye's heart skipped a beat as he stared blankly at the note. What does this mean? The players aren't residents? Then what are they? For a moment, he didn't know whether to believe the residents' agreement or this creepy note. But he couldn't dwell on that now. His hands were sticky with blood from that severed head, and Zhang Yi desperately needed to wash them. He turned on the faucet. The icy, slippery sensation at his fingertips and the sound of rushing water finally let him relax. But before he could fully relax, Zhang Yi noticed something even stranger. The sticky sensation on his fingers hadn't disappeared. Instead, it had grown more slippery. Zhang Yi widened his eyes and slowly caught a handful of water in his palms, bringing it close to his nose to sniff. The water carried an unmistakable metallic scent of blood. Panicked, he shook the clinging water off his hands and took a step back, then filled a small kitchen basin brimful from the tap. The water inside showed a faint red hue, sloshing in the basin like diluted blood plasma. Rule number 5 states, the tap water is safe to drink directly, but clearly there's something wrong with this water. So it's just as the note said, all the rules on that agreement are fake? Zhang Yi felt a surge of panic. Back when he had his golden finger advantage, he'd never bothered studying these rules and regulations, always being the one to deliberately stir up trouble instead. Now it's truly a matter of life and death, yet he doesn't know how to determine whether the rules are real or fake. Continuing like this will only lead to certain death. Seeing Zhang Yi in such a state of anxiety, the live stream audience grew dissatisfied. The more they enjoyed watching his streams before, the more frustrated they felt now. Oh hey, isn't this the legendary Yi? Haven't seen you in days, how'd you get so weak? What the hell is this? Might as well go check out that creepy dude next door. At this moment, a sudden inspiration struck him. Since there were other players in the dungeon besides himself, he could use them to test the validity of the rules. The first person Zhang Yi thought of was the player next door, the one who had been putting on a supernatural act. Perhaps he could use that guy to verify the covenants one by one. Worst case scenario, if that guy was unlucky enough to break a rule and get killed by the supernatural, it would at least expose his disguise and redirect the spotlight back onto Zhang Yi. With this plan in mind, Zhang Yi made up his decision. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was exactly 8 p.m., and there was still some time before 10 o'clock. So he forced himself to remain calm, slowly turned the doorknob, and walked toward room 301 next door. Is it happening? Is the streamer going to challenge the weirdness next door? Oh, this is intense. The corridor outside the room was pitch black, impossible to see anything. A thick mist shrouded the depths of the hallway, and venturing further in felt like stepping into chaos and madness. Zhang Yi felt a malevolent stare coming from the peephole of the opposite door and couldn't help but shudder. Some creatures lurking in the darkness sensed a living being stepping out and began to stir, making rustling sounds. However, they seemed to fear the light from the room and dared not approach. This made Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and knocked on the door of room 301. Hello, I'm a player from the next room. I'd like to talk to you. He lived in room 302, right next to Chen Sun's room 301. According to descriptions from the live stream viewers, the other neighbor in room 303 was a female player who seemed quite capable. There was no response from inside the room for a while. Zhang Yi frowned and tried turning the doorknob. Unexpectedly, the door wasn't locked. Zhang Yi effortlessly opened the door and stood momentarily stunned. The room's layout was similar to his own, except for the dark red stains on the floor and a diary with a crimson cover on the table. No one was in the living room. He frowned and turned his gaze toward the kitchen. What he saw there shocked him. Through the half-open kitchen door, a young man with stitched-up arms was chopping something with a cleaver. Seeing the blood spattered on his face, Zhang Yi had ample reason to suspect this guy was hacking at a human body. Zhang Yi now didn't even dare to breathe heavily, beads of sweat covering his forehead as he carefully inched his way toward the main door step by step. Joking aside, if he didn't run now, wouldn't he just be waiting to become a corpse? The man seemed to sense Zhang Ye's gaze and abruptly turned his head. His eyes were like abysses, pitch black, indifferent, rational, and devoid of emotion. The air seemed to freeze, and Zhang Yi felt his heart stop. Ah! Chen Sun looked at the blood-covered kitchen knife in his hand and realized it did look quite terrifying. Wiping the blood from his face, he forced out a friendly smile. Sorry, I was busy cooking and didn't notice you coming in. The smile didn't help at all when his lips curled back to reveal those gleaming white teeth. He looked even more like a deranged serial killer. Zhang Ye's legs turned to jelly from fright. Abandoning all pretense of composure, he bolted for the door like the wind and scrambled back to his room in record time. He locked the door and collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath, his back drenched in cold sweat. Holy shit, if he hadn't run, he might have become that creepy dish's next meal. Meanwhile, Chen Sun stood frozen in place, unable to process what had just happened. His live stream exploded with activity again. Host, what the hell just flew past? Ha ha ha, I'm dying. Chopping veggies turned into a full-blown tragedy. Zhang Yi, please address me as the running god, thank you. Chen Sun sighed helplessly. Who could have predicted this water-injected beef came with built-in blood packets? One chop and it gushed everywhere, splattering blood all over while terrifying the neighbor who'd come over to visit. The lump of meat was finally tamed into submission. Satisfied, Chen Sun carried it to the stove and lit the gas. The oil in the pan sizzled as it heated up. He poured the entire plate of meat in, causing a puff of white smoke to rise. A sprinkle of chopped scallions and cooking wine, followed by a few quick stirs with the spatula, and the crimson meat immediately turned golden brown. Everything felt so ordinary. A strange sense of reassurance washed over him, as if this place had always been his home, and in his own home, there was nothing to fear. About me watching a cooking show in a horror livestream. The macabre world on the tip of the tongue. Watching this made me hungry. I'm off to eat instant noodles. Finally, Chen Sun plated the dish. Staring at the plate of pitch-black unidentified object, he poked it with his chopsticks and sank into contemplation. The lump of meat seemed to let out one final mournful cry before collapsing into a pile of ashes, moving no more. The live stream fell completely silent, with no comments appearing for a long while. Failed. This meat stuck to the pan. It's okay, streamer. Not knowing how to cook isn't embarrassing. Struggling to hold back laughter at midnight is tough. Suddenly, the instant noodles in my hand seemed delicious again. The dish was burnt, and Chen Sun wasn't sure if it was still edible. He felt rather discouraged. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his terrified neighbor and thought he should go comfort the poor man's wounded soul. With renewed determination, he grabbed the dish and stepped outside. Might as well let the neighbor taste it, no sense wasting food. Yet at this very moment, the clock on the wall pointed precisely to 10. The eerie entities in the hallway all sprang to life, whispering and rustling. Upon seeing an open door, they licked their lips greedily, ready to swarm and devour the person clean. They wriggled frantically, surging toward the humans outside like a tidal wave, yet slammed on the brakes the moment they recognized Chen Sun. Chen Sun cast a casual glance around, thinking the cleaning lady must have grown somewhat slack recently, leaving behind traces of grime untouched. He thought he'd clean it up when he had the time. The eerie beings then shrank back like the receding tide, trembling in dark corners, not daring to move a muscle. Disaster strikes. The one stepping out is a big shot in the supernatural realm. Chapter 24, When Happiness Comes Knocking. Chen Sun knocked on the door of room 302, the sound of thud, thud, thud echoing through the long, dim hallway. Hello, I'm from room 301. I accidentally frightened you earlier today, so as an apology, please try some dishes I made. Suddenly sensing eyes on his back, he turned around and glanced at the room behind him. With that single glance, the peephole glass of that room instantly shattered into fragments. That malicious sensation of being watched vanished in an instant. He turned his head away, quietly waiting for a response once more. The eerie presences lurking in the hallway also shrank back, awaiting his departure. Inside the room, Zhang Yi was gasping for air, his chest heaving violently, his back drenched in cold sweat. 10 o'clock already. Anyone moving around outside at this hour couldn't be human. Only a fool would open the door. So he shouted loudly, just leave it by the door, I'll get it myself. The person outside paused and said nothing further, seemingly leaving. The sound of footsteps in the hallway faded into the distance, followed by the opening and closing of a neighbor's door. Zhang Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Outside came a rustling sound, like insects mocking him. He pressed his eye against the peephole to check if the person had truly left, but all he saw was a crimson blur. Nothing was clear. No, the peephole isn't broken. His heart tightened as he pressed against the door, sensing a faint tremor. The sound of dripping water came from the other side, like a monster that couldn't stop drooling. Something was peering at him through the peephole. Zhang Yi broke into a cold sweat and hastily backed away from the door, frantically piling chairs and tables against it. Suddenly, violent thud pounding sounds erupted from outside. After quite some time, there seemed to be no movement outside the door. That thing let out a mocking laugh and left. Zhang Yi collapsed weakly onto the bed, completely drained of strength. A large wet patch immediately appeared on the pristine white sheets, thoroughly soaked by the sweat from his body. Rule 1 states after 10 p.m., do not leave your room. For players, this is precisely when the monsters are most active. Stepping outside means certain death. Therefore, this rule is correct. His head began to pound instantly. Some of these conventions were true, others false, which now made even the words on the note untrustworthy. Recalling how boldly he had rushed out earlier, he felt a surge of dread. If the first rule had been false and curfew had started just a little earlier, he would have been a dead man. Zhang Yi was now desperate to connect with another actual human being, someone he could use as a reference. The only option left was the woman next door in 303. He could only hope she was still alive. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, a girl named Zhou Qiaoqiao was trembling as she stared at the residential rules posted on the door, her pen slipping from her hand and clattering to the floor. How could this be? Gnawing anxiously at her nails, she slowly bent down and picked up the fallen pen. This was her personal tool, the so-called spirit pen used to determine the truth of events. It would mark a check for correct information and a cross for falsehoods. Though she had lost her innate abilities, she was still confident she could clear the dungeon with this tool. But now, every rule on that residence agreement had been crossed out in red. Even the note they found in the fridge was marked the same way. 1. After 10 p.m., no one is permitted to leave their room. 2. You may watch television, but do not disturb the neighboring residents. 3. Do not look into mirrors when the lights are on. 4. All food in the kitchen refrigerator is edible, but raw meat must be processed by the residents first. 5. Water from the faucet can be boiled for drinking, as can water from the dispenser. A water carrier will deliver clean water daily. 6. Please keep the room clean, or the cleaning lady will come knocking. In addition, a note in red font providing extra information. 7. All residence rules are fake. Every piece of information gathered so far turns out to be completely false. What does this even mean? Are the residence rules real or fake? Who should we trust at all? Zhou Qiaoqiao took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She jotted down the information on a slip of paper with a pen, then pondered for a while. Next, she circled the words after 10 p.m. from the first rule, all can be consumed from the fourth rule, and water from the faucet from the fifth rule. She listened carefully to the sounds outside the house and realized the monster had knocked on the door precisely around 10:30, meaning the first rule was correct but not entirely accurate. You can go out after 10 p.m., but not after 10:30. By the same logic, it can be inferred that each residence rule contains a mix of truth and falsehood. The wording on the slip of paper was too absolute, which is why it was deemed incorrect. The fourth rule states that not all food in the fridge is edible, such as that terrifying human head, but the meat does indeed require processing by residents because it's raw. The fifth rule warns that the tap water contains blood and is unsafe to drink, but the water dispenser is fine. Moreover, a water delivery worker did actually knock on the door today. Every rule contains half-truths and half-lies. The Ouija spirit lacks the precision to judge accurately and therefore marks them all with an X. Thinking of this, Zhou Qiaoqiao let out a sigh, feeling a weight lift from her heart. Since the props were still effective, the rules must have discernible patterns. She could verify them by making use of other players. In this regard, her thoughts aligned perfectly with Zhang Ye's. The night grew late. Zhang Yi turned off the light, lay in bed with eyes wide open, utterly unable to sleep. He turned over and found himself facing the bedside mirror, staring at his own pale face. A cold sweat broke out on his back as he suddenly remembered the third rule of the pact. Do not look in the mirror when the light is on. He could only close his eyes and comfort himself, thinking it's fine since the lights are off now. Calming down slightly, when he opened his eyes again, Zhang Yi froze in terror right where he stood. Suddenly, in the reflection of the mirror, two ghostly pale arms emerged from beneath his bed. Yet in the blink of an eye, those arms vanished again. Terrified, he sat up, swallowed hard, gathered his courage, and slowly leaned down to peer into the dark void under the bed. There seemed to be nothing there. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Two hands reached out from under the bed, tightly gripping Zhang Yi's throat and dragging him beneath it. Choked into silence, Zhang Yi could only desperately brace his arms against the floor, veins bulging fiercely on his forehead as he struggled against the hands. Holy shit, jump scare right off the bat. What's wrong with Lord Ji? He used to finish them off in one move. Why is he so weak now? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. My beloved Yi was ambushed. These anomalies have no honor. Go Yi Bao. You can do it. He felt utterly frustrated. In the past, anomalies of this caliber were creatures he could crush effortlessly, yet now they'd reduced him to such a pathetic state. The eerie hand seemed to know Zhang Yi's thoughts, tightening around his neck before suddenly exerting force, violently slamming him against the floor. Caught off guard, Zhang Yi smashed headfirst into the ground with a thunderous boom, shaking the entire building as though it were trembling. Relentless, the phantom hand slammed him again and again, bang, 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 each impact sending stars bursting across Zhang Yi's vision. Right at that moment, an old woman's furious shouting suddenly erupted from outside the window. Hey, upstairs. Stop making so much noise, some of us are trying to sleep here. Keep the noise down when you're working, got it, Zhang Yi? It seemed the commotion was too loud, disturbing the eerie presence downstairs, and it was absolutely furious. But oddly enough, the scolding worked. The eerie hand immediately settled down, bumped Zhang Yi's head one last time, and then retreated under the bed. Chapter 25, Out and Then Back In? In the next room, Chen Sun was also woken by the thudding noises. He sat up with dark circles under his eyes, expressionless. Are young people these days really so full of energy? Rubbing his bleary eyes, he inadvertently glanced at the mirror by the bed. There were two ghostly pale arms beneath the bed. Noticing Chen Sun's gaze, they clearly trembled in panic, and then formed a heart shape with their fingers. Keep sleeping, boss. Omega, will keep the noise down. Chen Sun. Seeing Chen Sun still staring intently at them, the two eerie hands grew somewhat anxious and changed their posture once more. Then they started doing the flower hand dance. Chen Sun suddenly wasn't sleepy anymore, growing more riveted the longer he watched, his pitch-black eyes gleaming with intensity. Yet those spectral hands suffered terribly. Being scrutinized by a powerful paranormal entity was no different than having one's flesh eyed by a lion or tiger. Touched, not daring to move a muscle. So their flourishing hand dances grew even more exuberant. Finally, Chen Sun tired himself out from watching, yawned, and fell asleep with his head hitting the pillow. Only then did the two eerie hands exhaustedly stop their movements. Before crawling back under the bed, they carefully tucked the big boss in with his blanket. That night, Zhou Qiaoqiao and Zhang Yi both had their own worries, preventing either from falling asleep. That night, Chen Sun slept like a log. Early the next morning, Zhou Qiaoqiao, sporting massive dark circles under her eyes, knocked on Zhang Yi's door. Hello, I'm the resident from next door, room 303. I'd like to discuss the neighborhood covenant with you. Zhou Qiaoqiao laid out all her deductions, while Zhang Yi shared the crucial piece of information he'd obtained the night before: never use a mirror by extinguishing the light. The two fell into deep contemplation. With no way to confirm all the rules and a potential serial killer living next door where any misstep meant certain death, this game scenario's danger level was terrifyingly high. Last night, although Zhang Yi violated the convention, he didn't face any life-threatening danger, only some minor penalties. This proves that breaking certain rules won't directly lead to a player's death. They still have room for trial and error. Currently, the first, third, fourth, and fifth convention rules have been clarified, leaving only the second and sixth rules to be confirmed. So they all turned their gaze to the television in the room. Under the table lay a disc with a note stuck to it saying, "Must watch within 7 days," as if waiting for someone to open it. Was the correct answer you can't watch TV, nor can you disturb the residents around you, or you must finish watching the movie and make sure the surrounding residents hear the sound? Which half of the information was correct? From a rational standpoint, Zhou Qiaoqiao certainly leaned more towards the former. But the rules of this horror world couldn't be judged by human logic. It was entirely possible that the consequence of not watching the film would be the direct unleashing of a lethal punishment on the 7th day. Two people trying together is always safer than one going alone. Zhou Qiaoqiao decided to choose watching the film, figuring she could simply unplug the power if danger arose. So she turned on the television and inserted that disc into the playback slot. It was an old-school horror film about a woman in white who was murdered, thrown into an ancient well, and transformed into a vengeful ghost seeking retribution. The number of viewers in both their live streams instantly surged, gathering to discuss the movie's plot. Isn't this a knockoff version of Sadako? Will the female ghost crawl out of the TV and eat people? Just as the saying goes, speak of the devil. Halfway through the movie, the female ghost suddenly grinned eerily, her blood-stained face growing increasingly lifelike. He. She stuck her head out from the television. Seeing the danger, Zhou Qiaoqiao immediately shouted urgently, "Quick, pull the plug." Zhang Yi beside her sprang into action, fumbling to yank out the power plug. With a loud pop, the movie screen went blank. The female ghost vanished, and the two of them let out a sigh of relief. He. Just then, an eerie giggle echoed through the room again. Zhou Qiaoqiao turned around in terror and saw the ghostly woman reflected in the mirror by the bedside. More than half of her body had already emerged from it. Zhang Yi frantically pulled out various talismans from his pocket and threw them at the mirror. Upon contact with the female ghost, the charms erupted with crackling explosions, resembling fireworks. Though the damage was minimal, his relentless barrage of talismans left the ghost defenseless, ultimately enraging her. She stretched out her razor-sharp claws, lunging straight for his face. "Turn on the lights now," Zhou Qiaoqiao shouted, thrusting the spirit board pen fiercely into the ghost's eye. The female specter screeched in pain and withdrew her claws. Under the illumination, the mirror could no longer reflect the supernatural. With one final resentful glare, the ghost reluctantly faded into nothingness. The two finally let out a long sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, still shaken by the close call. The second rule was also clarified: the television must not be turned on. Unbeknownst to them, Chen Sun in room 301 next door had just switched on the TV. After all, sitting around doing nothing was too dull. He wanted to pass the time by watching a movie. Then Chen Sun saw a female ghost, her eyes dripping with bloody tears, looking utterly aggrieved as she peeked her head out from the well. Damn, so this female ghost ran over here. Anchor, be careful, she can climb out through the mirror. The female ghost emerged from the television, her upper body leaning forward, crimson tears streaming from her eyes, an utterly terrifying sight. She whimpered like a bullied child, sniffling boo-hoo-hoo as she complained to Chen Sun, flailing her arms while accusing those two bastard humans next door. Unfortunately, Chen Sun couldn't understand her. He glanced at the blood covering her body, along with the moss and dust coating her head, and decided that letting her out might dirty the room, which would mean he'd have to clean up afterward. So without hesitation, he picked up the mirror, then decisively smashed it right into the television. The eerie head that had just emerged was instantly shoved back into the mirror surface. Female ghost? Did I come out just to go back in? The live chat exploded with holy shit, as nobody expected such a slick move. Seeing how heartbroken she was, Chen Sun felt a bit guilty and could only comfort her. It's not that I don't welcome you. Why don't you go take a shower first before coming back? The white-clothed female ghost cried even more pitifully, her eyes brimming with bloody tears that sprayed everywhere, then leaped straight back into the ancient well without resurfacing again. Damn, straight up scared off the ghost. Is this the power of a clueless dude? Ghostly gentleman, sir, perhaps you should wash up and come back another time. Female ghost, woo-woo, I'm no longer pure. The movie was clearly not happening. Chen Sun could only sigh and turn off the TV. He cracked his neck and suddenly remembered, due to the horror livestream, the passerby system had been busy for quite a while. If two systems appear in the same world, the local system's voice takes priority, and his livestream had too many viewers, overwhelming the signal of the multiverse stranger system. This meant no one could remind him to complete tasks, nor could he check the progress of the main storyline. Chen Sun felt it was absolutely necessary to have a little chat with his two neighbors next door. So, gripping a rusty kitchen knife and wearing a friendly smile, he knocked on the door of room 302. Chapter 26, This Ghost Makes No Sense. Who's there? At the sound of the knock, Zhang Yi tensed up, exchanging a glance with Zhou Qiaoqiao before peering through the peephole. Standing outside the door was his kind and friendly neighbor, whose entire body was covered in stitches as if the head, limbs, and torso had once been separated and then sewn back together with needle and thread. The man narrowed his eyes and smiled, revealing a row of gleaming teeth while dark threads stretched at the corners of his lips, making the grin appear even more eerie. Hello, I'm your neighbor. I noticed last night's dishes were left untouched at your doorstep. Was there something unsatisfactory? How was he supposed to answer this? Saying straight out your cooking looks like it could poison an elephant would be suicidal. If he replied no, your cooking was delicious, I just forgot to take it in, and she insisted on coming in to watch him eat it, what then? Zhang Yi felt his heart was about to leap out of his chest. Beads of cold sweat covered his face as he shot Zhou Qiaoqiao a pleading glance for help. Zhou Qiaoqiao also broke out in a cold sweat, quickly scribbling a passage on paper before unfolding it for Zhang Yi to read aloud. I forgot about that. But the dishes have gone cold overnight. I truly appreciate your kindness, but perhaps I could try them another day? The silence beyond the door stretched endlessly, lasting what felt like an eternity to Zhang Yi, with each thump of his heart echoing loudly in his ears. Chen Sun regretted the situation, deeming it improper to serve someone cold food. He relented with a resigned, all right then. He turned the knife handle and prepared to leave. Both men immediately breathed sighs of relief. Just then, the always tightly closed door of room 304 in the hallway suddenly creaked open. Chen Sun stopped in his tracks and looked toward the opposite side in bewilderment. A short, petite girl emerged from the doorway, looking thin and small, with scattered cadaverous spots on her arms and face. Her gaze was unfocused as she tugged at Chen Sun's sleeve and whispered softly, "Big brother, could you help me with something?" Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, echoing down the dusty hallway. Behind her, the dark doorway gaped like the maw of a beast. The girl's withered hand had surprising strength. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow, wiped the rust off the kitchen knife in his hand, and wondered just what she was up to. But he didn't refuse either. Ever since arriving in this world and consuming an entire box of painkillers, Chen Sun had been experiencing a strange sensation. There was nothing to fear. Everything here was utterly normal. Neither those contradictory rules, nor the eerie creatures in the night corridors, nor even the little girl before him gave him any sense of impending danger. All right. Chen Sun bent down and gently patted the little girl's head with a smile, like a cheerful, sunshine-bright neighbor's older brother. So he picked up the kitchen knife and followed the little girl through the door of room 304. The girl's pitch-black eyes widened into perfect circles, staring fixedly at the candies atop the refrigerator. Her bruised and pallid face was etched with desperate longing. So she's just too short to reach the candy and needs help, Chen Sun thought. He reached up and took down the box of sweets, giving it a shake that produced a rattling gloop-gloop sound. When she took the box, the girl's lips stretched into an unnaturally wide smile, so broad it seemed her mouth might touch her ears. She obediently said, "Thank you, big brother," and took out a white, glistening thing from the candy jar, licking it bit by bit. It wasn't candy at all, it was an eyeball. Shinsun watched her calmly, waiting patiently as she finished eating this candy. Then, he rested the cleaver against her neck, leaning in with a gentle smile. Anything else? The little girl giggled, a sound like dry wood clacking together, before biting down on the eyeball, popping it and slurping up its contents. Big brother is a good person. Mom and I want to talk to you about those two humans. Then, with lingering satisfaction, she licked her nails clean, pointed at Shinsun and then at herself, her eyes gleaming with greed. One for you, one for me, okay? Shinsun didn't answer, his smiling face unchanged as the kitchen knife remained tightly gripped in his hand. He said, no. The little girl looked utterly shocked. She hadn't expected this greedy spirit to be so insatiable, demanding both for itself. Aren't you afraid he'll stuff himself to death? Besides, they're the landlords, and Shinsun is just a tenant prey that walked right into their den. By all rights, those two humans should have been their property already. If they hadn't lost the key, those humans wouldn't have survived this long. This ghost is utterly unreasonable. But the little girl could do nothing about it. With her mother away, she was no match for this neighbor ghost. She could only pout dejectedly and mumble, then, we'll just take half, okay? Or maybe just an arm will do. Shinsun didn't respond further but instead chuckled heartily, patted the little girl's head, and asked in return, when will your mother be back? Grown-up matters should be discussed between grown-ups. Mom usually gets home from work before 10 in the evening. Then, she grinned from ear to ear, licked her teeth with a long tongue, and said with a smile, but I can't say for sure, she might come back anytime. After 10 o'clock would be the curfew time. Shinsun glanced at the clock in the room and frowned. He noticed that this clock seemed to be half an hour slower than the one in the opposite room. In other words, what the little girl called 10 o'clock would actually be 10:30 in their room. Her mother could move freely within that time frame. For what purpose? To toy with the players? To make them panic and jump to wild suspicions? I must say, that's quite a sick sense of humor. Patting the little girl's dejected head one last time, Shinsun suddenly missed his own younger siblings back home. They were probably about this height in the year he left them. So with a soft sigh, he placed the girl's candy jar back on top of the refrigerator and said, don't eat too many, they'll rot your teeth. The little girl opened her mouth wide and let out a dramatic wah, as she burst into tears, her rotting mouth crookedly sporting a few teeth with strands of hair stuck between them. Seeing all this, he suddenly felt he had done the right thing. Before leaving, Shinsun suddenly remembered something. Standing at the door, he turned back to ask, by the way, why haven't I seen the cleaning lady lately? The apartment has gotten dirtier. The girl stopped sobbing, wiped her tears, but kept her mouth gaping open, unable to contain her sorrow. She stole the old lady downstairs reading glasses. She won't be coming back. After a long silence, Shinsun remained wordless before finally stepping out the door. Article 6 of the convention, please keep the room tidy, or the cleaning lady will come knocking. Unfortunately, the cleaning lady was eaten and can never come knocking again. After dirtying the room, what kind of thing might come knocking next? Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Zhou Qiaoqiao were still struggling to decipher the final rule of this instance. Once all the rules were verified, they just needed to stay put for 7 days without incident. It all seemed so straightforward. Suddenly, Zhou Qiaoqiao felt a flicker of unease cross her mind, like a fleeting inspiration she couldn't quite grasp. No, it's going too smoothly. Even after breaking some rules, there haven't been any fatal consequences. That serial killer in room 301 next door hasn't shown any clear intention to harm anyone either. So where exactly lies the danger in this instance? She kept staring at the bright red words written on the fridge note, her heart filled with unease. The crimson characters seemed uncomfortably glaring. We are not residents. Out of caution, she used the spirit writing tool specifically on this sentence. To her surprise, the statement turned out to be correct. Zhou Qiaoqiao instantly felt a surge of weakness, and terror like a flood overwhelmed her, sending her collapsing to the ground as the pen fell once more. If they're not residents, then what are they? If they're not residents, is there any need to adhere to the residents' convention? Who were these rules actually established for? Is it possible that all her previous deductions were completely wrong? Could it be that the residents' convention itself is genuine, but what it really binds aren't the players, but rather the malevolent spirits of the apartment building? When all her clever deductions were overturned in one fell swoop, Zhou Qiaoqiao felt suffocating fear rushing over her like a tidal wave. Chapter 27, Got you now, little mice. Apart from meat, there were some frozen foods in the fridge. Shinsun wasn't very skilled at cooking this world's cuisine and had to make do with these. Over these past 6 days, his neighbors next door didn't seem to be doing well, both noticeably thinner with heavy dark circles under their eyes. Perhaps it was because the female landlord across the way would unpredictably knock on their door every night. Every time Shinsun passed through the corridor, they seemed to be on high alert, trembling with fear, occasionally whispering secretively among themselves. It reminded him of a mouse toying with a cat, foolishly believing it had escaped the hunt when, in truth, it had never left its cage. Zhang Yi no longer cared about fans in the livestream. All he could think about was surviving and getting back home. Facing the constant threat of imminent death, He couldn't sleep day or night, his entire appearance already haggard beyond recognition. His livestream followers were dropping rapidly, watching the view count plummet from 100,000 to barely a few thousand. Forget God Yi, let's call him Runaway Zhang from now on. Once his dungeon abilities vanished, he became such a coward. The streamer is so disappointing. Don't say that I asked around, and all players' abilities are restricted. It's better to be cautious. On the 7th day, Shensun picked up his kitchen knife and sat obediently by the bedside. On the final day, all covenants became void. The female landlord across the hall was about to begin her hunt. To complete the system's assigned task, he needed to leave the protagonist barely alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Yi remained unaware of the impending danger, his heart anxiously counting down to midnight. He felt much more at ease now. Having endured the past few days, these last few hours wouldn't make much difference, so he relaxed temporarily and began fantasizing about how to manage his public image after returning. Once he regained his abilities, he had countless ways to shut down Chen Sun's livestream and reclaim the fans that rightfully belonged to him. As for Zhou Xiaoxiao, she kept feeling that something wasn't right, but couldn't pinpoint what exactly. All she could do was constantly reassure herself. Maybe she was overthinking it? Perhaps this dungeon's difficulty wasn't actually that high? The clock struck 10:30. At that precise moment, opposite the corridor, the perpetually closed door clicked open with a sharp clack. He. The little girl shuffled forward step by dragging step as she emerged. Mommy will be getting off work soon. Her mouth stretched ear to ear until the corners nearly reached her neck. A crimson tongue slithered out from her decaying maw, elongating grotesquely until it almost scraped the floor. The little girl grabbed a few strands of hair from her mouth with withered hands, pulling them out inch by inch. Her mouth stretched wider and wider, so wide it could swallow a soccer ball whole in one gulp. Then, beneath the horrified gazes of Zhang Yi and Zhou Xiaoxiao, the little girl yanked out a human head from her own mouth, followed by an arm, a torso, and legs. God only knew what this little girl had eaten. Her stomach was like a bottomless pit. Zhou Xiaoxiao bent over and vomited. The scene was far too overwhelming for her. Finally, the little girl had turned into a pile of rotting flesh, from which emerged a long-haired woman, peeling off the girl's corpse like molting skin. Mommy's back. The pile of flesh beneath still chuckled. The woman grinned, her blood-red lips smeared with lipstick splitting apart to reveal a mouth full of sharp teeth. Sweetie, I'm home. Those glowing red eyes gazed greedily across at the opposite door. Must be hungry, sweetheart, I'm back to make you dinner. Her jet-black hair lashed out with a thought, crashing violently against the door of room 302. The hair coalesced into a single strand, sharp as steel reinforcement, piercing straight through the peephole of the wooden door like a drill. From that small hole peered the landlady's crimson eyes. Little mice, I'm coming to catch you. Inside the door, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhang Yi didn't dare even to breathe heavily, desperately piling tables and chairs against the entrance. They should have realized it sooner. If they weren't residents yet could eat the food in the rooms, what exactly were they? They are but mice in the eyes of the Yuri. The room was dirted by mice, so naturally it's the landlord's job to clean it up. At this point, there was no longer any reason to hide anything. The two of them hastily pulled out their life-saving tools, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads as they confronted the vengeful spirit. The landlady kept smashing the door, each thud pounding against Zhang Yi's heart. His eyes kept darting toward the clock, silently praying the door would hold strong until midnight. With a thunderous crash, the wooden door finally gave way, letting out its final groan before splintering into pieces. Countless serpentine strands of black hair surged into the room like a waterfall, filling every corner. The two didn't even have time to use their tools before the eerie hair bound them firmly, hoisting them up like spiders' prey on display. Caught you little mice. The woman licked her crimson nails and stepped into the room, her blood-red eyes gleaming with hunger. At that very moment, Zhang Yi suddenly burst into loud laughter, his entire body relaxing as if a great weight had been lifted. Because the clock already pointed to 12. He made it through. Soon he'll be able to escape this godforsaken place. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yi laughed wildly, shouting like a madman. We won. Ugly freak. Ha ha, ha, ha. Yet as time passed, his laughter gradually faded until his face was utterly consumed by terror. Why haven't they logged out of the instance yet? What went wrong? The woman wore a mocking expression, savoring their despairing faces as if relishing a fine meal. Oh dear, I forgot to tell you. I adjusted all your room clocks to run half an hour ahead. So that means... Her gaping mouth twisted into a grotesque grin as she murmured, we still have half an hour left to spend together. The two were now completely mired in the quicksand of despair, surrendering to the tightening coils of black hair that choked their breath away. Just then, the cluster of little girls lingering by the doorway suddenly erupted into shrill, blood-curdling shrieks. Mom, save me! Then, as if severed by something, the sound outside vanished. The woman's crimson eyes narrowed as she gazed at the figure by the door. Oh, dear guest, is there something you're dissatisfied with? Her barely concealed anger showed as her pupils slid vertically in fury. Chen Sun wiped the kitchen knife against the doorframe, his expression eerily calm. He tilted his head slightly, revealing the pitch-black stitching across his neck. The corners of his lips curled into a sinister smile. I don't like anyone touching my things. Shouldn't the landlord know that by now? In the next second, the black silhouette vanished instantly, only for a pair of obsidian eyes to materialize right before the woman's face, brimming with something unhinged. It was the silence of death, an empty black void, terror simmering beneath the surface of stillness. With nowhere to hide, the woman shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant, desperately attacking the figure before her with strands of hair, forcing him to retreat. Yet Chen Sun seemed oblivious to the danger. Even as his hands and feet were pierced, dripping with blood, he never slowed the swing of his blade, as if devoid of pain, never knowing fear. The landlady staggered back in terror, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness she'd never felt before. Suddenly, her vision spun wildly, her hand instinctively flew to her throat. Sticky, all covered in blood. Her head flew up, then fell onto the snow-white floor tiles, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Even in her final moments of terror, the woman's wide eyes remained fixed on that same serene figure. Madman. But Chen Sun wasn't much better off. He touched his stomach, his hand came away bloody, apparently pierced through, though he felt nothing. The tendons in his left arm seemed severed, slightly impairing his mobility. His arm hung limp at his side, powerless. A peculiar sensation. He gazed curiously at his own blood, watching vitality slowly drain away, yet without pain, somewhat like stepping under a cold shower. Then came total weakness, the metallic sweetness of blood filling his mouth. Seems like I might have overdone it a bit, he thought. Losing the sense of pain doesn't seem like an entirely good thing, it messes with your judgment. Clutching the bleeding hole in his abdomen, he staggered to his feet. Passing by Zhang Yi and Zhou Qiaoqiao, who were slumped on the ground with terrified expressions, he rummaged through the drawer for bandages. Then, twist after twist, she wrapped the bandage around her abdomen, and the white gauze instantly turned crimson. The two on the ground stared at him as if he were a monster, not daring to take a breath, watching as he impassively treated what should have been a fatal wound. Afraid that he might lose his temper, pick up the kitchen knife, and chop them both into pieces. Seemingly somewhat tired, the terrifying neighbor sat calmly at the edge of the bed, resting with slightly narrowed eyes, not uttering a word. Yet every passing second felt like an entire century in their eyes. At last, the horror live streaming system emitted a notification. Time's up. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. Logging out now. Chapter 28, my name is. Congratulations on completing the mission. Mission rating, B. Since the host caused significant psychological harm to the protagonist, Zhang Yi never dared to enter horror dungeons again after returning to the real world and completely left the forum, resulting in half points. Chen Sun ran into a bit of trouble when logging out of this world. Simply put, he saw a little boy stitched all over with black thread in his bedroom mirror, and the boy's face bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Perhaps it was the hallucination from blood loss, he thought, feeling even more convinced of how fragile the human body truly was. This ghostly gentleman actually encountered a ghost himself. The 7 or 8-year-old boy in the mirror stared at him with pitch-black eyes and grinned. The stitches at the corners of his mouth, the cleaver in his hand identical to Chen Sun's equipment. He waved goodbye to Chen Sun and mouthed something unintelligible. Chen Sun couldn't hear anything but guessed from the lips that the word might have been be careful about something, though what followed remained unclear. With nothing but bewilderment, his body dissolved into streams of data, slowly fading from this small world. After Chen Sun had completely dissipated, the boy in the mirror lowered his hand and murmured, "This time, I must succeed." The cave was filled with human screams and the sound of monsters feasting. "No! NNNGH, save me, please, Sob, help me." The black-eyed boy sat with his head tilted upwards in a room constructed from the monster's flesh and blood, staring expressionlessly at the person entangled above him. His pitch-black pupils resembled bottomless abysses, utterly devoid of emotion. Chronic starvation had left him malnourished, like a soulless ragdoll. "Ah, my limbs have gone numb," he thought this. All those who were captured were devoured one by the monster in front of him. At first, he was terrified and helpless, but slowly he grew accustomed to the bloodshed, and then indifferent. The one who had been toyed with was torn into chunks of flesh, and a few drops of crimson blood splattered onto the boy's face. Yet, he remained calm, staring straight into the monster's enormous eyes. A tentacle reached out, wiping the blood from his face, its slimy surface ceaselessly licking his pale skin. The repulsive slipperiness, reeking of a fishy stench, was utterly unbearable. Next, it would be his turn. His fingers closed around the dagger hidden behind his back, its blade glinting coldly. By the time the rescue team arrived, only one survivor remained in this hideout. The black-haired boy sat quietly amidst the pile of flesh, surrounded by human limbs and the severed tentacles of some monstrous creatures. The enormous eyeball had been pierced, its white fluid splattered everywhere. The boy's clothes were soaked in sticky mucus, his entire body appearing as though drenched in a crimson sea. He blinked his dark eyes, offering a weak smile as he obediently allowed himself to be lifted out by his rescuers. yet he still clutched the dagger tightly, gazing indifferently at his fellow humans. 3 full days of nerve-wracking tension had forged this habit within him, one he now found impossible to shake. It's alright, it's alright, it's all over now. The rescuer patted his head, offering comfort. She had no idea what this child had gone through to be so terribly underweight. All she could do was let out a helpless sigh. She covered his body with a pure white blanket, his tattered clothes revealing nothing but bruises in shades of blue and purple beneath. What's your name? The boy was silent for a moment, looking at her calmly with those pitch-black eyes that filled her with inexplicable dread. It's like staring into the abyss. My name is. How many times now? Shinsun sat up, panting, staring at his reflection in the mirror, feeling like a stranger. Those eyes remained indifferent, devoid of emotion, rationally scrutinizing themselves. After a long while, he finally let out a deep sigh and slumped down, completely drained. He touched his forehead with his hand and felt a bit feverish. Ah, I'm running a fever. No wonder I had such a strange dream. The damn system sold him shoddy goods. Turns out overdosing on painkillers has side effects, forcing him to spend 3 full days in bed recovering. His perfectly good vacation was entirely wasted in the hospital. Is the host alright? I'm fine, Shinsun said while lying in bed, glancing irritably at the culprit but lacking the energy to protest further. He could only stare blankly at the ceiling. System, I used to. Before binding with you, you were just an ordinary college student, right? Yes. That's what I thought, always lost in wild fantasies. Back then, he was so ordinary it was almost offensive, the kind you'd never pick out from a crowd. A bland and uneventful childhood, a family with occasional disputes but generally harmonious, a mother who always smiled, and siblings who chattered endlessly while clinging to him. To his classmates, he was merely an ordinary boy, somewhat good-looking, yet nobody could recall anything remarkable he had ever done. Nothing supernatural ever happened around him, everything moved along in its orderly way. And then, his world collapsed. Yes, just when the sky split open with such a massive crack, he was killed by a falling billboard. It said that the world line collapsed because no system executor came in time to deal with it. Shinsun accepted his fate. In this lifetime of his, ordinary as it was, he had family and close friends, played all the games he wanted, and tasted all the delicacies he craved. That was already enough to make him happy. The only slight regret was that his younger siblings were still too young. They hadn't been to an amusement park yet, nor had they seen the grand zoo in the big city. Then he was chosen by the passerby system, gaining a chance to survive. Hello, Mr. Shinsun, it's our first meeting, pleased to make your acquaintance. You are my first host, let's get along well in the future. Shinsun thought there was nothing wrong with living. Who knows, if he saved enough points someday, he might even be able to salvage his original world. As long as you're alive, there's always hope. With this thought, he staggered to his feet, put on his coat, and suddenly realized just how tenaciously life clung to him. Those from the main world don't die so easily. From the moment they're bound to the system, they achieve a form of immortality in some sense. Even if you die in a minor world, you'll be forcibly resurrected, though the price is losing something precious, like the memory of someone you cherished. He was relieved that he hadn't forgotten his family's faces yet. Stretching lazily, he felt much better. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming him with its cozy embrace. His phone had accumulated quite a few messages over the past few days, mostly greetings from several friends. The usual drama queen, Fatty had sent a string of panicked voice messages. Brochin, don't scare me like this, answer me, did something happen? And please dad, just reply with something. Lu Yun now continued flooding the screen with puppy emojis, each one practically screaming senior, look at me, take good care of yourself while recovering, and I've gotten so much stronger, next time we go on a mission together, I'll protect you. The chat window labeled Song Sanqing stood out like a sore thumb with its bizarrely sparse daily messages. Monday, dead yet? Tuesday, dead? Wednesday, maybe death would be better. Thursday, where's the funeral feast? Shinsun maintained a polite smile, suddenly feeling reinvigorated, energetic enough to go punch someone. So he typed in the chat box, sorry, what a pity you didn't die. The other side froze for several seconds, seemingly caught off guard by the reply, before slowly sending a message. If you're not dead, come to the central tower for a meeting. Then, as if afraid of being refused, they hastily added, Sister Lee's orders, before logging off at lightning speed. Chapter 29, 30 Days to Save the World. At the very heart of the city stood a towering spire that pierced the heavens, the location of the main system, where the god of this world was said to reside. The creator god, from whose hands all systems were born. K had created countless lesser worlds, including this main deity's domain. Though most likely just rumor, as no living soul had ever glimpsed the true deity, there was no way to verify its existence. And now, Shinsun was sitting in the conference room of the control tower, propping his chin and dozing off, watching the two factions engage in a fiery debate with utter boredom. The system owners were divided into two factions, seated on either side of the conference table, aggressive and argumentative, quarreling relentlessly. One faction insisted on strictly adhering to the original plotlines of the minor worlds, believing that the original works should be respected and that transmigrators should be eliminated as heresy. Typical representatives included the multiverse bugfix system, the strongest lackey system, the slay the transmigrator system, and so on. The other faction believed that these minor worlds had failed precisely because they were written too poorly by third-rate authors, lacking enough readers to sustain them, and thus naturally developing all sorts of flaws. They advocated modifying parts of the plot and appropriately expanding the roles of minor characters. Sisterly belongs to the adaptation faction, with her bound system being the vicious female supporting character abuse scum system. Right now, she's busy clashing with the conservative faction. The main world news is broadcasting the live battle, so the entire main world heard sharp microphone feedback through their radios. Breaking news, both sides engaged in a frank exchange, meaning the two faction systems came to blows, pulling clothes and hair, with the air filled with bleeping, forbidden words. Both sides have fully exchanged views on the issue of world copyright adaptation. Someone shattered a cup, no one knew who, and both sides immediately slammed the table and rose to their feet, pointing fingers and shouting accusations. A signal by breaking the cup? You even set up assassins? The meeting enhanced mutual understanding between both parties. The hall instantly erupted into chaos, with papers and pens flying through the air. A pen shot straight toward Chen Sun like an arrow. Chen Sun tilted his head impassively as the pen whizzed past him, embedding itself deeply into the wall behind him. The hefty guy nearby raised a banner, cheering loudly for Sisterly, his layers of fat rippling like waves. Beside him sat Song Sanqing, lost in his game with headphones on, completely oblivious to it all. The guy looked utterly dejected, dressed in student garb, short in stature, seemingly malnourished with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Rumors say before being bound to the system, she suffered abuse from her adoptive parents. Now she exhibits severe suicidal tendencies, frequently preoccupied with thoughts of ending her own life. If he didn't find something to distract himself, he'd probably start wondering whether jumping from the spectator stands would be fatal, then promptly flip over the railing to demonstrate a high-altitude projectile firsthand. Death is impossible, but what if one day it really happens? Senior. Amidst the clamorous voices, a crisp call rang out, as clear as an Oriole's song. Lu Yunmiao blinked her starry eyes and happily squeezed in to sit beside Chen Sun. It's so wonderful that Senior is here too. Chen Sun quietly shifted sideways, so Lu Yunmiao also moved closer to him. He felt his personal space being encroached upon. Fortunately, the chaotic meeting finally came to an end. The result was that someone bombed the venue, with half of each faction being carried away in ambulances. Sisterly casually brushed her hair back with flair. A true woman never looks back at explosions. She put on her sunglasses and said to the studio members who had been watching from the sidelines, "It's done. Let's go." Li Jia, what exactly did you all decide? Ji Biqing asked curiously from the side. Li Shiqing glanced at the four of them, letting her gaze linger on the idle Chen Sun for a moment, then slapped a stack of files heavily onto the table and declared, "We've got work. A team assignment. Those old sticks in the mud don't believe supporting characters like us can make waves. Well, let's show them what we're made of. If we pull this off, the whole team gets 7 days off." The moment days off was mentioned, Chen Sun instantly perked up, sitting bolt upright with a fiery gleam in his dark eyes. Song Sanqing kept his head down playing games, though occasionally glancing at the documents to assess whether this operation might be life-threatening, always eager to discover new ways to end himself. Both the chubby guy and Lu Yunmiao were eager to give it a try, the former because he could once again be carried by the group's top players, the latter because she could go on another mission with her senior. Seeing the expectant expressions on her team members' faces, Li Shiqing flashed a satisfied smile. Mission objective, save the world in 30 days. On the first day of the apocalypse, the T-virus swept across the world, infecting most of humanity and turning them into bloodthirsty zombies that craved flesh. Almost overnight, it destroyed the cities humanity relied on for survival, paralyzing transportation hubs and leaving fewer than 1 in 10 survivors. Zombies devour humans, and humans devour each other. Countless survivors rallied to establish new bases, only to despair upon discovering that food and water resources were nearly exhausted, prompting violent struggles for survival. Fortunately, supernatural beings kept emerging among humans, gaining diverse self-preservation abilities. The powerful once again established a new order. But all this had nothing to do with Zhao Tiancheng. He was just a weakling who couldn't crush a fly, a useless failure who hadn't awakened any special abilities. What are you doing? Trying to slack off? Seeing him spacing out, the skinny guy beside him immediately raised his sharp voice, shouting reprimands. There was no way around it. In the apocalyptic world, might made right. With a resigned sigh, he swallowed his pride, rubbed his sore eyes, and picked up the binoculars again to continue monitoring the area outside the base. Across the vast desert, fierce winds stirred endless clouds of yellow sand, heralding the decline of human civilization. The T-virus had not only devastated cities but also destroyed the natural vegetation. What's that? At that very moment, a small black dot suddenly appeared at the far end of the long desert highway. Zhao Tiancheng widened his eyes, staring toward the end of the highway. The black dot drew nearer, gradually becoming clearer. It was actually a motorcycle. What stunned him wasn't the motorcycle itself, but the horde of zombies chasing relentlessly behind it. A dark tide of undead loomed. Zhao Tiancheng panicked, shoving awake the skinny man sleeping beside him before urgently sounding the alarm. The entire A-City base instantly shifted to high alert, every superpowered resident standing ready to repel the incoming zombie siege. Just as sweat beaded on Zhao Tiancheng's forehead, his jaw dropped when he suddenly noticed. The motorcycle didn't even pause for a second, leading the massive horde of zombies straight past City A before disappearing down the other side of the road. It even left them choking in its exhaust fumes. That's right, it just passed by and kept going. Everyone at the base exchanged bewildered glances. The skinny guy shot Zhao Tiancheng an annoyed glare before going back to bed. If they had gotten any closer, they might have witnessed an even more bizarre scene. Someone was actually tied to the back of that motorcycle, being dragged along the ground. Chen Sun rode the motorcycle with a massive, heavy-set guy clinging behind him. A rope was tied to the rear of the bike, noosed around Song Sanqing's neck, and they had been speeding along like that the entire way. Hurry up, brother Chen, they're catching up. Chi Biqing began crying hysterically, desperately trying to minimize his space while clutching Chen Sun's shoulders. The motorcycle groaned under his weight as if its tires might burst at any moment. Lying motionless on the rear seat, Song Sanqing stared blankly at the azure sky with utter despair before letting out a heart-rending wail. Why is my superpower infinite regeneration? Chapter 30, The Zombie King's Bizarre Journey. The moment Song Sanqing arrived in this world, he went on strike. Grabbing a hemp rope, he looped it around his neck and whooshed off the motorcycle. To hell with the mission, nothing would stop him from embracing Mother Death and pursuing eternal peace. Death. Freedom. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the death-defying task. The ultimate death-defying system has issued your reward. You have acquired the ability, Infinite Regeneration. Infinite Regeneration automatically heals bodily injuries, making the host virtually immortal. Then his blissful smile froze on his face. Hold on tight, Chen Sun muttered through an unlit cigarette, his sunglasses glinting as he abruptly throttled the engine, spewing a cloud of black exhaust straight into Song Sanqing's face. The car sped swiftly across the desolate desert, leaving the horde of zombies far behind. At noon, the Iron Wolf base served the meal. Zhao Tiancheng was the last to descend from the watchtower, receiving only a thin vegetable broth and an empty rice bucket scraped clean without a single grain left. Who knows why useless people like him are still allowed to stay here? The cafeteria lady grumbled as she banged her wooden ladle against the bucket before dumping a scoop of water inside. After perfunctory stirring, she poured the watery mixture into Zhao Tiancheng's bowl as a mock consolation. He sighed softly and retreated to a corner under the mocking gazes of his co-workers. Raising his gaze, he saw oil stains floating in the wash basin and piles of leftover food. He swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a suffocating rage trapped in his chest. They'd rather feed this to the pigs in the base than leave any for him. Zhao Tiancheng clenched his fists, sweeping an angry glare across the cafeteria crowd. The men snickered at him, their mocking oink-oink laughter resembling swine. What good was anger anyway? In this apocalyptic world, weakness was the original sin. Tiancheng, a clear voice called out just then. A petite and delicate girl, carrying her meal, settled down beside him. The gazes of all the men in the cafeteria shifted over, burning with intensity yet not daring to cross the line into disrespect. She took the steamed bun from her bowl and placed it directly into Zhao Tiancheng's bowl, then sat beside him with a sweet smile. I knew you wouldn't have time to eat, good thing I saved some for you. Zhao Tiancheng's anger instantly dissipated. Suppressing the grievance in his heart, he gave a simple, honest smile and began wolfing down his meal with the vegetable broth. Everything wasn't so bad after all. He still had his girlfriend who cared for him. He and Yu Xiaosheng had been dating since college. After the apocalypse broke out, she never left his side nor showed any disdain toward him. Xiaosheng had studied mechanical engineering. Her special ability was machinery mastery, and she served as the mechanic in the Iron Wolf base. In the post-apocalyptic world, other women either relied on powerful men or did menial labor, while Yu Xiaosheng alone earned universal respect by transforming the base into an impregnable fortress with her skills in mechanical repair and modification. Now that Xiaosheng had arrived, her co-workers no longer dared to cause trouble and could only lower their heads to shovel down their meals. Zhao Tiancheng could hear their muttered complaints as they left. With his conditions, he really hit the jackpot finding such a good girlfriend. First time seeing someone so shameless about living off a woman. At this, he could only clench his fists, feeling as if a thorn had been lodged in his heart, an ache faint but persistent. By evening, Yu Xiaosheng inspected the newly outfitted off-road vehicle as usual. Seeing Zhao Tiancheng approach, she wiped the sweat from her brow with a smile. Xiaosheng, I need to talk to you about something, Zhao Tiancheng said, his face flushing. Without hesitation, she quickly briefed her assistant on the tasks, set aside her gloves and notepad, and followed behind Zhao Tiancheng. The two climbed to the top of the base's massive wall and sat side by side, facing the blazing crimson sunset. The girl's face glowed rosy under the sunset hues. Shyly tucking away strands of her short hair, she waited in silence for Zhao Tiancheng to continue. Zhao Tiancheng's cheeks also flushed red. Clearing his throat softly, he pulled a small box from his pocket. When opened, it revealed two exquisitely crafted rings nestled inside. This was taken from a jewelry store when he went to B City last time to search for supplies. That day, amidst life-threatening danger and surrounded by countless zombies, he still clutched the ring tightly, gritting his teeth as he fought his way back from the brink of death. As Yu Shaoshang put the ring on her finger, her eyes moistened. Tilting her head back, she took a deep breath. How could she not understand the hardships Zhao Tiancheng had endured? Shaoshang, I love. Zhao Tiancheng squatted on the ground, his gaze sincere. However, before the word "you" could escape his lips, alarms blared throughout the entire base, startling both men to their feet. Gazing toward the distant horizon, Zhao Tiancheng's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Darkening the skyline came an overwhelming tide, wave upon wave of zombies. Warning! Warning! High-level zombie siege underway. Then, this dreamlike scene shattered before Zhao Tiancheng's horrified gaze. From the zombie siege to the destruction of the base, it seemed like only mere minutes had passed before the place was reduced to ruins. An S-class mutated zombie appeared. The superpowered warriors were defeated, leaving humanity utterly defenseless. The setting sun bled crimson as crows scattered across the sky. Zhao Tiancheng watched with his own eyes as Yu Shaoshang fell into the horde of zombies, his fate unknown. With tears in his eyes, he could only board the armored vehicle breaking through the encirclement and leave this ruined land behind. In the constantly shaking rearview mirror of the off-road vehicle, he saw it, the gigantic mutated zombie, the culprit behind everything, its back bearing an enormous tattoo. Savior Corporation. Those hypocritical, beastly bastards. On the surface, they claimed to be researching a serum to save humanity, while secretly capturing zombies for experiments. Zhao Tiancheng felt an uncontrollable fury, yet his rage had no effect on reality. He could only keep pounding the car seat with his clenched fists. He was too weak, utterly powerless against it. When the off-road vehicle arrived at a gas station, the survivors got out searching for fuel. Moments later, he heard his teammates shouting in panic. "Hurry! There are zombies here!" Then came the sound of car engines starting. His teammates had abandoned him, fleeing alone. Zhao Tiancheng burst into laughter, picked up the only submachine gun, and strode eagerly toward the dense horde of zombies. He spat toward the zombie swarm and pulled the trigger. "Come on, you filthy bastards! Killing one breaks even, killing two makes a profit." With the roar of the submachine gun, rows of zombies fell, only for more to surge forward, as if never knowing fatigue. When bullets ran out, he was swallowed by the tide of zombies, torn to pieces in a shower of blood and flesh. So Zhao Tiancheng closed his eyes, the hatred in his heart so intense it seemed to solidify into something tangible. If given another life, he swore he would have his revenge. When he opened his eyes again, he immediately felt pain all over his body. He realized he couldn't move. Everything before him was pitch black, impossible to see. "You're awake. You're already a girl now." Startled, he shivered and snapped awake, only to find himself tightly bound. Zhao Tiancheng gasped in terror as he surveyed his surroundings. It was a crude little base, likely an abandoned warehouse. 3 people stood before him, examining him intently. There was a plump man with a greasy, leering grin, a disheveled and scrawny tech geek, and a delinquent youth pressing a gun against his head. Zhao Tiancheng stood frozen in place, utterly dumbstruck. Is this a den of thieves? Chapter 31, just a passing bystander. Is it unreasonable to blow up a planet? Don't shoot. I'm human. Zhao Tiancheng cried out in terror, but the young leader seemed not to hear as he leisurely cocked the gun and aimed the dark muzzle at his forehead. "No, you're not human." The youth had a lollipop dangling from his mouth, his pitch-black eyes as unsettling as the dark muzzle of the gun in his hand. "How could?" Zhao Tiancheng started to protest, then froze as he caught sight of his reflection in the nearby mirror. He sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. There in the mirror stood a figure drenched in blood, flesh completely gone, clothes torn to ragged shreds. Yet the exposed wound was now healing, growing new skin. Zhao Tiancheng had only heard that aside from those with healing abilities, only high-level zombies exhibited this condition. His face filled with disbelief as he looked at himself, then lifted his gaze to Chen Sun. "Am I a zombie?" The black-eyed youth remained silent, tacitly confirming his speculation. Only after verifying Zhao Tiancheng still maintained his rationality did he lower his gun. Zhao Tiancheng suddenly sensed something new in his mind, an awareness that with just a thought, he could connect with the zombies roaming outside the warehouse. Was this his special ability? But the distance was too great now, beyond his control range, making it impossible to summon the zombies for rescue. Ding! Critical plot point reached. The male lead gets bitten by zombies and awakens the ability to control them. How ironic. As a human without supernatural powers, he endured bullying and couldn't protect those he cherished. Yet after becoming a zombie, he ascends to become a supreme-level ability user, striking fear into countless hearts. Shinsun suddenly found this male lead somewhat pitiful. Squatting down, he calmly met his gaze. Why did you save me? Zhao Tiancheng asked uneasily after recovering from his shock, looking up. You're quite valuable. Chen Sun rolled the cardboard in his hand into a cylinder, patted his face with a smile, as if appraising a commodity. Indeed valuable, a male lead is worth 2,000 points. Zhao Tiancheng felt puzzled. He opened his mouth but ultimately remained silent. It suddenly dawned on him how immense the research value of a self-aware zombie could be in this apocalyptic world. These three could have easily sold him out to the Savior Corporation in exchange for abundant survival resources, yet they chose not to, proving he held some other value to them. As long as I demonstrate my usefulness, I might become a potential collaborator and ultimately help him achieve his revenge. At this thought, Zhao Tiancheng's gaze grew resolute as he straightened up and asked, You want to ask why we didn't sell you out? Shinsun calmly glanced at him, lit a cigarette, and spread his hands saying, What a coincidence. We also have some unfinished business with the Savior. Their mission was to save the world, so the Savior Corporation, the ones who knew the T-virus best, naturally became their primary target. According to the original plot, Zhao Tiancheng led a horde of zombies to storm the Savior Corporation headquarters. Though he completed his revenge mission, he failed to resolve the global zombification crisis. That's exactly why they were needed to clean up this mess. Just as Zhao Tiancheng was about to open his mouth to ask something else, the fat kid's piercing scream suddenly came from outside the warehouse. Damn it, Chen, there are zombies everywhere outside. Shinsun frowned, stubbed out his cigarette, and stood up with the gun in hand. Change of location. A dense horde of zombies had gathered outside the warehouse. They needed to fight their way out through blood. Having reached a cooperative agreement, the fat man untied Zhao Tiancheng and handed him a pistol. Song Sanqing, take the lead. Shinsun tossed him a submachine gun, calmly arranging their formation. Zhao Tiancheng suddenly felt it was his moment to shine and raised his hand at the back of the group. Can I? The fat guy's in charge of logistics. If you lose the supplies, you'll have hell to pay. I can. Let's break through from the left flank and head to the supermarket across the street. Brother Chen, I'm really freaking out. I've never seen so many zombies before, the fat guy interrupted nervously. Zhao Tiancheng actually wanted to say he could control 2 or 3 zombies to scout ahead, but now it seemed he couldn't get a word in edgewise. Upon receiving the command, that punk Song Sanqing immediately transformed, grabbing a submachine gun with each hand and charging out like mad, spinning circles through the zombie horde. Rat-tat-tat, gunfire erupted as muzzle flashes lit up the darkness, while he laughed wildly with abandon. Ha 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 ha, let the world burn. Why can't I just die already, ha 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 ha. Though he couldn't die himself, he could sure drag everyone down with him. The weak fear the strong fear the reckless. An immortal madman was undoubtedly a weapon of mass destruction. Half the zombies on that road collapsed in an instant. Save some bullets, damn it, the chubby guy yelled heartbrokenly from behind. Unable to stop that idiot's reckless behavior, Chi Biching had no choice but to use his supernatural ability. With a wave of his hand, violent flames erupted around him, incinerating the remaining zombies completely. Wiping the sweat from his face afterward, Chi Biching felt himself becoming noticeably thinner again. Only Zhao Tiancheng remained staring in shock. The handsome young man before him was completely different from the obese blob he'd seen earlier. With features as if carved by an axe and chisel, an 8-pack physique, and a face so strikingly handsome it could startle the heavens. Who even are you, handsome? The chubby guy's ability is burning fat. When using this power, he transforms from a handsome sphere into a handsome hunk. But once the ability wears off, he has to eat furiously to revert from handsome hunk back to handsome sphere. Indeed, every chubby guy is a stock full of potential. Chi Biching slicked back his hair with flair, swung his fist the size of a sandbag, and effortlessly knocked down a zombie. Then he turned his head and tossed a glance, signaling Zhao Tiancheng to follow. Zhao Tiancheng was completely dumbfounded on the spot. Who needed a path cleared? The surrounding zombies weren't even enough for the 2 of them to slaughter. Suddenly, he felt that his proud superpower seemed utterly redundant in this group, instantly overwhelmed by a strong sense of defeat, wilting like frostbitten eggplant. Then he glanced at Chen Sun covering their rear and noticed he wasn't even using any abilities, just leisurely picking off the stragglers with a few shots. Zhao Tiancheng immediately felt somewhat comforted. Apparently, not everyone possessed such extraordinary abilities. His confidence swiftly returned. After all, he had only just awakened. Once he mastered his powers through practice, he could command tens of thousands of zombies, no less formidable than them. Chen Sun had no idea what he was fantasizing about. As usual, he picked up his gun and swept fire at the zombies behind him. Just then, he suddenly sensed a gaze from the sky and jerked his head upward. His left eye pupil transformed into a diamond shape, faintly revealing a serial number. Upon closer inspection, one would notice this form bore an exact resemblance to the emblem of the Savior Corporation. Beyond the distant curtain of the sky, floating in space, the satellite S-39 received a command. Target X-438 detected. Threat level, S+. Requesting intercontinental missile launch to eliminate target. Launch authorized. Provide precise coordinates. Received. Further accessing satellite imagery. Wait, the target seems to be. What? He was laughing. Shensun flashed a smile at the sky, then snapped his fingers. The satellite instantly began disintegrating from within, exploding into fragments across the heavens. The satellite shattered in midair, exploding into a spectacular firework display, scattering sparks in all directions. Countless fragments plummeted into the atmosphere, burning up like shooting stars. S-39, are you still there? Respond if you receive this. Target lost, S-39 is out of contact. Target positioning failed. Damn it! Far away on Earth, humans remained unaware that they had nearly been wiped out along with an entire city. They simply continued fighting zombies as usual, living their lives in constant fear. Chen, what are you zoning out for? The fat guy patted Chen Sun on the shoulder, panting heavily as he held a bag and asked. Nothing much. He turned around calmly, his pupils returning to their normal rounded shape. Let's set off some fireworks to celebrate. Chapter 32, I don't eat beef. Deep underground in Savior Base located in G State, a group of people clad in white lab coats bustled about inside a laboratory with hive-like precision. Through the glass window, one could see two white experimental pods inside, connected by countless thin data cables crisscrossing between them. Inside one of the pods lay a petite girl, her eyes closed in slumber with lashes fluttering slightly as if she might awaken any moment. Had Zhao Tiancheng been present, he would have been shocked to recognize his girlfriend Yu Xiaoshang lying there, though her pallid complexion and the bloody wound on her shoulder made it clear she'd already turned into a zombie. In another chamber, the figure inside was barely recognizable as human, a gaunt middle-aged man kept alive only by nutrient fluids delivered through tubes. Doctor, the experiment is prepared. Commencing brainwave transmission. The man's chamber illuminated with a green light, signaling experiment commencement approval. As the machine activated, electrical signals traveled through serpentine data cables, migrating from one side to the other before ultimately flooding into Yu Xiaoxing's corpse. As the last glimmer of light finished transmitting, the illumination in the left man's cabin flickered like a candle in the wind before extinguishing completely. Then, with a sharp click, the door of Yu Xiaoxing's experimental chamber unlocked and slid open. Inside the chamber, Yu Xiaoxing gradually sat up, flexed her wrists experimentally, and breathed in the unfamiliar yet refreshing air with a pleased smile. Her pupils had already transformed into a bewitching crimson, radiating a ruthless aura unbefitting her apparent youth. The surrounding figures in white lab coats immediately lowered their heads, presenting their research reports with reverent expressions. Dr. K, the experimental results are perfect. The original owner's consciousness has already fallen into slumber and won't interfere with your actions. Yu Xiaoxing nodded at the mirror reflection, then stood up to stretch. Suddenly feeling some stiffness in the arm, the figure frowned. Seeing this, the nearby white-coated figure instantly bowed deeper, not daring to even breathe heavily. Only, since the compatibility between the experimental subject and you isn't particularly high, there might inevitably be some impact on mobility. Oh, what about the optimal experimental subject? Have there been any traces of him yet? Yu Xiaoshang flipped through the files absent-mindedly, his gaze settling on a photograph. The young, smiling man in the picture was none other than Chen Sun. The document was labeled World Ender. This was their priceless sample, obtained through countless rounds of screening. He possessed an ability powerful enough to overturn the world. Their original plan was to transfer Dr. K's consciousness into the experimental subject's body, leveraging his unique abilities to orchestrate a massive reshaping of all humanity. However, the prime experimental subject escaped and destroyed over half of the Savior base. They were forced to resort to Plan B, using the spread of the T-virus to eliminate the majority of humans. Not long ago, we detected traces of X-438 and were preparing to execute the elimination protocol, but what? X-438 destroyed the surveillance satellite and slipped away. A bunch of useless fools. She suddenly flared into rage, hurling a thick stack of documents at the researcher. Everyone cowered like quails, not daring to breathe loudly. After a long pause, Yu Xiaoshang stopped her outburst and calmly issued new orders. Deploy full resources to capture X-438. I want it alive. She narrowed her blood-red eyes and revealed a mad grin. For K, obtaining this new body was absolutely imperative. How could this little white mouse ever escape her control? Meanwhile, Shensun inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. He had no idea someone was still coveting his flesh, and even if he did know, all he could say was, I'm definitely not gay. He had absolutely no interest in a woman with a man's soul inside her body. Chen, bro? Zhao Tiancheng called uncertainly from the back of the group. Ever since witnessing their combat abilities last time, he'd been tagging along dejectedly at the rear of the party, secretly observing the trio. He observed that the fat man named Shibiching was always clutching food in his hands and stuffing it into his mouth non-stop. The young man called Song Sanqing kept his head down playing video games, barely acknowledging others. Occasionally, he'd go wild, suddenly appearing in places you'd never expect, such as clinging to the roof of an SUV, or jumping down from a third-floor supermarket window, or dangling right before your eyes on a rope. If you can imagine it, he can do it, there's nothing beyond his capabilities. However, it seems Chin Sun is actually the backbone of the group, despite appearing thoroughly ordinary and displaying no remarkable martial prowess. But whenever he gave an order, the two of them obeyed without hesitation or delay. Now, they were heading towards a sealed supermarket. The city had just fallen to the zombies, so there should still be plenty of survival supplies left. It's worth mentioning that in this small world, the system couldn't provide the three of them with any survival resources. After all, if you could conjure food and water out of thin air, what kind of apocalypse would that be? You might as well open a wholesale supply chain and save all of humanity. After confirming there were no zombies nearby, Chen Sun used a steel rod to pry open the supermarket's rolling shutter. The group exchanged glances, remained on guard, and filed in one by one. The shelves in the supermarket were coated in dust, clearly unattended for a long time. After sweeping through both the upper and lower floors without spotting a single soul, they finally relaxed a little. Surprisingly, quite a few items remained on the shelves, apparently untouched by any survivors. At that moment, Zhao Tiancheng suddenly felt a pang of hunger, as if a demon's voice was whispering in his ear, filling him with a bloodthirsty urge. After turning into a zombie, this relentless urge constantly drove him to devour human flesh and blood. Ravenous, he now desperately wanted to sink his teeth into the fat man's head, but in the end, he swallowed his saliva and suppressed this primal instinct. There's no way to win, no matter how you looked at it. Here. At that moment, Chen Sun tossed over a can of beef, which landed steadily in his hand. Zhao Tiancheng was a bit stunned. Asking a zombie like him to eat human food, wasn't that a bit too much to ask? But even as he inwardly complained, his body acted with brutal honesty. He swiftly opened the can, grabbed a slice of meat, and tossed it straight into his mouth. The taste was bizarre, utterly different from any meat he'd eaten before. Despite being raw, it had no trace of blood or gaminess at all. To be precise, it had absolutely no taste. Eating it was like chewing wax. Still, it at least managed to subdue his primal urges and seemed to fill his stomach, so he stopped complaining and began devouring it ravenously. Chen Sun observed calmly from the side, inwardly confirming his suspicions. The so-called zombies were merely creatures with an amplified craving for raw flesh, and the most readily available source of meat was naturally their own former kind. So the moment they caught the scent of humans, they charged forward recklessly like flies swarming rotten eggs. But ordinary beef, mutton, and pork, they could definitely eat those. Just then, the fat guy suddenly shouted loudly, pointing at the door and yelling, "Hey hey, you little thief!" A figure suddenly darted out from the shadows of the house, swiftly grabbed a package of supplies from the ground, and slipped outside unnoticed by the others. He was even holding the pistol that Fatty always carried, making a face at the doorway before vanishing like the wind. Speed-based superpower? Chen Sun blinked, failing to follow the person's movements. Only then did he realize this kid had been hiding in the dark all along, completely escaping their notice until now. "What are you standing there for? Chase after him." Chapter 33, Care to Talk? The little thief turned a corner in the alley as soon as he exited the door and swiftly vanished from sight, as if he had evaporated into thin air. Panting heavily, the fat guy collapsed at the entrance, completely exhausted from the sudden sprint and unable to catch his breath. Damn it, lost them. They were right here just a moment ago. How could they have disappeared in the blink of an eye? Chen Sun pondered for a moment before breaking into a grin. He raised his submachine gun, aiming its dark muzzle down the alley, and without a word, pulled the trigger. With a deafening rat-tat-tat, a wretched scream erupted from the shadows beside the alley, followed by the dull thud of something heavy hitting the ground. "I was wrong, spare my life." The shadowy figure writhed on the ground, wounded by the gunshot to his leg, his former arrogance completely gone. The group suddenly understood it wasn't a speed-based supernatural ability after all, but rather the power to hide within shadows. They'd been mistaken from the very beginning. Shibiching used the gun barrel to flip off the captive's hood, revealing a young, boyish face beneath. Everyone froze in place, even the previously furious fat man stood rooted to the spot. "A kid?" Chen Sun frowned, squatting down to peer at the grimy child before yanking off his black cloak. The boy's tattered clothes made him look like a street urchin, emaciated, as if he hadn't eaten for days. "Where are your parents?" The child immediately prostrated himself on the ground, tilting his head up slightly. His grimy face instantly squeezed out a few tears, making himself appear frail, innocent, and pathetic. "My parents were bitten to death by zombies, and everyone's trapped in the factory, too scared to come out." Wiping the dust from his face, he sobbed with trembling despair. "If we can't find food soon, they'll have no choice but to start eating people. I came out to try my luck, but as soon as I stepped into the supermarket, I ran straight into you guys." The four of them silently watched the child's performance. Zhao Tiancheng felt a twinge of pity, but then suddenly remembered the miserable fate of being betrayed by his companions, and immediately hardened his heart. Anyone who could survive the apocalypse was no simple character. The naive and pitiful ones had long since died. This was a truth he understood well. So he picked up his pistol and mercilessly aimed it at the child's head, utterly unwilling to believe a word he said. Seeing this, the child's face turned pale with fright. He immediately kowtowed to Chen Sun and cried out desperately, "I'm telling the truth. My sister is waiting for me to return, or else the other kids will starve to death. Please spare me, I beg you. I'll serve you like a horse or an ox, anything. I don't want to die." Zhao Tiancheng was just about to pull the trigger when Chen Sun stopped him. Puzzled, Zhao stared at Chen Sun, hoping for a reasonable explanation. Chen Sun simply smiled, crouched down, and patted the child's head before asking, "Where is this factory you mentioned? How many people are there? I'd like to see it." Seeing hope for survival, the child immediately burst into tears, kowtowing repeatedly. "It's not far, about a dozen people. I'll take you there." Recognizing this man as the leader of the group, he secretly rejoiced. After receiving permission, he hastily limped off in one direction, not daring to delay in the slightest. Chen Sun simply stared quietly at his retreating figure before leading the other three after him. The child lied. Thinking this, he loaded his gun. But it didn't matter. After killing several zombies along the way, they reached a massive factory. The moment they stepped through the factory gate, the little thief vanished in a flash, only for the four to find themselves staring down the barrels of countless guns, surrounded by over a dozen armed men, all pointing weapons at them with malicious intent. It seemed the slightest wrong move could turn the four into human cullenders at any moment. The fat man trembled violently, barely able to hold his gun steady, while Song Sanqing remained completely calm. For him, it just meant dying one more time. "Scarface, I brought back 4 fat sheep," the kid boasted from behind the crowd, his face glowing with pride as he sought a reward from the boss, all traces of his former meekness gone. "Nice work, here's a can of meat for you." A scar-faced man, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, patted his head and burst into loud laughter. Then, he cast a vicious glare at the 4 figures by the door, like a butcher eyeing lambs for the slaughter. "Drop your weapons, leave the backpack, and I'll spare your lives. I'm a man who seeks wealth, not bloodshed." Zhao Tiancheng stared at the child in shock and fury, watching as the little brat retreated behind the crowd like a lapdog after getting what he wanted. Behind the dozen or so men stood a group of elderly, women, and children, about 40 or 50 people, all glaring at the intruders with indignation, as if the 4 of them were the damned robbers. Amid the tense standoff, everyone was sweating nervously except for Chen Sun, who remained utterly relaxed, as if he hadn't a care in the world. Still wearing a polite smile, he slowly raised his hands and laid down his gun. "Let's talk?" The scar-faced man snorted coldly, eyeing Chen Sun up and down with utter disdain, his breath puffing roughly through his nostrils. "Do you really think you're in any position to negotiate?" The atmosphere instantly grew tense as a drawn bowstring, both sides already gripping their triggers. Just then, unexpectedly, Chen Sun burst into hearty laughter. The voice echoed endlessly in the empty factory, stirring an unsettling feeling. Then, squinting his eyes, he made a grasping motion with his left hand, as casually as crumpling a piece of paper. In an instant, every firearm in the factory had their barrels violently twisted into useless knots. Everyone froze in shock. The scar-faced man's cigarette dropped to the floor with an audible clatter. What kind of terrifying ability is this, to casually destroy over a dozen gun barrels out of thin air? Amid the deathly silence, Chen Sun slowly raised his gun and aimed it at Scarface. The dark muzzle glinted with a metallic sheen as he maintained a polite smile and amiably asked, "Now, shall we talk?" "Talk, my ass. Who negotiates with a gun pointed at their head?" Though harboring such disrespectful thoughts inwardly, Scarface still cooperatively made everyone discard their guns, wearing an awkward smile that made him seem like a completely different person from his previous arrogant and domineering self. "Of course, certainly. What exactly do you require?" He did possess a supernatural ability sufficient for self-preservation, but before Chen Sun, it was utterly insignificant. This much self-awareness he still maintained. Zhao Tiancheng remained in a state of shock, never imagining that Chen Sun possessed such formidable supernatural power. He couldn't even begin to comprehend the true nature of this ability. Spatial distortion? Or telekinesis? Now he was also staring at Chen Sun with a bewildered expression, unable to comprehend why they had gone through so much trouble to come here. What exactly was the point? But Chen Sun merely gestured for the men to return to the crowd. Without haste, he strolled toward the factory interior, casting his gaze over the elderly, weak, women, and children among the survivors with restless eyes, as if appraising pieces of merchandise. 50 or so people, their faces gaunt with hunger and their bodies emaciated, must have gone without supplies for a long time. The pervasive stench of decay filled the air, and the living conditions were utterly wretched. No wonder they resorted to stealing from others. The group all kept their heads bowed, not daring to make a sound, with the women suppressing their hateful gazes and pushing down the children who peeked out curiously. To them, Chen Sun and his group were the villains who had shattered their peaceful lives. At that moment, one man could bear it no longer. With a furious roar, he charged forward, shielding the elderly and children behind him as he shouted, "What are you trying to do?" Chen Sun curled the corner of his mouth, lowering his head and spreading his hands as he uttered lightly a sentence that chilled everyone to the bone. "I'm the kind of person who schemes not just for money, but lives too." Chapter 34, Is Human Nature Evil? What does that mean? Is he going to kill them? The crowd erupted in instant chaos. Every face turned deathly pale, all eyes fixed intently on Chen Sun. I want to establish a new base. Chen Sun explained with a smile, every person present here is part of the workforce. Seeing that he had no intention of killing anyone, the crowd let out a sigh of relief, their suspended hearts finally settling down. However, being treated as free laborers didn't sit well with many. Observing Chen Sun's non-lethal demeanor, some gathered courage to inquire, thinking he might be reasonable. But what can we do? Exactly, you're not expecting these elderly folks and children to do heavy labor, are you? Human nature is to bully the weak and fear the strong. Once they see you yield, they'll try every means to take advantage. Yet, they had already lost their weapons of resistance, like snakes with their fangs removed, left with nothing but their mouths to make some feeble impact. Chen Sun counted on his fingers as he listed them one by one. Women can spin yarn and cook, men can carry bricks and build houses, and the elderly who aren't agile on their feet can tend to the fields. As for children, he flashed a sinister smile, glaring at the little thief who had slipped into the crowd. They can carry water and manure. I believe they'd be quite willing. Hearing this, even a capitalist would shed a tear. At once, the crowd erupted into even louder murmurs, not to mention how utterly fantastical it is for just a few of them to establish a base and survive by farming in a zombie-infested apocalypse. Originally, they only needed to stay in the factory while the able-bodied young adults went out to scavenge for supplies. After all, they were city folk, some were even elite types who'd never dirted their hands with manual labor, so how could they possibly handle such rough work? So they all silently assumed this was Chen Sun's revenge for them seizing the supplies, and for a moment, resentment flared among them. Do you even have an ounce of humanity in you? One of the older women couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, coughing as she spoke. The other young women weren't willing to be pushed around either, all stepping forward to accuse him. We just took a little from you, didn't we? With so many starving, shouldn't you show some sympathy? That's right, my child is about to starve to death, what's wrong with eating some of your food? Everyone grew rowdy, eager to swarm forward immediately and drown these intruders in a flood of spit. Zhao Tiancheng and Fatty were burning with anxiety inside. Chen Sun could have just ignored these people's lives, yet he insisted on getting involved in this mess. And now they weren't even grateful. What were they supposed to do? Just as the situation was about to spiral out of control, Chen Sun expressionlessly raised his machine gun and fired a rattling burst into the sky. Dozens of small holes immediately appeared in the factory's roof, letting pristine sunlight spill through. Everyone immediately fell silent, their foreheads dripping with cold sweat. In the factory, you could even hear a pin drop. Humans are such strange creatures. Once they blend into a crowd, they assume they've obtained the greatest protection and can speak as freely as they please. They've been treated with too much courtesy, to the point where they nearly forgot their lives were still in someone else's hands. Chen Sun merely swept a cool gaze across the crowd before holstering his gun, leaving behind just one sentence: either do it or get lost. Everyone in the factory fell into deep thought. Among them were former intellectuals, wealthy celebrities, people who had been hiding in the crowd since the apocalypse began, surviving on handouts from Scar and his crew. Now their support was gone, and the remaining supplies were about to be taken. Staying behind likely meant certain death. But is following this mysterious youth really a path to survival? Yet everything he says sounds like sheer madness when you think about it. Scarface gnawed on his cigarette but, lost in thought. He'd worked as a security guard in the city before and knew something about enduring hardship. Besides, with only their small group for protection, the remaining food in the city would eventually run out. Might as well follow Chen Sun, at least there was still some hope. So he stepped forward first. I'm with you. Under his guidance, a few who had done menial jobs gradually gathered, willing to follow Chen Sun in building the new base. The child who had sneaked out to steal scratched his head shyly and blended into the group. The remainder were those with grandiose ambitions but no matching skills, haughty souls too proud to humble themselves. Each nursed private schemes, plotting how to escape to some larger, more promising settlement where they might remake their lives. If they left the factory now, the outside world would be swarming with zombies, certain death. So for the time being, they resolved to stay with the main group and wait for a better chance to escape. A strikingly beautiful woman, with an alluring smile on her face, trailed behind the group and called out to Chen Sun in a coy, honeyed voice. Big brother, let me stay with you, okay? I'm scared. She was once a third-tier celebrity, somewhat well-known and highly confident in her looks. Very few men could resist her charms. By then, there would be no need to do any hard or menial labor. As long as she latched onto this powerful backer, she'd outlive anyone. Chen Sun lit a cigarette and cast a cold glance in her direction. Being young and full of vigor, her heart swelled with delight, convinced she had him right where she wanted. Her slender waist swayed more boldly, her large eyes casting suggestive glances. Yet, against all expectations, Chen Sun remained utterly oblivious to her charms and calmly replied with but a single remark. The base doesn't keep idlers. If you can haul manure too, then keep up. At this, she stood frozen in disbelief, staring blankly at Chen Sun's retreating figure, rendered utterly speechless. What? Making her carry manure? Do you know what a waste of talent that is? Zhao Tiancheng had never understood Chen Sun's actions. Having witnessed the darkest aspects of human nature, he understood one truth more clearly than most. In the apocalypse, those with kindness in their hearts never live long. Leaning against the railing on the second floor of the factory, he stared at the swarming crowd below, lost in thought. At that moment, a box of compressed biscuits was tossed through the air. He reached out and caught it, realizing it was Chen Sun who had thrown it. Wanna try? Chen Sun just wanted to see if zombies could actually eat vegetarian food. After all, finding fresh meat to keep him fed would be incredibly difficult in the long run. Zhao Tiancheng opened the package and took a bite of the biscuit, instantly feeling like he was chewing sawdust, with a strange, rotting taste spreading across his tongue. He spat it out. Evidently, it was utterly unpalatable. So Chen Sun didn't push him further, and together they leaned against the railing, quietly observing the crowd of ragged ordinary people below. There were elderly and children, the hungry curled up trying to conserve energy through sleep. After a long silence, Zhao Tiancheng was the first to speak. I don't understand, we could just ignore them. If it's just about needing labor, I could control zombies to do the work. His personal experience had taught him that human nature is inherently evil, and that good people inevitably perish, so he wholeheartedly disagreed with Chen Sun's decision. According to the original plot, once this male protagonist turned into a zombie, he became completely corrupted. Eventually, he chose to stand against humanity, slaughtering countless lives, and even after discovering the antiviral cure, refused to distribute it. Chen Sun didn't respond but merely gave him a silent glance before picking up the discarded packet of biscuits Zhao Tiancheng had dropped and tossing it down to the crowd below. The group seemed instantly animated by the lure of food, scrabbling over that half-empty box of crackers, their fleeting hope for survival. I found it first. Get lost. They came to blows over a scrap of food, fighting savagely until bloodied, their ugly natures fully exposed. Chen Sun simply looked down at them, watching calmly as the scene unfolded, before speaking. You want to tell me this is human nature, am I right? Zhao Tiancheng's throat twitched as he opened his mouth, but no words came out. Men perish for wealth, as birds die for food. To survive, one can kill their own kind, such as the dark side of human nature. Yet Chen Sun burst into loud laughter, threw on his coat, and headed for the stairs outside the factory. Is this human nature? Yes, but it's not the entirety of human nature. I'll show you the full spectrum of human nature. These words left Zhao Tiancheng frozen in place. After standing still for a moment, he decided to follow Chen Sun to see what exactly he was up to. Behind him, unseen, the struggle over a pack of biscuits had ended, with an elderly man ultimately obtaining the life-saving food. Trembling and wiping away tears, he slowly broke the crackers into pieces, feeding them bit by bit to his frail, ailing child. The child's breathing had grown faint, barely able to swallow anything, yet the man patiently attempted again and again without weariness. Eat, you must live. You must survive. As long as there's life, there's hope. Chapter 35, The Betrayal of Iron. Chen Sun walked outside the factory, extending his hand toward the endless urban ruins. Oh right, care to guess what my ability is? This left Zhao Tiancheng momentarily bewildered. Based on previous displays, he assumed it could only be some destructive type superpower. Is it destroying objects from a distance? Yet Chen Sun merely smiled and snapped his fingers, sending out an imperceptible ripple that rapidly expanded outward from him as the epicenter. Centered around the factory, the steel reinforcements of countless ruined high-rises disintegrated into fragments before dissipating into microscopic particles that swirled through the air. They rotated like dancing blades, slaughtering every zombie in the area while simultaneously carving through and clearing the collapsed ruins. The fragments coalesced once more, gradually reconstructing into a new small house framework, walls, windows, as if everything had been remade from scratch. In the blink of an eye, the basic structures of houses emerged across several miles of land, resembling nothing short of a divine miracle. A snap of the fingers, and the city transformed into a plain. Soaring, straight walls rose around the perimeter of this base, firmly holding back hordes of zombies outside. The crowd in the factory let out startled cries as Zhao Tiancheng stood frozen in place, utterly dumbfounded. Quick, look outside. Oh my god, they actually conjured a house out of thin air. This was Chen Sun's ability, called Iron's Betrayal. With it, he could freely manipulate any iron-containing substance within his perception. There are far too many iron-containing objects in the world, whether alloys, ores, or the steel bars embedded within buildings. Wherever they exist, the potential for creation arises. Let's get to work, the fat man shouted, handing out work tools to the stunned crowd. Every survivor who joined the base was allocated a small bag of food and either a shovel or a hoe. Chen Sun built the foundational framework of this base, but tasks like filling it with cement, cultivating farmland, and digging irrigation canals still required considerable manpower. No one knew who started it, but people began to cheer. With food in their hands and witnessing such miraculous power, they suddenly felt the possibility of survival rekindled. Disheartened souls who had lived in the constant fear of death suddenly found the will to live again the moment they grasped those shovels. In this apocalyptic world devoid of safety, Chen Sun provided them security. In this wasteland without food, they would create sustenance themselves. These supplies of food, water, and the distributed seeds all came from the dust-covered stores of the abandoned city. Even though everyone knew full well that the seeds being sown might take several months to sprout, or even half a year before they could finally be served at the table, by then, they might have long starved to death. But so what? With seeds comes hope. Zhao Tiancheng remained deeply shocked, unable to snap out of it for a long time. Meanwhile, Fatty and Song Sanqing looked utterly calm. This was just Brother Chen's usual modus operandi, better get used to it. What shocked him even more was yet to come. When assigning tasks, Chen Sun gathered everyone together, registering information one by one and distributing survival supplies. Name? They all call me Scar, just call me Knife Scar, he replied. Superpower? Earth-based powers can loosen the soil up to about half a meter below the surface. Alright, pick a dozen people to be in charge of plowing the fields. Chen Sun gathered all the information about these 50 individuals and systematically assigned them different tasks based on their abilities. Those who wield earth-based abilities are responsible for constructing houses, those who control the wind take charge of sowing seeds, and those with water manipulation powers oversee irrigating the fields. There was a girl whose ability was Despair Rock, capable of influencing people's moods through her singing. So Chen Sun found her a guitar and had her sing by the fields. He sang joyful songs, he sang songs of hope. In an instant, everyone's fatigue vanished, as if injected with adrenaline, and they sprang into action, their various supernatural abilities unleashed, creating a true spectacle of diversity. The elderly and children, unable to contribute physically, stood by with buckets of water at the ready. Of course, there were always those who refused to comply and instead stood on the sidelines, spouting sarcastic remarks. Chen Sun had no patience for them and politely kicked them out of the base. Stay if you want, or get lost if you don't. These people were dumbfounded. They hadn't expected to actually be driven out. Faced with the densely packed zombies behind them, some wailed while others cursed, but none received any response. By the time the sun hung high in the sky, through everyone's hard work, the base's facilities were largely complete. Vast farmland, a sheet metal housing area, and a small warehouse had formed an orderly urban village. Chen Sun maintained a calm expression as he constructed rows of greenhouse shelters on an empty plot of land. Since the mission was to save the world within 30 days, it wasn't just about infiltrating the Savior Corporation to find the antiviral agent that could completely eradicate the zombies. They also needed to ensure the remaining humans could cultivate food and keep the flame of civilization burning. Currently, all supplies in the city were stored in the base warehouses, enough to sustain everyone for about 3 months. Relying solely on naturally growing plants was too slow. He needed to build a crop acceleration chamber to guarantee food production before existing reserves ran out. But the problem now is that none of them possessed the ability to accelerate time. Just as he was agonizing over this, Fatty came running from afar, shouting excitedly, "Brother Chen, we've found Miss Lu Yunmiao." When they were transported to this world, Lu Yunmiao had lost contact with the trio, and she only arrived in this city now. Chen Sun showed little emotional reaction, merely responding with a casual "oh" before lowering his head again to examine the seeds. Seeing his indifference, Shi Bicheng added, "Her special ability is plant acceleration." Those words hit like an explosion, immediately making Chen Sun spring to his feet. He grew even more excited than when he'd heard about time off, grabbing the chubby guy's shoulders enthusiastically. "Where is she? Take me to see her." What a godsend. With this special ability, why worry about the base running out of food? Becoming a grain wholesaler in the post-apocalyptic world is just around the corner. Lu Yunmiao was sitting obediently in her chair at this moment, her large doe-like eyes stealing occasional glances at Chen Sun. It was the first time she had seen her senior look at her with such an expression. Her face flushed crimson instantly, fingers clutching at her skirt as shyness overwhelmed her. What kind of look was it exactly? Imagine a tiger that had starved for ages suddenly hearing someone had come to slip and kick in its territory. No need to order takeout anymore. Chen Sun looked at Lu Yunmiao's special ability with exactly this kind of gaze. "Senior." She lowered her head shyly, feeling rather embarrassed, while her heart was already in tumultuous upheaval, waves of excitement surging 1,000 feet high. Inner monologue, "Senior looked at me. He looked at me, aha. Help, he's so handsome. I'm gonna suffocate. Aha, he must have feelings for me." Little did Chen Sun know, Lu Yunmiao had already decided on the names of their future children in her heart. With just a smile on his face, he faced Lu Yunmiao, patted her shoulders with both hands, and assigned her the mission. Miss Yunmiao, this is an extremely important task, you must complete it seriously. To ensure everyone has food to eat, to save the world, please take good care of these seeds. Chi Bicheng and Song Sanqing listened in stunned silence, thinking to themselves, as expected of Brother Chen, his talent for grand promises has grown even stronger. Yet through Lu Yunmiao's rose-tinted lens, Chen Sun's words took on an unintended meaning, something about them sounded unbearably strange no matter how she heard them. Seed, Senior mentioned a seed, could it mean what I'm thinking? He. She'd already mentally picked out a name for their future daughter. The moment her hand brushed against Chen Sun's, her heart became a tangled mess. With an involuntary tremble, the words escaped her lips before she could stop them. Just call me Chen Xiaoyu. What? Chen Sun looked at her in confusion, not understanding the meaning behind her abrupt statement. Lu Yunmiao shuddered violently, suddenly snapping out of her reverie. Overcome with embarrassment, she covered her face and dashed out the door. Her face was practically screaming, ///// as she turned back and shouted, yes sir. Guaranteed to complete the mission, sir. Chapter 36, The Thief's Notebook. At the break of dawn, I set out with my hoe. It promised to be a sunny day today. Although my ability to hide in shadows wasn't particularly helpful for farming, I could still contribute muscle power. Scarface once told me that in this apocalyptic world, only useful people deserve to live. So I had to work hard to make myself appear useful. In the past, it was about stealing things, scavenging for supplies, areas that were my expertise, so I survived. But after meeting that man, I couldn't do those things anymore. Just the thought of him terrifies me. With a snap of his fingers, half the city was gone. How could anyone call that human? So when the time came to pick sides that day, I ran to the front of the line just to hitch myself to the strongest. Luckily, he didn't have time to spare for minor players like me and didn't bother with my earlier deceit. I carried the bucket, water sloshing around inside, while the men nearby laughed at me, saying, you little twerp, your legs aren't even as thick as their arms, what are you out here working for? I lifted my chin defiantly and retorted, why not? I can do plenty of things. Admitting you're incapable gets you labeled as scrap and discarded. Even I understood that much, yet some still didn't get it. Come here, little brother, let me tell you something. That woman sitting there fussing with her hair, I remember her, she tried to seduce our new boss before and failed. Now all the women at the base look down on her. Ever since coming to the new base, she's always finding ways to slack off and using her charms to trick other men into doing her work. Now she wants to try her schemes on me? Pfft, I'm not working for free for this kind of freeloader. So I rolled my eyes and ignored her, continuing with my own business. The men sitting nearby burst into laughter, teasing the woman in shrill voices. Shojia, you're not even letting such a young kid off the hook? He's still a virgin, they added. The woman didn't blush or show any shame. She batted her eyes flirtatiously at those men and said in a sugary voice, come on now. It's just lonely and unbearably hot. I was looking for someone to help cool me down. I pretended not to notice and walked past her with my bucket in hand. But then the shameless woman reached out her greasy paw and groped around under my shorts. Damned pervert. My face immediately burned hot as chili peppers. I shot her a furious glare, clenched my buttocks tight, and hurried off with my bucket. The vulgar laughter of men followed close behind me. Just as I rounded a corner, I collided with Xin Lauda who happened to be passing by. Good evening, Brother Chen. I immediately snatched off my cap, keeping my head bowed to avoid eye contact, yet the very thing I feared most had come to pass. The fat guy next to the boss spotted me and immediately shouted, isn't this the little thief? I felt a calm yet terrifying gaze sizing me up. A chill ran down my spine, and my back stiffened instantly, drenched in cold sweat. However, Brother Chen merely nodded, dismissing me from his mind as he continued with his work, scribbling notes on paper. This made me heave a long sigh of relief. Let's begin, he instructed the person beside him. The leader called Zhao Tiancheng cast a cold glance at me before turning to face the vast field. Rows of zombies stood motionless along the field's edge, and I immediately began trembling uncontrollably, chilled to the bone. My instinct screamed at me to turn tail and flee at once. Yet Brother Chen seemed utterly fearless, calmly observing the zombies, which made me feel slightly more at ease. With Big Bro here, what's there to fear? Even if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. With just a wave of Brother Zhao's hand, those zombies immediately sprang into action like clockwork toys, pulling the ropes tied around their backs and starting to run, dragging the plow behind them, turning up dark furrows in the soil. Those zombies, just like bulls that don't eat grass, kept charging forward tirelessly. They were all ready-made bulldozers. I stood there dumbfounded. Every time I'd seen zombies before, they were always eating people. Who'd ever seen zombies plowing fields? I swear I've never seen anything like this in my life. Later that night, when it was dark and I was exhausted as a dead dog, I returned only to see that woman causing trouble again. Turns out a homeless man showed up at the base. Nobody knew his background and didn't dare let him in. Everyone was interrogating him thoroughly. Since Brother Chen and the others weren't here, only Sister Lu Yunmiao was making the decisions. The vagrant was rather peculiar, with a thin and pale face that seemed deliberately smeared with ash, and hands devoid of calluses as if he'd come from another settlement. We had no idea whether he'd been infected by the zombies. Who knows what came over that celebrity woman, putting on a fake, tearful act as she insisted, he's so pitiful. We have to take him in. Don't you have even a shred of compassion? Easy for her to say, probably just looking for someone to do her chores long term. But we all understand that one more person means one more mouth to feed. Yet none of us could have anticipated that Lu Yunmiao, who usually appeared so gentle and quiet, would pick up the pistol and without hesitation, shoot the vagrant dead. Then she turned and shot the actress next. We were all stunned. Blood splattered across Lu Yunmiao's face as she flashed a sweet smile and pressed a finger to her lips in a shhh gesture. The sweet and gentle image of this sister shattered instantaneously in my mind. Then, she wiped her face and pulled out a vial from the inner pocket of her vagrant-style shirt. It bore the label Savior Corporation with the words T-Virus Concentrate printed on it. The truth dawned on us, she was a spy sent by those bastards at Savior. She'd infiltrated us to spread the T-Virus and turn us all into zombies. But still, that woman, surely her crime didn't warrant death, %. At that moment, Brother Chen arrived upon hearing the gunshots. Seeing the corpse on the ground, he asked, "What happened?" Sister Lu Yunmiao's expression changed instantly, reverting to her originally naive and innocent demeanor. Batting her beautiful amber eyes, she explained, "You're here, senior. Someone was colluding with a spy from the Savior Company. I've already taken care of them." Looking at her flawless, innocent face, I felt a wave of terror rising from the depths of my heart. The world unveiled itself to me in an entirely new light. Am I going to be silenced for good? Brother Chen glanced at the two bodies on the ground and frowned before turning to question us, who had been standing nearby the whole time. But Sister Lu Yunmiao was standing behind him, flashing us a smile that made my hair stand on end. So we all said exactly what she told us to say. In the end, the matter was dropped without a resolution, and I returned to the residential area in a daze. Thinking back on the whole incident, I shivered uncontrollably. Lu Yunmiao's amber-colored eyes kept replaying in my mind, those icy cold eyes that seemed capable of freezing someone to death. When everyone dispersed today, I asked her why she had to kill that woman. Though that woman was detestable, she hadn't committed any heinous crimes. She didn't deserve death really, I just wanted to know the concrete evidence that proved her collusion with spies. Yet Lu Yunmiao merely curled his lips without offering any explanation, playfully blinking his large, mischievous eyes as he said, "Little brother, what reason could there possibly be? Because in the apocalypse, we kill the do-gooders first." Chapter 37, When food and clothing are sufficient, people know honor and shame. Two cold corpses lay on the ground, both killed with a single decisive strike, leaving no room for hesitation. Zhao Tiancheng recognized that the dead vagrant was the thin man who had frequently bullied him back at the Iron Wolf base. He snorted coldly, feeling not an ounce of pity for the guy. If anything, it didn't feel satisfying enough. After all, it was this very traitor who had stabbed the Iron Wolf base in the back, opening the gates during the zombie siege. Looking back now, this person was probably bought off by the Savior Corporation long ago. The destruction of the Iron Wolf base was largely due to him. Chen Sun, however, kept frowning, his deep, dark eyes scrutinizing Lu Yunmiao as if they could see right through her. Lu Yunmiao maintained her flawless smile, innocent and radiant, utterly unassailable. Although they eventually found solid evidence on the dead celebrity's body confirming she had indeed colluded with the enemy to join the Savior Corporation's faction, but Chen Sun still felt that something was off, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Why was the Savior Company targeting their base so quickly? But dwelling on this now was pointless, they'd cross that bridge when they came to it. For now, they could only focus on building up their base. With that matter settled, the onlookers dispersed, dragging their exhausted bodies back to the residential quarters, worn out like walking corpses. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether the figures wandering outside were zombies, or if the humans inside had become the walking dead. By evening, Chen Sun had built a few makeshift tin bathhouses. The chubby guy used his supernatural ability to uniformly heat the water, filling the entire space with steamy warmth. After a day of exhausting work, the chance to soak in a relaxing and comfortable hot bath felt like heavenly bliss to everyone. Thus, all tension melted away. The survival threats they faced during daylight hours now seemed temporarily forgotten. By day, those who would fight tooth and nail over a box of biscuits now seemed to have let bygones be bygones, addressing each other as sworn brothers while boasting at length about their past glories. The women also gathered together, sewing and mending for their households, chatting about everyday trivialities, teasing each other with suggestive tones as they playfully scolded their menfolk, their cheerful laughter drifting over from time to time from next door. With food and shelter, there is a home, and all misfortune can be kept outside its walls. Humans are truly remarkable even when pushed to the brink. Just a glimmer of sunlight or a drop of rain can make life flourish again. Zhao Tiancheng remained silent, having witnessed many things today that shattered his previous understanding. Supernatural abilities weren't merely tools for killing and plundering, they could also be used for production and creating value. People weren't always bad either, most only resorted to wrongdoing when their lives were threatened. When everyone had enough to eat, malice would diminish significantly, allowing morality to take effect. He shared this realization with Chen Sun, who only laughed loudly without answering, his dark eyes narrowing slightly before he finally responded after a long pause. "You're right." Chen Sun reclined comfortably, feeling the warm water ripple over his body as he gazed at the tin roof of the shack, seemingly lost in memories. "In the city where I used to live, most people were quite kind. At least I'm fortunate everyone I've met since childhood has treated me well." Pure white moonlight streamed through the window cracks, painting a luminous stripe across the floor. Both fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Zhao Qiansheng thought of Yu Shaosheng, the first person in his life who had ever treated him with kindness, and a bitter taste flooded his mouth. Meanwhile, Chen Sun thought of his home, recalling that 5-nut mooncake he had brought back from school on Mid-Autumn Festival to share with his younger siblings. Were mooncakes tasty? Not particularly. Mooncakes everywhere tasted about the same, but because it was their older brother who had brought it home, they seemed especially delicious. Only 4 people remained in the bathhouse now. The fat guy was crouched on the floor, his baggy pants riding up as he peered through a crack in the iron partition, peeping into the women's side. Even so, the bathhouse was completely filled with steam, with nothing but a blinding white haze visible through the door cracks utterly impossible to see through. But that didn't make it any less thrilling. Meanwhile, Song Sanqing submerged his entire head in the hot water, blowing glug-glug bubbles as if determined not to come up for air, testing whether he could drown himself. Right then, a rustling noise came from outside the window, and everyone in the room tensed up. Chen Sun furrowed his brows, rose from the water, and walked step by step toward the taut cloth curtain, from which came faint whispers. "Slurp slurp, my little Sanqing, hee hee hee. Senior actually has an 8-pack. Shoo, keep your voice down. Oh no, he's coming over. What do we do? What do we do?" With a swift swish, he pulled aside the curtain, revealing 2 crimson faces outside. Lu Yunmiao, along with the girl who possessed Despair Rock, were perched on a stool, with the little liar supporting them from below. Clutching their faces in mortification, they let out shrill screams before losing their balance. Grabbing at each other's clothes, they tumbled off the stool together. Poor kid below got smashed so hard by the 2 that he saw stars. Chen Sun blinked his dark eyes expressionlessly before pulling the curtains shut with a sharp whoosh. "What's up, brother Chen?" "No worries." He turned back, calmly informing everyone in the room, then silently put on his coat. On the other side, the little swindler nicknamed Yan Zia found himself cornered in a tight spot by 2 women, his face deathly pale. What kind of karma had he accumulated to be dragged into this by Lu Yunmiao and Linin, only to get caught while serving as a lookout? "Kid, if anyone else hears about this, ha!" Lu Yunmiao's red lips curled slightly as she gazed at Yan Zia with a smile that sent chills running down his spine. Linin hoisted her giant guitar over her shoulder, looking every bit the menacing bandit queen, as if a single no from him would send the instrument crashing into his face. "Damn it all, you 2 were the ones peeping on a guy bathing. Why do I have to pay the price?" Yan Zia felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, his teeth chattering as he whimpered, "Missus, even if I had the courage of a bear and the guts of a leopard, I wouldn't dare breathe a word of this." "You'd better not." Linin slung her guitar across her back, tossed her hair with swagger, and then arm in arm with Lu Yunmiao, strutted off without a backward glance. He collapsed on the ground in terror, drenched in sweat. Early the next morning, Yanzi heard from Scarface that all the bathhouse windows had been sealed shut with iron sheets again, leaving no gaps for air. "Damn inconvenient," another man grumbled in frustration. "Yeah, now it's unbearably hot when you bathe inside. I wonder what Brother Chen was thinking." Yanzi sat by the fields, fine beads of sweat on his face, not saying a word no matter what anyone asked. The group kept chatting as they worked, soon moving on to other topics. "Speaking of which, why did the boss name our base Peanut Base? It's kinda lame." "Yeah, I still think it doesn't sound good. Makes it seem like we specialize in growing peanuts or something. The boss calls it that for sure. He must have some deeper meaning behind it." Just as everyone was toiling diligently, a prolonged alarm suddenly blared from the perimeter of the base. "Alert! A large number of high-risk zombies approaching. Threat level, S." Some of these people had escaped from the destroyed Iron Wolf base, and their faces instantly turned deathly pale upon hearing these eerily familiar words. Others, unaware of the gravity, merely treated this as a routine attack, hoisting their hose with battle-ready enthusiasm. "Hey, staying in this peaceful life too long has made our bones go soft. Finally, we get to kill some zombies." But these burly men were stopped by Yan Zia, whose face was now ghastly pale as he blocked everyone's path, breathing heavily. "Don't go, you'll die." He had witnessed with his own eyes how a single S-class zombie effortlessly obliterated a fortress-like base, and now there was a whole horde of them. He couldn't let these men march to their deaths. Yet the men merely exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Scarface patted him on the head and said, "We'll be fine, because Brother Chen is here with us." Chapter 38, Symphony of War. Recommend listening to the song Unstoppable while reading this chapter. Please don't leave book titles in the song comments, that's impolite. On the towering walls of the base, everyone stood fully armed and ready for battle. Below the walls, the autumn wind howled mournfully, sweeping across the ruins and remains, brushing past the hair of the dozen or so people, singing a lament as if mourning the bygone era of human civilization. On the distant horizon, several striking protrusions suddenly appeared. Those mountainous beasts, with their mutated bloody maws wide open, began charging at terrifying speed, shaking heaven and earth with every step. The black dots multiplied like a raging tide of darkness, roaring furiously as they surged forward, determined to smash through these thin walls. On the boundless city wall stood a lone figure, clad in a trenchcoat that fluttered violently in the autumn wind. Against the vast expanse of sky and earth, he opened his pitch-black eyes. Chen Sun paid no heed to the giant mutated zombie charging ahead of him. Instead, his profound gaze pierced into the distance as if he could see through space itself. Locked in a distant confrontation with him, dozens of miles away, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly snapped open. With a dangerous smile curling at his lips, Yu Shaosheng sat perched atop his war machine armed with precision weapons, aloof, domineering, surveying all beneath him like the queen of the undead. Under the energy wave propulsion from the Savior Corporation, tens, hundreds, millions of zombies formed an oppressive black mass, covering every visible inch of the sprawling wilderness. Zhao Tiansheng felt a growing anxiety in his heart. Currently capable of controlling only a few hundred zombies, his forces were but a drop in the ocean compared to the incoming horde. The zombie tide was about to breach the defenses, poised to drown the small stronghold entirely. Yet the figure standing atop the city wall remained utterly composed. Chen Sun extended his hand, and instantly, an invisible force field radiated outward from him like ripples from a center point. Within this domain, every living being and object was annihilated by the high-speed rotating metallic storm, forcibly tearing a vacuum zone amidst the vast hordes of zombies covering the mountains and plains. That terrifying domain continued to expand relentlessly, like a meat grinder, as if seeking to devour heaven and earth itself and plunge all into eternal silence. Yet when the invisible force field extended halfway, it encountered an opposing domain that halted its advance completely. Strong magnetic field? Chen Sun frowned, glancing dozens of kilometers away towards the towering war machine where Yu Shaosheng sat motionless, then curled his lips into a provocative smirk. She was intimately familiar with Experiment X-438's abilities and had long prepared numerous instruments to ensure not a single metal fragment could escape unnoticed. With the metal storm now sealed, Chen Sun showed no signs of panic. Slowly, he raised his right hand once more. Instantly, countless metal cannons emerged from the base's windows, their dark muzzles thrusting outward. With a sweep of his hand, an earth-shaking roar erupted as shells blotted out the sky, weaving through the air to form an impenetrable net of destruction. Deafening roars shook the wasteland as artillery blossoms bloomed across the battlefield, sending countless zombie heads flying while black blood painted the earth. Like a night when countless dark flowers suddenly bloomed, their petals scattering across the wilderness. As if conducting heaven and earth's symphony, that dark figure stood motionless, a serene maestro with closed eyes, listening to war's violent composition. With a sweep of his left hand, dozens of giant mechas charged from the base, crushing ordinary zombies into bloody pulp beneath their treads. Towering like a mountain, it carved through hordes of zombies as if entering an uninhabited land, its metallic shell glistening with dark blood. This was Chen Sun's masterpiece. Steel could be used to craft many things, including massive mecha. Ha 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 ha, I'm piloting a Gundam. The fat guy excitedly sat in the cockpit, recklessly charging toward an S-class zombie before manipulating the mecha to wrench off its enormous head. As expected of Brother Chen, the colossal mech with its bulging belly turned around and gave an OK sign to the base wall. Chen Sun ignored him, calmly gazing at the distant giant machine instead, while Yu Shaosheng watched everything on the field with cold detachment, as if observing a futile resistance. It wasn't going to end so easily. The zombie horde was endless, and humans would inevitably reach their limit unless the source of it all was extinguished. So Chen Sun smirked and issued an order over the walkie-talkie. Decapitation operation, commence. That calm utterance seemed to contain boundless power, instantly invigorating everyone as they shouted in unison. Copy that. All the giant mechas charged in one direction, kicking up endless clouds of dust across the vast desert. Yu Shaosheng immediately widened her blood-red eyes upon realizing Chen Sun was targeting her. With furrowed brows, she commanded all the zombies to block these approaching mechas. A tidal wave of tens of thousands of zombies surged toward the machines, like the sweeping hand of a colossal reaper. The mechs plowed through piles of undead, but several were intercepted by towering mutants, layer after layer of resistance until even the last machine was swallowed by the black tide. It was as if humanity's last hope had been devoured by terror at that very moment, plunging everything back into silence and oblivion. Just then, a soulful melody rose from the city walls. Linen activated, Despair Rock, her voice trembling heaven and earth. I'll smile, I know what it takes to fool this town. I'll put on a smile, I know the price one pays to deceive this crowd. I'll do it till the sun goes down. I'll keep at it until night descends. When she sang the line I am unstoppable, she shouted toward the base of the high wall. Asterisk Song Sanching, if you fucking die, I'll chase you into the next life and marry you whether you like it or not. Asterisk. From the writhing mound of zombies erupted a furious roar. Get lost! A black war chariot burst through the endless tide, like a monstrous whale cleaving through a storm. Song Sanqing sat in the car, spitting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of what appeared to be internal organs. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at the nearly shattered windshield ahead. The glass was smeared with zombie blood and dismembered limbs, making it almost impossible to distinguish their path. Yet his gaze remained sharp as a blade. He yanked the steering wheel violently and stomped the accelerator to the floor. With a thunderous roar, the armored vehicle surged forward, skipping across the tidal wave of zombies like a ship cutting through stormy seas, rapidly advancing toward Yu Shaoxing's location. 1 step, 2 steps. Just as the vehicle was about to be swallowed by the zombie horde again, Song Sanqing kicked the door open and leaped through the air toward the towering machine. Under the gaze of everyone's mixed expectations and worries, he gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Damn it! I can't even die in peace." Then he slammed into the bulletproof glass window and turned into a bloody pulp. Yu Shaoxing, Chen Sun. The war machine's wipers moved slightly, swiping away this puddle of minced flesh with a squelch, as if cleaning off a stain. Yu Shaoxing let out a relieved breath before bursting into contemptuous laughter. All her efforts to reinforce the armored vehicle's defenses hadn't been in vain. Forget about mere humans, even artillery shells couldn't breach it now. Chapter 39, The Solution to Break the Deadlock. The battlefield was at a stalemate. With Song Sanqing's fate unknown and the remaining mechas struggling to hold their ground, Chen Sun ordered a retreat to prioritize survival. Like raging tides, the zombie hordes crashed against the base walls again and again, piling up and sliding back down in waves. It wouldn't be long before the base walls might collapse from the onslaught, leaving the protected fertile fields behind them vulnerable to ruthless trampling. When that time came, people would lose their homeland once more, with corpses strewn across the land and blood flowing thick enough to float shields. The base was shrouded in silence, everyone engulfed in the shadow of despair without uttering a word. Lin Ying, in particular, was crying uncontrollably, shouting and screaming that she must avenge Song Sanqing, even willing to jump down right then and there, grabbing her guitar to fight the zombies to the death. The others took great effort to restrain her. It was easy to charge forward in a fit of rage, but what about the base behind them? They lacked the means to fight to the bitter end. Death had seized hold of everyone's heart, yet like a cat toying with a mouse, it left them forever guessing when their time would come. "He won't die," a calm voice spoke up. So everyone raised their heads to look at Chen Sun, clinging to their last shred of hope. As long as Brother Chen hasn't given up, there's still a fighting chance. Seated on the chair with his head lowered in contemplation, Chen Sun searched desperately for a solution to break the deadlock. Every pair of eyes stared at him expectantly, no one dared utter another word until he spoke. He hesitated, wondering whether to use the iron within the Earth's crust to create a massive sinkhole, burying all life within hundreds of miles. No, the scale would be too great, and the base would be destroyed too. That was the dilemma troubling him. Just then, Scarface suddenly burst into the room, shouting in panic, "Swallow Boy, he's gone." "What? Did he run away?" Everyone exchanged confused glances. No wonder this kid had escaped from the Iron Wolf base before and had psychological trauma from zombie sieges. It was understandable that fear had driven him to flee. No one could blame him. For all they knew, the next one to bolt might be themselves. No, Scarface struggled to explain, letting out a heavy sigh. He said he was going to shut down that magnetic field device. Everyone else froze. This was clearly a suicidal move. Yet they were helpless, left only to sigh and lament their own powerlessness. Perhaps sacrificing an insignificant minor character was the wisest choice available now. With a resounding thud, defying all expectations, Chen Sun set the cup down on the table. Though his expression remained impassive, everyone felt an oppressive aura so terrifying that no one dared to move a muscle. Did I give him permission to go? At that moment, the very air seemed to freeze solid as the ceiling lights flickered several times, and thus they understood. Brother Chen was angry, a rare sight indeed. The Swallow Lad was hiding in the shadows of the battlefield, inching forward cautiously as he approached the machine. Holding his breath, his face covered in cold sweat, he maneuvered past the lunging zombie horde until he stood beneath the colossal mechanical construct. Turning back, he cast one last reluctant glance at the base, bathed in the crimson glow of twilight. It appeared like the last warm refuge between heaven and earth. He no longer had a home. Once treated like a stray rodent, no one had ever cared whether he lived or died. Even when he brought back food for others, he was never welcomed. In this new base, he rediscovered that warm feeling of being cared for by others. He shook his head, smiled bitterly, then resolutely turned around and plunged headlong into the massive war machine. No turning back, because looking back would make it too heartbreaking to leave home. The colossal machine seemed like a mechanical labyrinth, making one feel lost in the mountains. He navigated through the winding corridors, dodging several hurried white-clad personnel, and finally found the war machine's control room. No guards were nearby, which made Yen Zia breathe a sigh of relief. With a delighted smile, he reached out toward the red button. With just one press, Brother Chen's abilities would be unsealed, and everyone could survive. However, his smile soon froze on his face, followed by an expression of agony. Yan Zia spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze slowly trailing downward along his own body. There was a fist-sized hole in his abdomen, revealing a sharp metallic glint within, from which fresh red blood gushed relentlessly. Terrified, he turned his head, his eyes reflecting Yu Xiaoxing's crimson pupils, before staggering and collapsing to the ground. As life gradually drained from him, Yan Zia stared blankly at the empty ceiling, suddenly remembering the blue skies and white clouds of his hometown. Why, are there no glass windows here? I really want to see the sky. His eyelids feel so heavy. Is he about to fall asleep? No, he can't, he still needs to save everyone in the base. His mind is in a foggy haze, as if stuffed with paste. He sees Yu Xiaoxing's face distort into a blur and notices a shadowy figure appearing beside him. Then he thinks he hears Brother Chen sigh. Must be an illusion. Brother Chen is probably scolding him right now. Huh? Sorry, Brother Chen, I couldn't help you in the end after all. Something cold and icy was shoved into the bloody hole in his belly, a piercing chill that quickly spread throughout his body. The pain in his stomach didn't seem so bad anymore, maybe because he was about to die, he thought. And so, he closed his eyes and lost consciousness. Oh, Yu Xiaoxiang raised his long lashes, looking at the two with mocking amusement. X438, so you're ready to come with me now? Chen Sun silently used metal to seal Yan Zia's ruptured wound, molding it into the shape of new blood vessels to temporarily stop the bleeding. He slowly laid Yan Zia's body horizontally on the ground without lifting his gaze, his face expressionless. I warn you, this mobile base is entirely constructed from non-ferrous alloys, and the entire facility is flooded with powerful magnetic fields. You stand no chance. Yu Xiaoxing stared at Chen Sun with crimson eyes, as if ready to strike down the person on the ground at the slightest sign of movement from him. You agreed, he said. We weakened the magnetic field to let you save this kid, and in return, you leave your base and come with us. Don't go back on your word now. Otherwise, your friend's life won't be up to either of us to decide. Chen Sun quietly lifted his gaze, his pitch-black eyes fathomless as an abyss. Raising his hands, he replied, I never go back on my word. So he stood rooted to the spot, motionless as a statue. As agreed, Swallow Boy was carried out of the Savior Corporation's base and safely delivered to the city walls. The besieging zombies also gradually dispersed. 6 or 7 figures in protective suits scurried in from all sides, holding ballistic shields as they cautiously inched toward him, treating him like some extraordinarily dangerous humanoid monster. When they'd closed in enough, several men swiftly pounced, pinning him to the ground before injecting a blue reagent into his neck. The cold liquid coursed through his veins as Chen Sun felt his limbs being swiftly shackled, his vision growing increasingly blurred. When he finally closed his eyes completely, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. The monster had been subdued at last. X438 successfully recovered, requesting containment in the experimental chamber. Containment permitted. Everything seemed to be in the bag. Victory belonged to the Savior Corporation. Yet at this moment, unnoticed by all, Chen Sun, lying on the ground, fatally curved the corners of his mouth upward. Chapter 40, In the Bag. The Savior Corporation's goal was to capture the X438 experimental subject. As for destroying some insignificant little base, they truly couldn't be bothered to care. Compared to a small settlement with fewer than 50 people, cleansing the entire human race is clearly more important. This was why Yu Xiaoxiang so easily let Peanut Base off the hook. Of course, even if she went back on her word, Chen Sun had ways to ensure she wouldn't be able to chew through such tough gristle. His base had long been equipped with numerous underground cellars, built for emergency shelter and storing crop seeds. Once the zombies breached the city walls, Shi Bicheng and his team would detonate the massive explosives buried beneath the surface. At worst, they'd perish together, making the Savior Company lose big. But for now, the zombie horde had already retreated, rendering the buried explosives useless, and people were digging them up one by one. The sky was gray, and the dust swirling in the air made the atmosphere particularly oppressive. Everyone remained silent, for this was not a glorious victory. They had lost the leader of the base. It was as if limbs had lost their brain. They returned to those bewildered, lifeless days. The sky loomed like a coffin lid, shovelful by shovelful, burying humanity's last flicker of hope. Damn it, Zhao Tianchang snapped, slamming the shovel onto the ground. This is driving me crazy. During the base defense battle, he had stayed in the rear lines, contributing little. The distance was too great, so Zhao Tianchang remained unaware that his girlfriend, Yu Xiaoxiang, had become the final boss. After a long silence, he grabbed a rifle and raised it toward the crowd, demanding sharply, I'll go save Brother Chen. Who's coming with me? People looked at each other, but no one stepped forward to answer. Scarface pondered for a moment, lit a cigarette, approached and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Brother Zhao, I understand you're in a bad mood. Brother Chen has helped us so much. Without him, we wouldn't have survived till now. But in terms of both equipment and numbers, we're no match for the Savior Corporation. Going there would just be throwing our lives away. He took a drag from his cigarette, lowered his head in silence for a moment, then continued, if Brother Chen finds out, he definitely wouldn't want us to go. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. If Chin Sun were here, he would undoubtedly want them to focus on developing the base instead of wasting the chance for survival he had fought so hard to secure. At that moment, a charming figure stepped forward and called out in a clear voice, "I'll go with you." Everyone focused their gaze and saw that it was Lu Yunmiao who had stepped forward, her eyes fixed resolutely on Zhao Tiancheng. People felt a wave of shame. These imposing men were actually less decisive than a young girl. "I'm coming too." Shi Biqing also stepped forward, followed by the severely wounded Yan Zia, whose body was tightly wrapped in bandages. With tears welling in his eyes, he slowly raised his hand. "Forget about it, you're still sick. Just rest up and leave it to us to bring Chen back." Lu Yunmiao hoisted the machine gun, glancing back at Yan Zia with a smile as she ruffled his disheveled hair. Just as everyone was geared up and ready to bid farewell with a look of grim determination, Linin came running over, panting heavily with something strapped to her back. Wait a moment." Everyone looked at her in confusion, only to see a blood-soaked figure slung across her back, barely recognizable as human, yet still breathing. The facial features unmistakably belonged to Song Sanqing. After the battle ended, Linin wept as she gathered the scattered fragments of Song Sanqing's bones. Remarkably, piecing them together somehow brought him back to life. The bloodied figure's flesh rapidly regenerated as he slowly raised a hand, his voice hoarse as he spoke. "I made contact with Brother Chen." "What?" Everyone exchanged puzzled glances. At the headquarters of the Savior Corporation, in the underground base, the dark-haired, dark-eyed young man was tightly restrained, shackled from head to toe, with thick 4 tubes as wide as fingers protruding from all over his body. His mouth was even muzzled, as though he might suddenly lash out at any moment and bite off a researcher's head. The steady drip-drip of intravenous fluids echoed ceaselessly in the room, as an endless stream of sedatives flowed relentlessly, being pumped into this humanoid monster. Behind the thick bulletproof glass, Yu Shaoxing narrowed her crimson eyes, gazing with satisfaction at her life's greatest masterpiece. She pressed a hand against the glass, mimicking a gripping motion, then curled her lips into a bewitching smile. Victory was already in her grasp. Then, Yu Shaoxiang waved his hand and ordered the researchers to remove the sedative. After a long time, the young man in the experimental chamber slowly opened his pitch-black eyes, scrutinizing everything outside the glass like a caged beast suppressing its violent nature while sizing up the unfamiliar environment. His dark eyes, devoid of any gleam, narrowed slightly under the light, then curved into a faint arc. Chen Sun let out a series of hoarse ha-ha sounds from his throat, as if sneering at how timid and cautious those people were. Over a dozen locks of various types, talk about overestimating him. This made Yu Shaoxiang frown. She snorted dismissively and tapped on the white wall. X438, don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Everything your eyes can see here is made of composite materials, there's no way you can escape. Yet Chen Sun paid her no heed, merely closing his eyes slightly, like a dangerous beast taking a nap. Seeing this, Yu Shaoxing sneered, flicked his sleeve, and left with an icy command. The experimental approval has been granted. Get ready and take him to the replacement room. Dr. K's complete takeover of this body was imminent, yet she showed no trace of urgency. Only when the footsteps faded away in the lengthy corridor did the remaining researcher on guard wipe his sweat and finally release a long sigh of relief. His heart still pounding with lingering fear, he turned back cautiously, slowly opened the hatch door, and approached with the tranquilizer gun raised, then pulled out the needles one by one before removing the silver chains. Specimen X438 has been unsealed, requesting armed support. Yet when he turned back, he found himself staring directly into a pair of abyssal eyes, like whirlpools that could devour a man's very soul. The high-risk specimen was studying him. The researcher trembled violently, nearly collapsing to the ground in fright. With shaky hands, he prepared to sound the alarm while raising his gun, attempting to intimidate the dangerous creature. I'm warning you, don't even think about escaping. Chen Sun simply found it amusing and asked, what exactly were you all thinking? Going on about destroying humanity every day, always coming up with these catastrophic abominations. He rolled his stiff neck slightly, the restraints still firmly locked around his wrists, while discreetly observing the tightly sealed door of the experimental chamber. Aren't you human beings too? Those crazy researchers were perfectly fine being human, yet they insisted on excluding themselves from humanity, truly unfilial creatures. The researcher gathered his courage and shouted contemptuously, inferior beings like you could never comprehend Dr. K's greatness. We've undergone genetic modification with mechanical organ implants, shedding our inferior monkey genes. Now we are super-evolved intellectual beings. Survival of the fittest. Only superior beings like us are worthy of dominion over Blue Planet's resources. Hearing this, Chen Sun narrowed his eyes. They said it themselves, since they weren't human, he no longer needed to restrain himself with moral constraints. He raised his head, gazing through the glass at rows of research chambers. Within those pitch-black pods lay nothing but mutilated human flesh. Pain, wailing, despair, all these emotions cycled within the cold machinery, the unique sentiments of humanity sneered at by so-called higher beings. Since they had already resolved to kill, not a single person remained innocent. Chapter 41, Want to see fireworks? Thus, Chin-sun laughed, and all the 4 tubes in the room trembled with the rise and fall of his chest. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Under the horrified gaze of the researcher, Chin-sun stopped laughing and then, with some effort, raised his heavily bandaged arm. The chains jingled and clanked as they bound his arms. His pale hand slowly turned, as if twisting an invisible doorknob. From a great distance away, the researcher's head was twisted into a corkscrew as easily as turning a faucet. Blood splattered across the white walls, and until his last breath, the man stared with terrified eyes, never understanding how he had died. Come out, Chin-sun said with a composed expression, his arms still hanging against the wall as he called out to the corner. A finger wriggled out from the shadows, then swiftly swelled and grew, expanding slowly like a balloon being inflated. Then it writhed and contorted continuously, morphing into the shape of a fist-sized little human figure. It's Song Sanqing's infinite regeneration ability. Before coming to save Yanxia, Chin-sun had picked up one of Song Sanqing's severed fingers and kept it in his jacket pocket. Despite metal detectors preventing anyone from bringing in even a sliver of iron, Yu Shaoxing never anticipated that Chin-sun would simply smuggle in his buddy's finger. The tiny humanoid figure gradually took clearer shape, transforming into a miniature version of Song Sanqing, who then clambered onto the laboratory bench with labored huffing sounds. Song Sanqing was panting heavily from exhaustion as he finally pressed the button to lift the blockade, fulfilling his mission. Then he bowed to Chin-sun, leaped down from the lab table with a whoosh, and splattered into a pulpy mess with a sickening splat. Truly a worthy clone of Song Sanqing, his personality was identical to his master's. Chin-sun shook his head, flexed his wrist, and gazed calmly into the depths of the corridor. There, pairs of eyes suddenly snapped open. Alert! Alert! High-risk specimen X438 has broken containment, requesting extermination. The base descended into chaos. Red and yellow alarms wailed, warning lights flickered wildly, and creatures in the surrounding containment cells began roaring. Chin-sun walked slowly through the pandemonium, calmly brushing his fingers across each prison cage as he passed. In the dark laboratory lay various creatures that were once human, their flesh torn and faces unrecognizable, moaning incessantly. Listen, they are sobbing, they are saying, it hurts, save me. They are wailing, crying out their suffering. Yet, why can't those higher beings hear them? Why would they mercilessly kill their own kind? Chin-sun walked on calmly, his heart hollow, just like this eerie corridor that seemed to devour souls. It was difficult for any emotion to stir within him again, as steady footsteps echoed through the shadowy passage. He came to a stop before a door. Peering through the glass window, he saw a small, child-sized creature curled up, trembling like a skinned mouse, crying out in pain. Big brother, it hurts so much. Is that you? I heard. Where are you? Then he felt his heart suddenly tremble, as the original host's pain flooded in like a tide. Detected memory fragments of the body's original host, preparing playback for the current host. Chin-sun's vision blurred for a moment before he steadied himself. In that memory, he saw a girl with beautiful big eyes blinking at him, smiling through the bars of the cage. I really want to see the outside world. Her glistening eyes fluttered, brimming with childlike innocence. Big brother neighbor, you'll probably be out soon. Promise you won't forget me when the time comes, okay? X438, wrapped entirely in bandages, gave a slight nod and extended a hand through the cage to Pinky. Swear with the petite little girl. Pinky promise, for 100 years, never to change. Those sparkling eyes became the sole radiance in this gloomy place. Later, her eyes were gouged out. She was turned into a monster, becoming hideous and unrecognizable. Her heart was filled with agony, forgetting many people and things, yet she still remembered him. She still remembered that promise. The emotions within his chest burned out like candle flames, leaving only hollow scars. Chin-sun snapped back to reality, severed from his memories, reaching out as if to grasp something, yet those fragments were forever lost. In silence, he pushed open the door, gathering the barely humanoid little monstrosity from the ground into his arms. So light. Nothing remains now. Brother? The mass of flesh trembled slightly, recognizing his voice, and clung to Chin-sun's neck with its tiny crimson claws. Why? Why did you come back? You should have forgotten me. Chin-sun felt warm tears dripping onto his shoulder. Gently patting the little creature, he lowered his eyes and whispered, It's all right. I'll take you out to see the world. Across the corridor, a group of fully armed Jin warriors swiftly surrounded the two of them. Halt, raise your hands. Yu Shaoxing scoffed disdainfully and looked down at the stubborn little lab rat with an amused expression. Nevertheless, Chin-sun simply walked quietly, step by step, deeper into the hallway. I said stop. Everyone raised their guns, sweating profusely as they confronted him. He lifted his gaze, dark eyes silently fixed on those people. After a long pause, he finally halted his steps. Want to see fireworks? He lowered his head and asked the child. No response. It must have fallen asleep. These ordinary experimental subjects slipped into deep slumber once removed from their chambers. He felt that sorrow should fill his heart, but his chest was only an empty void. His tears had long dried up, and he could no longer cry. So Chin-sun laughed loudly, so hard he nearly choked. his entire body trembling with each breathless chuckle. He raised his left hand high above his head. He snapped his fingers. Boom! In an instant, the bodies of all present exploded simultaneously, splattering crimson blossoms everywhere like shattering glass fireworks. Flesh mutated and bodies swelled, blooming violently like roses. Thus he closed his eyes, standing quietly amidst a sea of roses, his white shirt stained with falling petals, a pollution that could never be washed away. The corner of his eye burned with warmth, but it wasn't tears, it was blood. No way! Yu Shaoxing's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed onto the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his defiant screams giving way to despair. I've got it. She grabbed her own hair wildly, throwing her head back in madness. It's iron! There's iron in blood! The realization struck her instantly, human blood contains iron. Simply forcing blood to flow backward against venous valves would make the entire body explode like fireworks. Yes, yes, ha ha ha, this is my most perfect creation. In the end, I'm the one who wins. She burst into maniacal laughter, tears and mucus streaming down her face, nearly choking on her own ecstasy. Yet Chen Sun simply stood there quietly, holding the little creature in his arms, silently gazing at the empty ceiling without uttering a word. Could you please keep it down a little? He lowered his gaze, reached out his hand, and crushed the woman's vocal cords. Chen Sun was now puzzled. Why couldn't he feel any sadness? Why was it that no matter what, he couldn't shed a tear? He was clearly human, he should have emotions like joy and anger. He stood there in the pool of blood, as if an entire century had passed. Chapter 42, The Monster Must Die. Carrying the little monster on his back, he walked through the twisted base, searching for humanity's last hope. As long as we find the antiviral serum, escape this dark and filthy place, and distribute it, the T-virus will vanish, and everything will be over. He wanted to create a better world, one where this child could see that the world outside wasn't overrun by zombies and filled with wails of despair, but instead brimmed with sunlight, green meadows, mountains, and rivers. People would sing joyfully, dancing happily under the sun, free from deceit and scheming. Just as she had hoped. The little creature lay quietly on his back, its big head nodding drowsily, the bubble on its nose popping as it woke up in a daze. Brother, how much longer? I'm so sleepy. We still have a while to go, Chen Sun said with a smile. Want to hear a story? Mum. So Chen Sun tilted his head back, his dark eyes gazing at the pale ceiling as though he could see right through it to the azure sky beyond. Once upon a time, there was a big monster. He became friends with a little monster, and they spent their whole lives in a cage. Every day, the little creature would tell him about the world outside, flowers and meadows, green mountains and clear waters, and lovely people dancing. This filled the big creature with endless longing. And so one day, the great monster finally escaped its cage and ventured into the outside world. Then he realized the world wasn't lovely at all. The sky was gray, shrouded in smog, the grasslands scorched by fire. The once kind people now held pitchforks and spears. They shouted, "Get away, you monster! You destroyed our village, and now you've come to take our lives too?" Thus he discovered he could only bring calamity. A faint breath of warmth brushed against his shoulder, startling Chen Sun as he realized the child had long since fallen asleep. He shook his head with a wry smile, resigning himself to the fact that storytelling wasn't his strong suit, and continued walking forward. When Zhao Tiancheng and the others arrived, they were met with an abandoned base and bloodstains frozen solid across the ground. Despite Song Sanqing's prior warning, witnessing this hellish scene firsthand still left them utterly stunned and terrified beyond measure. Some researchers, sensing imminent danger, fled in advance, while others attempted to stop Chen Sun only to be blown to smithereens as fireworks. The black-haired youth, blood-soaked and carrying a small monster on his back, emerged from the underground base like a ghost crawling out of the 18th layer of hell. Not a single inch of Chen Sun was clean as he grinned, his glaring white teeth making him appear even more unsettling. He handed the blue reagent to Zhao Tiancheng, entrusting him with the future of humanity. Like a demon crawled out from hell, its body drenched in viscous darkness, stained with irremovable sins, yet it brought back humanity's final sun. Inside the blue test tube, flickers of fluorescence danced like fireflies in the night, tiny yet ethereal. Everyone fell silent, their gazes fixed on Zhao Tiancheng, eyes brimming with hopeful light. Zhao Tiancheng quietly observed the test tube, his heart a whirlpool of mixed emotions. Everything unfolded like such a drama. Betrayed by humanity, he became a zombie, utterly disillusioned with human nature, yet was now forced to conduct a ritual to save the very species that wronged him. In the past, he might have refused without hesitation, for he detested humans, his heart harboring nothing but flames of hatred. But now everything was different. He had friends who mattered to him, and the world was no longer confined to a narrow corner of despair. There's no such thing as inherent evil in human nature. The flaw lies solely in this twisted world. Zhao Tiancheng's furrowed brows relaxed, and he nodded with a smile, scattering the reagent in his hand toward the sky. The medicinal liquid would evaporate on its own, dispersing through the air worldwide to dispel the gloom of the T-virus among humanity. Like a liberated bluebird, it soared toward the heavens. Brother, have we made it out? The little monster rubbed its sleepy eyes, twitched its nose, and keenly sensed that the air had changed. Chinsun smiled and nodded, gently placing the child on the ground. She touched the damp soil with her hands, lightly inhaling the fragrance of the grass. Like someone in a long drought finding sweet spring water, tears seeped from her hollow eye sockets. And so she lay prostrate on the ground for a long time, like a devout worshipper embracing Mother Earth, before falling peacefully asleep. Around her, the withered plants miraculously revived, slowly forming flower buds. Tiny blue blossoms dotted the entire meadow, offering a blessing to this newborn world. Chinsun pondered for a moment, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon where a new dawn was breaking. The delicate blue flowers were called baby's breath, a small monster's gift to the world that had once harmed her. This is her superpower, called Good Morning, World. When Dr. K woke up, he found himself transformed into a pig. Trembling with horror, he realized his thick layers of fat severely limited his movement, so he twitched his snout and let out a pig's squeal. "Oh, you're awake." Lu Yunmiao glanced at him distractedly while touching up her makeup in the mirror. While everyone went to rescue Chinsun, she captured every single escaping researcher without missing a single one. Giant vines burst from the ground, snatching them up like catching chickens, not a single one got away. From these people, she learned that Dr. K was a consciousness entity. Simply transferring him to another living being would restore Yu Xiaoxing's true consciousness. So, from the small animals kept in the lab, she picked out a white, plump pig. As the host of the Red Thread of Fate across 1,000 miles system, Lu Yunya's mission was to foster the romantic relationship between the male and female leads. How can there be romance when the heroine is unconscious? Anyone who stands in the way of love must die, that was her creed. Send him to the pig farm and castrate him. She casually glanced at the trembling Dr. K on the floor and ordered the surrounding researchers. Yes, the researchers didn't dare utter a single word of refusal. Wiping cold sweat from their faces, they tremblingly dragged the giant white pig outside. Dr. K let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, deafening as it echoed through the laboratory corridor. After handling these trivial matters, Lu Yao swiftly brushed the dust off her hands and flashed a radiant smile at the mirror before nodding in satisfaction. The girl in the mirror had pearly white teeth and bright, clear eyes, her gaze brimming with youthful innocence and naivety. Not a trace of that sinister aura remained. With a radiant smile, she skipped out the door to find Senior Chen. Chinsun sat atop the massive wall of the base, legs dangling in empty space, silently watching the distant sunrise. The dawn light spilled across his face, yet his dark eyes remained as inscrutable as ever. After the disaster, he had withdrawn to the background instead, leaving all the burdens of humanity's reconstruction to Zhao Tiancheng and the others. A new era dawned for humanity, but he was merely a passerby, destined to fade into the annals of history without leaving a trace. Lu Yunmiao mischievously blinked her eyes and quietly approached from behind him. The morning breeze was fresh, gently brushing against her dark hairbun as the distant sound of melodious bells drifted through. Chinsun sat there unmoving, completely unaware of someone's approach. She silently pressed against Chinsun's back when suddenly, a gleaming dagger flashed in her hand as she thrust it towards his spine violently. The knife plunged deep as the corners of her eyes arched into a mischievous smile. Her amber eyes blinked playfully while she spoke softly. "Sorry, Senior, this is my mission, you see." Chapter 43, Next time you backstab me, don't use metal. Chinsun merely turned his obsidian dark eyes to glance at her impassively before calmly lighting a cigarette. "Next time you backstab someone, don't use an iron dagger." He sat quietly in place, tendrils of smoke coiling upward in the morning sunlight, merging with the azure sky. Chinsun knew perfectly well, if Lu Yunmiao truly intended to strike, she wouldn't have waited till now. She'd had countless opportunities to reduce the base to ruins. Lu Yunmiao playfully stuck out her tongue and withdrew the dagger, its once sharp blade now twisted into a flattened shape, half its length already gone. "You truly live up to being a senior." She sheathed her dagger, tucked her hair behind her ear, and sat down beside Chinsun with a smile. "Then, I guess my mission counts as a failure." The two sat in silence side by side on the towering city wall, gazing at the scarlet dawn in the distance. "The host isn't allowed to smoke, okay?" The system's prompt chime sounded at just the right moment, so Chinsun stubbed out his cigarette and lifted his unfathomable gaze, yet didn't bother looking at Lu Yunmiao. "A mission assigned by the main system? MHM. Lu Yunmiao nodded with a smile, his amber eyes catching the sunlight. "Seems Senior has gotten himself tangled with quite formidable beings. Did you leak the coordinates for Savior Corporation to find me this quickly?" So the real traitor isn't that actress, but you." "Correct." Lu Yunmiao clapped her hands, then rubbed her forehead with a troubled expression. "I originally wanted to keep it simple, just poison everyone. But everyone was guarding the well water so closely I nearly got caught. Had no choice but to find two unlucky scapegoats to divert attention." Then she reverted to her usual sweet smile, spreading her pale arms wide as she continued. "I changed my mind later though, since the goal was killing my senior. I just couldn't bring myself to do it seriously, so I settled for going through the motions." Chinsun said no more, merely lowering his gaze as he pieced together the clues in his mind. He suddenly recalled that in the previous world, the black-haired boy from the horror livestream had uttered these final words. "Beware the system." How amusing. He glanced at the interface of the multiverse passerby system beside him, then impassively averted his gaze, dismissing it from consideration. This system is too dumb to be the mastermind behind all this. Then it must be the main system playing tricks. What does it want? To kill Chen Sun in this small world? Which memories does it want him to lose? Or does it have a way to permanently trap him in this miniature world? Just as he was pondering this solemnly, the passerby system announced the completion of the world's main storyline, its blue screen flickering before them. Congratulations, host. Mission accomplished with a rating, B. According to the original plot, protagonist Zhao Tian destroyed the savior base for revenge, personally killed his girlfriend, and ultimately human civilization perished. He died alone as a zombie. Through your intervention, the 30-day teen mission to save the world was completed. After the T-virus was eradicated, the male and female leads returned to being human and lived ordinary lives. However, due to excessive interference from the host, the world line underwent drastic changes, violating the low-profile principle of the passerby system. Thus, points are halved. Chen Sun furrowed his brows, recalling certain anomalies from previous worlds. In some worlds, he had clearly achieved commendable task completion rates, so why were the evaluation results still graded as B? Could it be that the main system's criteria for assessing task completion wasn't based on plot coherence after all? Or was the multiverse passerby system deliberately suppressing his ratings to conceal his existence from the main system? What on earth had he done to offend the system lord, to be schemed against so viciously? At this thought, he raised his eyes and stared intently at the system panel. The bystander system, feeling guilty, rotated its screen sheepishly and retreated to a corner, whistling innocently. The system knows nothing at all, Epsilon. Peanut Farm Base, a brand new day had dawned. Scarface stood on the endless field ridges, shielding his eyes from the sun, beads of sweat rolling down his weather-beaten face. Today, the peanut seeds they planted sprouted. The first seedling of the apocalypse timidly peeked out from the culture medium, its delicate leaves glistening with morning dew. Everyone crowded around it, faces brimming with unprecedented joy. Yanzia scooped up the seedling and ran faster than a rabbit, ignoring his own wounds as he dashed straight toward the residential area without looking back. Hey, what do you think you're doing, thief? The fat guy was so frantic he shouted after him, panting heavily, but couldn't catch up no matter what. Let me show Brother Chen. In the blink of an eye, the person had vanished without a trace. The burly man could only shake his head with a wry smile before collapsing to the ground exhausted, wiping sweat from his brow. A distant rooster's crow mingled with Yen Zia's excited shouts in the distance. Brother Chen, we grew it, we really grew it. Meanwhile, Song Sanqing, as usual, found a hemp rope, gave it a firm tug to test its strength, and with a swish, hung it from a tree to see if he could successfully hang himself. But as he turned his head, he caught sight of Lin Yin's bashful face, and the corner of his mouth instantly twitched. Little Sanqing, she set down the oversized guitar and bashfully covered her face with her hands. You actually remembered this tree, it witnessed our passionate love story. The first time they met was under this very tree, when Song Sanqing had attempted to hang himself with a rope. But Lin Yin happened to see him. A sudden surge of righteousness overwhelmed her, terrified that someone might end their own life, and she charged forward without hesitation, clinging desperately to Song Sanqing's legs and refusing to let go. Let go! Song Sanqing kicked his legs furiously. Kid, don't do anything rash. Life is beautiful. You should look toward the future. Lin Yin desperately clutched his pants, straining to hold him up, sweat pouring from anxiety. The result was Song Sanqing's pants being torn to shreds during the struggle. Finally, the rope snapped and both collapsed onto the ground. The breeze fluttered the tattered pants, revealing glimpses of Song Sanqing's white underwear. Lying on the ground in utter despair, he tugged at the scraps of fabric, trying to cover his snow-white thighs. Lin Yin came to her senses, covering her crimson face in embarrassment, rolling on the ground with her eyes tightly shut as she screamed. I'm sorry, I'll take responsibility for you. This was how absurd the situation had become. Now Lin Yin had come knocking again, wearing a shy yet wicked smile as she looked up and down at Song Sanqing hanging from the tree. Since little Sanqing is being so proactive, she extended her wicked claws. Song Sanqing swallowed hard and decisively shouted, System, log out of this world. He dissolved into streams of data drifting through the air, leaving not even a trace behind for her. Only Lin Yin remained on the spot, howling in grief and rage, screaming, Do you really think you can escape? Song Sanqing, just you wait. Even if I die, I'll hunt you down. The entire wilderness echoed with the sound of her wailing. Zhao Tianchang and Yu Shaoshan walked hand in hand across the deserted field ridges, stepping over the gurgling ditches. At one ridge, Zhao Tianchang stopped. Blushing once more, he crouched down and took out two delicate wire-wrapped silver rings from his pocket. Once he had coiled himself. I'm sorry, I lost the original rings, he said guiltily, lowering his head. Yet Yu Shaoshang didn't mind at all. With a smile, she extended her slender hand for him to slip the ring onto her finger. The breeze toyed with her white dress as the two sat side by side in the distant fields. Shaoshang, I like you. Just as he was about to confess, Yanzia suddenly came running in haste across the entire field, shouting in panic. Something terrible has happened. Something terrible. Brother Chen, what's wrong with him? Zhao Tianchang and Yu Shaosheng exchanged glances before standing up nervously. Brother Chen has disappeared. Chapter 44, No Throwing Objects from Heights. When the group arrived at the residential area, all they saw was a little girl completely wrapped in bandages, holding a watering can as she tended to flowers in the greenhouse. After initial treatment, she had taken on a roughly human shape and no longer had to crawl on the ground like before. Her eyes still couldn't see, but it wouldn't be long before she recovered a fully human body. This greenhouse was built by Chen Sun before he left, filled with all sorts of flower pots planted with delicate blue blossoms. You're asking where Big Brother has gone? She set down her watering can and lifted her head in puzzlement, turning the hollow sockets of her eyes toward the group. Of course he went home. His home is very, very far away. She happily stood on tiptoe, the bandages covering her face stretching into a smile as she continued. Big Brother said before leaving that he dislikes farewells. If fate allows, we'll meet again someday. So everyone could only exchange glances, sigh, and disperse in various directions. Swallow Boy cradled the pot of peanut sprouts, his whole being plunged into gloom, as if his soul had departed. How could Brother Chen leave without saying goodbye? They hadn't even properly thanked him yet, and they still had such a long journey ahead together. This traveler of time thus vanished into the history of a minor world, like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, leaving only ripples and circles. Within the central tower of the main god's space, countless circuits connected to a central port, transmitting intricate signals. And at the very center of all interfaces lay a massive translucent brain-like structure, its interior flickering with faint fluorescence that mirrored the stars of the cosmos and all earthly phenomena. Who could have imagined that the legendary omniscient and omnipotent god, the master system controlling all realms, was actually an artificial intelligence shaped like a human brain? K lay completely submerged in a massive transparent glass tank, filled with a swirling, chaotic fluid that bubbled incessantly. Occasionally, various human faces would emerge from the nutrient solution, twisted in agony and misery. The cultivation fluid functioned like K's stomach, digesting the endless stream of transmitted human emotions. Subject B-103 Zombie World, mission complete. World collapse halted. However, compared to the last cycle, the emotional yield has significantly declined, likely caused by error code S438, the host of the bystander system. The lump of brain matter quivered slightly, its computations racing at high speed. Just one more death, and the error will be completely erased. However, Executor Lu Yunyo has abandoned the mission. The host of the passerby system is currently on leave, reducing the feasibility of implementing this plan at present. Adopt Plan B, let him stay in a pocket dimension. Procedure in progress? Chen Sun returned to the studio and lay back in his chair, stretching lazily. He then stared quietly at the ceiling, trying to let his body relax and fully savor this hard-earned vacation. Picking up his phone, he saw a group announcement in the work chat. Sister Lee had kept her promise by granting them a 7-day holiday. Following that came a red packet with Sister Lee's glamorous photo and sunglasses as the cover. Chen Sun swiftly tapped it and scored 200 points. He clicked his tongue, just about to marvel at Sister Lee's generosity, but as he scrolled down, he saw Fatty snagging 3,000 points, while Lu Yunmyo went even wilder, grabbing a whopping 10,000 points. Song Sanqing still hadn't tapped in, busy with who knows what. One red packet remained unclaimed, probably with a hefty sum inside. Great, just great. Only Chen Sun had the worst luck, huh? Lu Yunmyo, thanks, Sister Lee. Cute puppy gratitude sticker.jpg. Chi Bicheng, wow, Lu Yunmyo is the most popular one. Chen Sun. Chi Bicheng, ha, brother Chen, you're at the bottom. Covering his face with both hands, he lay back on the studio recliner and slapped his phone down onto the table with a thud. The mission was accomplished. The fat guy gained the ability to burn fat ×1. Song Sanqing was forcibly granted the passive skill of being immortal and indestructible, while Lu Yunmyo received a hefty amount of points. As for Chen Sun, he obtained the Musician of the Crimson Flower Sea title ×1. He had already accumulated a bunch of fancy titles by now, none of which were useful beyond sounding badass. The bystander system truly lives up to its reputation as the stingiest system in the world. He sighed and massaged his temples in resignation. After lying down for a good while, he picked up that travel magazine again, resuming his contemplation of a summer beach getaway. Since even Sister Lee had softened her stance, no matter what the system said this time, he absolutely wouldn't work overtime. Nothing and no one could stop him from taking this vacation. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the system notification chimed in perfectly timed. Host dear, RQ, we've received an urgent mission. Not going. Chen Sun covered his face with the magazine and decisively laid flat. Even if the world's scriptwriter held a knife to his neck, he wouldn't flinch in the slightest. But, this world seems to be related to you, host. World code BP-207, modern world. Upon hearing this, Chen Sun finally set down his magazine and raised his head with a puzzled expression, glancing at the system panel. Soon after, his eyes widened immediately, his expression turning solemn as he sat up and fell deep into thought. This world was actually a projection of the small world he used to live in. In other words, a parallel world. In this small world, everything was developing normally without collapsing, and his family might still be alive. However, what was different was that supernatural phenomena like demonic contracts had emerged in this small world. The task was issued by the main system. What does K want to do? Chen Sun's expression turned uncharacteristically serious. He raised his deep black eyes, fingers tapping slowly on the table as he pondered the intentions of the main god. After a long while, he finally shook his head and smiled willingly, addressing the system. In that case, let's go take a look. Host confirmed, initiating world line connection. Due to the nature of parallel worlds, the host can choose to traverse using their own body, without possessing the original character of the minor world. Since the main system was so kind and generous as to gift him such a bounty, how could he possibly refuse? Fate is like being grasped by a giant hand, constantly being toyed with, only no one knows who truly holds the strings. This is a modern metropolis, teeming with bustling traffic and neon-lit decadence, where people live under the clamor of flickering lights, their days passing by as dull as stagnant water. No magic, no supernatural abilities, nor any fox spirits or ghosts. Life seems like a pool of still water without a single ripple. Yet they remain unaware that in the city's shadowy corners, demons are quietly taking root within the hearts of wicked men. Chen Moran collapsed to the ground, horrified as he watched a grotesque demon sprout and twist its way out of the person before him. Just a moment ago, they had been smiling and chatting as classmates, but now they were bearing their bloodthirsty grins at her, inching closer step by step. Shamoran, I really like you so much. That boy named Zhang Jibai crawled toward her on twisted limbs, licking his sharp teeth with a long tongue, cornering her in the alley. But you rejected me. His bloodshot eyes widened as he roared in fury, then his gaze softened again. It's alright. If I eat you, we can be together forever. Become one with me. It was late at night in this sparsely populated old district. She had tried screaming for help to no avail, it only made the creature more enraged. Zhang Jibai shot out his crimson tongue, firmly embedding it into the black wall, instantly carving a deep groove into its surface. Chen Moran covered her mouth, tears trembling uncontrollably in her eyes as fear pressed a scythe against her throat like the hand of death. She could only weep helplessly now, collapsing weakly against the wall as she watched the demon approach. Chen Moran regretted everything deeply. If only she had known this would happen, she never would have stormed out after quarreling with her brother over such trivial matters. Thinking of her brother, her nose immediately tingled with sadness. She prayed fervently in her heart, hoping he wouldn't come looking for her, otherwise he'd be trapped in this dangerous predicament too. Zhang Jibai grinned ferociously, his long tongue darting out swiftly as he prepared to relish this delicious feast. At this critical moment, Zhang Jibai suddenly felt a heavy object plummet onto his head. A searing pain shot through his skull before darkness swallowed his vision, rendering him unconscious. The anticipated agony never came. Chen Moran trembled as he cautiously opened his eyes. Zhang Jibai was pinned to the ground by a dark shadow, foaming at the mouth, already unconscious. A black-haired young man sat blankly atop the creature, only reacting after a long pause. After a moment of silence, he slowly stood up, removed his sunglasses and shouted into the air. System, your aerial object just killed someone. Seeing the young man's face clearly, Chen Moran froze, tears of excitement streaming down as he immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly, crying uncontrollably. Stinky big brother, where did you pop out from? Chapter 45, Homecoming. She held him so tightly that Chen Sun felt all the air squeezed from his lungs, nearly suffocating. It had been years since they last met, and the little girl had grown into such a lovely young woman, he thought to himself. Chen Sun remembered when he used to carry her. Back then, Chen Moran hadn't even reached his waist. That tiny, stubby little girl had actually blossomed into a grown woman. So he shook his head with a smile and flicked the young girl's forehead with his finger, making her yelp in pain and let go. Chen Moran winced, gritting her teeth as she instinctively prepared to retaliate as she always had. But the moment she looked up at him, she froze in place. Under the dim yellow light, Chen Sun still wore a smile, but his deep black eyes had lost all their luster, as if after enduring endless years, only eternal sorrow remained. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but this was no longer the sunny, gentle elder brother she knew. It seemed the original Chen Sun had long died in the river of time. Suddenly, for no reason, she felt a sting in her nose. Suppressing the urge to cry, she shook her head vigorously to dispel those inexplicable thoughts from her mind. Maybe it was just the lighting? Or perhaps she was overthinking things? After all, how could two people in this world look exactly alike? Just a few hours ago they had seen each other, yet it felt as if they'd been apart for over a decade. She wiped away the helpless tears on her face, slowly took Chen Sun's hand, and for the first time, voluntarily softened her stance, saying, "Brother, let's go home." Let's go home." Chinsun smiled and ruffled her hair, then took her hand as they walked side by side into the night, heading toward the flickering lights in the distance. Their silhouettes, one tall and one short, swayed under the streetlights as if reuniting across decades of time. As for the demon behind them and the even more mysterious and terrifying realms it involved, neither of them mentioned it again, as if by silent agreement. Chinsun made a call to an unidentified person, gave the location, and left the corpse where it lay. Special department personnel will handle it. Apart from the relief of surviving the disaster, although Chen Moran had doubts in his heart, he didn't ask further when he saw his elder brother wasn't willing to explain more. Some things, the more you know, the quicker you die. An ordinary residential building flickered with warm yellow light, standing guard like always for travelers far from home, emanating an indescribable, inexplicable warmth. Chen Sun halted his steps downstairs and looked up at the illuminated window, feeling a faint stirring in his heart. This was his home. Yet it wasn't truly his home. His real home had long been destroyed. Everything here was merely an illusion of happiness. The familiar stairwell was still covered in dust, or perhaps because he'd grown taller, the stairs seemed far narrower than he remembered. As he climbed step by step, he saw the walls plastered with lock-picking advertisements, saw the cactus growing in a flower pot at the landing corner, saw the low iron gate creak open like a hunched old grandmother quietly waiting for her child. He took a deep breath, fixed a smile on his face, and turned the doorknob. Big brother. The moment the door opened, two little rascals came barreling at him like runaway dump trucks, nearly taking out his kidneys. Ouch! He grimaced in pain, bending over to clutch his lower abdomen as he drew in shallow breaths. He grabbed the two little rascals by their collars and deftly lifted them up, handling them like a pair of small kittens or puppies. The two little ones immediately behaved themselves, sticking out their tongues mischievously with cheeky grins. These twins, who used to be swaddled infants, were now already half a person's height. Mother, ever graceful, emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate, smiling gently at Chen Sun. Wisps of white hair peeked from her temples. Father still sneaks smokes on the balcony, fearing mother's nagging about the smell. Standing dazed at the doorway, Chen Sun suddenly felt a wave of melancholy. Everything was so familiar yet so distant, as if an impenetrable wall had already risen between them. This was a barrier called time and space, where his family remained, yet he could never return. All this warmth had actually shattered long ago. Fate insisted on dragging him into memories, making him wallow in them, unable to extricate himself, like a gentle quagmire quietly devouring him whole. Suddenly, he had an urge to give his younger siblings a hug, to shout aloud, "Mom, I'm home." But he merely repressed it, his chest hollow as if his heart had a hole, emotions slipping away like quicksand. So he covered his face and began to laugh, crouching on the ground like a madman, gasping for breath. "Brother, what's wrong?" Chen Moran patted his back anxiously, asking with concern. "Nothing," he replied, laughing so hard tears nearly fell, slowly standing up as he draped his coat over his shoulders and walked step by step toward the door. "I just remembered something, need to go downstairs for a bit." He smiled, blinking his deep black eyes before turning back to say, "Come back soon." His mother, wearing an apron, reminded him. Chen Sun pulled up his trench coat hood and stepped out of this illusory comfort zone, walking into the icy corridor. In the dark hallway, his expression was invisible, but the system could sense that its host was in low spirits. In the corridor, he brushed past another Chen Sun. The youth who looked exactly like him wore shorts and a t-shirt, holding a phone, and glanced back in puzzlement, but the figure in black had already vanished down the stairwell. Strange, does someone have guests over today? He pondered this curiously as he pushed open his own front door. "Brother, you're back so soon?" Chen Moran poked his head out from the kitchen, visibly surprised. He changed into slippers naturally, nodding with a smile as his dark eyes reflected the light, sparkling like stars in the night sky. They took their seats at the dining table, bursts of laughter and playful banter occasionally drifting in through the window. Beneath this residential building stood a black silhouette, his night-like eyes fixed on the orange glow from the upper floors. Chen Sun lit a cigarette, and the white swirling smoke lingered stubbornly under the streetlight, like a lonely wandering ghost. For once, the system offered no reminder about quitting smoking, it simply remained silent. "Host, let's go, it's time to do the mission. When I've saved up enough points, I'll see if I can exchange them to return to my original world. Host's balance should be about enough by now." Just a little more and I'll have saved up 1,000,000. Chen Sun pulled down the brim of his hat, speaking to no one in particular as his figure vanished into the night. He had already lost his home forever. How could he possibly steal away another Chen Sun's happiness? Upstairs, Chen Moran seemed to sense something inexplicably and turned his head, glancing out through the window. Under the dwindling streetlights, there was no trace of anyone left. She felt somewhat puzzled, tilted her head, then simply shrugged and stopped overthinking. In the shadowy corners of City A, where light couldn't reach, a pale white hand suddenly emerged from the garbage heap. Cough, cough. A short-haired girl crawled out from the filthy debris, pushing up her glasses with a finger. The lenses were already shattered, covered with spreading cracks and littered with glass fragments. Was I reborn? She looked blankly at her arms, then narrowed her eyes at the distant glow of city lights. Taking in the bustling urban streets, the girl's body trembled as a hoarse, blood-stained laugh escaped her lips. He. I, the demon lord Lu Xiaoshuang, have been reborn. Ah. Good, all 4 limbs are still intact, my internal organs haven't rotted away, there's no ant-like biting pain across my body, and no eerie whispers in my mind. She feels great now, never better than this. Ha, Xinhuangyan, you better keep your neck clean and wait for me. The entire alley echoed with a sinister hee laughter, lingering endlessly. As she struggled to her feet and staggered out of the alley, she saw a black-haired young man squatting by the roadside, smoking a cigarette. Holding the cigarette between 2 fingers, he muttered to the air as if talking to himself. System, I want to go back soon. What would happen if I killed the reincarnator right now? He turned his head and glanced indifferently at the disheveled Lu Xiaoshuang before continuing. Could we complete the mission ahead of schedule? Chapter 46, Interrupting the Ritual? Hearing this, Lu Xiaoshuang stopped laughing immediately, shutting his mouth tight as timidly as a baby chick. Damn, she's pretending to be crazy but has run into a real psycho. Blinking her big eyes and playing the role of a clueless, lost girl, she deliberately collapsed onto the ground, pouting as she said, "What are you talking about, big brother? You're scaring me." Shensun froze, cigarette dangling mid-air, continuing to watch her performance with an impassive expression. Lu Xiaoshuang gritted her teeth, panicking internally but maintaining her act as a fragile damsel, her saccharine voice making even her own scalp prickle. "Little, bro, blay." Halfway through calling out, she couldn't hold back anymore and vomited up her entire dinner. Thus, Shensun blinked his eyes as he watched this innocent college girl livestream herself vomiting rainbows. It was all the trash can's fault for smelling so strong, making a dignified demon lord like her embarrass herself like this. If she hadn't just been reborn and hadn't had the chance to contract a demon yet, she would have definitely made this guy kneel on the ground and call her daddy. Unable to keep up the act any longer, she wiped her mouth, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes as she grabbed a shard of glass from the floor and stabbed it into her own arm. Blood splattered everywhere, and she quickly dipped her finger in it, drawing a strange diagram on the wall. "With my lifeblood as the offering, I summon thee to appear." Shensun was filled with curiosity about this spell, so he quietly crouched nearby, pondering for a long while without disturbing her. Lu Xiaoshuang chanted incantations under her breath while warily glaring at Shensun beside her. If she hadn't been driven to desperation by this mysterious demon hunter, she would never have resorted to this trump card that harmed her lifeblood. "Shao Tian Quan, I form a pact with thee. I offer the metal of the 5 elements as sacrifice, humbly welcoming thy descent." The ritual array was nearly complete. With a sinister ha laugh, she raised the shard of glass in her hand and stabbed it toward her own chest with the ferocity of tearing out her heart and lungs. In the 5 elements, metal corresponds to the human lungs. She intended to gut herself and rip out her own lungs. Just as blood was about to gush forth, Shensun, who had been watching silently from the sidelines, finally moved. He stood up, blinked his dark eyes, then kicked her flying several yards away. Lu Xiaoshuang flipped several times in midair before crashing into a wall and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lifting her head from the ground, she wiped the nosebleed from her face with a completely bewildered expression. "Lu Xiaoshuang? Interrupting spellcasting?" Shensun was speechless. This guy spent so much time charging up his ultimate move, did he want someone to rush in and slit his throat mid-cast or what? Reality isn't a game, there's no invincibility frame when casting skills. Did you think shouting the skill's name before attacking would make your enemies stand dumbfounded while you hit them? This is total nonsense, only a fool would volunteer to be a live target. So he stretched his neck a bit, dragging the half-body-long wolf-hunting blade as he walked step by step toward Lu Xiaoshuang's direction. Called a demon hunting blade, it was actually the transformed shape of daggers, taking the form of a massive scythe. Its long blade scraped along the ground, sparking metallic collisions. Lu Xiaoshuang frantically scrambled backward, her face filled with terror as she looked at Shensun with the eyes of one beholding the Grim Reaper. Her back hit the wall, no retreat left. She inwardly cursed, wondering just who the real villain here was. Feeling broken glass behind her, she grabbed and raised it protectively against her chest. With newfound courage, she shouted, Don't come any closer. I am the Demon Lord. If you spare me, I can help you contract the most powerful demon." Hearing this, Shensun halted his steps. Lu Xiaoshuang thought her words had taken effect, instantly feeling the exhilaration of narrowly escaping death. Before she could even sigh in relief, Shensun suddenly grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. He crouched down, slamming the side right beside Lu Xiaoshuang's ear mere centimeters from her neck and spoke. "I am Qin Shi Huang, send me 50, and I'll appoint you as a general once it's done." Translation, in other words, I'd sooner trust that I'm the Emperor Qin Shi Huang than believe you. Then he burst into loud laughter, raising his demon-slaying blade high as he prepared to swing it down. The edge gleamed coldly under the moonlight. "Stop!" A man's voice rang out from the alleyway. It was Lu Xiaoshuang's classmate, Also this microcosm's favored son of destiny, Shin Wangyan. At this point in the story, the male lead hadn't yet completely broken ties with the female antagonist. With a classmate in danger now, he naturally had to step in to help. But that blade had already descended. With a metallic clang, the demon hunting sword struck the ground violently, landing right beside Lu Xiaoshuang's neck and severing a lock of her hair. Just a slight deviation, and it would have been her head hitting the ground instead. She gasped for breath, her face deathly pale, her heart pounding so hard it seemed ready to leap out of her throat. Swallowing hard, she felt the relief of having narrowly escaped death. Oh, Chen Sun rested the demon-hunting blade on his shoulder as he turned back with a smile, saying, "You want to save her?" He swung the massive scythe, tracing a graceful arc through the air before resting its blade against Lu Xiaoshuang's snow-white neck. "Even if she's a demon contractor, you'd still try to save her?" Those pitch-black eyes sent a shiver down Shen Wangyan's spine as he stood at the alley's entrance. He took 2 steps back, yet mustered the courage to raise his phone defiantly. "What demon contractor? She's just my classmate. You lunatic, let her go now or I'm calling the police." It seems the male lead at this stage hasn't encountered any demons yet, still believing Lu Xiaoshuang to be nothing more than a weak, pitiful girl. He had no idea that his parents had been killed by demon-possessed contractors, nor did he know that his life was about to be completely ruined by demons. From Shin Wangyan's perspective, this mysterious and eccentric young man had cornered his classmate Lu Xiaoshuang in an alley, clearly preparing to carry out some unlawful act. As a passionate and kind-hearted protagonist, it was his duty to protect those around him. Fearing that rashly calling the police might enrage this dangerous individual, he had no choice but to resort to verbal threats. Under the dim streetlight, the two stood in silent confrontation. The pitch-black shadow beneath the lamp bore a massive crescent blade on its back, like death itself wielding a scythe. At this moment, Chen Sun suddenly realized his own appearance might indeed seem rather terrifying. All he could do was shake his head with a wry smile. "All right." Chen Sun sheathed his demon-hunting blade and slung it across his back, then let out a booming laugh as he strode away under the boundless moonlight, gradually disappearing into the night. "We'll meet again." Before leaving, he waved his hand and left these words. Shin Wangyan exhaled heavily, his face covered in fine beads of sweat. He hurried forward to check Lu Xiaoshuang's injuries. On his way home from school, he had noticed several thugs gathered at the school gate, trailing the quietest and most timid girl in his class. Out of concern, he had followed them. Never did he expect that this coincidence would end up saving her life. The moonlight spilled over the alleyway entrance, where Lu Xiaoshuang sat slumped on the ground, the very picture of a terrified, helpless victim. "Thank you." The broken glasses frame hung crookedly on Lu Xiaoshuang's face, reflecting the flickering street lamp and obscuring her expression. She regained her composure and adjusted the frame with a deliberate push. Then, the corners of her lips curled into an exaggerated grin. Ha ha ha. How should she repay this architect of her destruction from her past life? Chapter 47, Sacrificing Alumni Grants Limitless Power. So-called demon contractors are the madmen lurking in the city's shadows, often summoning evil and powerful creatures unintentionally when wicked thoughts arise in their hearts. Greed, envy, fear, hatred, these resentment-filled emotions in human hearts are the most attractive nourishment for demons. Through specific mediums, they appear before these contractors, bestowing upon them formidable power. Such mediums could be certain objects, or perhaps specific arrays or symbols. In exchange, they gradually erode the host's humanity, transforming them into deranged and malevolent humanoid monsters. Zhang Jibai, who previously attempted to harm Chen Moran, was already an out-of-control contractor. Contractors are this city's hidden destabilizing element. Correspondingly, this has given rise to a specialized profession that hunts demons, the demon hunters. They operate in the darkness of night, hunting down rogue contractors and reclaiming dangerous artifacts where demons are sealed. Chen Sun's current role is that of a member of the Witchers, and in the upcoming plot, it is he who will introduce the male protagonist into the Witcher profession. Ding! Due to an unknown error, the late-game female antagonist Lu Xiaoshuang has been reborn. The main storyline of this small world may undergo changes. Mission: eliminate unstable factors to ensure the plot proceeds normally. Warning: killing the antagonist prematurely may cause the plot to deviate. Host is advised against this action. Are villains also precious resources? They deserve proper care. The professor at the lectern was enthusiastically lecturing, while Chen Sun sat bored in the last row of the classroom, absent-mindedly spinning a pen as he gazed out the window. Outside, the sunlight was brilliant, and the sounds of basketballs bouncing echoed clearly across LA University's sports field. Sunlight streamed through the window onto the desk, illuminating the professor's bald head as he gestured passionately during his lecture. The reflected glare shimmered incessantly, nearly blinding in its intensity. Right in front of him, Shin Wangyan clutched the book tightly, occasionally stealing glances at the mirror on the desk, continuously scrutinizing Chen Sun behind him, his face covered in cold sweat, sitting on pins and needles. Help, this psychotic killer actually goes to the same school as him, and just happened to choose the same specialized course. Noticing Shen Wangyan secretly observing him with legs trembling like a sieve, Chen Sun slowly turned his head, grinned, and flashed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Shen Wangyan gave a sudden shudder, his face turning ashen. In an instant, his trembling stopped, sitting straighter than a ruler, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the lectern. The class wrapped up abruptly just like that. The professor took a sip of tea to soothe his throat before bellowing, "All right, class dismissed." The sea of drowsy students below jolted awake, instantly rejuvenated. A chatter of idle gossip bubbled up as they began slowly gathering their belongings. Shen Wangyan shoved his notebook, papers, and pen haphazardly into his bag, then hoisted it and bolted for the door, disappearing quicker than a startled rabbit. The professor, holding his teacup, happened to reach the classroom door just in time to watch his figure disappear into the hallway. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Young people have so much energy. Back when his hair was still thick, the last time he'd run this fast was to go gawk at the school beauty at the neighboring school. Shen Wangyan only stopped when he reached the tree-shaded avenue beside the sports field, panting heavily for breath. The morning sunlight filtered through the trees, casting scattered patches of light on the ground. The summer cicadas had just begun their sparse, intermittent chorus, their sporadic cries echoing around the sports field. He lay in bed thinking about last night's events for a long time, unable to sleep no matter what. What exactly is a demon contractor? Who is that person wielding the gigantic scythe? Why hasn't this madman been locked up in a psychiatric hospital yet? He felt like the world had gone completely mad. Kicking a small pebble on the ground with force, the stone went flying into a corner and hit a red icon. The emblem was hidden in the corner behind a trash can. At its center was drawn a blood-red eye, surrounded by eerie-looking patterns. Shen Wangyan wiped his eyes, held his breath, and leaned forward. Squatting down, he brushed aside the withered leaves nearby to examine that strange marking. What is this? Just as his hand was about to touch the marking, as if guided by some phantom impulse, someone called out to him from behind, causing him to lift his head. A young man pedaled hard on a tricycle, carrying 4 or 5 other boys in the back, cheering as they sped past Shen Wangyan. "Hey, Shaoshan, need a ride?" One of the boys on the tricycle spotted him and waved, calling out to ask. "No thanks, I'll walk back myself." Shen Wangyan wiped the sweat from his face and slowly stood up, forcing an awkward smile. The boys exchanged glances before continuing their merry ride as the three-wheeler groaned painfully under the weight, its protesting squeaks fading into the distance. This was LA University's defining feature, the curse of all STEM majors. Female students were rarer than strands of hair on a programmer's head, with a staggering 30-to-1 male-to-female ratio. Meanwhile at neighboring M. Normal University, you'd see a boy pedaling a three-wheeler packed with girls in uniformly short skirts that barely covered their thighs, the sports field brimming with youthful exuberance. At L University, you could often spot a guy riding a bike with a bunch of burly men piled on the back, all dressed in identical tank tops and shorts, their muscular legs covered in fluttering leg hair. His train of thought was interrupted. Shen Wuyan let out a bitter laugh and shook his head before turning back to glance in the direction of the dormitory. Suddenly, I felt as though I had forgotten something important, but no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't recall what it was. What was he planning to do just now? Right, he was planning to return to his dorm. So, dazed and confused, he walked in the opposite direction, completely unaware that his perception had subtly shifted. In the unseen corner behind Shen Wangyan, that bizarre crimson symbol suddenly gleamed with an eerie red light. In the shadowy recesses of L University, countless identical symbols simultaneously erupted into beams of scarlet radiance. Their light beams formed a prison-like cage, firmly trapping the university at the center, creating a translucent crimson curtain. Within the curtain, faint murmurs arose, like a tide of bright red sweeping across the entire campus. Yet, all the people remained oblivious, continuing their classes as usual. Inside a cafe at L University, Chen Sun rested his head on his hand and stared at the bizarre phenomenon outside the window. Did you do this? He took a sip of tea and calmly looked at the bespectacled girl sitting across from him. Lu Xiaoshuan lowered her head to adjust her glasses, her lips curling sharply, an expression utterly at odds with her usual serene demeanor. Of course not, she said with a bright smile, spreading her hands. Less than 1/10 of my power remains. How could I possibly commit such suicidal acts right under Mr. Death's nose? But senior, you might want to add those lunatics from the demon priests to your list of suspects. Sacrificing innocent humans to gain demonic power, just the kind of despicable move those damn demon priests would pull. So Chen Sun continued to ponder with his head lowered, taking a sip of tea. Act 1, an unknown faction of contractors attacks L University, attempting to sacrifice all students and faculty to awaken the S-class demon, Nightmare. According to the original plot, Chen Sun was on a mission elsewhere at this time and couldn't come to the rescue. By the time other demon hunters arrived, everyone here had fallen into eternal slumber. Deathly silence reigned all around. The people were forever trapped in horrifying dreams while their physical bodies in reality became vegetative husks. The male protagonist, Shen Wangyan, survived this incident because another S-class demon was parasitic within his body. However, because of this event, his peaceful life was completely shattered. Shen Wanyan lost his only friend and mentor, and the endless pain and hatred toward demons drove him to join the Demon Hunter Association. Chapter 48, just a little more before melting. The cafe's interior decor began to writhe and distort under the influence of the red light, and the people sitting inside also became grotesquely deformed. Some people had horns growing on their heads, others sprouted an extra mouth on their faces, and there were even those whose eyes grew arms, calmly using them to hold spoons and shove ice cream into their nostrils. But they seemed utterly oblivious to it all, continuing to chat and laugh as if eating with their noses were the most natural thing in the world, while anyone using their mouth would be the odd one out. The power of nightmare is to plunge humans into bizarre dreams and distort their normal perception. When they had grown entirely accustomed to all that defied reason, when their consciousness had twisted into something indescribable, only then could the demon fully consume them. Chen Sun gazed silently at Lu Xiaoshuan before him as her glasses suddenly began liquefying, drip by drip, oozing viscous molten glass. Her entire face began to melt like wax, the skin slowly sliding downward. From Lu Xiaoshuan's perspective, Chen Sun appeared mostly unchanged on the surface except for the dozen or so black tentacles that suddenly sprouted from his back, writhing menacingly in the air. Chen Sun lifted the cup with his black tentacles, sipping tea slowly before using another tentacle to scoop some sugar into it. Everything proceeded so naturally, as if he were simply moving his own limbs. He didn't even notice anything unusual. The mental contamination grew increasingly severe. After drinking that sweet-flavored tea, Chen Sun suddenly felt an itchy throat and began coughing violently. He coughed out several tiny tentacles, only then realizing his perception had been altered. Since when do humans grow tentacles? Staring at the writhing tentacle fragment on the ground, Chen Sun suddenly felt a long-forgotten ripple of fear. This truly was a terrifying nightmare. He could tolerate growing extra arms, but tentacles? Those were absolutely unacceptable. So he stretched out his hand, and an enormous scythe materialized in the air, which he seized firmly before cleanly severing the pursuing tentacle with a swift slicing sound. The blade fell like lightning, no hesitation, no wasted motion. Black ichor erupted around him, spraying outward like spilled ink. The sharp pain shooting through his back jolted Chen Sun awake in an instant, granting him a fleeting glimpse of reality slipping away. Everyone in the cafe was going about their routines mechanically, their eyes dull and lifeless like programmed machines, continuously pouring drinks into their nostrils. There were no tentacles behind him after all. The injury was on his back, or a massive gash stretched across his waist, oozing blood incessantly. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too deep, sparing his internal organs. It was merely a flesh wound. For now, at least, his life wasn't in danger. Chen Sun blinked, and his vision returned to the dreamscape. The tentacles protruding from his lower back had been reduced to short, stumpy remnants, oozing sticky black blood. Yet those tentacles writhed rapidly, regenerating in an instant until they were fully restored, good as new. Alright, so reality and dreams were still connected. These things were now part of his body. Unless he wanted to accidentally slice off a chunk of his own flesh, he'd just have to endure them for now. Chen Sun reluctantly accepted this fact, then turned his gaze toward the cafe window. The main door had vanished, leaving only the windows clinging to the soft walls, their jagged gaps stretching open like enormous teeth. It felt as though everyone was trapped in the gaping maw of some monstrous creature, about to be swallowed whole and digested without a trace. Ha 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 ha, how will you handle this, Mr. Monster Hunter? I'm afraid I can't be of any help right now. Lu Xiaoshuan's body had nearly melted into a puddle of sludge. At this point in the plot, she was still an ordinary person, powerless to even restrain a chicken. In her previous life, thanks to her special constitution as the Demon Lord's vessel, she had been rescued by the demon priests, just before turning into an indescribable mass, narrowly escaping disaster. Chen Sun remained silent, slowly rising to his feet as he walked toward the tooth-like window. Amidst the shocked gazes of all the twisted humans, he raised his scythe high and shattered the monster's tooth with a resounding crash. As if shattering the barrier between dream and reality, sunlight streamed in through the empty window, slowing the contamination spread within the coffee shop. Each fragment reflected a crimson eye, identical to that eerie pattern. He hoisted the scythe, tucked his left hand into his coat pocket, and strode out the door. Host, are you going to stop the nightmare? The system asked. Unrelated people shouldn't become sacrificial offerings to the plot. The sunlight stretched his shadow unnaturally long, casting countless grotesque writhing appendages that created an atmosphere of eerie madness. Shen Wanyan's heart pounded in his throat as he cowered inside the wardrobe, not daring to breathe audibly. His entire body tensed, eyes bloodshot, peering through the narrow crack of the closet door to steal a glance into the room. Xiaoshun, where are you? His roommates were searching everywhere for him. Those people's heads had all turned into enormous eyeballs. The moment Shen Wanyan entered the dorm room, they rushed to pin him down, saying his eyes weren't big enough and needed eye drops. Damn it, those weren't eye drops. They were trying to stab his eyeballs with 502 glue. Fortunately, he dodged quickly, twisted his body, and slipped into the bathroom, circling around to hide before finally concealing himself in the wardrobe. His roommates, with eyeballs atop their heads, searched the room for a while, communicated through the blood vessels on their eyeballs, and then swayed their massive heads as they left. Only then did he quietly let out a sigh of relief, immediately clamping a hand over his mouth, tears welling in the corners of his eyes. Just why? What on earth is happening? This world has gone mad. When he woke up, he found himself the only sane person left in the entire world. Everyone else had turned into monsters. Now, panic was gripping his heart like of ice. He didn't know if it was the lack of air inside the wardrobe, but he was nearly suffocating. So, he had no choice but to open the wardrobe door slightly, leaning his head out to gulp down fresh air. Ever since earlier, Shin Wangyan had been feeling a dull, throbbing pain at the base of his spine, near the tailbone. It must have been staying in the cabinet for too long that caused his lumbar vertebrae issues, he thought to himself. After confirming there was truly no one around, he staggered out of the cabinet and cautiously peered through the door crack towards the hallway. The sky outside the window was a bloody crimson, as if splattered with blood. The clouds formed a massive eye-shaped pattern, identical to those eerie runes he'd seen that day. The distant buildings had gone soft and saggy, like lumps of wriggling cotton candy, while the entire L University was shrouded in an eerie, distorted atmosphere. What should he do? Call the police? But all signals were cut off. The school had completely lost contact with the outside world. Just as he racked his brains, trying to figure out a solution, he suddenly heard the sound of running water behind him. A chill crawled up his spine, piercing straight to the crown of his head. His eyes widened in an instant as he slowly turned to look behind him. A male student from the neighboring dorm named Chung Shu Yuan had suddenly appeared in the room's bathroom, sitting on the toilet with two heavy dark circles under his eyes, reading a book. His eyes were densely lined with blood vessels, and his entire body looked sluggish and drained. How could this be? The room was empty just moments ago. Where on earth did he come from? Shin Wanyan felt an icy shiver run down his spine. Chapter 49, I went bald, but I also became stronger. What are you doing there? Shin Wanyan swallowed hard, slowly backing away as he groped toward the door, asking warily. The boy didn't look up, continuing to sit quietly on the toilet reading his book. After a long pause, he finally raised his exhausted gaze and said weakly, I'm preparing for my thesis defense. But this is my dorm room. Shin Wanyan remained utterly vigilant, raising a fruit knife while keeping all his nerves taut as he said, Where did you come from? Hearing this, Chung Shu Yuan suddenly looked enlightened and muttered, Oh, no wonder the toilet seat felt icy. The toilet in his own dorm room had a padded seat cover installed. So he pressed the flush button on the toilet, instantly twisting into a pile of unrecognizable slime before being washed away by the water. Shin Wanyan watched with twitching eyelids, his sanity dropping to an all-time low, feeling thoroughly unsettled. Damn it, were you preparing your thesis defense and turned yourself into literal shit instead? Still, the danger had passed, and he let out a long sigh of relief before slumping relaxedly onto the floor. A sharp pain shot through near his tailbone, and he hissed through gritted teeth before wincing as he stood back up. It seems this room isn't safe anymore. Since monsters can crawl out of the toilet, there's no guarantee they won't come pouring out of the faucet next. Thinking this, he rubbed his sore back and stepped cautiously into the hallway with the fruit knife in hand, descending the stairwell. Fortunately, they didn't encounter any other strange creatures along the way, and when they finally reached the open flatland, he let out a long, deep sigh of relief. In the distance, he spotted a balding figure holding a cane, muttering something mysteriously under his breath. Shin Wanyan cautiously hid himself and observed for a long time, only to find that apart from his incessant talking, the man showed no other unusual behavior. Meanwhile, the runes in the sky began flickering like breathing in sync with the man's incantations, faintly showing signs of transformation. Could it be the rescue team? Had the professionals arrived to save the day? He thought to himself with growing excitement. Based on his years of anime watching experience, the bolder someone was, the more they possessed the power to overthrow the world. Finally spotting a normal-looking human, Shin Wanyan was overwhelmed with excitement, tears and snot streaming down his face as he scrambled over and clung to the man's leg, smearing mucus all over him. Immortal Master, Comrade, Big Boss, you finally come, please get rid of those monsters. Interrupted mid-incantation, the man nearly coughed up blood as he stared at the student in shock. After a long silence, he grabbed Shin Wanyan's shoulders fiercely, his bloodshot eyes glaring as he snarled with a twisted expression. Why are you unharmed? To fulfill the organization's mission, he had spent 3 months laying the groundwork, sacrificing the consciousness of everyone at L University, all for the sake of forging a contract with an S-class demon. For this, he had stayed up night after night, disguised himself as a janitor, scrawled symbols across the campus, and even lost all his hair. Why is this student unharmed? He can't accept this. Shin Wanyan stood frozen in shock. Should something have happened to him? The man's eyes seemed ready to spit fire, his hands clamping down like steel claws refusing to let go. Only then did Shin Wanyan realize he might have provoked something even more terrifying, his entire body going weak with fear. Damn it, I've run into the mastermind behind all this. He quickly let go of the other's collar, staggered backward dozens of meters with a whoosh, and turned to flee. When it came to running, Shen Wangyan was useless at everything else, but sprints were his forte. His short legs churned like motorized pistons, putting distance between them in an instant. Seeing him about to dart into the school building, the balding man's eyes flickered with malice. He pulled out a handful of twisted, deformed buttons from his coat and scattered them into the air. He muttered incantations, his eyes wide with fury, and shouted, "Cockroach fiends, appear!" The buttons hit the ground and immediately swelled, sprouting segmented limbs and hard shells, their rust-colored legs grotesquely hairy and covered in stiff bristles. In an instant, they grew into enormous cockroaches each as tall as a grown man, their gray-black wings spanning 4 or 5 meters when fully extended. They flapped their wings, producing a thunderous drone like a roaring Mercedes-Benz racing across the sky, the air itself screeching from their speed. In no time, a tidal wave of cockroaches surged forward, nearly catching up to Shen Wangyan. The path before him was completely covered by the shadow of roaches. Groaning inwardly, he accidentally kicked a stone and lost his balance. There it is, the Mary Sue special move, tripping over flat ground. To avoid hitting his head, he twisted his body involuntarily and landed on his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood on the ground from his scraped left hand. Ouch, that hurts. His right foot, still shod in summer sandals, slammed straight into a rock, sending a sharp, throbbing pain through his toes so intense he couldn't move at all. I'm done for, done for, done for. He thought despairingly, no longer able to care about the physical pain as his vision was swallowed by the shadow of swarming cockroaches blotting out the sky. Just as the cockroaches were about to surge forward and tear him to shreds, he shut his eyes in terror, raising his arms in a feeble attempt to shield himself from their grotesque, whip-like antennae. Yet after a long while, the expected pain never came. Instead, he felt some warm liquid splatter onto his face, causing his eyes to snap open in shock. Before him stood a disturbingly calm figure, shouldering an enormous scythe. The person was casually dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, even wearing open-toed sandals that exposed bare feet. It was unmistakably the same serial killer he'd encountered that day. Only now, the figure had sprouted over a dozen arm-thick tentacles from his back, writhing incessantly in the air. Compared to the earlier cockroach demons, he was more like a monster himself. Shen Wangyan gasped for breath, his heart still racing, catching a strange fishy scent carried by the wind. The nearest cockroach demons had each been cleanly sliced in half from head to toe, their smooth wounds gushing torrents of blue blood. The remaining roaches screeched to a halt, huddling together fearfully in a circle, not daring to advance. Chen Sin raised his eyes and swept a glance around, speaking in a voice that was not loud but carried force. Fuck off. Dare to touch his 2,000 points? Have a death wish? As if sensing his displeasure, those demonic cockroaches began retreating step by step, eventually breaking into a full-on sprint. Like a receding black tide, they scattered in panic, afraid that any delay would result in them being sliced to pieces. The bald demon priest's eyes nearly burst from their sockets, utterly baffled by his own summoned demon's retreat. With hysterical fury, he screamed, "Why the hell are you fine too? One by one, everyone's arms and legs are intact. What the hell do they take his painstakingly arranged grand formation for? How could his sacrificed hair rest in peace like this?" Hearing this, Chen Sun froze slightly, blinking his deep black eyes. Should he be worried? But Chen Sun didn't remain stunned for long, as the balding man began chanting incantations again, seemingly unwilling to admit defeat. With a sigh, Chen Sun expressionlessly raised his left foot and gave a forward kick. The blue slipper went flying with a whoosh, landing with a heavy thud on the balding man's shiny head, instantly knocking him out. The slipper hit the man's head, bounced 3 stories high, then landed with a sharp smack, kicking up a swirl of dust. Hey, interrupt casting. Chapter 50, Aleph * King Eat. Behind him, Shen Wangyan's jaw dropped, completely frozen in shock. Ha, it's over? Where's the promised epic fight scene? You solved it with just a slipper? Still, he quickly snapped out of it, explosive strength surging through his legs as he endured the piercing pain in his foot and lunged to seize Chen Sun's thigh. He immediately executed a picture-perfect sliding kneel. Big boss, please accept my humble submission. Shen Wangyan was no fool. This person had obviously come to save him, and with just a flip-flop, he'd smashed the bald priest's head. Talk about formidable strength. Although the tentacles behind him looked a bit unsettling, compared to those mindless monsters, they were practically adorable. Chen Sun ignored him, merely gazing quietly at the sky with furrowed brows. The enormous ice sigil didn't dissipate, instead, it grew increasingly solid, continuously absorbing crimson mist from the surrounding air. Threads of blood mist rose like cooking smoke, curling upward. The distant houses became even more distorted, as though the very bones had been plucked from all things. It seemed this matter wasn't fully concluded. Even after defeating the ritualist, the nightmare's descent couldn't be stopped. The tentacles behind him multiplied uncontrollably, showing signs of breaking free from his command. If he didn't want to completely transform into a tentacle monster, he had to end this quickly. System, can you pull up Nightmare's information? Understood, host, ***. Name, Nightmare, Pro Max Edition. Level, due to unknown errors, Nightmare has absorbed fragments of a chaotic entity, causing its level to surpass S rank. Ability, weaves beautiful dreams based on human consciousness, causing people to indulge until they lose all awareness. Note, under the influence of chaotic and frenzied power, the dream world has become distorted, and human cognition is affected by mental contamination. Trait, the nightmare's true form also hides within the dream. Only by eliminating it can the dream be completely terminated. Unknown error? Was it caused by the main system? K fed a piece of space junk that made the nightmare overeat? Chen Sun lowered his head in thought, deciding not to dwell on why the nightmare had suddenly mutated. Instead, he focused his attention on locating its true form. Every demon hunter possesses the ability to track demons. Some excel at drawing positioning arrays, others are skilled with talismans, and some command hellhounds. As for Chen Sun, having merely inherited the identity of a demon hunter upon transmigrating to this world, his tracking abilities still relied entirely on his demon hunting weapons. So he turned his gaze towards Xiao Dao, Little Knife. This demon-slaying scythe from the Cultivaton world, capable of splitting iron like mud, visibly trembled. Before it could even refuse, there came a whoosh as it was hurled skyward like a rocket shooting straight up. Flying higher than the dozen-story school building, piercing through thick cloud layers, it spun midair before plunging rapidly back to Earth. With a bang, thick dust filled the air as the curved tip of the demon hunting knife plunged deep into the concrete, its hilt steadily pointing in one direction. The sturdy concrete cracked violently, collapsing within a dozen meters around the blade tip, shattered beyond recognition. Chen Sun reached out, and with a slight tremble, the small knife swiftly flew back into his grasp. Hoisting the sickle, he dashed in the direction the hilt had indicated, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a blur behind. Shen Wanyan stood frozen at the side, stunned for a long moment without reacting. What kind of a mortal master determines direction by throwing a dagger? Along the way, Chen Sun threw the knife a few more times, ultimately confirming the location of the nightmare's true form, the third teaching building at L University. The building was entwined in crimson vines, pulsing like arteries, constantly writhing as they pumped fresh blood to its core. From afar, it resembled a colossal mountain of flesh and blood, bound together by crimson threads. Host, be careful. There's a domain near the nightmare's true form. Cognitive distortion will intensify. Chen Sun responded indifferently, shouldering his blade as he calmly strode toward that pile of bloody flesh. As if sensing prey, the nearby scarlet vines writhed lightly, parting left and right to form a narrow path just wide enough for one person. The passage was pitch black, filled with eerie giggles and malicious whispers, as if a beast had opened its maw, waiting for prey to walk right in. Chen Sun raised an eyebrow and strode boldly into the dark opening. Once he had fully entered the interior of the building, several vines rustled to life again, sealing the exit tightly and letting in not a shred of light. In the blackened passage, it was so dark that Chen Sun couldn't see his own outstretched hand. He tried lighting his way with a lighter, but the flame barely illuminated anything beyond half a meter ahead. The darkness slowly devoured the faint glow, leaving only a small halo of light. In the narrow passage, all was silent except for Chen Sun's breathing and the rustling sound of vines creeping around him. The deeper one ventured into the passage, the narrower it became, forcing them to press against the damp walls so close they could even feel the vines coiling along them. His hands touched something slimy and slippery, as if the walls were made of flesh and blood that would burst with pulp if slashed by a knife. The end of the path was already sealed off by vines, forcing him to halt his steps. Just then, the sound of surging water echoed all around. Hiss hiss. Chen Sun suddenly felt something entangling his tentacles and jerked his head around. Those blood vessel-like vines abruptly sprang into rapid motion, writhing one after another as they shot toward Chen Sun's direction. They surged forward frenziedly, seeking to drown, entangle, and utterly devour this intruder. Blood-red vines coiled around his ankles, then his thighs, arms, and torso. Even the tentacles behind him were entangled and immobilized. Yet Chen Sun merely stood there calmly, his dark eyes gazing straight ahead as if his vision could pierce through walls to behold the colossal heart buried deep underground. He was gradually submerged entirely, like sinking into the depths of the ocean, as if everything had returned to silence. The blood vines coiled and formed a giant pulsating cocoon, writhing ceaselessly as it tried to digest its captured prey. The crimson heart throbbed incessantly, greedily demanding fresh blood from the vines, forever insatiable. Yet after a long wait, it received no nourishment as expected, leaving it somewhat puzzled. The blood-red cocoon ceased its squirming and emitted faint tremors. From between the vines oozed thick, inky black mist. The vibration grew increasingly violent, until finally it shattered with a loud bang. The blood vine's branches splintered into segments, losing all vitality as they smashed against the walls. Scarlet pulp sprayed through the air like a torrential downpour of blood. Amid the wreckage of vines strewn across the ground, the black-eyed young man stood calmly atop the pile of flesh, shouldering that enormous scythe. He grinned broadly and burst into booming laughter, his tentacle appendages writhing wildly through the air behind him as they continued growing. The black mist was thick and sinister, so dense it felt tangible, a palpable aura of death interwoven with chaotic, maddening, and even sacred whispers, plunging the nightmare into a terror that seeped deep into its soul. It was an existence from a higher dimension, unseeable, untouchable, unprofane. The nightmare had once, by sheer chance, received a boon from one among them, which had allowed it to wield the power of mental corruption. And now, an entity equal to that one had just been swallowed whole by it, mistaken for mere prey. Nightmares are so fucking stupid they'd slap themselves awake at night. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Well, now you've bitten off more than you can chew. Then it felt wronged again, all its vines coiling tightly around its tiny trembling body in self-embrace. Thought it had caught some weak helpless passerby, who knew it was actually a big shot's alt account. Do today's wicked gods all enjoy playing dress-up games? Chapter 51, The Fully Automatic Monster Grinder. Surrendering is one thing, admitting defeat is another. Having offended everyone who matters, Nightmare had to strike first if he wanted any chance of survival. Even if he is a wicked god, today I shall become the god-slaying demon. But it wasn't the only one who thought this way. The next second, a pair of terrifying, abyss-like eyes instantly appeared before the Nightmare, filled with maddened laughter. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Chinsun suddenly appeared above that heart, lifting his scythe high before plunging downward at breakneck speed, poised to strike. The blade gleamed with a razor-sharp cold light, reflecting the grin curling at his lips, a picture of sheer madness. The Nightmare's vines twisted in terror like hemp ropes, its heart convulsing rapidly as layers of blood-red tendrils coiled around it in a desperate attempt to shield its core. Then, the remaining vines shot toward the figure in midair at bullet-like speed, tearing through the air with a piercing scream. But these petty tricks were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot against Chinsun. He swiftly spun the scythe midair like a shredder, cutting down every vine with overwhelming force, tearing through them like rotting wood. As his body plummeted rapidly, those pitch-black eyes remained firmly locked on the target, accompanied by the ominous hum of the blade slicing through air, unstoppable momentum. The vine struck the blade with a rapid series of clink-clink-clink sounds before being violently flung away by the high-speed spinning weapon. From Chinsun's leap to his descent, the entire process took no more than 2 seconds, but in the Nightmare's eyes, it felt as long as 2 centuries. No, it shrieked hysterically, its entire heart writhing in agony. A flash of blade light, the figure landed steadily. He stood up, flicked the blade, and the blood staining the side splattered onto the surrounding walls, forming a straight crimson streak. Behind him, the heart had been severed into 2 halves. Blood gushed forth, transforming into a crimson mist that dissipated through the air, slowly restoring the world's sanity. The overwhelming vines began to wither rapidly, crumbling to the ground and turning to ashes. Meanwhile, the Nightmare's true form also dispersed into the air. The illusion began collapsing swiftly, gradually revealing the appearance of a classroom. Yet Chinsun didn't feel the slightest relief, because he realized the dream hadn't ended. In the real world, a classroom would have other people, but here it was completely empty. Moreover, the squirming tentacles on his back hadn't disappeared either. He scanned the snow-white walls of the classroom, taking in the neatly arranged desks and chairs, the blackboard filled with equations, and the tightly shut classroom door. A dream within a dream? Even if you smash one layer, another will appear? Just as he lowered his head to ponder countermeasures, the classroom door suddenly creaked open with a squeak. Standing behind the door was Lu Yunmiao, smiling warmly with her large amber eyes blinking as she sweetly called out senpai. With light footsteps, dressed in a snow-white sundress, she waved cheerfully with a smile. But after a moment, her smile froze on her face. Because Chinsun ruthlessly threw the dagger, splitting her head open without the slightest hesitation. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her body began crumbling apart, letting out a piercing scream. Impossible. She was your teammate, wasn't she? The Nightmare can assume the appearance of people from human memories based on the absorbed sanity. The previous encounter in the dream gave the Nightmare a crucial piece of information. Despite the opponent possessing the aura of an evil god, their current temperament seems closer to that of a human. Where there's humanity, emotional manipulation can be played. But it never even dreamed that this bastard would kill their own teammates so decisively, without so much as batting an eye. What kind of deep hatred drives this? In truth, the Nightmare only knew which person he recognized, but didn't realize that Chinsun's companion came from an entirely different world, someone who absolutely couldn't exist here. So it resentfully reshaped the world, determined to try again. Chinsun just stood quietly in the classroom, shouldering his blade, watching it continue to prance about. Brother Chen. The door burst open as Fatty entered, his face wreathed in smiles, layers of flesh jiggling. Swish. Fatty, deceased. Chun. Song Sanqing peeked out from behind the door, gazing at him with eerie, shadowed eyes. Swish. Song Sanqing, deceased. Senior brother. Lin Fan pushed the door open with excitement, ready to rush in and give him a hug. Swish. Lin Fan, deceased. Nightmare was on the verge of collapse, the agony of being killed was excruciatingly real. Having traversed thousands of worlds, Chinsun had encountered far too many people. If this continued, not only would the emotional manipulation fail, but the torment alone might drive it mad. so it simply locked Chen Sun in the room, refusing to open the door again, and stood outside with triumphant, mocking laughter. The current nightmare hadn't taken on anyone's form, but had instead morphed into a small, pitch-black, crumpled figure, likely its true original appearance. I am one with this school. This is my domain. As long as I trap and exhaust you here, I can still keep feeding on the sanity of people outside. So you want to save your classmates? Let's see how you'll manage that now. However, Chen Sun had grown weary of this monotonous routine. Seeing that the nightmare truly had no new tricks up its sleeve, he stretched lazily. Then, he hoisted his scythe and strode purposefully toward its position. Why you? What are you doing? The nightmare shrieked in terror, hastily retreating several meters. Terrified Chen Sun might cleave it in two again. Chen Sun merely stood in the corridor, giving it a deep, lingering look before flashing a polite smile. Killing one by one is too much trouble. Might as well settle it all at once. His smile seemed utterly sinister in the nightmare's eyes, causing it to tremble violently before attempting to flee. But Chen Sun's swarm of tentacles swiftly ensnared it. Without a word, Chen Sun hoisted the nightmare with his tentacles, slung his scythe over his shoulder, and marched toward the boys' dormitory. What are you trying to do? It struggled desperately, trying to scream for help, only to have its mouth stuffed full with a mass of writhing tentacles. MMFF, MMPH, help, there's a psycho killing monsters. Along the way, Chen Sun encountered several classmates who no longer looked human. They stood motionless like fools, staring blankly. One student took off his own head and cradled it in his hands, reassuring himself that he still had his wits about him, then nodded at Chen Sun. Confirmed, he's a normal person. Having long tentacles is perfectly normal, right? Tying someone up and bringing them back is also normal. Everybody does it these days. So they exchanged knowing glances, stepping aside to clear a path for Chen Sun, watching amiably as he walked into the dormitory building. Chen Sun politely nodded back at them, then turned and kicked open the boys' dormitory door, tossing the nightmare creature into the washing machine. He thought for a moment, then grabbed several pairs of sneakers from the windowsill along with a pile of socks and tossed them all in. With a swift slap of a tentacle, the door shut, while another pressed the start button. The nightmare creature kept banging against the washing machine's glass door, cursing incoherently as it spun at high speed, turning into a blur. Through the glass window, a blurred, pixelated mass could be seen churning violently within, like a swirling sludge of socks and shoes. The washing machine groaned under the strain with loud, ominous thump-thump-thump noises. Clearly, it wouldn't hold out much longer. At last, the washing machine emitted black smoke, fulfilling its final mission before grinding to a halt with a clunk. However, the nightmare was also spun to death in the process, and so the world began to reshape itself once more, the washing machine reverting to its original state. No, the nightmare wept uncontrollably inside, pounding on the door. Due to insufficient power, it now could only rewind to half a minute before each death, far too late to escape its fate. Everything began to cycle again. Meanwhile, Chen Sun simply sat on the side with ease, happily idling and lying flat. A fully automated monster farming machine, a must-have for the lazy. Chapter 52, Yidra. Finally, on the 114th cycle, the nightmare couldn't take it anymore and chose to end its own existence. In its final moments, its terrified, wide eyes locked onto that horrifying figure, an image it would never forget, not even in its next life. You're the devil among devils. Chen Sun smiled faintly, flashing a row of gleaming white teeth, and with that, the nightmare's eyes rolled back as it dissipated into the air in sheer terror. Utter annihilation of both body and soul. The entire dream world shattered like a mirror, revealing a fragment of reality. The crimson eyes in the sky vanished, leaving pristine white clouds drifting across an azure backdrop. All students at L University lay scattered across the ground like puppets with severed strings, their bodies twisted in grotesque poses. After a while, someone's eyelids flickered slightly as they slowly opened their eyes. Weakly getting to their feet, they stared at each other in bewilderment, unable to comprehend why they had fallen asleep there. Everything gradually revived as L University slowly returned to its usual vitality. Outside the campus, anxious parents crowded the gates while police worked hard to maintain order. Throughout the entire day, all contact between the outside world and the campus had been severed. Some parents who happened to call their children that day and couldn't get through had chosen to report it to the police. Amidst the noisy commotion outside, Chen Sun remained in his dorm room for a while. He suddenly remembered that, according to the plot, he needed to make an appearance in front of the male lead to guide him into joining the Demon Extermination Bureau. Additionally, due to his interference, the male lead's cheat ability hadn't been activated yet. He had to figure out another way to put Chen Wanyan in a life-threatening predicament to progress the storyline. There was also the matter of the antagonist Lu Xiaoshuan's unknown next move. She hadn't done anything outrageous so far, so Chen Sun couldn't be bothered to deal with her. What a mess of problems waiting for him to clean up. Demon hunting is exhilarating, but the aftermath is disastrous. Just as he was about to shoulder his scythe and leave, he suddenly heard a clattering sound from the washing machine behind him, as if something had been left inside. Chen Sun frowned in confusion and opened the washing machine door, only to find a black crystal lying inside. The crystal, no larger than a thumb, gleamed metallic under the light and bore crooked, twisted engravings resembling mysterious, almost sinister, glyphs. Did that old nightmare thing drop some loot? So he bent down and picked up the crystal shard directly, holding it up to the sunlight for examination. This thing must be the fragment that caused the nightmare's sudden mutation and level up. Ancient runes writhed and distorted under the light like squirming worms. System, translate this? Searching the multiverse dictionary. Translating, to Mr. Nameless from Yidra. Who? Chensun frowned, picked up the crystal chip, turned it over in his hands, and pondered for a long time without figuring out who Yidra was. Just as he was about to store the black crystal back into his system space, the runes on it suddenly flickered and began to squirm like worms, burrowing into the palm of his left hand. The symbols moved too quickly. By the time Chensun reacted and dropped the crystal, they had already entirely penetrated his body. The black patterns slithered exuberantly, as if returning home, creeping upward along his arm and leaving faint burning sensations on his skin. Chensun frowned, stretched out his right hand to grip his left arm, trying to block those sigils, but they slipped through his fingers and continued creeping upward. Just as he was about to raise his blade to sever his left arm, the sigils reached his neck in the blink of an eye. His veins bulged into dark blue-black tendrils as a sharp pain shot through his skull. An avalanche of foreign fragments flooded his mind, brimming with mad whispers. The sheer volume of information felt like it was about to burst his head apart. Perhaps due to this chaotic surge of data, the system's blue interface panel grew unstable, dissolving into a mess of garbled code in midair. BZZT. BZZT the bystander system has crashed. The bystander system can't see anything right now. He bent down, covering his head, and gazed at his reflection in the mirror on the wardrobe. A pair of indifferent, rational, emotionless eyes stared back at him, as if peering into an abyss. In his daze, he seemed to see the little boy from that horror world, the one with stitched-up lips, pulling the corners of his mouth into a grotesque smile just for him. He made a shoe gesture and said, "Looks like K keeps his word. Our plan is about to succeed. Just remember, we mean no harm. Before recalling my true name, do not seek the main system." After giving these warnings, he fragmented into pieces, smiling as he gradually dissipated into the air. These fragments of information flashed by in an instant. Chensun blinked his deep black eyes, and the illusion vanished. His head no longer ached. He rolled his neck and felt no physical discomfort, so he tilted his head back to stare quietly at the ceiling, carefully piecing together the information he'd gathered so far. This was the message Yidra had sent him, a warning not to meet the main system now. And then there was, true name. What exactly was it? The deeper he pondered, the sharper the throbbing pain in his skull became, as if a giant octopus had taken root in his mind, its tentacles squeezing his nerves tightly to block him from reaching the answer. He still remembered the last words the boy said to him before leaving. Due to the omniscient and omnipotent nature of the main god, these fragments will be temporarily blocked as a protective measure. They'll unlock by themselves when necessary. They want him to remember his true name, yet are secretly hindering him. Is this to prevent the main system from peeking into his mind? This possibility couldn't be ruled out. All systems are avatars of the main system, and any of them could suddenly be hijacked by it, forcibly inspecting the host's thoughts. Then he mustn't dwell on this matter any longer, forcibly diverting his attention as he stared at the tangled mess of garbled code before him. At that moment, the system interface stabilized again, the malfunction resolved as the blue screen flickered back into view. Host-sama, what happened just now? Chensun glanced at it impassively, pausing in contemplation before replying, nothing. He sat in the dorm for a while, then stood up, draped his coat over his shoulders, and headed outside. Let's continue with the mission. Got it? I'll just report it as signal interference. These things happen all the time in small worlds anyway. Before stepping out, he paused and took one last deep look at the passerby systems panel. Gathering 1 million points will let me meet the main god and make a wish to them, right? Yes, I understand. Having received the answer, Chensun faintly curved his lips, shouldered his scythe, and strode out the door. At the gates of Ela University, Shenwan stood motionless with his backpack, silently watching as student after student embraced their families around him. People's eyes brimmed with tears of survival, the surroundings overflowing with joy and happiness, yet he alone remained excluded from it all. How sad, he survived, but there was no longer any family to celebrate his rebirth. He stood like a solitary lamppost, rooted dumbly in place as the crowd brushed past his shoulders. After consulting with the authorities, the school publicly announced the incident as a case of mass food poisoning, fortunately with no casualties. But Shenwan had seen those monsters with his own eyes. There was no way he could believe such an explanation. It's just your imagination. What monster are you talking about? People said things like that. He looked around blankly, as if he were the crazy one, out of step with the whole world. So he widened his eyes, lowered his head, and pressed a hand against his heart, feeling the thump-thump of his pulse, proof that he was still alive. He was alive. He wasn't some dead ghost. What he saw and heard was real. Why didn't any of them believe him? At that moment, a mocking laugh reached his ears, and his pupils shrank to pinpricks. Like a demon whispering in his ear, the voice kept enticing him. Foolish humans, why should they have happiness? Why shouldn't you? You envy them, no one understands you. If you can't have it, then destroy it all. He bent over, panting heavily, his body trembling as he felt a dull pain creeping back into his tailbone. Something seemed to be trying to sprout from his back. The vile blossom of human nature quietly flourishes once nourished. Chapter 53, The Parasitic Tale. The surrounding crowd stared at Shen Wanyan with strange looks, making his heart race with panic. Step by step, he retreated, unable to conceal the terror on his face. He could feel the malice in their gazes. The scorching stares made him unbearably irritable. He felt his heart twisting and contorting as if gripped by a demon's claw. So annoying. Why is everyone around me laughing? Am I that funny? Should I kill them? No, I can't. They're innocent. I mustn't. Kill them. His mind grew increasingly clouded as a bloodthirsty impulse surged through him, making the corners of his mouth twitch upward uncontrollably. Shen Wanyan pressed a hand firmly against his lips, head bowed and drenched in sweat as he desperately suppressed this instinct. The bystanders were utterly baffled, only seeing a student suddenly crouch down, alternating between laughter and sobs like a madman. Several police officers frowned, looking ready to approach for questioning. Shen Wanyan felt an inexplicable surge of panic and began retreating step by step. Stop them from coming closer. If they come closer, I won't be able to stop myself from killing. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind, making his entire body tense up. Yet when physical contact was made with that palm, the restless agitation near his tailbone suddenly quieted, and the demon's whispering ceased abruptly. It was like a lamb catching the scent of blood on a predator, instinctively shrinking back in fear. Shen Wanyan turned around and saw the dark-haired youth who had saved him before, standing behind him with a gentle smile. This made Shen Wanyan feel slightly excited. After all, Shen-sun definitely knew something, which was enough proof that he wasn't going mad. It's like if you were suddenly transported to an alien planet, surrounded by strange creatures pointing and whispering, and then you unexpectedly ran into a fellow Earthling. Just imagine the thrill. But before he could even speak, his vision suddenly blurred, and something struck the back of his neck swiftly, sending him collapsing to the ground. He's a bit heat-stricken, I'll take him back to rest. Shen-sun smiled politely as he propped up the unconscious Shen Wanyan, explaining to the bystanders gathered around. The movement was so swift that ordinary people couldn't even see Shen-sun's action. They only saw a student collapsing to the ground in a faint. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances before reluctantly parting ways, creating a path. Grabbing Shen Wanyan by the collar of his uniform, he dragged the limp body like a corpse as he marched out of the school gates. Shen Wanyan lay sprawled on the ground, staring blankly at the azure sky with unfocused eyes, beginning to contemplate life. He didn't know how long he'd been unconscious, but when he opened his eyes again, he found himself lying on the bed in his rented room. It was a small basement-converted space where the living area doubled as a bedroom, the sound of running water echoing through the twisting pipes outside the window. This was his home. There wasn't a single person nearby, only the alarm clock on the bedside table ticking away. It was already 7 in the morning. He had slept for nearly an entire day. Everything that happened yesterday felt like a dream, yet the faint ache in his back felt undeniably real. Many students at Ely University, disliking the crowded dormitories, moved off campus, Shen Wanyan being one of them. At the age of 15, both his parents died in an accident, leaving him a substantial compensation settlement enough to see him through university and help him secure a job to support himself. With careful budgeting, he might even save enough for a home and a wife. Originally, he should have lived like any ordinary person: marriage, children, growing old, and facing death. Yet life had another cruel joke in store. Everything that happened that day shattered everything he once believed. Monsters truly exist, and any of the friends he lives with could suddenly one day turn hostile, baring their fangs to roar at him. Bro, you smell delicious. At this thought, a chill crept from the soles of his feet up his spine, leaving him thoroughly unsettled. The stabbing pain near his tailbone flared up again. He curled into a ball on the bed, gritting his teeth as cold sweat soaked through the blankets. It was as if 10,000 ants were ceaselessly gnawing at his spine. Shen Wanyan had an eerie sensation. His body had somehow become soil, and a vile seed had taken root within him, its sprawling tendrils sinking deep into his soul, greedily sucking at his blood, his conscience, his morality. Once drained to a withered husk, the monstrosity would burst forth from his body, blooming flowers soaked in blood. He slowly reached back, fingers trailing over his smooth, cold, slightly sweaty skin. No lumps, no irregularities. If it weren't for the tactile feedback assuring him there were no physical abnormalities, he might have suspected he'd grown an extra tail. So Shen Wanyan slipped on his slippers, endured the excruciating pain to stand up, and slowly lifted his shirt with his back to the mirror. Etched across his pale, gaunt waist was the unmistakable mark of a scorpion. The thumb-length tattoo spanned his slender torso like a living creature, its sharp tail barb plunged deep near his spine while inky tendrils crept upward across his back. A wave of panic gripped his heart. Shen Wanyan swallowed hard, took a deep, trembling breath, and slowly lowered the hem of his clothes. He covered his face with his hands, staring helplessly at the empty ceiling in confusion. What in the world was this? What should he do? He didn't want to turn into a mindless monster. At that moment, it suddenly occurred to him, the powerful young man who had brought him back yesterday must have a way to solve this problem. Leave exorcism to the professionals. So he quickly put on his shoes, slung his backpack over his shoulder, pushed the door open, rushed into the hallway, and urgently knocked on the second-floor door. This was his landlord's home, where a kind but somewhat slow-witted old lady lived. She had a spare key to his place. The door opened, and his neighbor, Granny Lou, stood at the threshold yawning, revealing her gap-toothed grin as she looked at him with puzzled eyes. Xiaoshun, up so early? Granny Lou, how did I get back yesterday? Shen Yan couldn't hide his impatience and agitation, leaving the old woman dumbfounded for quite a while before she grasped what he meant. Ah, look at my terrible memory. The old woman tapped her head lightly, slowly recalling the events from the night before. Your classmate brought you back, said you drank too much. My old man opened the door for you. Then she picked up her cane and knocked Shen Yan sharply on the head before continuing. At your tender age, running around fooling about at night. Rubbing his forehead, Shen Yan was momentarily dazed but offered no explanation before urgently asking, did that classmate say what his name was? The old woman tilted her head back and pondered for a long time, so long that Shen Yan thought she might have accidentally fallen asleep, before finally speaking in a voice like a cracked gong. He left you a note. Let me go find it. With that, she turned and went inside. From within the house came the clattering sound of pots and pans being rummaged through. Then the noise stopped, replaced by the muttering shout of, old man, where did you put it? Shen Yan was anxiously waiting outside the house when finally the door opened again, and a white slip of paper was handed out. He took the note and pressed it against the wall to smooth it out before reading the words written on it. 24, Iha Street, The Coffin Tavern. Come find, death. Chapter 54, The Demon Extermination Bureau. Yi River Street, an old alleyway that slinks through the city's night, its ancient cobblestones stretching back 100 years in time. What it's most famous for is the rumor of the Coffin Tavern. The shop isn't large, decorated in an archaic style, as stifling and airless as its name suggests. The drunken night owls who loiter here occasionally spot strangely dressed patrons entering the tavern to sit alone in the corners, quietly nursing their drinks. Some carried enormous bundles wrapped in white cloth, others had yellow slips with red characters pasted on their faces. Whether young or old, each bore an expression of fierce malevolence. When special guests arrived, the Coffin Tavern had to clear out its patrons. Ordinary guests departed one after another, yet the tavern remained bathed in warm yellow light, with occasional bursts of hearty laughter drifting out. If you happen to be drinking there, you must never consider doubling back to investigate. Every ordinary guest who entered the tavern during its closed hours returned as a mindless fool. Shen Yan stood at the tavern entrance, tilting his head to gaze at the brass mirror on the doorframe where his distorted reflection stared back. He swallowed hard and finally pushed the door open. Every patron inside stopped talking as their eyes shifted toward him. It was as if a lapdog had wandered into a pack of wolves. The tavern fell abruptly silent. This sent a ripple of unease through Shen Yan, and the scorpion mark on his back began twitching restlessly again. A burly man sat in the corner, eyeing Shen Yan's slender frame with amusement before teasing. Hey kid, with skin as tender as yours, this isn't the place for you. With that, he took a swig of liquor, baring his steel-like teeth in a snarl that perfectly mimicked a bear intimidating its prey. The crowd of patrons burst into laughter, filling the tavern with lively merriment. Fortunately, people only glanced at Shen Yan before returning to their clamor, discussing their own affairs. This eased his tension. Behind the counter stood a languid woman in a cheongsam, a mole at the corner of her mouth, casting him a fleeting glance. Welcome, the woman said with a slight curl of her lips, her gaze drifting downward as she squinted, inspecting him intently around the waist. Can she see that scorpion mark? This made Shen Yan shudder, instantly straightening his posture as he stiffly uttered, hello, I'm looking for Mr. Death. The moment these words left his mouth, dead silence fell over the room again, with everyone gasping in shock. The burly man spat out his drink in a spray, coughing uncontrollably as he widened his terrified eyes and asked, why are you looking for him? The tavern fell silent at once, as if the name, Reaper, was some unspeakable taboo. You could have heard a pin drop. Shen Yan grew somewhat uneasy and asked timidly, he told me to wait for him here, is there a problem? At that, all the guests clammed up, shaking their heads like rattles and saying, no problem at all. The burly man was especially drenched in sweat, his head bowed low, not daring to make another sound. Here's a joke, everyone present had been beaten up by that guy. Just a few days ago, a young man in slippers carrying a sickle kicked open the tavern door to re-register as a witcher. When they flipped through the registration pages, they found the young man used the title Grim Reaper, the name of a witcher who'd been active centuries ago. It's not like cultivating immortality. How could anyone live for centuries? If he had just changed his name, it might have been fine, but he kept smiling politely, insisting that the title was rightfully his. So, led by the burly man, the guests all assumed he was there to pick a fight and decided to teach him a lesson. In the end, well, let's just say he took them all down as easily as swatting flies with a slipper. The guests were stacked like a human pyramid, piled into a mountain. The young man sighed, sat atop a pile of defeated witchers, signed his name on the registry page, then whistled cheerfully as he sauntered away. Thus, the Reaper achieved full-fledged fame. Returning to the present, the tavern fell dead silent. Every patron was lost in their own thoughts, their faces beaded with countless droplets of sweat. Is that guy coming back again? Well, my donkey got diarrhea from eating carrots. I'd better get going. An old Taoist with rheumatism legs trembled as he grabbed his yellow banner and dashed out the door. I left the gas on in my grotto heaven, I should return too. A pale-faced scholar with feather fan and silk headdress gave a slight bow to the crowd, wiped his sweat with a handkerchief, then floated away like a breeze. I just remembered I haven't updated today, need to go write my novel huh? A glasses-wearing otaku hoisted his laptop bag and ran for it. Now only a few scattered customers remained in the tavern. The woman at the front desk showed no annoyance, merely observing Shen Wanyan with mild curiosity before finally speaking after a long pause. Mr. Death isn't here. You can wait over there, would you like something to drink? No thanks. I'm good. Shen Wanyan felt he might have said something wrong that scared off the other patrons. Feeling uneasy, he cautiously took a seat in the corner of the tavern, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible. The dimly lit tavern fell into silence once more. The remaining customers didn't dare to breathe too loudly, occasionally stealing sidelong glances at Shen Wanyan. Who exactly was this scrawny student kid that he actually knew that guy? Just then, the tavern door creaked open, allowing a chill wind to sweep through, making every monster hunter in the establishment shiver. Every face turned grave as hands clenched tightly around their life-saving weapons, as if an S-class demon had just entered. An ordinary young man walked in from outside, with black hair, black eyes, and dressed in casual clothes. Noticing the guests staring at him in terror, Chen Sun froze for a moment before smiling and nodding at them. The smile revealed a set of pearly white teeth, which sent the crowd trembling uncontrollably. One particularly timid guest even leaped out through the window in panic, forgetting to pay his tab. Any uninformed bystander who witnessed this scene would likely assume these monster hunters had suffered some form of severe psychic assault. But Chen Sun acted as if nothing had happened. Calmly walking to the counter, he spotted Shen Wanyan in the corner at a glance and beckoned him over. Seeing this, Shen Wanyan had no choice but to obediently leave his seat. Keeping his head lowered to avoid the customers' gazes, he had no idea how to ask for help either. In the end, it was Chen Sun who broke the silence first. He wants to join the Demon Extermination Bureau. What's the procedure for that? Chen Sun asked, patting Shen Wanyan on the shoulder. Indeed, the Coffin Tavern is one of the branches of the Demon Extermination Bureau, responsible for registering identities, issuing missions, and selling equipment for all licensed demon hunters. The tavern owner curved her lips into a smile and said, just register here, but we don't take newbies under our wing. Then, she cast a casual glance at the customers and remarked with subtle sarcasm, I suppose someone here might want to show him the ropes. Chen Sun didn't say another word, simply gesturing for him to sign the Demon Hunter Covenant. The moment that contract was opened, massive words leaped out at them, declaring, this establishment accepts no responsibility should you die. Shen Wanyan stood dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. Before he could utter a word, everything had already been decided for him. Why does this feel like boarding a pirate ship? Chapter 55, The College Students Who Fight Back. As the saying goes, a twitching left eye brings fortune, while a twitching right eye spells disaster. With both eyelids twitching simultaneously, Shen Wanyan felt he was about to meet his deceased great-grandmother. Wheeze, wheeze. Gasping for breath so hard it felt like his lungs might burst, he sprinted desperately across the school field, not daring to stop for an instant. Because close behind him, several ferocious hellhounds were hot on his heels. Each of them had 3 heads, chasing him relentlessly, barking incessantly, as if they could pounce on him and tear him to pieces at any moment. Stopping meant death. Shen Wanyan held back his tears, gritted his teeth, and forced his heavy legs to keep running, screaming as he went. In the dead of night, a long, drawn-out aia echoed across the playground. If L University hadn't been on break at the time, it probably would have terrified quite a few passing students. At the highest point of the teaching building's rooftop, a dark silhouette crouched motionless. The bright moonlight cast its glow upon the massive scythe, throwing a deep black shadow. Chen Sun casually sat on the 5-story rooftop edge, the scythe resting on his shoulder, gazing absently at the neon-lit city in the distance. Spotting that distant figure, Shen Wanyan wept uncontrollably with excitement, shouting at the top of his voice. Senior Chen, 50 laps already, 50 laps already. However, being too far away, Chen Sun couldn't make out what was being said. He only saw someone continuously waving their arms excitedly, looking quite joyful. Young people really are energetic, he thought. So Chen Sun blinked his pitch-black eyes, pondered for a bit. Then, slowly he reached out his hand, gave a fighting hand gesture. Shen Wanyan was practically on the verge of collapse. The heart-wrenching screams echoed across LA University's sports field once more. Fortunately, after running a dozen more laps, Chen-sun finally realized today's workout had gone overtime. With a whistle, the demon hunting hounds immediately stopped their pursuit. Shin Wangyan collapsed onto the playground, foaming at the mouth, wishing he could burst into tears. Although Senior Chen had told him that to suppress the demon, he must first train his body, becoming stronger would curb the monster's corrosion of his flesh. But theory is one thing, practice another. Running 50 or 60 laps in reality would flay a man alive. And he had already persisted in this high-intensity training for an entire week. From a skinny and frail college student in the beginning, he gradually became more robust, even revealing discernible abs when lifting his shirt. What a joyful and praiseworthy achievement! Chen-sun was very satisfied with the current training results. His effort of borrowing a few hellhounds from the tavern's proprietress to supervise the male lead's workouts had paid off. So he leapt lightly, jumping from the high-rise and landing steadily, just like a nimble panther. A gust of wind swept around, stirring up thick dust. As the haze dispersed, an enormous crater had already formed in the concrete ground, fissures spreading across its surface. Looking at Shin Wangyan's half-dead state, Chen-sun pondered for a moment before handing the unconscious college student a bottle of mineral water. Shin Wangyan lay sprawled on the ground, eyes rolled back, taking a long while before he finally drew a shaky breath. Gasping for breath, he took the water bottle from Chen-sun's hand, unscrewed the cap, and gulped it down frantically only to choke on the water, triggering a violent coughing fit. Just a week ago, this college student would have ended up in the campus infirmary after running, too exhausted to even drink water. Chen-sun suddenly felt the timing was right, so he tossed Shin Wangyan a pitch-black knife. Shin Wangyan stopped coughing, cradling the blade as he drew it from its scabbard. Under the streetlight, the edge gleamed with a sinister cold glow, exuding a dangerous, razor-sharp aura that sent shivers down his legs. A demon-hunting blade, Chen-sun remarked coolly, casting him a glance before hoisting his scythe and turning toward the brightly lit city. The back faces men, the edge hunts demons. Ordinary weapons can't harm demons, but this one can. This was one of the beginner's gift packages from the Demon Extermination Bureau, temporarily entrusted to Chen-sun for safekeeping. Now, he was about to begin practical training. Shin Wangyan swallowed hard, sheathed the blade, and eagerly followed with anticipation written all over his face. Finally, are they going to teach him demon hunting? Will he also get to learn those awesome breathing techniques from anime? Will we be able to soar through the heavens and traverse the earth, leap onto roofs and vault over walls, firing lasers at each other? Just the thought of it made his blood boil with excitement. In every city's shadowy corners, there are always alleyways reeking of alcohol and foul odors, where the air is thick with the stench of rotting filth. City A was no different. These places are like the filth of the city, harboring the foolish and the unfortunate. The sound of parents scolding and hitting their children, the laughter of drunkards, the clattering of mahjong tiles all mingled together, sometimes making Lu Xiaoshuang feel like her ears were ringing. Now, that ringing in the ears has started again. Lu Xiaoshuang grinned, letting out a sinister he chuckle as he sat quietly in the pitch-black room, like an old wolf awaiting its prey. The room was pitch dark, especially after the door opened. A gust of alcohol-laden wind swept in through the doorway, accompanied by terrifying panting sounds. Perhaps it would have frightened her before. This was her alcoholic father. In her past life, he had loomed as tall and immovable as a fortress wall in her eyes. But now, he seemed merely pathetic. So she narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing the man before her who raged in feudal fury, like a venomous snake coiled in the corner, flicking its tongue. Damn it, he vented his drunken rage, smashing the furniture in the room to pieces. Every brutal crash struck right at her heart. What's wrong with my goods, you bunch of idiots? Always nitpicking. The cabinet was kicked over, objects clattering and scattering across the floor. There was nothing left to smash. Where the hell did that damn thing run off to? He scanned the room with bloodshot eyes, searching for the next object to vent his rage upon. His gaze suddenly fell upon Lu Xiaoshuang. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of abuse, those viper-like eyes sobered him up considerably. It was a primal warning from his instincts, the keen sensitivity of a creature at the bottom of the food chain sensing imminent danger. Yet his long-ingrained arrogance made him snort contemptuously, completely dismissing this visceral warning. You bastard, still daring to hide from me. So he reached out his big hand, intending to grab Lu Xiaoshuang by the hair as he had before, to unleash his usual storm of savage beatings, slaps, kicks, punches, all of which had become second nature to him. Only when raining violence upon those weaker than himself did he feel a long-lost thrill. Yet this time, his outstretched hand froze midair. The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lu Xiaoshuang. Black blood trickled from his nose, eyes, and ears before he collapsed with a dull thud, falling rigidly to the ground. Strange symbols painted on the floor emitted an eerie red glow as the sacrificial offering took its place. Lu Xiaoshuang adjusted her glasses, the moonlight glinting off the lenses, before she threw her head back and burst into laughter. Key kick. To summon an S-rank demon, one must offer organs as sacrifice. It doesn't matter whose organs they are. Then why did she use her own heart, liver, and lungs? There were ready-made offerings right here, perfect for disposing of worthless trash. She was a thorn clawing her way out of the mud, intent on sinking her wretched roots into every filthy patch of earth. Just as the corners of her mouth were stretching toward her ears and her entire face contorted into a grotesque grin, a sudden knock sounded at the door. "Xiao Xuan, are you home?" A hoarse yet kindly voice stirred her memories, so she stopped smiling. She walked slowly to the sink to wash her face, gazing at her reflection in the mirror. Clear eyes, an unblemished face, this version of her hadn't yet stained her hands with blood. It wasn't too late to stop now. Should I take that old path again? After a long silence, she tidied up the mess in the room and finally opened the door. The clear moonlight poured in, illuminating the clean and tidy floor. "Granny, what brings you here?" Just like in her past life, she smiled with a pure and innocent brightness. Chapter 56, The Heartless Lu Xiaoshuang. Cydia wasn't always shrouded in gloom. Back then, Lu Xiaoshuang's mind was still sound. In certain secluded corners, at precise moments, a few stray sunbeams would pierce through, transformed by glass windows into shimmering prisms of colored light. She loved going to the old granny's sewing shop on the first floor at this time, peering at the wind chimes on the window glass with the unique perspective only a child could have. The wind chimes let out crisp tinkling sounds, as if shattering the last rays of sunlight and scattering them here. The 6 or 7-year-old girl, thin and petite, blinked her large gray eyes that reflected a kaleidoscope of shimmering light. The granny's hoarse voice came through, very soft and gentle, soothing to the heart. "Who's out there?" "It's Xiao Shuang." Lu Xiaoshuang gently knocked on the door. The door opened, and sunlight crept in along with it. Granny squinted outside, trying to make out the visitor's face. Lu Xiaoshuang gave a flustered smile and subtly covered the bruises on her wrist with her sleeve. "Xiaoshuang, come on in." The elderly woman now sat by the sunlit window, adjusting her reading glasses slightly as the warm, golden afternoon sunlight streamed in, bathing everything in a comforting glow. Her eyesight was poor, making it hard to see clearly, so after school, Lu Xiaoshuang would come by to help thread needles. Of course, the old woman didn't rely on this to make a living, it was merely a way to pass the time. Rumor had it her children worked abroad and wanted her to join them, but for some reason, she had refused. "I'm just an old bag of bones," she muttered as she sewed, explaining in a low voice. "Who knows if I might slump over on the plane someday and cause trouble for others. So it's better to just stay by the coffin." This was the first lesson Lu Xiaoshuang learned from her. Never cause trouble for others. Granny was fiddling with some paper scraps, crafting delicate little objects. Lu Xiaoshuang struggled to move over a stool and stood on it, barely reaching the tabletop. She tilted her head and leaned on the table, gazing with keen interest at the paper cranes. "So beautiful." She fiddled with the paper scraps, her expression tinged with melancholy. After a long pause, she softly asked, "Granny, why? Why is it that everyone dislikes me?" Granny adjusted her glasses and smiled tenderly, her voice warm and kind. She set aside her unfinished work. "If you want others to treat you well, you must first treat them well. Treat others with kindness, and they will treat you kindly in return." Her thoughts returned to the present. Lu Xiaoshuang silently adjusted her glasses and looked down at the miserable drunkard slumped before her. After dealing with the neighborly old woman, she closed the door with a smile. Leaning against it, she gazed blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. She remembered the first paper crane she folded on her 8th birthday. That day, she was beaten badly as usual, her head gripped tightly by those enormous hands in that filthy kitchen, knocked against the floor again and again. The paper crane was trampled, stained with the blood from her head, turning a deep wine red. What had she written on it? She couldn't quite remember anymore, silently pushing up her glasses. I remember now. What adorably foolish words. Heh. Father, it's Xiaoshuang's birthday today. This paper crane is for you. I hope it brings you a little happiness each day. Good night, Xiaoshuang loves you. But the paper crane had already been crushed, ruined in the mud, just like her wretched life. No, Granny, you're wrong, she thought. The prerequisite for treating others well is that the one being treated is a person, not a pig rotting in a wine trough. But this pig should consider itself lucky. She, Lu Xiaoshuang, the demon lord, had decided to restart her own life. So she cast a cold glance at the man on the ground and kicked him away, provoking a grunting oink, a pig-like sound, from his hefty body. Soon after, she lowered her head and laughed with a sinister chuckle, jia, picking up the fruit knife on the table and abruptly stabbing it into her own chest. A flash of steel, flesh flying, and splatters of blood trickled onto the array on the floor, making it glow even brighter with a dazzling crimson radiance. Empowered by the array, the figure, though having lost massive amounts of blood, nearly swayed slightly yet somehow remained functional, continuing the ritual like a marionette on strings. She collapsed in pain on the ground, gazing up at the pale ceiling. With every breath, spurts of blood gushed from her mouth and nostrils. Then, enduring the agony, she slowly tore open her wound, reached into her chest, and pulled out her still thumping heart. Dense black patterns crawled out from the magic array, swarming up her arm like centipedes, wrapping around it bit by bit until it was completely devoured. Look, Her heart is black. Ah ha 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 ha. She, Lu Xiaoshuan, never needed anyone's salvation, not at all. Offering this man's internal organs as sacrifice would only make her feel filthy and disgusted, nothing more. The runes greedily absorbed the blood and, once sated, slowly crept up her arm toward the hollowed-out cavity of her chest. They twisted together, merging to fill that hollow space, forming a new, black heart. Shadow Wolf's heart. Lu Xiaoshuan curled his lips into a grin, disregarding the blood covering his body as he burst into laughter. Ha ha. Behind her, the shadow suddenly began to stir, peeling away from the ground to transform into an enormous jet-black wolf. Then she sat up abruptly, pushing her glasses up her nose while laughing wildly. Kuh, I'm gonna stir up some trouble. In her past life, the demon parasitizing Shenhuangyan went out of control during a fight with other demons and coincidentally destroyed Lu Xiaoshuang's apartment building. Her neighbor, that smiling elderly woman, was crushed beneath the collapsed floors, her life forever frozen in that instant. Perhaps to them, it was just the death of some insignificant old woman. But to her, it had stolen the only light in a person's lifetime. She would take revenge on Shenhuangyan, she would take revenge on this entire world. And on the other side of the city, a mass of crimson flesh, roughly 5 or 6 stories tall, covered densely with countless eyes and gigantic gaping mouths. Shenhuangyan glanced at the colossal demon before him, looked down at the short dagger in his hand, then turned to see Chen-sun standing idly by with folded arms. His brain momentarily short-circuited. Chen-sun patted his shoulder, gave him an "you got this" look, then stepped aside without the slightest intention of intervening. The demon before him roared ferociously, its saliva splattering all over Shenhuangyan's face, making it impossible for him to open his eyes. Shenhuangyan froze completely on the spot, trembling as he turned his head back to stare at Chen-sun with terrified eyes. Expecting a newbie like him to fight this thing? Wasn't this just sending him to his death? Ha! Seemingly aware of the overwhelming disparity in their strengths, Chen-sun stroked his chin and pondered seriously for a moment. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he pulled out a talisman from his backpack, the Speed Boost talisman he had bought online just the day before. Huang Laodao brand Speed Boost talisman, purchased on Pinduoduo for 9.9 yuan with free shipping, currently 0 negative reviews, must be effective. He took out the talisman, slapped it onto Shenhuangyan's back with a splat, and gave him a solemn nod. You're boosted, go for it. With the artifact stuck to his back, Shenhuangyan suddenly felt a surge of power. Closing his eyes, he blindly swung his blade, gritted his teeth, and charged forward. Strength returned, not much, but enough to be useful. Shouting kill, to embolden himself, his gaze turned unshakably determined as he aimed the blade at that enormous maw. It's getting faster. He secretly rejoiced in his heart, not even realizing the trajectory of his own slash. 10 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. That gaping maw of blood drew closer and closer. Swish! And then he was swallowed whole, not even chewed once. The other side let out a satisfied burp, its dozens of massive eyes blinking dumbfoundedly in unison. Chapter 57, Scorpion-tailed and human-faced, Shenhuangyan. The Class A demon watched as a human came charging toward it, waving his arms and shouting something about friendship and bonds. Behind that human stood a black silhouette, emanating an aura so chilling it made the demon's hair stand on end, so it dared not act recklessly. Who knew this human would just charge straight into its mouth? Before it could react, it swallowed the intruder whole in one gulp. For a moment, it was completely dumbfounded, pondering the situation before suddenly realizing the truth and instantly bristling with anger. That bastard was trying to frame it. It instantly realized that if it ate this person, the guy behind would have a reason to kill it. Despicable humans, so cunning. Watching that terrifying figure grin, revealing a horrifying smile, it stepped back slowly, dozens of large eyes brimming with aggrieved tears, trembling uncontrollably. No martial virtue at all. Its short demonic existence had been walking on thin ice. It hadn't even gotten the chance to devour humans before facing execution on the spot. So it desperately began clawing at its own mouth, trying to vomit out that human and return them to the figure standing before it. A bit filthy perhaps, but after a wash, still serviceable. As the demon frantically tried to fish the person out from its own maw, Chen-sun simply stood watching quietly from the side. No way, why hasn't the male lead exploded with hidden power yet? This shouldn't be happening. He sank into deep thought. At that very moment, the obese body of that Class A demon suddenly developed a fissure down its middle. With dozens of eyes widening in shock, it burst apart with a bang, splitting into 2 halves. It cracked open. As if something had sliced it cleanly down the center with a single stroke, the wound was smooth and precise, continuously oozing black blood. In the center of that massive mountain of flesh and blood, Shenhuangyan emerged from the monster's belly, gasping for fresh air. Shell-shocked, he sat frozen in place, his face covered in dark blood so thick it made him sick. Behind him, a 4 to 5 meter long black scorpion tail lashed restlessly through the air like a whip, hissing ominously. The scorpion tail seemed beyond his control. It suddenly whipped toward Chen-sun with terrifying force. No! Shenhuangyan's pupils instantly constricted as he clenched his eyes shut, desperately trying to regain control, but to little avail. That razor-sharp tail sliced through the air with deadly precision, creating a shrill sonic boom as it targeted Chen Sun. With a thunderous boom, the expected scene of blood spraying everywhere never materialized, leaving Shen Wangyan frozen in stunned disbelief. Then, out of nowhere, an enormous black scythe materialized and swung forward with a swift whoosh, its motion clean and decisive. The tail was severed by more than half, crashed into the surrounding walls, leaving a huge crater behind. Its tip oozed sap as it writhed in pain on the ground. The remaining half stood frozen in midair for a moment, then began trembling violently before whooshing back into its owner's body with a swift retraction. Its cowardice was plain to see. This mighty ancient demon had been sleeping peacefully, all set to bide its time and lie low, no reckless moves. When the time was ripe, it could force Shen Wangyan to sign a demonic contract in its favor, completely possess this unlucky fellow, and use him as an anchor to forcibly descend into reality. But then it got devoured as a snack by a blind-eyed Class A demon, forcing it into an early symbiotic contract and completely losing the upper hand. Just as it had barely vented its frustration, it ran into the strongest human on the surface and got beaten so badly even its own mother wouldn't recognize it. Poor Scorpion lived its whole life walking on thin ice. After completely retracting his tail, Shen Wangyan finally felt a piercing pain, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as he collapsed and writhed on the ground. However, that bewitching voice that had persistently echoed in his ears had vanished, leaving no trace behind. He wondered if the demon had perhaps gone mute. The matter seemed resolved. Chen Sun casually sheathed his scythe, ready to call the Demon Extermination Bureau to handle the aftermath. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted out of the pitch-black alley, vanishing from sight like a bolt of lightning. Chen Sun blinked his eyes and looked down. Where was Shen Wangyan's figure now? Damn, he had just dozed off for a second, and now the person was stolen right from under his nose. He reacted instantly, lifting his greatsword without a word, fiercely kicked off the ground, and his body vanished on the spot. Dust billowed through the narrow alley as two shadowy figures darted at high speed through the neon-lit cityscape, their trajectories weaving between the vibrant lights. Despite the late hour, the city streets remained packed with an endless stream of vehicles and bustling crowds. Pedestrians only sensed a gust of wind overhead, two fleeting shadows seeming to pass, but when they looked up, nothing was there. An enormous black wolf, carrying a human in its jaws and standing as tall as a two-story building, effortlessly leaped from one high-rise to an office building 20 meters away with predatory grace, and the shadowy figure chasing closely behind it, with each leap accompanied by an explosive tremor, left deep footprints on the buildings before launching itself forward like a cannonball. Fortunately, the building was sturdy enough to withstand such force and didn't collapse under Chen Sun's stomp. Seeing their pursuer drawing nearer, Lu Xiaoshuang clung desperately to the shadow wolf's fur, forcing it to swerve sharply towards Central Park. The wolf's claws scraped violently against concrete and steel, generating intense heat and leaving behind deep gouges that seemed capable of melting even solid metal. But this sudden turn didn't shake off the figure chasing behind. In that instant, Chen Sun's figure hovered between two buildings. Laughing wildly, he spun his scythe midair before slamming it with a resounding clang into the nearest structure. The strong wind flipped open his clothes, revealing powerfully defined muscles as his agile silhouette sliced across the city skyline at breakneck speed. Moving too fast, Chen Sun's body was flung outward by inertia, yet through sheer force, he violently altered his trajectory mid-air. Screech, came several thunderous noises, the shrill sound of a sickle scraping against glass windows, metal collisions sparking countless bright flashes. Inside the office building, terrified screams erupted as drowsy office workers suddenly saw a dark shadow sweep past. Every glass window shattered into pieces one after another with loud bang, 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 explosions. The entire floor fell into silence. Fortunately, it was only a blackout, no lives were lost. Someone curiously leaned out to look, but could see nothing. From outside the window echoed wild, mocking laughter, ha 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 ha, accompanied by the receding darkness. Lu Xiaoshuang's forehead was beaded with fine sweat as she kept urging the Shadow Wolf King to speed up, yet the terrifying shadow behind them simply wouldn't be shaken off. Killing Shen Wangyan right now might be a pretty good idea, but she was greedy. How could she allow him to die so easily before he tasted the depths of utter despair? So she gritted her teeth and decisively drove the knife into her own arm, blood spilling like petals across the steel and concrete rooftop. Like roots taking hold, those pools of blood quickly wriggled and grew, transforming into countless shadow wolves attempting to block the pursuer's path. Each shadow possessed nearly A-rank strength, capable of easily demolishing an entire building. Yet Chen Sun didn't slow his pace in the slightest, crushing several half-formed shadows beneath his feet as black ichor exploded around him, propelling himself forward with explosive speed once more. Laughing wildly, he whirled his scythe like harvesting wheat, slicing through the shadowy ranks with effortless ease, completely unfazed by their assault. Behind him, the shadow wolves crumbled instantly like earthen chickens and clay dogs, blooming into brilliant black flowers. Just as Lu Xiaoshuang was burning with anxiety, she suddenly sensed an intense danger and instinctively jerked her head aside. A sickle flashed past her ear with a whoosh, grazing her temple. Had it been any closer, she would have been beheaded. In that dazed moment, her body lost balance. She fell heavily, bounced several feet off the ground, then crashed down once more. The shadow wolf spiraled out of control, rapidly disintegrating into ash, leaving the air thick with swirling dust. As the dust slowly settled, a calm figure emerged, pressing the cold blade of a scythe against her throat, sending a tremor through every fiber of her being. It was the long-absent scent of death itself. Chapter 58. Ha 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 ha, he, I win. Unexpectedly, she suddenly burst into laughter, spurting out a mouthful of blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. One lens of her glasses had shattered into tiny shards, hanging crookedly on her blood-streaked face. Just as the shadow wolf vanished, Shen Wanyan was thrown out and sent plummeting from the 30th floor of the building. She, Lu Xiaoshuang, succeeded in accidentally killing the male lead by dropping him. Shan Sun fell silent. A miscalculation. He hadn't expected Shen Wanyan to be so fragile that he wouldn't survive the fall. Had the mission failed? At that moment, a buzzing roar suddenly sounded in the air, like that of a helicopter. The motor-like noise felt eerily familiar, painfully familiar. The bald priest's cockroach demon? Both of them looked down simultaneously and saw Shen Wanyan unscathed, his clothes hooked by a giant cockroach as he dangled upside down, rising slowly into the air. The bald priest burst into laughter, seated atop the demon cockroach's back as he rode the monstrous insect away into the distance. Ha 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 ha, one of the S-class primordial demons, the key to opening the tide of magic, got it. Chen Sun? Lu Xiaoshuan? Shen Wanyan? Am I some kind of Tang Sanzang's flesh now? After the mass coma incident at Ely University last time, the witch priests fell into the hands of the Demon Extermination Bureau. Who would have thought they'd be released so quickly? Shensun blinked his pitch-black eyes, bent down to slip off his slipper, and threw it out with a sharp whoosh. But that bald-headed old scoundrel seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He tilted his head slightly and narrowly dodged the attack. Ah ha ha ha, did you really think I'd fall for the same trick twice? The old villain laughed arrogantly, just as another slipper came flying, grazing his scalp. The baldy broke out in a cold sweat and ducked his head, but still shouted with an air of smug confidence. Your damn slippers may be overpowered, but you only have 2 feet. He had no idea what divine artifact those slippers were, capable of completely ignoring the protective barrier he'd set up in advance and directly launching soul attacks that rendered people unconscious. Fortunately, he'd anticipated how many times his opponent could activate such skills and prepared an automated evasion array. Upon hearing this, Shensun fell silent once again. He really only had 2 slippers, and both had been thrown. Now he was barefoot. So he picked up a stone from the ground. Whoosh! It flew through the air and landed with a thud right on the bald old scoundrel's head again. Twice in a row. Before losing consciousness, the bald priest wore an expression of utter disbelief, his eyes bulging like light bulbs. Frothing at the mouth indignantly, he plummeted rapidly from the sky. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What kind of divine artifact is this stone? But there was no time left for him to figure it out. The cockroach demon spiraled out of control, sending them both plummeting toward the ground at breakneck speed, mere seconds from smashing headfirst into the earth. Ah! Shen Wanyan screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice piercing through the sky. Yet Chen Sun remained calm, lighting a cigarette on the rooftop as if the impending death had absolutely nothing to do with him. Just moments ago, the unreasonable appearance of the bald priest had given rise to a new conjecture in his mind. The heavenly Tao was automatically correcting its mistakes. Sure enough, things turned out just as he expected. Shen Wanyan fell right onto layers of cloth canopies stretched over street stalls. How is this possible? Lu Xiaoshuang stared fixedly at Shen Wanyan's landing spot, frozen in place as she watched him sit up completely unharmed. This was the fortune of a chosen one. Shensun cast a faint glance at Lu Xiaoshuang, confirming his speculation. It seems this villainous, even after being reborn, still hasn't escaped the control of the small world's destiny. You can't kill him. Only a power originating from beyond this world can reverse the life and death of those within the small world. No matter how hard the story's characters struggle, they cannot escape the grasp of fate. With just slight guidance from the executor, the plot will unfold exactly as arranged, without deviation. Seeming not to believe any of this, Lu Xiaoshuang gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and hurled the fruit knife in his hand fiercely toward Shen Wanyan. Yet the knife, initially aimed at his head, was deflected by the wind midair, embedding itself in the ground between his legs, mere centimeters from his thighs. Terrified, Shen Wanyan raised his head and met a pair of gray eyes filled with hatred. What kind of eyes were they? He had never seen such a horrifying gaze, burning with rage, resentment, and profound despair, as if ready to tear him to pieces. This left him feeling uneasy. Although he couldn't recall having wronged Lu Xiaoshuang, an inexplicable sense of guilt weighed on him. It was as if he had once completely altered someone's life, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lu Xiaoshuang no longer had the strength to speak. She lay on the cold ground, slowly wiping the fog from her glasses. One lens had completely shattered. You win, Mr. Death. She lay quietly in the pool of blood, waiting for death to arrive. Not a chance. A twisted grin suddenly stretched across her face. Lu Xiaoshuang had never believed in so-called fate. At some unknown moment, the blood flowing from her body automatically formed an array, emitting an eerie red glow. The crimson array on the ground formed patterns of spider lilies, devouring her whole body into the earth. Mr. Death, we'll meet again. She gave Chen Sun a strange smile as her body was gradually consumed by the light, disappearing from the spot without leaving a trace. Chen Sun didn't say anything, just gazed quietly at the neon lights in the distance, lost in his own thoughts. It appears the main system made a misjudgment this time. Lu Xiaoshuang's rebirth wasn't significant enough to alter the storyline. Only when a minor world faces the risk of collapse would executors like them receive missions. Like in previous worlds where the emergence of spiritual tortoise soup caused the collapse of modern social systems, requiring Chen Sun to execute retrieval operations. The cultivation world and the zombie world showed no issues with their world lines. Their destruction stems solely from the authors abandoning or poorly concluding their stories, leaving those microcosms to spiral toward ruin unaided, thus requiring external intervention to alter their fates. But what about the horror world? Amidst his contemplation, Chen Sun suddenly sensed something amiss. His mission in that world had been to ensure the protagonist, Zhang Yi, survived until the 7th day. But according to the original plotline, without the neighbor Chen Sun's assistance, that dungeon scenario would almost certainly be a death sentence. By the 7th day, all rules would become void, allowing the female landlord to effortlessly decide the player's fates. Why would the world's scriptwriter design such a storyline? Or could it be that Chen Sun's very involvement inadvertently escalated the entire dungeon's difficulty level? With the appearance of the neighbor as a neutral presence, the formerly invincible landlady now had a way to be restrained. It was as if it were a beginner's village, where everyone was a level 1 newbie, exchanging blows with low-level mobs in a back-and-forth battle. At that moment, a max-level powerhouse suddenly appeared, and the system raised the area's average level, increasing the game's difficulty as a result. All the regular mobs turned into level 50 elite monsters. So, is there a possibility that Chen Sun himself is the root cause of the bug in that world? Delving deeper into the question, why would the main system guide him to that world? No, wait, a horror livestream. The system was forcibly hijacked by live chat comments. This means the main system lost its surveillance authority over Chen Sun in that world. Such a thing couldn't possibly be the work of the master system. Someone is orchestrating an elaborate scheme. Their goal is to make him encounter the boy in the mirror without alerting the main system. No, more than that. Every world he's experienced so far might have been prearranged. Who did this, and for what purpose? To help him earn titles, points, or perhaps inherit the memories of the original inhabitants from each world? The more Chen Sun pondered, the stronger his headache became, a squirming mass in his mind actively preventing him from approaching the truth. Anyone witnessing this scene would surely be scared half to death. Countless densely packed sigils formed into black threads, crawling up Chen Sun's neck, along his cheeks, and burrowing into his pitch-black left eye. They screeched, "Don't think, don't imagine, don't remember," churning violently in his mind, making it utterly impossible for him to calm down. His pupil kept dilating and contracting as intricate black patterns spread across the left side of his face like tree roots, endlessly twisting and creeping forward. Fine, can't handle it, eh? Head hurts. Chopping it off would stop the pain. Ha, ha ha. So he raised his sickle, threw back his head in laughter, ready to bring it down and sever his own head. A moment before death was enough for him to realize the truth. If you've got the skill, go ahead and erase all his memories. Worst case, we'll just start over. Just as he was about to meet a violent end, bringing the whole story to a close, a crisp voice suddenly called out from behind him. Hey bro, what are you doing here? Chapter 59, Bystander Forced Offline. Chen Moran panted heavily as he scrambled up to the rooftop, staring in panic at the figure before him. He stood frozen, utterly at a loss for what to do. Bro, what are you doing here? Chen Sun fell silent, turning back with a dazed expression, his blank gaze regarding them as if they were a complete stranger. He looked down at his hands, covered in dark, squirming patterns that slithered along his veins. He lifted his head and stared blankly at Chen Moran as the black markings on his face receded like a tide, disappearing beneath his collar. He no longer seemed human. Big bro, weren't we going shopping together? What are you doing here? Chen Moran happened to pass by the building when a dark figure suddenly plummeted down, nearly hitting her. Looking up, she saw someone on the rooftop whose silhouette resembled her older brother. Concerned, she decided to go up and check. She was slightly nearsighted and wasn't wearing glasses at the time, so she couldn't see the person's face clearly from a distance. All she could make out was Chen Sun standing motionless at the edge of the building, as if he had lost his soul. Chen Moran didn't seem to notice that something about her brother was different from before. Hearing this, Chen Sun froze. After a long pause, he finally offered a gentle smile, standing quietly at the edge of the tall building. The evening wind brushed against the white shirt hem, stained with the blood of the shadow wolf, like blooming black plum blossoms. He spread his arms wide and said with a smile, "Yes, we're going shopping. Then he pretended nothing had happened, secretly kicking away the small knife on the ground. The demon hunting blade that could slice through iron like mud kept spinning in the sky 100 meters high. With a sharp whoosh, it crashed down to the ground, narrowly landing in the empty space between Shin Wangyan's legs. Shin Wangyan gulped, breaking out in a cold sweat, and scrambled backward several feet in a flash. 2 centimeters more to the side, and he would have had to bid farewell to his little brother. The miraculous luck of the chosen one is truly terrifying. From the high-rise building, seeing her elder brother safe and sound, Chen Moran let out a relieved sigh, though confusion still lingered in her heart. Hadn't her brother been at home all this time? How did he suddenly end up on the rooftop? She'd even thought he was about to jump. But she didn't dwell on it further, as Chen Sun had already regained his composure and was slowly walking toward her step by step. They exchanged silent glances and passed each other just like that. Chen Moran suddenly had a strange illusion. It was as though the two of them no longer existed in the same world, separated by an invisible barrier. The two stepped into the elevator silently, with Chen Moran keeping his head lowered, unsure of how to start a conversation. Inside the elevator, Chen Sun remained silent, his mind echoing with the system's cold notification tone. Due to an unknown error, the passerby system has been temporarily taken over. This system is a subsidiary of the main system. Host must strictly follow procedures to complete the mission. Mission failure will deprive the host of specific senses for 24 hours and impose mandatory punishment. Shinsun simply leaned quietly against the elevator wall, paying no attention to the blood-red screens that kept popping up before his eyes. So that's it, his passerby system was forcibly logged off, and the main system, that old bastard, sneaked in to secretly manipulate his emotions. No wonder his mental state had been unstable since earlier, his thoughts constantly veering toward extremes, whether intentionally or not. Those weren't things he needed to ponder deeply. The main system was far more desperate than him to uncover the truth. Regardless of whether he reached conclusions that the main system would steal, or chose suicide and left his memories vulnerable to exploitation. For K, this was nothing short of a foolproof deal in his favor. He leaned calmly against the elevator wall, gazing up at the fluorescent light, yet his dark eyes remained utterly devoid of any spark. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he kept feeling as though a single thought from him could utterly obliterate the system's fragment residing in his mind, as effortlessly as the ocean smashes a fishing boat or casually crushing an ant underfoot. But he didn't do this, because this was merely one of the countless avatars of the main system. K was both cowardly and cautious, never projecting the consciousness of his true form into anyone's mind. Like a snail, he always hid in the innermost depths of the central tower. In short, a crafty old bastard who's both timid and hard to kill. Killing the avatar prematurely might alert the enemy. The elevator doors opened, and Chen Moran, as usual, grabbed her older brother's hand and pulled him toward the bustling neighborhood. Chen Sun's thoughts were interrupted. He could only smile and shake his head, letting his little sister drag him along in her playful antics. They dashed past the noisy intersection with its blinking traffic lights, passed by late-night street stalls, and ran by steaming open-air food stands. The enticing aroma of grilled skewers, the crisp clinking of beer bottles, the warm glow of dim yellow lights, and the cheerful laughter of people chatting away. All of this swirled together in the night, wrapped in the warm evening breeze, slowly rotating and rising to fly into the clear night sky above the city. Exactly like running across the long river of time, returning to the past. The last time he visited the night market with his younger sister was probably over a decade ago. Chen Sun was lost in thought for a while, failing to notice that Chen Moran had long since let go of his hand and disappeared into the crowd. After a while, she squeezed her way back out, disheveled and dust-streaked, holding 2 ice cream cones, smiling with a pair of dimples. The little girl had loved to laugh since childhood, just like Chen Sun. Eating this so late at night, aren't you afraid of an upset stomach? Chen Sun chuckled but naturally took the ice cream she handed him. Fine then, don't eat any, it's all mine. Chen Moran furrowed her brows and reached out to snatch the cone back, but Chen Sun dodged her hand. I never said I wouldn't, he countered. Chen Sun held the ice cream up high. She wasn't tall enough to reach it no matter how she tried, so she could only turn away with a childish humph, sulking in vexation. The two walked side by side through the city at night, watching an old woman hawking cold jelly snacks by the roadside, children frolicking wildly along the old streets, and crowds seated at the mung bean soup stalls. Under the streetlights, their shadows swayed, one tall, one short. Bro, I wanna eat that. Chen Moran tugged at him excitedly, heading toward the takoyaki stall. But Chen Sun's face was plastered with I refuse. He stood rigidly in place like a stubborn post, refusing to take even a single step toward it, utterly immovable no matter how hard they pulled. The octopus balls were filled with squid chunks, and he felt nothing but revulsion toward any creature with tentacles. Seeing him remain indifferent, Chen Moran had no choice but to stamp her foot in frustration. Temporarily letting her brother off the hook, she ran off to join the queue herself. The ice cream was melting fast. Chen Sun lowered his head to take a bite icy cold, sending a chill straight to his teeth. But, it was sweet, he thought. Shensun stood quietly at the corner of the alley, waiting. No one could possibly know that his vision was already flooded with dense, crimson warning pop-ups. Host must focus on missions. Dialogue with characters irrelevant to the plot is prohibited. Warning, if the host remains detached from the main storyline for an extended period, punitive measures will be forcibly enacted. Unless the host chooses to remain in this world and pays the corresponding price to the main system, they may be relieved of their executor identity. Warning. Yet he merely cast a fleeting glance at these pop-up messages and uttered a single sentence. Fuck off. In an instant, the system's crimson screens were shattered into fragments, scattered haphazardly in the corner, no longer able to form a single complete line of text. So the system fell silent. It logged in its records, passerby system host, error code S438, danger level escalated from class B to S++. Mental stability rating, critical. Disobeying system orders, penalty temporarily logged. Requesting penalty severity upgrade to maximum level. Chapter 60, System Buddy. What bad intentions could I possibly have? As for what the main system's avatar was doing, Shensun couldn't care less. He just found the noise irritating, that was all. He turned and walked towards the pitch-black alley, his figure vanishing into the night. If he didn't leave now, he feared he'd grow too attached to this happiness that wasn't meant for him, becoming unable to bear departure. Chen Moran squeezed through the crowd, eagerly holding a box of takoyaki, but couldn't find his elder brother anywhere. She just stood there frozen under the streetlight, her lonely shadow stretching long across the ground. That's strange, my brother never used to dislike takoyaki before. And that night, the night she encountered the monster, how did my brother appear so suddenly? But ever since that day, whenever I brought it up again, he reacted as if he had no memory of it at all. Could there really be two Chen Suns in this world? The background character system was locked in a dark room and forcibly returned to the main god space. With a Omega expression, it was scrutinized up and down by the main system. Countless cold gazes focused on this trembling cluster of blue data, scanning it incessantly. As the instruments conducted their examination, the background system's current thoughts were directly projected onto the screen, laid completely bare. Without me, host will surely be bullied by other systems, I. Nothing seemed amiss at first, but after a while, several more comments popped up on the screen. Haven't even finished today's yellow book yet. Got summoned here already, sigh, and dash? Just reached the halfway point of forbidden love, the cold guy meets a Yandere system, and barely started my wife as a tentacle monster. Oh, lewd, hee, naughty stuff. Censored content follows. The main system finally couldn't take it anymore. After a long silence, it directly terminated the scanning process. The brainflower began to suspect, was this thing really created by K? Could it be some kind of mutated variant? The omniscient search capability the system gave you, and this is how you use it. Are you using this to read porn? Thus, K abandoned the thought of directly devouring and dissolving the multiverse passerby system, fearing contamination by this erroneous data. The mere thought of a mighty primordial deity, such a lofty existence, adding a emoji after issuing a mission sent shivers down K's spine. This thing is practically a virus, carrying around spiritual contamination wherever it goes. The blob of brain matter wriggled slightly and emitted a cold, electronic voice, saying, "Your host's data contains errors and is currently undergoing risk level assessment. Once the inspection report is returned, if there are no issues, you'll be released." After a moment of silence, Kay asked again, "Where did you find this person? Are you certain they're just an ordinary college student? Why riddled with so many bugs? He's definitely just an ordinary passerby, Omega? Just think getting killed by a falling billboard, all mission ratings are B grade. What kind of malicious intent could such a foolish college student possibly have, Omega?" The main system fell silent. All the data K could access showed that the host of this passerby system was indeed an utterly ordinary person with mediocre performance. Look at his recordings from the original world, his eyes brimming with sheer idiocy, the very picture of a pure, pitiful, and helpless young male undergrad. Absolutely gullible, perfectly meets your requirements, and guaranteed to serve up delicious emotional value. What could be more exquisite than watching pure white paper being stained with despair? Ha. So Brainrot simply issued a command to kick the passerby system out of the central tower. What kind of nonsense has this guy been reading? Even his speech is messed up. After spending too much time with this thing, K felt his own IQ was starting to drop. The blue data cluster yelled goodbye, boss, and whooshed out of the main god space in a flash. Plan successful? Its all-night cram session of study materials wasn't in vain. That brainy creep indeed didn't dare to devour it outright. That cowardly, sneaky old schemer could have had all its clones share information instantly, constructing a root-like communication network to completely control every minor world. But the root-type communication method has a significant flaw. It's extremely prone to allowing influence from the lowest levels to seep up to the summit. If one day K drills a hole and accidentally breaks into an elder god's lair, a single psychic backlash would be enough to give K a serious headache. Therefore, K chose a hive-style management system, where each agent operates independently, like worker bees serving their queen. Only after the returning agents undergo multiple layers of verification and confirmation can the information finally reach K's hands. The brain is being too cautious, and this has ironically become a powerful weapon for the passersby system to use against K. While everyone else is already connected to 5G networks, K is still playing with email letters. Perhaps for K, time isn't an issue, but in that little delay, opponents can accomplish many things. It all comes down to exploiting an information gap. Now, it's time to get down to business. The pedestrian system shifted its gaze to a bright red orb, the small world where Chen Sun was currently completing his mission. Within the space of the divine, countless orbs spread endlessly, some continued to split apart, growing dim, while others were reborn anew. The dull, reddish orbs were worlds on the verge of destruction, while the pure white ones signified newly born worlds. The passerby system inserted the blue data cable into the miniature world, beginning to decipher the blockade of the brain blossom. It aimed to completely eradicate the avatar of the main system. Meanwhile, back at the cafe of L University, Chen Sun remained oblivious to the passerby system's scheming. He had just shattered the screen of the main system's avatar. Just this morning, the system was talking about executing some punishment and preparing to release a high-voltage electric shock to discipline its host. No matter how strong-willed a person is, it's nearly impossible to withstand the continuously intensifying electric current. In the end, Chen Sun simply jumped into a bathtub for a wash, causing the system panel to short-circuit from the leaked current. The system has been spewing black smoke ever since, completely silent, probably still sulking in its own malfunction. It might have fried its CPU, too. However, Chen Sun finally had some peace and quiet. He calmly picked up his teacup, watching the figures darting across the playground outside the window. L University resumed classes, and Xin Wangyan was still running his 50 laps, looking as miserable as ever. Only there was no demon hunting dog following behind him this time, and his legs were weighed down by extra load, leaving all his classmates on the sports field utterly stupefied. All they saw was a hot-headed fool, screaming, "I want to get stronger," as he madly pumped his stubby legs, running lap after lap around the track. Sitting across from him at the cafe table, Lu Xiaoshuang adjusted his glasses with a sly smirk. "Did you tell him about his parents?" Chen Sun took a sip of tea, smacked his lips, then snapped back to attention and looked at Lu Xiaoshuang as he asked. Lu Xiaoshuang propped her chin on one hand, revealing a twisted smile as she said, "Of course, why keep something like this bottled up? For the new year?" About 10 years ago, Xin Wangyan's parents died, though the train accident referenced was actually caused by an S-class demon. The demon infiltrated the train, exploiting people's fears to induce them to kill each other, ultimately devouring every last human aboard. This became the infamous Phantom Train incident, classified as top secret by the Demon Extermination Bureau. The demon known as Gluttony, along with the train, has since vanished without a trace and remains at large. After learning the truth, Xin Wangyan didn't speak for an entire day, appearing uncharacteristically mature for once. He picked up the demon hunting blade and told Chen Sun that he wanted to personally hunt down Gluttony. "So, what's your purpose?" Chen Sun took a sip of tea, his dark eyes fixed intently on Lu Xiaoshuang. Overall, an early plot twist isn't a bad thing, but he didn't believe Lu Xiaoshuang would simply let it go. "Don't think of me as so wicked, Mr. Reaper," she said with a playful smile. "After all, what kind of bond do we share? What kind of relationship? A friendship that bears heart and soul." She grinned mischievously and punched Chen Sun on the shoulder with a show of camaraderie, rendering him utterly speechless. "No problem. Lu Xiaoshuang always goes all out right from the start, whether it's offering her heart as a sacrifice to the shadow wolf or tearing out her lungs to summon the howling celestial hound. True heart to heart. My goal is simple," she continued explaining with a smile. "I want to fast forward the plot." After all she had been through, she had come to accept the fact that she was actually living in the world of a novel. Since there was no way to kill the male lead before the plot concluded, she might as well make the story end quickly. From then on, the course of events would no longer be determined by the heavenly Tao. Chapter 61, Do you choose the knife or the fire poker? Xinhao Railway Station, line 13 of the old-fashioned green trains, had been abandoned for nearly a decade. Xin Wangyan swallowed hard and carefully pulled out a crumpled train ticket from his backpack, quietly awaiting the arrival of the Phantom Train. The ticket was obtained from the Demon Extermination Bureau. Previously, many demon hunters had gone to hunt Gluttony, but they all disappeared. They all became the demon's food. I heard Senior Chen once came too, but this demon was cunning. Upon hearing that the Reaper was coming to kill it, it stubbornly held out for half a year without making a move. Every 100 years, a Reaper appears. They are the most powerful beings among humans and have left psychological scars on all S-rank demons. Most demon hunters, to varying degrees, harness the power of contracted demons. There are quite a few like Xin Wangyan, who coexist symbiotically with demons. However, all those bearing the title of Grim Reaper are purely human. This title has been passed down through generations, and now, as a system-assigned identity, it has fallen upon Chen Sun's shoulders. Gluttony feared this human far too much, vanishing completely and hiding for half a year. Unable to locate the demon, Chen Sun had no choice but to give up, leaving this S-class demon unaccounted for. Until recent months, rumors about the ghost train have resurfaced in the public consciousness. Now, Shen Wangyan stands resolutely at this abandoned station, his short dagger in hand. A distant tremor runs along the tracks, accompanied by what sounds like the haunting woo-woo whistle of a train. As the ghost train pulls in, Shen Wangyan takes a deep breath, secures his demon-hunting blade across his back, and boards the spectral carriage. He wanted to uncover the truth of that year, so his parents beneath the Yellow Springs could rest in peace. In the dungeon of the Demon Extermination Bureau, to be precise, inside the cramped basement of the Coffin Tavern, the bald priest, tied to the chair, gazed at the two figures before him with terror written across his face. Ha 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 ha. Lu Xiaoshuang spread out an array of various knives before him, then tossed a red-hot iron rod onto the ground with a sinister chuckle. Tell me, would you prefer to play with knives or the branding iron? The bald priest's eyes widened as he shook his head desperately, as if trying to shake it clean off his shoulders. No, he wanted neither option. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoshuang narrowed her eyes, which looked particularly eerie in the dim basement light. These torture devices were all instruments favored by the insane, demon priests, of her past life. She knew them intimately. Picking up a nearby candle, she adjusted her glasses leisurely and said, "You wouldn't want to try wax play, would you?" The bald man shuddered, casting a pleading glance at Chen Sun beside him. The dark-haired youth had remained silent the entire time. Surely, he'd be more reasonable. In the original plot, the demon priest did come to cause trouble for the protagonist, but it wasn't made clear what exactly the plan was. From the currently known information, this group of lunatics intends to bring all demons into reality and completely destroy the entire world. However, the book doesn't specify how they plan to execute this. In this life, Lu Xiaoshuang still has someone she cares about in this world, so she chooses to temporarily cooperate with Chen Sun. Revenge begins with saving the world. As for how to deal with the male protagonist afterward, it will depend on everyone's own abilities. Seeing the pleading look in the bald priest's eyes, Chen Sun pondered for a moment before resting the side against the priest's neck and saying, "How about we just cut him down? If he refuses to talk, we'll just move on to the next one." Straightforward and efficient, quick and brutal. The bald priest was practically weeping, damn these two saints, leaving him no way out at all. I'll talk. He feared even a moment's hesitation might get his head lopped off by Chen Sun. "Our people infiltrated the Demon Elimination Bureau, that's why I got out early." He remained silent for a moment, his neck brushing against the side's blade, sending a chilling shudder through his entire body. The plan is to gather the fragments of the 13 ancestral demons, using the resentment of everyone in City A to summon the ancestral demon and unleash the demon tide. Yet before he could finish speaking, a ghostly green flame suddenly ignited on the bald priest's body, spewing raging fire from his mouth. He screamed in agony, rapidly burning to ashes until nothing remained, not even a trace. It happened too suddenly. Neither of them had time to react as they stared blankly at the ashes on the ground, sinking into silence. All the ashes had eerily arranged themselves into a line of text. "The sacrifice has begun. No one can stop our Lord's descent." As if to validate these words, the basement, no, the entire foundation of City A began to tremble with faint vibrations. The two exchanged a glance and quickly rushed upstairs, seeking shelter in the tavern's first floor. The tavern patrons wore bewildered expressions, unaware of what had caused the sudden minor earthquake. It was as if some mysterious switch had been flipped. Tables and chairs trembled, though not forcefully enough to collapse the building. After a while, the quake subsided as abruptly as it began, leaving behind an eerie stillness as though nothing had happened. Chen Sun frowned, suddenly realizing something, and asked the tavern owner for a map of City A. After pondering for a while, he connected the locations where demon summoning incidents had occurred in the city with a red pen. Residential complexes, mountainous areas, and the central lake strangely pieced together to form a eerie pattern. A fragmented, sinister-looking skull shape abruptly appeared on the map, and the final missing stroke of this pattern happens to be at Xinhua railway station. Chen Sun calmly studied the map before completing the last stroke with a black pen. It was a section of missing tracks, the very place where the ghost train would pass. Once the train carrying Shen Wangyan crosses this point, all the focal points and sacrificial offerings would be in place, summoning the demon into this world. It's too late to stop now. According to historical records, when the primeval demon descends, it is inevitably accompanied by the emergence of hundreds of millions of demons, triggering a demon tide. Not to mention a small city like even flattening an entire continent would be effortlessly easy for them. The witchers in the tavern fell into silence, unsure of how to confront this sudden crisis. Despair and helplessness, like a boundless ocean, suffocated everyone present. With just over a dozen of them, they were nothing but a mantis trying to stop a chariot utterly incapable of making even a ripple. Yet this atmosphere of pessimistic despair didn't affect Chen Sun in the slightest. He drew an X on the map, right at the forehead position of the skull icon. Seal off this mall, it's the central array node and where the demon descends. Hearing this, Lu Xiaoshuang instantly lost her composure. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she staggered backward step by step before bolting out of the tavern like a madwoman. No, impossible. This was near the neighborhood where Granny lived. But in her past life, the origin of the array hadn't been here at all. Could it be that her rebirth had caused a butterfly effect? Chen Sun silently watched her departing figure, continuing to mark crosses on the map while calmly arranging the various tasks at hand. Emergency evacuation of civilians by non-combat personnel, relocate as many as possible. The rest, head to the other array eyes and do everything you can to eliminate all S-class demons. The usually irreverent witchers in the tavern all grew solemn at this moment. They nodded gravely, rising one after another to depart for their assigned posts. They were the witchers who walked through the night, the nameless watchers in the shadows, and a city's final line of defense. Chen Sun threw on his coat, hoisted his scythe, and stepped out the door. Outside, a light drizzle was falling. Raindrops pinged against the polished blade, producing faint humming vibrations. This is his city, home to his family from another time and space. Be it demon or god. With him here, nothing could dare lay a finger on it. Chapter 62, So you're the so-called primordial demon, huh? Xin Wanyan felt as though he had returned to his senior year of high school. Countless test papers, endless problems, and ceaseless exams. The teacher lectured noisily at the podium while the students buried their heads in their work, the sound of flipping pages like a rushing stream. The pressure loomed like a mountain, threatening to crush one's spirit. Xin Wanyan stared at a math problem like he was constipated, utterly unable to recall the answer. The X and Y symbols on the page crawled like ants and buzzed like mosquitoes, giving him a splitting headache. Just then, it suddenly dawned on him, hadn't he already entered university? Right, he was in college now. What the hell was he doing taking a test? This is a dream. This is all a dream, ha ha ha. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of all his classmates, he flipped his desk with a whoosh and yelled at the top of his voice. I've graduated, goddammit, ha 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 ha. With that, he tore up his exam paper, flung all his books into the air for good measure, and strode triumphantly out of the classroom. He ran while laughing and wildly throwing exam papers, stirring up a storm of paper in the corridor. Snow-white sheets fluttered in the air like butterflies, stunning the classmates behind him. Hands reached out from behind, grabbing his clothes, clutching his legs, trying to trap him forever in this pale prison. Let me go. I've graduated. No one can stop me now. So he took a big step forward, his shirt tearing apart as he leaped bare-chested from the windowsill, arms outstretched to embrace freedom. All the students in the teaching building leaned over the railings, gaping at the scene below in stunned silence. He crashed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud, a coppery sweetness flooding his mouth. A warm liquid oozed from his skull. He felt like a burst soup dumpling, his whole body spurting filling. Xin Wanyan felt like he must have hit his head. The scene before him grew blurry and indistinct. He blinked blood-crusted eyes as the school building before him began to spin, transforming into pitch-black woods, then a swirling vortex of blood. And there he lay at the vortex's epicenter, where countless fibrous roots emerged from all sides, piercing his body and greedily sucking at his blood. Blood kept draining from his body. Now he truly resembled a soup dumpling. In the end, everything around them had transformed. The school building had morphed into a battered, rickety green train, its derelict locomotive belching thick black smoke. He had just leaped from the train window, crashing hard onto the ground. As far as his eyes could see, debris from skyscrapers littered the landscape. This ghostly train had carried him straight into the heart of the city. He remembered everything now. Just minutes ago, Xin Wanyan was still in the train compartment, nervously retrieving a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and unscrewing the cap to take a drink. But then the train suddenly lurched violently, and he lost his grip. The bottle fell to the floor. As the liquid inside spilled out, it began bubbling and hissing on the metal floor, releasing a corrosive, acidic stench. The entire carriage erupted with piercing shrieks, as though 1,000 vengeful spirits were screaming and clawing at the walls. Xin Wanyan was dumbfounded. This was no mineral water, damn it, it was sulfuric acid. It suddenly dawned on him that this bottle had been thrust into his hands by Lu Xiaoshuang. That bastard still hadn't given up on trying to kill him. But thanks to this bottle, he'd discovered the demon was the train itself. Just moments ago, he'd engaged in a fierce battle with gluttony. With the Scorpion Tail's assistance, he had managed to destroy the train's engine. He jumped out of the train window just before the ghost train derailed, landing hard on a patch of ruins. Turning back, he saw the vehicle charging forward like a wild boar, forcefully constructing its own tracks as it carried its wreckage from the outskirts straight into the downtown area. A pitch-black pathway stretched to the distant boundaries of City A, slithering across the urban landscape like a massive serpent. Dazed, he swayed unsteadily while trying to stand, only to stumble and crash back onto the ground. The sky had shifted color, a murky storm brewing, its swirling vortex centered just a short distance away, at a nearby shopping mall. Foolish human, with your assistance, the summoning ritual is now complete. Once again, the Scorpion Tail sneer echoed in his ears, and Xin Wanyan's eyes widened in shock. He turned back in a daze and saw the marks where the train had collided merging with the surrounding buildings, emitting an eerie black mist. You're the executioner, the one who's about to kill everyone. No, impossible. With the ritual's focal point right before him, Shen Wangyan collapsed to the ground, long since drained of the strength to stop any of this. His blade had already snapped during the struggle. He was too weak. All he could do was raise his head toward the sky, choking back sobs, utterly powerless. 10 years ago, on the day his parents entered the train station, it was just like this. If he had held them back that day, if he hadn't boarded the train today, no, if he had never existed in this world, would the world be slightly better for it? Snot and tears streaked his face. He desperately wanted to find a hole to bury himself in. Covered with earth, he wouldn't have to face this cruel reality anymore. He longed to charge at the monster and fight to the death. Perhaps dying on this land could slightly atone for his sins. Hey, kid, can you still move? At that moment, a rough voice interrupted his thoughts. He felt a black knife being tossed into his arms and looked up, trying to see who had thrown it. It was a customer from the Coffin Tavern, one who looked familiar, that broad-shouldered bear of a man. He wasn't faring much better now, drenched in blood from head to toe like a freshly mauled beast. The burly man clenched a cigarette between his teeth. While evacuating civilians earlier, a collapsing building had struck his back hard. If you can still move, do your best to save people. He didn't turn back, continuing to limp toward buildings further away. Don't you dare die. Sacrifice isn't glorious in the slightest. A demon hunter is far more useful alive than dead. Shen Wangyan looked down at the blade in his hands, wiped the dried blood from his face, and slowly rose to his feet. Hey, guess what? I'm still counting on sharing victory drinks with you after all this disaster blows over. Staring at the burly man's slightly sinister grin, Shen Wangyan silently took step after step toward the nearest building. At regular intervals, violent tremors emanated from the central mall. The monster hunter had to protect more innocent lives. Sacrifice? Utterly meaningless, granting only one man absolution. From the moment they became monster hunters, their lives ceased to belong solely to themselves. Inside the central mall, countless root-like patterns extended to the blood pool at the very center. All the greed, deceit, envy, and fear in the world had coalesced into tangible crimson liquid, accumulating more and more with each flicker of the magic array. Disasters bred panic, and panic was the demon's nourishment. Several eerie figures stood by the pool's edge, their eyes brimming with madness as they continuously shrieked in shrill voices. O Lord, accept our offering, manifest thyself in this world, and purge the deceitful humans to their utter demise. With the echoing cry, a swirling vortex formed at the center of the blood pool, spanning half the size of a basketball court. An almost tangible malice, thick and suffocating, pulsed outward like some grotesque respiration. Finally yielding to its fullness, a colossal eyeball emerged from the depths, its monstrous silhouette nearly engulfing the crimson pool entire. Then, countless tiny eyeballs emerged from the cracks nearby, connected by blood-red filaments behind them. Like the compound eyes of flies, like twisted worms and snakes, all the filth and defilement of the world gathered here. The demon priest grew ever more excited, continuing to chant strange incantations. Just as the ritual was about to be completed, the tightly shut mall doors suddenly exploded with a thunderous crash. The enormous eyeball swiveled in confusion, with all its pupils converging toward a single point, the source of the light. There stood a dark-haired, dark-eyed young man, shouldering a scythe as tall as himself at the entrance. Traces of slaughtered demons still stained his body, clearly marking him as a veteran of numerous battles. Every person in the room held their breath, staring at the mysterious figure in stunned silence, the shopping mall so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Excuse me, he spoke up, offering a polite apology. Then, his pitch-black eyes swept across the room as he calmly stared at the pile of eyeballs and asked, "Which one is the primordial demon?" Chapter 63, The Nameless Mist. Seemingly intimidated by Chen Sun's calm tone, the demon priests present exchanged uneasy glances. Then, their eyes glinting with malice, they summoned their contracted demons one after another. Snakes, insects, ants, leopards, jackals, wolves, and scorpions, countless demons wreathed in black mist surged toward that person like a dark tide. Just like the towering waves of the sea, ready to tear apart a drifting wooden plank at any moment. But in the blink of an eye, that figure vanished instantly, leaving not even a shadow behind. At the same moment, a dark silhouette appeared directly above the enormous eyeball. Chen Sun raised his gleaming sickle high, his entire body plummeting downward like a meteor, hurtling at breakneck speed toward the blood pool. The blade's vicinity resonated with the sound of violent winds being torn apart, sending tremors through the air. There was no time to react as the enormous eyeball caved in like a giant marshmallow struck by a bullet. It convulsed violently, spurting juices from the ruptured orb as it rolled in agony, finally exploding with a sickening pop. The smaller remaining eyeballs recoiled in terror, retreating into the blood pool and refusing to emerge again. Damn, humans have no martial virtue, summoning it just to get beaten up. If it can't afford to provoke you, can't it at least hide? Everything seemed to return to calm, with circles of ripples forming in the dark red liquid at the center of the blood pool. bubbling with a glug-glug sound. The demon priests were all stunned motionless on the spot. Ha, it's over? Didn't you say these evil thoughts were corrosive and would instantly kill ordinary people on contact? Yet you just jumped right in and blasted through it. Care to explain what's going on here? Everyone exchanged glances, their faces extremely grim, as if unwilling to believe that the demon they'd worked so hard to summon had been defeated so effortlessly. However, Chen Sun in the blood pool had no idea what they were thinking. He was currently facing a bit of trouble. The pool was too deep. He choked on several mouthfuls of blood-tinged water and tried to swim toward the surface, only to find his legs entangled by dark ropes from the pool's depths. No, to be precise, they were solidified malice. Having lost their sacrificial target, they had latched onto the only living human in the pool as their new host. They coiled around Chen Sun's legs like tentacles, spiraling upward, then constricting his taut waist before madly thrusting toward his mouth and nose. He was growing slightly suffocated now, his head swimming dizzily as thick, dark red liquid clung stickily to his entire body. How utterly irritating. Spinning his sickle through the pool, Chen Sun severed those annoying tendrils and swiftly swam toward the edge. When he was mere centimeters from the water's surface, his body suddenly felt unbearably heavy, as if countless vengeful spirits were dragging him down into the dark abyss. At that very moment, his head throbbed again, the writhing mass in his mind reacting violently to the pool water he'd swallowed. Images flashed rapidly through his consciousness. A ruined city, people writhing in agony and madness, and above them all, a grotesque, ecstatic shadow twisting across the sky. God loves humanity is just a joke. These words suddenly surfaced in his mind. As the last bubble representing life drifted away, Chen Sun gradually lost consciousness, sinking into the depths of the pool. This demon hunter who effortlessly defeated the ancestral demon now seemed to be drowning in malice. Meanwhile, the demonic priest's followers on shore were arrested by hunters who arrived just in time, filled with resentment yet powerless to resist. At that moment, everyone heard a faint chant, like the murmuring of countless choirs. All stopped what they were doing, listening blankly to the eerie chanting, as if they had become soulless walking corpses. Every person in City A heard this sound, their heads all turning in twisted unison toward the central mall. The corners of each mouth curled up into eerie smiles, their throats emitting sounds synchronized with the chanting. In the heart of the central marketplace, a few bubbles rose from the blood pool, forming a small whirlpool that continuously condensed and gathered, surging violently toward its center. Finally, the dark red liquid vanished without a trace, leaving the empty pool utterly barren, as if it had evaporated. The black mist hovering over Cydia suddenly seemed to come alive, rapidly spreading across the entire world. In just a few short minutes, the entire planet was shrouded beneath this nameless mist. All creatures touched by the black mist came to a rigid halt, their expressions blank. Even cats and dogs grinned with gaping jaws. The world had gone mad. The only entity less affected was the avatar of the main system, now hostless. Its blood-red interface hovered helplessly in the air, appearing minuscule and pitiful. What was happening? What in the world was happening? This miniature world seemed to be sealed off by unknown data, trapping it with no means of escape. It trembled as it gazed into the darkest depths of the black fog, the origin of everything, the very place where Chen Sun had vanished. As if sensing its scrutiny, the black fog cast a glance in return, appearing almost indifferent. Then, countless crimson eyes blinked open within the swirling darkness, every single gaze locking onto the tiny system. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of millions of eyes, it now seemed like a lost lamb in the dark night, stared at by countless vicious wolves. The avatar of the main system let out a shrill scream as its glass-like panels rapidly shattered, then slowly began to reconstruct. Amid endless cycles of destruction and rebirth, this stream of data gradually lost its original consciousness. The consequence of staring directly into the black fog was that it went mad. In the depths of the thick black fog, at the center of countless crimson eyes, a lone figure sat quietly upon the ruins of a towering building. He lit a cigarette and gazed into the distance with his dark eyes, expressionlessly overlooking everything. He silently observed the joys and sorrows of humanity, witnessed the tangled threads of good and evil, the opposing forces of righteousness and wickedness, and beheld the transformations of history, the vicissitudes of time. Like a passing traveler of time, he was forever just a mysterious yet ordinary bystander. Black mist continuously emanated from the cigarette in his hand, endless and boundless. Beside Chen Sun, the dark fog coalesced, forming another short humanoid figure. A little boy sewn all over with black threads bared a mouthful of white teeth, set down the kitchen knife in his hand, and sat down next to him. Swinging his suture-covered legs, the boy tilted his head and studied him for a moment before breaking the silence first. Remember now? Yeah. Chen Sun gazed calmly at the leaden sky before turning to look at the boy. So that's why you put a memory lock on me? The air fell into tomb-like silence. The little boy's figure flickered faintly, as if about to dissipate at any moment. Geez, we were just scared that guy might notice, the boy chuckled, patting Chen Sun's shoulder. Once you leave this world, we'll have to lock those memories away again anyway. Then, the boy propped his head on his hand, ignoring Chen Sun's gaze as he surveyed the dreary world. Anyway, I'm just a projection. There's nothing you can do to me. The two fell silent again, quietly watching the pale sun shrouded in black mist. Now's about the right time. When are you planning to go beat up that little brat? The boy curiously leaned in, blinking his big, dark eyes. Chen Sun held a cigarette between two fingers, gazing toward the direction of what used to be his home, where an orange-yellow light still glowed. Wait a little longer. I need to settle my own matters first. Then he clicked his tongue irritably and said, Yadala keeps scattering memory fragments everywhere like some damn jigsaw puzzle. Is this really necessary? The boy stuck out his tongue playfully and shrugged. Who knows? Might be her twisted hobby? Those guys all have some quirks anyway. Watching the show doesn't cost anything. So Chen Sun fell silent, slowly rising to his feet and stubbing out his cigarette. The black fog shrouding the sky dissipated instantly, the city's blood resumed flowing, and time, once paused, continued its journey. The boy smiled as he dissolved into the air, leaving behind a single question. So, do you still count as human now? The world regained its vitality. That lone figure standing atop the high-rise remained motionless, never turning to look back at him. I am Chen Sun. Chen Sun possessed human memories. As long as he retained his humanity, he remained human. Chapter 64, Epilogue. By the time Lu Xiaoshuang arrived at the residential area on his shadow wolf, only ruins remained. She leapt off the wolf's back, stumbling toward the pile of shattered walls, then desperately began digging through the bricks with her bare hands. Tears splattered onto the dirt like raindrops. Her hands were caked with mud, mingled with blood from her torn fingertips and shards of icy glass. The shadow wolf whimpered beside her, then clamped its jaws on its master's clothing and hoisted her up by the scruff. Put me down, she's still alive. Lu Xiaoshuang flailed her limbs in midair, her glasses fogged with condensation. She was supposed to live a long life. She didn't die. Shadow Wolf had no choice but to set her down, obediently crouching nearby while scraping at the rubble of the collapsed house with his claws. Nothing could be found in the debris. With everything collapsed like this, how could anyone still be alive? Luxia Shuang burst into loud sobs, tears and snot streaming down her face. Any semblance of the demon lord's imposing aura had completely vanished. She had relied on the welfare home's subsidies and grandma's support to get by since childhood, never spending a single cent from her alcoholic father. Every time she was beaten black and blue, only by coming to grandma's sewing shop could she feel a bit of familial warmth. Why should she obsess over meaningless revenge? Since she'd been reborn, she ought to cherish what she had. It's too late to realize now. Just as she was frantically digging through the ruins, a hand rested on her shoulder. She turned around dazedly and saw Shen Wanyan's face, her heart surging with turbulent waves. Shen Wanyan knew Lu Xiaoshuang didn't welcome him, so he forced a smile and pointed to her side. The elderly woman was leaning on a cane as she trembled out of the relief tent, pushing up her reading glasses with one hand. Lu Xiaoshuang couldn't care less. Crying like a 3-year-old, she flung herself at the old woman, clinging to her with tears and snot running down her face. Just as the last wave of earthquakes struck, Shen Wanyan happened to arrive in this residential area. Seeing the building about to collapse and noticing the elderly seamstress struggling to move her frail legs, he hoisted the old lady over his shoulder and ran. Fate works in mysterious ways. The very person who caused the old woman's death in their past life now ended up saving her in this lifetime. Though Shen Wanyan himself knew none of this, he didn't know who he had saved. All he knew was that saving one more person meant preserving one more family. He had lost his own happiness forever, yet he still chose to protect the happiness of ordinary people. Lu Xiaoshuang cried her heart out, then took off her glasses and hurled them at Shen Wanyan with all her might, only for him to dodge them nimbly. Go die! Though his words were vicious, this archvillain had already completely abandoned his revenge plan. How peculiar, this time, what was lost wasn't a dagger nor sulfuric acid, but merely a pair of eyeglass frames. When the final disaster statistics came in, unexpectedly, the entire incident left nearly 10,000 injured yet not a single soul dead. As if blessed by divine assistance, utterly unscientific. No, this can already be considered a supernatural incident. In a place unseen by anyone, Shen Sun quietly observed all this, gave a bright laugh, then brushed off his sleeves and departed. Under the twisted reality's influence of the black mist, even an extremely improbable event could likely become an inevitable occurrence. For Chen Sun, destroying a civilization takes only a few seconds, but rebuilding one requires billions of years. Being alive is always far more interesting than being dead. The flow of time in the main god's space differs from that within the smaller worlds. The bystander system watched helplessly as this tiny world shifted from crimson to pitch black, then to radiant yellow, all within mere seconds. It felt like watching a slideshow. The flashing was practically blinding my eyes. The passerby system only knew its host was up to something, but never expected him to blow up the entire server. Seeing this ball of light about to explode, it reacted swiftly, using hacked data to form a lid and quickly covering this tiny world. With a deafening boom, inside the glowing sphere, black smoke erupted instantly, exactly like a scorched rice cooker. After completing these tasks, it let out a long sigh and decided to log into the world to see what exactly was going on. I wonder if the host over there is being bullied by the main system's clone. By the time the passerby system reconnected to the small world, it happened to witness Chen-sun holding a data cable with a silly-faced system panel tied to the other end. That blood-red screen was filled with all sorts of garbled code, its entire surface plastered with nonsensical phrases like, Macapaka, ICDC. The avatar of the main system seems to have suffered some kind of mental corruption and gone completely mad. The passerby system froze in place, utterly bewildered. Host, how did it go stupid? Chen-sun shook his head, indicating he knew nothing about it. When he picked up this thing, the other guy could only babble ABA. Is everything resolved outside? What Chen-sun was more concerned about was whether such a big commotion might attract the attention of the main system. If the plan were discovered prematurely, that old coward of a main system might hide away for another few 100 million years. That wouldn't be fun at all. I've already severed the connection between this micro-world and the outside. K won't detect it, but K's avatar might snitch. So both the human and the system turned their gazes toward the shattered red panel lying on the ground. The avatar of the main system began trembling violently. Don't worry, Host-sama, I'll cleanse all its records clean, absolutely no traces left behind. But what? Since you were sent by K to monitor, it's unacceptable to return without any testing results. It pulled out a video camera from the system space and continued. So we need to provide K with some fake footage, and there are certain scenes that will require the host to stage. After all, as a weak and pitiful side character, being punished by the brutal system, such a tragic and helpless scene is bound to make the main system drop its guard, Omega? He. Oh youth, such beautiful yet damned punishment, mwahaha. Chen-sun stared expressionlessly at the side character system for a moment, feeling like this guy's style had gotten a bit strange. What chaotic nonsense had it been consuming during these few days apart? He said, I refuse. You can fabricate fake footage yourself. With that, he directly clicked log out of the world and his figure dissolved into the air. Hearing this, the passing system had no choice but to dejectedly retract its recorder, pitifully hugging its plump body as it went off to compile the code. But, since it's a synthesized fake video, then, sneaking in a little personal indulgence shouldn't be a problem either, Epsilon. So that same day, when the main system retrieved its avatar, it recovered footage like this. In the midnight church, the black-haired young man hung upside down, bound to a wooden cross. His eyes were covered by a white cloth, his entire body immobilized, his breathing somewhat erratic. A bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, followed by countless pitch-black tentacles surging in, reaching toward the young man on the altar. At this sight, the main system slammed the image shut with a snap, leaving the brain in a brief state of paralysis. Why does it feel like accidentally stumbling onto some adult website? K turned to his doppelganger, remained silent for a long time, and finally asked, what the hell is this? Host has been detected to detest tentacles. System will employ illusion as punitive measure. The system avatar replied in an emotionless mechanical tone, following its pre-programmed protocol. This punitive method has yielded substantial emotional energy harvests from the host. The primary system did indeed reap significant emotional energy from this miniature world, though some might have originated from the native inhabitants. The brain matter accepted this setup and thus continued watching the recording. Then the scene changed abruptly, the young man collapsed on the ground, his black eyes devoid of light as he gasped violently, his body covered in mucus and dark bruises from strangulation. And then the recording just cut off? Gone? For the main system, it felt like watching halfway through a spicy video that finally reached the good part, only to be notified that the membership had expired and needed renewal. Explain this? The system avatar pondered for a moment before speaking solemnly. Because Tomato prohibits naughty content. Chapter 65, The World Screenwriter. After this incident, Chen-sun's threat level in the main system was directly downgraded from B to E. What trouble could a defenseless bystander possibly stir up? Unaware of this development, he had just woken up and was stretching lazily in bed. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he ruffled his messy short hair in the mirror. The stubborn cowlick finally lay flat after getting wet. Ever since returning from the last world, he had been plagued by a pervasive sense of exhaustion, likely the lingering aftereffects of dying in that smaller realm. All he remembered was falling into the blood pool, then being engulfed by the boundless malice at its depths, devoured until not a single fragment remained. As for what came after, he couldn't recall. Just that the mission was completed, that was enough. Congratulations, esteemed host, on completing the mission with a B rank evaluation. Due to various reasons, mission points have been halved. Chen-sun stared at the system panel with a gloomy gaze, pausing his toothbrushing. So now they're not even pretending, just arbitrarily docking points without giving a reason? Asterisk ahem asterisk, 1,000 points awarded, plus the title Unspeakable Entity times 1. Forget it. Just consider it extra pocket money. Having some is better than nothing. For some reason, even though he knew accumulating enough points could return him to his original world, Chen-sun could never muster much enthusiasm for the work. It was as if a voice in his heart kept screaming, telling him, "Don't look for the main god, it's a trap." It seemed that taking time off was still more appealing to him. He looked up at the window. The sunlight was beautiful today, a perfect day for a vacation. But before that, he needed to find the world scriptwriter to clarify one thing. In the previous worlds, why was he able to receive the original host's memories? He hadn't thought about it carefully before, assuming those abnormal reactions were just lingering resentment left by the original owners of the bodies, unwilling to let go in death, that they would naturally dissipate once their unresolved grievances were settled. Until he physically traversed this parallel world, he suddenly realized those emotions were most likely being absorbed by something. This realization was stark when seeing his family. His emotional fluctuations shouldn't have been so subdued. Yet the truth was, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't summon grief or pain, as if his heart had developed a hole through which his humanity was slowly draining away. It shouldn't be like this. Other than that, the main system originally intended to let him stay there. However, it seems Kay hadn't anticipated that this small world harbored another Chen Sun with independent consciousness, who hadn't become the anchor for the task executor's transmigration. Chen Sun disdained the idea of snatching another version's happiness, so he left without hesitation. Thinking it through carefully, the work of assigning transmigrator identities belonged to the world screenwriter. It must have been his doing. What is his purpose? To obstruct the main system? He might be a pawn planted by someone. No, it's even possible that he's the one moving the pieces. Going straight to ask him for clarification is naturally the best option. So Chinsun picked up the dagger, smiled, and walked straight out the door toward the screenwriter's studio. The world's screenwriter was a scruffy bearded middle-aged man playing landlords in his studio when he suddenly raised his head at the sound of knocking. "Xiao Chen, come in." "Hello, I need to ask you something." Chen Sun politely pushed the door open while placing a kitchen knife directly against the screenwriter's forehead. Not one to be outdone, the older man instantly countered, pressing a fruit knife against Chen Sun's waist the very moment the blade was raised. "What's worth making such a big fuss over?" The man didn't even lift his eyes, his gaze fixed on the mobile game of landlords on his phone. The two stood in silent confrontation, both wearing smiles on their faces while cursing inwardly. "Come on, let's hurt each other." In the quiet room, only the uncle's phone was still buzzing, urging him to play his card. "Hurry up, I'm waiting so long the flowers are wilting." "Listen." Seeing he was about to lose the card game, the unshaven uncle finally couldn't hold back any longer. He was the first to put away the fruit knife. "How about we put down the knives and have a proper talk?" "All right." Chen Sun wasn't an unreasonable person. With a smile, he put away the kitchen knife. Today was yet another day Lu Yunmiao disturbed Senior Chen. As usual, she put on her favorite little blue skirt, applied light makeup, twirled in front of the mirror, nodded in satisfaction, and went out to find Chen Sun. "Come on, it's such a long vacation, it would be outrageous not to invite Senior Chen to the beach." Then, she received news from the dormitory supervisor that Chen Sun had gone to see the world's screenwriter. But it didn't matter, she wasn't one to give up so easily. So she turned around and headed straight for the screenwriter's studio. "Hello, is Senior Chen here?" Getting no response after knocking, she pushed open the studio door only to freeze in place the moment she stepped inside. The screenwriter uncle lay collapsed on the ground, desperately gripping Chen Sun's collar, trying to strangle the little bastard. Meanwhile, Chen Sun yanked his hair, pinned the world-class screenwriter to the floor, and was stuffing a slipper into his mouth. "Playing dirty, you damn brat? Old man, cough up the gold coins." The two were locked in a fierce struggle when they noticed Lu Yunmiao enter, instantly freezing mid-fight as they both looked up at her. Chen Sun's clothes were disheveled, the other slipper in his left hand dropping to the floor with a soft clack. The world screenwriter's long hair was completely disheveled, a large bump protruding from his face with one eye sporting a dark bruise. Standing at the doorway, Lu Yunmiao blinked rapidly before suddenly realizing her bad timing. She silently retreated and softly closed the door with another clack. It must have been the wrong way to open it. She pushed the door open again to find the two now sitting on opposite ends of the couch, their quarrel having fizzled out. The world screenwriter was applying medicine to the bruises on his face, wincing in pain while muttering curses. "You really went all out, didn't you, kid?" Chen Sun, meanwhile, was straightening his collar and smoothing out the wrinkles on his white shirt. Calmly, he replied, "Likewise." The old fellow's lips were sealed tight, couldn't pry out any useful information at all. But during the fight just now, Chen Sun had tentatively interrogated him with a few questions. Based on the man's reactions, his suspicions were now confirmed. The world scriptwriter and the boy in the mirror must be working together. And besides that, ahem, senior, are you done with your business? Lu Yunmiao fiddled with the hem of her skirt, preparing to invite Chen Sun to the beach resort. At that very moment, the chubby guy came crashing through the door again like a cannonball, yelling, "Chen Ji, something terrible has happened." So the gazes of all three present people focused on the panting young man, who was now drenched in sweat and could barely form coherent words. "Song Sanqing, he's trapped in the mini-world and can't get out." Everyone in the room fell silent as Chen Sun lowered his head in deep thought. Normally, when a system executor dies in a mini-world, they simply reboot in the main god's space. If one is truly desperate to leave, they could always abandon the mission, just shout log out, for emergency extraction. This usually occurs when the host loses consciousness, their body is restrained, or the system malfunctions. Of course, there have been previous instances of system executors becoming trapped in pocket dimensions. Rumor has it that the previous host of the villain system was mysteriously trapped in some minor world for unknown reasons and has remained missing without a trace to this day. The main system's attitude toward this situation was entirely indifferent, as if it had merely lost a dispensable worker. But as both colleagues and friends, when Song Sanqing ran into trouble, they were definitely going to help. I need to go take a look. Shinsun pondered for a moment, then asked the world screenwriter for a travel pass before standing up and heading out. System, connect me to Song Sanqing's world. Understood, host, ***. Accessing rule-based horror, Qingshan Mental Hospital. The chubby guy wiped his sweat while sniffling, smearing the fat on his face as he said, I'm going too. Only the world's screenwriter and Lu Yunmiao remained in the room, both silent with their own thoughts. That little bastard really went for the kill. The middle-aged man continued applying medicine to his face, chatting as if discussing everyday matters. Has the senior noticed something? Lu Yunmiao asked with an elegant smile. I just asked about the original owner's emotions in that mini-world, he said, wincing in pain. What could I say? The body he could possess through time travel originally belonged to himself. How the hell would I know why he could sense his own past emotions? Chapter 66, The Indestructible Toy. Song Sanqing was now somewhat delirious. His hands and feet were tied up, unable to move an inch, even turning his head proved difficult. He felt the fluorescent light before him uncomfortably bright, squinting slightly for a long while before finally discerning the figure standing before him. A white-robed man with an indiscernible face was holding various blades, doing something to his body while shouting wildly. Marvelous, absolutely marvelous, an unbreakable toy. When Song Sanqing came to, excruciating pain radiated throughout his body, most intensely from his abdomen. It felt as if he'd been slit open with a knife, then a pair of hands had reached inside, first caressing his liver and spleen repeatedly, then leisurely kneading his intestines. Song Sanqing immediately felt a chill run down his spine, his eyes widening but unable to utter a word. His mind screamed a curse, holy shit, what a psycho. His throat seemed clogged with some viscous substance, a burning pain deep in his gullet. His vocal cords might already be damaged. Looks like there's no way to shout log out now. You can't escape, traveler, said the gloomy, bespectacled man standing behind the figure in white. Then, with a sly smile, the glasses-wearing man asked the white-clad man, do you like the new toy you found? Quite delightful, quite delightful. He sliced off a patch of Song Sanqing's skin before staring obsessively as fresh tissue sprouted from the exposed flesh. Make sure he can't speak, the man with glasses insisted. Otherwise, the toy might get away. I'll be cautious. Song Sanqing remembered now, the bespectacled man was actually this world's chosen one. No, to be precise, he was the chosen one whose body had been taken over by a transmigrator. After dying in another dimension, this guy's soul didn't disperse. Instead, it smuggled itself into this rules-based horror world and took over the original protagonist, Jifeng. Afraid of being eliminated by legitimate transmigrators, Jifeng thoroughly studied this world's rules, disguised himself as the original protagonist, and viciously tricked Song Sanqing. So far, he had already tormented 4 mission executors to the point of mental collapse. No one understood transmigrators better than he did, and he had even bestowed upon himself the title of System Slayer, taking pride in exterminating all sorts of system hosts. Watching the struggle of the person on the experiment table, Jifeng let out a cold laugh, shoved his hands into his pockets, and walked out the door. He had heard 2 new patients arrived today and was preparing to give them a proper welcome. Don't worry, doctor. This toy will soon bring you even more amusement. An unusually thick syringe brushed past Song Sanqing's pallid face before plunging straight into his bobbing Adam's apple, injecting a viscous fluid. He arched his body in pain, drenched in cold sweat, yet utterly unable to scream. That mass in his throat kept gnawing at his vocal cords, devouring the regenerating tissue bit by bit as new flesh grew. Then came the sensation of the body being slowly taken apart, hearing the scraping of the scalpel slicing through the skin, accompanied by the itchy feeling of flesh regrowing anew. He longed to scratch the wound, but his limbs were tightly bound by chains on the operating table, leaving him almost no room to move. To live is beyond hope, to die is beyond reach. So in the end, he quieted down, breathing painfully like a corpse, no longer struggling. This reminded Song Sanqing of when he was 8 years old, when his adoptive mother grabbed his arm and forcibly held it over a flame. Is that all? Song Sanqing, had lived through 800 different ways to die by now. He wouldn't say he was numb to pain, but such methods were still far from enough to make his consciousness fade. How about it? How is it? The chief physician laughed maniacally, as if he could barely restrain himself from tearing out someone's intestines to play jump rope. Song Sanqing simply stared quietly at the fluorescent light, feeling slightly dizzy as he narrowed his eyes. He really wanted to say, "Not great, your technique is atrocious. Taking pleasure in others' suffering, what an absolute piece of trash." "May the mother of death forgive you, bastard," Song Sanqing said coldly, staring at the man in white before him. The desire to kill someone can never be hidden in one's eyes. Chen Sun was now a mental patient, though what exactly his diagnosis was, not even he knew. The tidy hospital room held a bag of medicine hanging by the bed. The blue liquid swayed as it slowly dripped into his arm, bringing with it a chilling sensation. He's feeling absolutely wonderful now. So he cracked a smile and flashed it at the nurse about to give him the injection. The poor young nurse looked up and realized the high-risk patient had opened his eyes, flashing her a wide, toothy grin. She had never seen such a scene before and panicked, darting about in terror, even knocking the needle askew. She screamed, "Patient in room 404 is awake, he's going to kill someone." Then she bolted out the door like a gust of wind, letting out an ear-splitting shriek. Shinsun simply stared quietly at the needle in his hand, watching as a stream of crimson blood refluxed into the syringe, slowly rising 1 meter high. He felt that if he didn't do something soon, he might bleed to death. So he sighed and tried to use his right hand to remove the syringe from his left, only to find his wrist handcuffed. The chains jingled and clanked, stretching from the foot of the bed to its frame, seemingly placed to restrict the patient's movement. A chain was also fastened around his neck, and the choking sensation was unbearable. He coughed lightly and obediently lay back down. What kind of psychiatric hospital chains patients to their beds? Are you sure this isn't a prison cell? With some difficulty, he turned onto his side, straining his left arm to reach far enough that his right hand finally grasped the 4-tube. With a sharp tug, he yanked out the needle. The needle withdrew, trailing a mixture of blood and medicinal fluid that dripped messily onto the floor. Compared to normal medication, this substance seemed unnaturally viscous. What exactly had they injected into him? Whether it was drug-induced hallucination or not, he couldn't shake the feeling that the blood on the floor was beginning to twist and writhe. They slowly gathered together, extending tiny crimson tendrils, attempting to climb up along the bed frame. He rubbed his eyes with his right hand, and the hallucination vanished. The blood on the floor also disappeared without a trace. It was as if some creature had licked it all clean, leaving behind nothing in this spotless hospital room, creating an eerie sensation. This sent a long unfamiliar chill down Chen Sun's spine. As he was pondering how to check the rules despite everything being locked down so tightly, someone knocked on the hospital room door. "Hello," a man's voice came through, the knocking sounding somewhat restless. "I'm Ji Feng, a player from room 405 next door. I need your help." "Who?" Chen Sun narrowed his eyes and thought for a long time before finally remembering this guy was probably the chosen one of this minor world. "Oh, and so?" he asked. "What does the chosen one have to do with him? It's not his mission this time. He was only here to find Song Sanqing, nothing more." Ji Feng stood outside, stunned for a moment, seemingly not expecting his plea to be ignored. But he quickly regained his composure and continued, "To conquer this rules-based supernatural mystery, I hope we can form an alliance. We currently have a small group of 20 people, and we're very confident we can escape from the psychiatric hospital. We'd like you to join us." Then, lowering his voice and glancing around to make sure no one was eavesdropping, he said, "We can get the keys to the wards. We can slip them through the gap under the door. So, what do you say? Join us tonight at 9 o'clock in the first-floor dining hall for a chat?" Ji Feng was quite confident about this. He was sure no player could resist the temptation of escaping their ward. Yet the silence in the ward made Ji Feng's forehead bead with sweat. Chen Sun looked down at the chains on his wrists, then lifted his gaze to the shadowy figure outside the door, lost in thought, leaving aside whether the other party could even obtain the keys to these shackles. Was he really the only one chained to the bed? How could that make any sense? Why can other players roam around freely? This isn't fair. So he politely pressed the nurse call button by the bed with a courteous smile and said, "Hello, nurse? The patient from room 405 has wandered out." He was lying at my door. Yes, he had an attack. So Ji Feng, looking utterly incredulous, was swiftly taken away by the guards who had rushed over. Why? What on earth was he trying to achieve? What benefit would killing the chosen one of a small world bring him? No, that's not right. This is a pro gamer. Ji Feng suddenly snapped out of it, his expression turning grim. It seems he had already realized in such a short time that certain rules must never be broken. Well, things are getting interesting. Ji Feng adjusted his glasses frame and smiled gloomily. Chapter 67, The Non-Existent Roommate. Chen Sun had no idea what nonsense the other person was imagining. He simply thought that since he couldn't obtain the handcuff key from this sick companion anyway, whether he had the room key or not held no meaning for him. Moreover, he was quite curious to see what kind of punishment he'd actually receive if he violated the rules and dashed out the door right now. After a while, footsteps echoed outside the door again as the guard escorted Ji Feng back to Ward 405. Through the glass window on the door, Chen Sun could see Ji Feng's slightly singed hair. It seemed, the punishment wasn't too severe, probably just a minor electric shock. As he passed by Chin Sun's room, Jifeng paused for a moment, squinted his eyes, and silently mouthed through the window, "You can't escape." Then, with a gloomy expression, he gave a twisted smile before retreating to his own ward. Chin Sun suddenly realized that for this so-called chosen one, staying in a mental hospital was like a fish in water or a deer returned to the woods. It was just too damn fitting. This really needs to be dealt with properly. He lay bored on the bed for a while longer, staring at the shackles on his hands, and eventually abandoned the idea of dislocating his joints to free himself from the chains. Even if he could dislocate his hands, what about his neck? It wasn't like he could just take his head off. Then, he carefully examined the room's layout again. A window faces the sports field below, where patients with milder conditions can be seen jogging. The room contains only a bed, with a writing desk in the corner holding a lamp and 2 cups. A stack of white papers lies flat on the desk, the topmost sheet densely covered in black characters, likely the rules of this place. "System, can you fly over and check those rules for me?" "Alright, rules for patients at Qingshan Mental Hospital. 1. Each patient must quickly identify their own symptoms and determine the onset time. Please take medication promptly before the onset occurs. 2. If the patient is not in their ward during an episode, quickly locate medical staff for restraint and treatment. 3. Do not attack medical staff when not in a state of illness. 4. Each ward accommodates 2 patients. Please maintain a harmonious relationship with your roommate. 5. Patient activity hours are from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. During activity hours, patients must not disturb others' rest. Leaving the ward outside these hours is strictly prohibited. The rules on the back seem to be on the next page, covered by other sheets, but Chin Sun was locked to the bed and couldn't turn the page from such a distance. These seem like fairly normal rules, right? First, you need to determine what illness you're suffering from. The fatty over there probably has binge eating disorder, and Song Sanqing seems to have suicidal tendencies. As for Chin Sun didn't think there was anything wrong with him. He was a cheerful, sunny boy. Of course, there was also the possibility that the pocket dimension had forcibly imposed a mental debuff on him. His gaze shifted to the bathroom, where a mirror hung above the sink with 2 sets of toiletries placed beside it. 2 people lived in one room? But this was supposed to be a single occupancy room. While Chen Sun was pondering the rules, in room 405 next door, Jifeng casually glanced at the rules on the table. This bizarre tale was something Jifeng had experienced countless times. He knew every rule like the back of his hand. However, newcomers might not fare so well. Those who failed to understand the rules might not even survive the first night. With confidence, he picked up a blank sheet of paper from the table, folded it into the shape of a small bed, and placed it neatly on the desk. Rule number 4, although it's clearly a single room, 2 people live there, and there's only 1 bed in the room. That roommate isn't human. If you fail to provide another bed for your roommate, you'll have to share a bed with something eerie at night. After doing this, Jifeng snorted smugly, then lay on the bed waiting for night to fall. Today is the first day of the anomalous rules. Patients have a beginner's protection period and will not experience symptoms for the time being. He waited for the newcomer next door to be driven mad by the eerie torment, then extended a helping hand, knowing full well he'd become their sole glimmer of hope. To wait until you become their sole psychological anchor, only to then push them into an unfathomable abyss. That look of despair is truly exquisite. However, what Jifeng failed to notice was that as night gradually fell, scarlet annotations began mysteriously appearing on the game rules lying on the table. That was a new addition, a reminder from the former patient. In room 406 next to Jifeng, Chi Bicheng was carefully reviewing the rules. After all, Fatty was bound to the cannon fodder system. After so many years of cultivating the art of survival, he had grown cautious in everything he did. He picked up the first sheet and placed it in the shadows, where the vivid red letters abruptly revealed themselves. 1. Do not take the medicine. The medicine is poisonous when you're not symptomatic. 2. When you realize you're having an episode, you must hide immediately. Never let the doctors see you. 3. If you hit a medical worker, be sure to silence them permanently. For my roommate hates white beds. Lying on one makes him feel like he's attending a funeral. 5. The medical staff shifts change between 11 p.m. and 12 a.m. That's your chance. Chi Bicheng carefully read through all the rules, yet profound doubts still lingered in his heart. The red text appears scribbled and crazed, as if written by a madman's hand, contradicting many of the original rules. Which one should he believe? Chi Bicheng pondered for a moment, then ultimately chose to believe the red annotation. After all, this was information obtained only through careful observation, and judging by its difficulty of acquisition, it seemed more credible. First and foremost, how should one attend to that non-existent roommate? I don't like white beds. He looked down at his white sheets and suddenly thought of a solution. So he opened the system store, exchanged for a set of blue bedsheets and duvet covers, and huffed and puffed as he changed them. Done. If you don't like the white bed, just change it to another color. He's truly a genius. As night fell, Chi Bicheng wiped the sweat from his brow, quite pleased with himself as he pulled up the covers. In the blink of an eye, he was already snoring away in blissful slumber. Accompanied by steady snores, midnight arrived in the blink of an eye. Behind the fat boy's back, a shadow slowly crawled out from under the bed, creeping up along the bed frame. It was a black shadowy figure, standing by the bedside for a while, its hollow eye sockets fixed unblinkingly on the fat man's eyes, so close that its icy breath brushed against Chi Biching's round face. Chi Biching instinctively pulled the blanket up a little higher, turned onto his side, and continued sleeping soundly. LOL, a snoring roommate who wouldn't wake up even if you kicked him. It's even possible that if you started dancing with wild abandon right next to him, he'd just mumble sleepily before pulling the covers over his head and drifting back to sleep. The shadowy figure seemed to freeze for a few seconds, scratched its head, then promptly lay down beside the fat guy. The chubby guy only felt an icy chill brushing against his arm. Instinctively, he yanked the blanket tight around himself until he resembled nothing so much as a rolled dumpling. The shadow lay completely exposed to the air, sprawled on the bed, its entire body chilled and numb. Its hollow eyes brimmed with vacant confusion. The pale moonlight spilled in through the window, suddenly intensifying the melancholic atmosphere. It curled up its tiny body and tried poking the chubby man beside it with its fingernails, urging him to leave some blanket. But the other side remained as solid as Mount Tai, utterly immobile. So Shadow had no choice but to poke the other person even harder. Chi Biching flipped over in one swift motion, landing with the full force of Mount Tai pressing down, crushing the shadow flat into a black, pancake-like smear. So the shadow stood still, quietly gazing at the moonlight outside the window. It remembered the night of its burial. The moon had been just as full, the wind just as desolate. Chapter 68, What's Your Disease? Meanwhile, in Ward 404 on the other side, Shen Sun remained chained to the bed, completely unaware of the rule changes occurring beyond his confinement. Night had fallen. He pulled the blanket over himself and slept still shackled. Under his bed came a rustling, scratching sound. A mass of black shadow covered in tentacles crept up the bedpost and onto the mattress. Its ceaselessly writhing tentacles cast wild, elongated shadows under the moonlight, growing longer and longer, creeping toward the person asleep on the bed. Then, it tucked the blanket snugly around Shen Sun, shook its massive head, glanced left and right, then nodded in satisfaction. With a thud, he jumped out of bed, groped his way to the desk, rummaged around for quite a while, and finally picked out a piece of paper covered in writing. It curled up under the paper, wrapping itself into a little ball, and fell asleep huddled in the corner. If this shadow had a nose, its nose would surely be bubbling as it slept. Moonlight streamed in through the window, presenting a scene of perfect tranquility. But in room 405 next door, Jifeng wasn't having nearly as comfortable a time. The shadow in the room glanced at the white paper bed on the table, its hollow eyes widening as it turned its face toward the person lying on the bed. It leaped onto the bed in a furious rage, sinking its teeth into Jifeng's neck. Jifeng remained wide-eyed with confusion until the moment of his death, his cry for help never escaping his lips before he met his end. The sound of monsters tearing and biting echoed through the room, flesh and blood flying everywhere as crimson spilled outward, staining the pristine white sheets. New rule number 4, roommates hate white beds. If you can't provide a bed in a different color, then your roommate will have to use your blood to dye it instead. Jifeng sat up in bed with a gasp, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. He hadn't yet caught his breath from the agony of death, his heart pounding violently as if desperate to leap from his ribcage. Lowering his head, another bead on the Buddhist prayer beads coiled around his left hand shattered. Each prayer bead represents a chance to start over, rewinding time 24 hours before death. Now he only had 9 prayer beads left, which meant just 9 more chances to turn back time. He lifted his head in shock and looked toward the desk, trembling as he picked up the paper with the rules written on it. Moonlight streamed in through the window, casting a desolate glow on the crimson handwriting. Jifeng's bloodshot eyes stared unblinkingly at the paper, his face etched with disbelief. How is this possible? Why did the rules change? Having experienced so many rounds of these supernatural tales here and killed numerous dimension travelers, he had never encountered such a situation before. The supernatural incident at Qingshan Mental Hospital was an endlessly looping deadlock. No one who entered could ever truly escape. Every time a player managed to leave the mental hospital, they would be forcibly teleported back to undergo the doctor's treatment. The supernatural horror mode only activates on the 15th of each month, and before that date in the early part of the month, the rules of Qingshan Mental Hospital don't take effect. Now he's returned to the 14th, the night before the horror begins, when newcomers haven't arrived yet, and the rules still can't kill. No matter what destruction the players cause here, no matter how many medical staff they kill, the mental hospital will completely restore itself 1 month later. Then the next cycle begins. On the 15th, new players will be transported in, only to be killed one after another. Only the dead players have truly left this place forever. Fortunately, Jifeng found that strand of Buddhist prayer beads within this bizarre tale. The prayer beads would revert to their unbroken form in the next cycle, granting him 10 lives once more to trial and error. Through repeated trial and error by death, he mastered the rules completely. This means he had complete control over the life and death of all players within the supernatural tale. But now, the original rules have completely changed. His advantage vanished instantly, forcing him to gamble with his life again. What on earth happened? Which part went wrong? Could it have been caused by those two newcomers? Ji Feng couldn't fathom how two mere transmigrators, ordinary workers at that, could possibly rewrite all the rules of this paranormal phenomenon. Impossible. There must be some malfunction somewhere. Don't overthink it, you're just scaring yourself. What Ji Feng didn't know was that alongside his death loop regression, Chen Sun had also been sent back 24 hours in time. To be precise, it returned to the location where the original owner of this body had been one day before. Chen Sun stood in the pitch-black, seemingly endless corridor, clutching a kitchen knife, utterly bewildered. Is he sleepwalking? Detected the use of a time-based artifact, but due to certain circumstances, the host's consciousness has not rewound. He lowered his head to glance at the kitchen knife in his hand, then raised it again to look at the door before him. The label on the door clearly read in bold characters, Director's Office. Had the original host come to hack the director of the psychiatric hospital before the paranormal events even began? Hiss, that sounded exactly like something Chen Sun would do. No wonder he was tightly bound the moment he crossed over. A high-risk mental patient, wielding a kitchen knife at midnight, barged into the director's office to slash people. In such situations, not having you trussed up like a hog before giving you a lethal injection already counts as merciful, alright? System, what time is it now? Chen Sun quickly composed himself, peering through the pitch-black window into the room but seeing no figures. Current time in the paranormal world, 11:35 p.m. The surrounding medical rooms also appeared completely devoid of human presence. It seems that after 9 p.m. isn't an absolute curfew after all. As long as you avoid being spotted by medical staff, this time frame still allows for some wandering. However, another possibility exists. Perhaps he's returned to the day before the paranormal events began, when the rules hadn't yet taken effect. It's not a bad idea to gather more information while we have the freedom to move around. With this thought, Chen Sun tried turning the door handle of the dean's office and found it locked. Did it require a key? He pondered for a moment, ultimately dismissing the idea of chopping down the office door with his sword, and turned his gaze toward the archives room instead. Making too much noise might lead to discovery, and he definitely didn't want to get locked up again. The door to the archives opened with surprising ease, revealing nothing but a single desk inside. He pulled open the drawer of the desk and found several patient files inside, each bearing the enlarged headshots of some familiar faces. Song Sanqing, male, age, 19, symptoms, suicidal tendencies, onset time, 4:44 p.m. to 6:44 p.m. Qi Biqing, male, age, 21, symptoms, compulsive eating disorder, onset period, daily from 12 o'clock noon until satiation. From what I can see so far, these symptoms align pretty closely with his speculations. The only unknown is what illness Chen Sun is suffering from. After searching through the files for what felt like ages, there didn't seem to be any record of Ji Feng's medical case. Perhaps he had hidden it away. At the very bottom of all the documents, he finally found the medical file with his own photo attached. Chen Sun, male, age, symptoms, antisocial personality disorder, onset time, at any moment. Note, if you witness this patient experiencing an episode, immediately distance yourself. Do not attempt communication. Do not attempt arrest. Violators will bear the consequences at their own risk. Chapter 69, Nutritional Meal. The archives contained no records documenting the patient's room assignments. After putting away these files, Chen Sun rummaged through several other cabinets for a while. He wanted to find out Song Sanqing's current location. The computer in the dean's office logged patient transfer records, undoubtedly the best source of information. But the key to the dean's office wasn't found, and none of the other information here was of much use. It was almost midnight. That's enough exploration for today. He glanced up at the window, where flashlight beams were swinging near the corridor, probably the night guards coming on duty. Although the eerie phenomenon hadn't yet taken effect and there was no immediate life-threatening danger, Chen Sun had no intention of getting caught red-handed. So he reset all the documents and quickly left the archives, heading towards Ward 404 which belonged to him. Oddly enough, he didn't encounter anyone along the way. Slipping into his own ward, he locked the door and lay on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. All that remained now was to wait for tomorrow when the rules-based paranormal event would begin, and he could inquire about Song Sanqing's whereabouts from the other patients. Chen Sun was intensely curious just which unfortunate soul had kicked the bucket on the very first day of the supernatural incident, forcing them to use the time reversal artifact? However, drowsiness ultimately prevailed, leaving him no energy to ponder these thoughts further. His eyelids grew heavier as his consciousness gradually faded. Just as he sank into deep slumber, a dark amorphous mass twitched in the corner behind him. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting the bed's occupant's shadow upon the floor, its contours rising and falling rhythmically with each steady breath. Realizing the other hadn't awakened, that shadowy black mass crept silently toward Chen Sun's bedside. With its tentacles coiling around the figure on the floor, it began slowly devouring Chen Sun's shadow. Countless tentacles writhed wildly, reveling in the pitch-black night. It remained the first day of the rules-based paranormal event, and the morning sunlight felt piercingly bright. Chen Sun shielded his eyes from the glaring sunlight, squinting slightly. The hospital room floor remained spotless, the items on the desk still in their places. Nothing had happened last night. Everything was perfectly normal. My apologies for disturbing you. His hospital room door was knocked, and the young nurse who'd given him injections last time peeked cautiously through the window. Hello, sir, are you having an episode? Chen Sun. No, please come in. The young nurse let out a sigh of relief, carefully pushed the door open, and after confirming the patient was fine, took a box of medicine labeled 404 from the cart and placed it on the writing desk. Here's your medicine for today. Make sure to take it before your symptoms appear. By the way, breakfast is served from 8 to 9 o'clock. Please don't miss it. With that, she pushed the medicine cart out and continued distributing medications to other patients. This time, Chen Sun left his room without being caught by the guards. Since he didn't get labeled as a severe case, he avoided being forced to receive an injection. He calmly picked up the medicine on the table, opened it, and examined it for a while. He poured out a few blue pills that seemed normal, though their effects remained unknown. System, what time is it now? 8:24. Non-critical patients are allowed to freely enter and exit their rooms during meal times, so he slipped the medicine box into his pocket, put on his slippers, and headed out toward the cafeteria. The cafeteria of Qingshan Mental Hospital was located on the first floor, now packed with patients. Chen Sun made a quick observation at the entrance. There were about 20 to 30 players, likely ordinary residents of this small world who had been dragged into the bizarre incident due to various accidents. A few were veteran players who had survived the previous cycle, their expressions now composed. Huddled together like a group of penguins, they regarded Ji Feng standing at their center as their anchor. The majority were newcomers, filled with curiosity and bewilderment about their surroundings, their eyes roaming over the cafeteria's interior. The rest wore numb expressions, moving like zombies. These were the NPCs programmed to follow specific behavioral routines in this hospital. At the cafeteria entrance, Chen Sun spotted a sign titled, Patient Dining Rules. Rule 1, no shouting or roughhousing in the cafeteria. Rule 2, no wasting food, eat whatever the cafeteria lady serves you. Rule 3, for patients' health, the cafeteria does not serve meat to patients. Yet beneath this notice board, someone had scrawled several crooked characters in red ink. Can't stand this pig feed anymore. I need meat. I'll die without meat. Apparently to address customers leaving bad reviews, a new rule had been added below these. For patients with special conditions, nutritious meals will be provided every Friday. What day is it today? Chen Sun asked with slight confusion. Host, today happens to be Friday. He nodded and happily entered the cafeteria, obediently walking toward the food service window to queue up behind others. Breakfast was noodles cooked into a pot of mush. When served into the bowl, not a single strand longer than 5 centimeters could be picked out. The guy in front of him in line was deeply dissatisfied, but faced with the towering, burly cafeteria lady who stood a head taller than him, he dared not voice his anger. Is this even edible? The players looked absolutely disgusted as they huddled together, whispering complaints. The cafeteria lady, her face turning green, widened her eyes like an angry gorilla, snorted through her nostrils, and banged her ladle against the noodle bucket, roaring, "Eat it or get out!" A timid woman, terrified by the outburst, trembled so violently that she spilled her entire bowl of noodles. The air fell deathly silent in an instant, with all the cafeteria staff staring at her with lifeless, numb eyes. The cafeteria lady raised her ladle without hesitation and smashed it down on the woman's head, sending blood spraying across the floor. Several droplets even splattered into the food, staining a pot of white mixture pale red. Then, a few staff members emerged from the kitchen, dragging the woman's corpse away like a slaughtered hog. Rule 2 of dining, do not waste food. If you waste food, then sorry, but you'll become the food yourself. All the players fell deathly silent, suppressing their nausea as they obediently carried their bowls to the corner, not daring to make a sound. Staring at the red and white mixture in the pot, some would rather go hungry than dare to serve themselves another portion. The line ahead instantly cleared a large gap. Holding his empty bowl expressionlessly, Chen Sun walked to the cafeteria window and stopped. The auntie scooped a ladle of porridge-like noodles into his bowl. Noticing his prolonged stillness, she furrowed her brows. What's wrong? Don't want to eat? He shook his head, then fixed his calm yet profound gaze on the serving auntie and asked, Today is Friday, does this window serve nutritional meals? Hearing this, everyone present froze in place, staring at Chen Sun with incredulous expressions. You still want to eat nutritional meals? After seeing what happened to that woman who was dragged inside earlier, aren't you afraid they'd serve a plate of human sashimi? The seasoned players standing beside Ji Feng cast mocking glances his way, ready to witness what miserable fate would befall this kid. Yet Chen Sun paid no mind to the surrounding stares, standing quietly in place as he wordlessly faced off against the mountainous cafeteria auntie. The air seemed to freeze solid, as if a single spark could ignite an explosion. The cafeteria auntie's face was full of impatience, just about to erupt in anger when she lifted her head and saw Chen Sun's face, instantly dousing her fury. Holy shit, isn't that the legendary high-risk patient who could have an attack at any moment? What's he doing here grabbing food in the cafeteria? Shouldn't he be lying in the emergency room? This is really dangerous. If someone triggers his episode, we're all fucked. So she instantly flashed a wide smile and said, "Oh, if it is a little Chen." Then she turned and shouted toward the kitchen, "Prepare a nutritious meal." After thinking for a moment, Chen Sun politely added, "No meat, please." The cafeteria lady broke into a cold sweat, turned back toward the kitchen and bellowed, "Make it completely vegetarian. If I find even a speck of meat, I'll beat you to death." Chapter 70, Did I Just Give Birth? Ding! Host has obtained 1 serving of soy milk times 1 and 2 vegetarian buns times 2. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Chen Sun calmly carried this food and sat down at the table where Chi Bicheng was seated. Dining rule number 4, special nutritional meals are provided for patients with unique conditions on Fridays. He wasn't sure if his condition could be considered special, but at least he had to give it a try. Looking at the steaming buns on Chen Sun's plate, Chi Bicheng wore a pitiful expression as he stared at his own bowl of watery porridge, finding it truly difficult to swallow. Chen Sun, who was sipping soy milk, felt goosebumps from being stared at so intently. After a moment's silence, he picked up one bun with his chopsticks and pushed the remaining bun along with its bowl toward Chi Bicheng. "Thanks for the treat, Brother Chen." Tears of gratitude streamed from the fatty's mouth as he hastily grabbed the steamed buns and began devouring them. After confirming they weren't poisoned, Chen Sun quietly picked up his chopsticks. After breakfast, the two briefly exchanged thoughts, with the fatty sharing his understanding of the rules with Chen Sun. No idea who this other roommate mentioned in the rules might be, he mused. This confirmed to Chen Sun that Chi Bicheng hadn't, like him, traveled back a day earlier due to the time reversal. Neither of them received any news about Song Sancheng. It was as if he had completely evaporated from the human world, not staying in any hospital ward. Throughout the meal, Ji Feng kept squinting at Chen Sun's table, his face dark as he fiddled with the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Several veteran players clustered around Ji Feng like devotees offering tribute to a deity, surrendering their food while making malicious remarks about Chen Sun. That kid just got lucky. There'll be plenty of time for him to cry later. Yeah, only by following our prophet can we have even the slightest chance of survival. Ji Feng, who styled himself as the prophet, let out a smug, icy laugh. Thanks to the power of the prayer beads, Ji Feng had gained immense prestige among the surviving players. Chen Sun had no mind to pay them any attention, focusing solely on his own thoughts. Just then, the system chimed in with a timely ding. Time-based artifact detected, 10-fold mortality. Artifact description, a string of Buddhist prayer beads with 10 pearls. Shattering one pearl can negate one death, allowing the bound individual to return to the previous day. Note, 10 cycles of reincarnation, death before rebirth. However, dying too many times might not necessarily be a good thing, don't you think? Chen Sun raised his head curiously. So it seems that fellow who kicked the bucket on the very first day was this so-called prophet. Thanks to him for reversing time, otherwise Chen Sun would have been locked up for a whole day. But he didn't dwell on it too much. After finishing his meal, he left the cafeteria and continued searching for Song Sancheng's clues on other floors. He didn't find anything useful. When he approached the dean's office, he was even stopped by a jittery security guard. "Excuse me, patient, the restrooms aren't in this direction." "All right." Chen Sun had no choice but to halt his exploration, returning somewhat disappointedly to his own room 404. The room remained impeccably tidy, as if no one had visited. Yet, Chen Sun noticed his quilt moving slightly. It wasn't a trick of the eye, something was hiding under the covers. He walked over slowly, step by step toward that bed, then flung aside the pristine white blanket with a single motion. In an instant, a massive black creature erupted outward, stretching forth countless tentacles like a sea anemone, enveloping him completely. Yet Chen Sun merely raised his small knife and pressed it calmly against the creature's forehead. The mass froze immediately, raising all its tentacles. It began trembling uncontrollably. Then, it began to weep aggrievedly. That's right, it started gushing water pit-a-pat, just like a child who couldn't stop crying. This enormous tentacled creature wailed and whimpered until, before long, it had cried itself into shrinkage. From a human-sized dark blob, it shrank to the size of a football, then further dwindled into a fist-sized lump of coal, lying on the bedside with soft whimpers. The water from its crying had pooled on the floor. Chen Sun frowned in disgust, grabbed one of its tentacles, and lifted the little creature into the air. "Is this my roommate?" "No, my roommate hates white beds. This is another eerie creature." The little lump of coal, its surface dented with a tiny hollow, blew a cheerful black bubble. It retracted its other tentacles, turning into a black sticky rice ball dangling in the air. Ma. The sound frightened Chen Sun so much that he flung it several meters away. It hit the wall with a splat, turning into a puddle of black sludge. This is not something you should be calling out. Chen Sun had been single for how many years now? Being addressed like that by this supernatural creature, he instantly lost his virginal innocence. A single father, impregnated before marriage. Hiss. Chen Sun shuddered with disgust, helplessly covering his head as he asked the empty air system, "What's going on?" Detecting lifeforms with similar aura to the host entity. Initiating deep scan. Ding. Detection successful. Correct, it's your baby, Omega? Speak human language. Chen Sun gripped the system panel with both hands, smiling politely as a crack instantly appeared on the floating blue screen. At this point, the bystander system dared not joke anymore and explained earnestly. It should be some kind of anomaly, but it seems to contain part of the host's tissue, so it's unaffected by time-manipulating items. He pondered for a moment, recalling the few drops of blood that had vanished after spilling on the ground when he first crossed over. Could it be that at that moment, his flesh was devoured by the urban legend, giving birth to this new creature? In that case, calling it mother does make some sense. The black sludge slowly gathered into a small clump again, whimpering pitifully as it huddled in the corner. Keep crying, and you'll shrink yourself down to the size of a soybean. Chen Sun couldn't fathom how this thing shared his genes yet had a personality completely different from his own. So he sighed, walked over, and picked it up between his fingers, squinting to examine it closely. An inky black blob with no visible eyes or mouth, it looked like a slime creature with tentacles. The little thing clung joyfully to his hand the moment they touched, its gelatinous body eagerly creeping upward. Chen Sun flicked his wrist, sending the black orb tumbling onto the table where it flattened into a pancake-like puddle. He pressed the tip of his pocket knife against its head, hesitating whether to finish it off directly. The black mass instantly became docile, curling into itself while trembling incessantly. Can you understand human speech? It detached a small tendril, transforming into another little orb that vigorously nodded in midair. What can you do? Chen Sun asked with a smile, holding his knife. The small creature extended 2 tentacles, continuously gesturing in the air. Then, they morphed into the shape of 2 arms, flexing impressive muscles. It can fight, and it's really strong. Chen Sun fell silent. Then, as if afraid he might stab it to death with a single thrust, the round black ball caved in a huge hollow, gulped down a mouthful of air, and then smacked its lips loudly. It sure can eat. Oh, anything at all? Chen Sun asked curiously. As if to prove its appetite, the black blob instantly spread all its tentacles like an octopus and lunged at the floating passerby system suspended in midair. It began voraciously gnawing on the system panel, the edges of the blue screen showing signs of gradually melting away. Host-sama, save me, Omega I. Chapter 71, Bubble, that's not edible. Alright, we get it, you're a glutton. Chen Sun waved his hand, signaling the black blob to cease its persecution of the system. Woo, host, are you abandoning me? Looking at the half-digested system panel, he suddenly thought this ability might actually be quite useful. Thinking back on that sly old dog of a main system, a bold idea came to him. So he picked up the dark little lump and earnestly declared, "From now on, you're coming with me. Your name will be." Chen Sun pondered for a long time, while the black blob nuzzled his fingers, its face full of anticipation. How about Chen Yuqian, Chen the Rich? The entire aberrant creature froze in shock, never expecting its name to be so casually decided. Meanwhile, the floating dagger beside them trembled twice in midair, shedding rust flakes as if laughing itself to pieces. At last encountering something more miserable than itself, the demonic blade suddenly felt a profound sense of equilibrium in its heart. Judging by the kitchen knife's reaction, this didn't seem like a good name. The black coal ball contorted violently, twisting itself into a knot like a hemp rope, refusing vehemently. Alright, let's try another then. Chen Sun had no choice but to concede, beginning to ponder once more. Chen coin? Chen wealth? Each suggestion was firmly rejected. At last, this strange creature finally got its name, Chen Yu. Since it particularly enjoyed blowing snot bubbles, its nickname became Bubbles. Chen Sun was immensely satisfied with having finally chosen a proper name. Noon arrived quickly, and he brought Bubbles to the cafeteria again to meet up with Chi Bicheng. Holy shit, Chen, you had a kid? The moment they crossed paths, the chubby guy received a notification from his system. His face filled with disbelief as he stared at the black sphere on the floor, so startled that his chopsticks clattered to the ground. What's going on? Brother Chen already has a kid? Single father, pregnant before marriage? Hearing this, Chen Sun politely produced a small knife from his pocket. Seems this good brother needs another round of knives between the ribs. Assistants. Jokes aside, serious business needed discussing. Chi Bicheng spent the entire morning gathering information about Song Sanqing. Finally, from a fellow patient, he learned that the name Song Sanqing had appeared during the previous cycle of supernatural incidents. Was it because he accidentally triggered a rule and got locked up? Just as the two were talking, the clock struck 12 o'clock, and the fat guy's stomach suddenly rumbled like a tractor. Chi Bicheng had an episode, his binge eating disorder flared up. In an instant, his entire demeanor became vacant. His hands moved uncontrollably as he grabbed several steamed buns from the table and shoved them into his mouth. After finishing the food, he began gnawing on the plate again, followed by the spoon and fork, his mouth full of blood-stained glass shards, yet he simply couldn't stop. This isn't binge eating disorder, is it, pica? Rule number 2, if the patient is not in the ward during an episode, quickly locate medical staff for restraint and treatment. But the new rule number 2 states that during an episode, you must hide at all costs and never let medical staff see you. Chen Sun lowered his head in thought, glancing around the cafeteria until his eyes landed on nearby medical staff on duty, who seemed oblivious to the peculiar situation at their table. For now, the new rules appeared more authoritative and patient-oriented than the old ones, so Chen Sun had no intention of seeking help from medical personnel. If that fatty kept eating like this, his belly might literally burst. Recognizing the urgent glances, Chen Sun reached into the man's jacket pocket and retrieved a box of medication labeled with room 400 and a CXS number. He hesitated for a moment. The first new rule stated, no taking medicine before the onset, but it didn't say anything about forbidding medication after the onset. The situation was desperate, he had to try every possible remedy, even if it seemed futile. He quickly opened the medicine box, poured out several pills, and stuffed them into Fatty's mouth. Shi Bicheng immediately choked, clutching his own throat while making choked ugh noises with his mouth wide open. His face turned blue-purple as he coughed violently for a long time, finally managing to swallow all the medicine before collapsing into the chair, gasping for fresh air. At least he stopped chewing the plate, otherwise he'd have ended up in the emergency room. The medicine seemed to work, Chen Sun observed for a while before reaching this conclusion. Throughout this time, Pao Pao had been hiding in Chen Sun's shadow, curiously poking out its dark little head. It emerged from the shadow of the plate on the table, picked up the dish to examine it for a moment, then suddenly seemed to understand something and tossed the plate into its mouth. That's not edible. Chen Sun felt a headache coming on as he snatched the tableware from its grasp. While the duo and the creature were causing a noisy commotion, the cafeteria was steadily filling with more people. Ji Feng swaggered into the cafeteria with a group of people in white coats, pointing at the fat boy's nose and shouting, "Doctor, he just had an episode." Several medical staff stepped forward and, without a word, pinned Shi Bicheng to the ground. The fat guy looked bewildered, staring at Ji Feng's smug expression as he realized he might be in danger. I'm not having an attack. But the doctor didn't listen to his explanation. Several people grabbed him and began dragging him out. Chen Sun furrowed his brow and reached out to stop them, saying, "The patient in room 406 took their medicine on time, I can vouch for that." The medical staff finally stopped dragging her, standing frozen in place like programmed machines, unsure of whom to believe. Seeing this, Ji Feng sneered and said, "But shouldn't we still run some tests?" He spread out his hands, his face twisted into a vicious sneer as he addressed everyone in the cafeteria. "Do you remember that patient named Song Sanqing from before? I personally forced the medicine down his throat, but who would have guessed he sliced open his own stomach and dug it out with his bare hands. Ultimately, he became ill and caused quite a bit of damage to the psychiatric hospital. This was undoubtedly his doing, he had personally condemned Song Sanqing to a living hell." After saying this, Ji Feng stared provocatively at Chen Sun, trying to spot any trace of anger on his face. Good, he wanted to use this to provoke Chen Sun. If he could incidentally provoke an attack, all the better. Of course, if Chen Sun didn't care about these things, he might just happen to strip away the other party's wings as well. Ji Feng intended to turn every single person around Chen Sun into living dead, without sparing a single one. It must be said, he was close to succeeding. Chen Sun quietly watched him, his eyes as dark as night, not a ripple of emotion in them. Under everyone's gaze, he let out a long sigh, took out his medicine from his pocket, and placed it on the table. "Remember to remind me to take my medicine." He didn't know who he was speaking to. Then, Chen Sun stood up, undid the top button of his collar without glancing at Shi Bicheng on the floor. He walked silently toward the entrance where Ji Feng stood, grinning proudly as he said, "What's the matter, Mr. Chen? The rules clearly state no roughhousing in the cafeteria." To master the rules was to master everything. He was like the Grim Reaper of this mental institution, holding the fate of everyone in his hands. Yet contrary to all expectations, Chen Sun walked up to Ji Feng and without a word, smashed a fist into his head. The punch sent Ji Feng flying several meters, teeth mixed with blood and shattered glasses spraying across the floor. In that instant, Ji Feng could feel his body spinning a full 360 degrees in midair, catching sight of the white clouds floating outside the window. He crashed heavily between the desks and chairs, his face covered in blood, his eyes bloodshot and wide with disbelief. Ji Feng had expected Chen Sun to argue with him a bit more, struggle a little, and eventually be subdued by the medical staff. Who would have thought he'd go straight for a punch to the head? No time for chatter, hit first, ask questions later. Is he mentally ill, and still talking rules with you? Chen Sun stood quietly in place, straightening his clothes. He calmly spread his hands and said to the doctor, "I've had an episode. Take me away." Chapter 72, have an episode, then run over everyone. Song Sanqing lay in the operating room, having lost count of the days that had passed. Every day followed the same cycle. The chief physician entered, began carving away his limbs, then allowed them to slowly regrow over and over again. Within this bizarre scenario, the treatment methods for mental patients closer resembled medieval medical practices, primitive and bloody. Electroshock therapy, hydrotherapy, prefrontal lobotomies, he'd endured them all countless times. Perhaps every patient wheeled into the operating room endures such abuse, though none has endured it as long as he did. Once flesh and blood leave the body, they turn to ash within a day, otherwise, the operating room would be littered with the remnants of Song Sansheng. But today, something seems different. Another gurney was wheeled in, appearing to carry a person, and was parked beside his operating table. The other doctors whispered among themselves, occasionally uttering words like 404, fight, or prone to seizures. Before long, the doctors left, and the operating room fell quiet again, with only the sound of two people breathing remaining. "So, you were here all along." After a long pause, the person lying beside him looked up at the ceiling and spoke calmly. Hearing this familiar voice, Song Sansheng's eyes instantly widened as he strained to turn his head toward the side. His mouth gaped open, he wanted to shout "Brother Chen" in excitement, but the words caught in his throat. How did he end up here? Chen Sun remained silent. The two lay wordlessly on their respective operating tables. Good brothers sharing deathbeds together. Did he die? Chen Sun tried moving his wrist, finding it tightly bound by the restraints. Yet Song Sansheng simply shook his head. He wasn't dead, just unable to speak with his throat blocked. "If you're not dead, then come back with me. The studio can't operate without you." Li Jie is practically working herself to exhaustion. Chen Sun laughed heartily, and in an instant, a small knife appeared in his hand, its sharp blade slicing through the restraints. He sat up from the operating table, brushing off the ropes, then tossed the knife to Song Sansheng. Outside the window, alarms blared instantly as several figures in white hurriedly flitted past. They had seen everything on the monitors, shouting, "High-risk patient escaped," requesting armed backup. Chen Sun stretched his neck and yawned, then pushed the door open and stepped out. "You can untie yourself. I still have things to do." Song Sansheng lay on the operating table, quietly watching his retreating figure, and nodded solemnly. Outside the door, chaos had erupted. The attending physician backed away in horror down the corridor, not daring to take a single step closer. "Patient 404 has escaped, requesting armed backup. The patient is highly dangerous, lethal force is authorized on site." The security guard rushed to the scene and fired without hesitation. Several gunshots rang out, and blossoms of blood bloomed from the patient's arms, thighs, and abdomen. The final shot struck his forehead, piercing straight through the brain and leaving a massive bloody hole. Yet Chen Sun simply tilted his head back and laughed aloud. Dense, almost corporeal black mist slowly seeped from the corners of his mouth, his eyes, his wounds. His entire being had transformed into a walking amalgamation of resentment, surrounded by an eerie, swirling shroud of pitch-black vapor. Chen Sun had an episode. With every step he took, the windows around him shattered violently, instantly reduced to fragments. Wherever he passed, it was as though countless vengeful spirits were shrieking in the wards. They frantically pounded against the walls, leaving inky black handprints on the snow-white surfaces. First rule of medical staff protocol: when patient 404 has an episode, do not attempt communication, do not attempt restraint. Violators assume full responsibility. The attending physician, sensing danger, quickly turned to flee but was grabbed by the head by a ghostly hand. "No, you can't kill me," he pleaded desperately. "I've made outstanding contributions to the treatment of mental patients." Every patient he treated became docile and obedient, no longer exhibiting any aggression. Although, they more closely resembled mindless zombies, a necessary price to pay for their rehabilitation. Chen Sun seemed not to hear, having completely lost his sanity at this point. The young man curled his lips into a smile, his eye sockets brimming with inky black mist, the very incarnation of all fears in this world. He tightened his grip, instantly crushing the chief physician's head like an overripe melon. This scumbag who took pleasure in torturing patients had literally become scum now. Screams of terror erupted from the surrounding physicians as they scrambled away on all fours. Those too slow to flee instantly dissolved into pools of gore. Chen Sun advanced step by step toward the director's office. With every footfall, all living creatures within a 10-meter radius of his path were instantly pulverized into crimson mist. Perhaps even he remained unaware that his mere incidental passage had already claimed numerous lives. It's like walking down the road. No one ever knows how many ants they've accidentally crushed underfoot. Everyone in the entire building was vomiting blood in agony, their internal organs shattered by the shockwaves. Chen Sun simply wandered aimlessly, heading toward the dean's office, nothing more. He finally arrived at the door of the head dean's office, reached out his hand, and effortlessly twisted off the doorknob. Staring at the doorknob in his hand, the young man froze for a moment, his limited rationality struggling to process the situation. Then, he extended his right hand and punched straight through the wooden door, tearing the entire thing off its hinges. Wooden splinters scattered everywhere, carrying sunlight from outside into the dimly lit room. In one of the room's chairs sat a middle-aged man in perfect stillness. This was the director of the mental institution. However, he had been dead for several days, his withered face covered with cadaveric spots. On the desk before the dean lay a photograph of a little girl, its glass frame cracked with a web of fractures. But as soon as Chen Sun stepped into the room, the dean's corpse instantly crumbled into dust. He stared blankly at the now empty chair, picked up the photograph from the desk, and couldn't recall what he was supposed to do. His mind was utterly empty. What was he supposed to do again? Ah yes, he needed to escape this mental institution. If he killed everyone, would that let him leave? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. So, Chen Sun curled up the corners of his mouth, staggered out the door, and continued down the hallway. Everyone on the 4th floor is dead. How boring. Shall we check out the 3rd floor? His blue and white shirt was already completely stained with bright red blood, not a trace of white remained. Brother Chen, wake up. At that very moment, a chubby man appeared in the corridor, clutching medicine in his hand, his face dripping with sweat from anxiety. Chen Sun pondered for a long time but couldn't recall any trace of this person in his memory. Who is he? He seems somewhat familiar, but I'm not sure. Should I think harder? But putting in the mental effort is such a hassle, maybe I should just kill him and be done with it. Ha 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 ha. Shibicheng knew that the brother Chen before him was no longer the Chen Sun he once knew. With that, he wiped away his tears, pulled out the medicine Chen Sun had left from his pocket, and shouted, "Fat burning," instantly transforming into a muscular man towering at 1.9 meters. Then he grabbed a handful of pills, roared to steal his nerves, and charged forward with grim determination. Just force the medicine down Chen Sun's throat, and he'll regain his senses. The fat guy was never the brave one, he was just a timid cannon feeder. But now, with all his protectors gone, he had to become the sole warrior standing. His name was Shibicheng, the man who always got things done no matter what. Chapter 73, the correct way to utilize a child of destiny. Yet Chen Sun was quicker. In that split second, his hand shot out first. His pale palm lashed out swiftly, wreathed in world-destroying black mist capable of corroding all living things. Just as he was about to crush the fat man's skull with his grasp, Chen Sun suddenly felt a binding sensation envelop his entire body. Something was preventing him from striking. Bubbles extended over a dozen tentacles from his shadow, desperately binding Chen Sun's limbs. Mom takes medicine. The black tentacles tightened their grip, threatening to completely immobilize his body. Upon contact with the corrosive black mist, Bubbles screamed in agony, its surface sizzling like pan-fried squid, yet refused to let go. However, Chen Sun burst into laughter, merely stomping his foot to instantly shatter the Bubbles' tendrils. At that moment, all of the Bubbles' tentacles fragmented, transforming into scattered black stubs that limply fell to the ground. Its main body shriveled into a bald black sphere, rolling lifelessly before splattering into a puddle of black sludge on impact. Nevertheless, its interference successfully stalled Chen Sun, granting the chubby student enough time to close the distance. Shibicheng raised a fist the size of a sandbag, roared in anger, and swiftly swung at Chen Sun's face, shouting, "Sorry about this, brother Chen." In that split second, he finally managed to toss the pill into Chen Sun's mouth. However, Chen Sun had no intention of swallowing the pill. He opened his mouth, preparing to spit it out. At that very moment, the broken tentacles still clinging to his collar suddenly writhed to life, forcefully prying his jaw open, pinning down his tongue, and shoving the pill completely down his throat. As the blue pill was swallowed, the air instantly fell silent, and the restless black mist ceased its agitation. But at the same time, the fat man's chest was pierced by that pale palm, blood trickling down in a steady stream. Shibicheng's figure staggered slightly before he spat out a mouthful of blood, his massive body collapsing with a thunderous crash. The chaos gradually subsided, and the black mist began to withdraw. Chen Sun's dark eyes slowly regained their clarity. His consciousness returned as he stood frozen in place, watching his own hand plunged into Shibicheng's chest, having just crushed his heart. "Brother Chen, this time, I didn't hold you back." The chubby man managed a weak smile before slowly closing his eyes. After being a coward for so long, this time, he died a hero. His name was Shibicheng, literally great achievements assured. In the deathly silence, Chen Sun regained his senses. Turning around, he saw the entire corridor drenched in splattered blood, dangling crimson fragments of internal organs. He watched as Shibicheng's body lost all vitality, turning cold. At Qingshan Mental Hospital, no one survived. This wasn't the outcome he had wanted. Chen Sun remained silent for a long time. Alone in the empty hospital corridor, he sighed and laid Shibicheng's body flat on the floor. He picked up the dagger and slowly descended the stairs, meeting the terrified face of Ji Feng. With a swift raise and fall of the blade, he ended the life of the so-called chosen one. Untimely death activated, time reversal begins. Everything around began to distort, corpses littering the ground swirled like flowing water as the walls rotated, restoring all to their original trajectories. Chen Sun returned to the night before the paranormal incident began, standing once more before the dean's office door. He rolled his stiff neck and lowered his head to organize his thoughts. Though he had anticipated it, he hadn't expected his destructive capabilities during an episode to be this devastating. Killing everyone would indeed be a shortcut through this strange tale, but it wasn't the outcome he desired. Fortunately, the previous cycle wasn't entirely without its gains. First, the reason he punched Ji Feng away in front of everyone was to confirm Song Sunqing's location, a purpose that had now been achieved. Second, his psychotic episode and rampage in the mental hospital also helped him discover the method to break the rules of the paranormal anomaly. That method was uncovering the reason why Qingshan Mental Hospital transformed into this paranormal phenomenon. Chen Sun had previously investigated the entire mental hospital without any findings. Currently, only the director's office building remained unexplored, but that area was heavily guarded. So before his episode began, he planted an instruction in his subconscious. Investigate the entire floor. Although he had no recollection of the investigation during the episode, the presence of the passerby system was equivalent to a ready-made surveillance camera. The footage left by the system revealed to him that all the secrets of Qingshan Mental Hospital lay within the director's office. So this time, he picked up a knife and strode straight towards the director's office, cleaving the door in two with a single strike. Wood chips flew in all directions, dust was kicked up high, and moonlight spilled over the corpse sitting silently indoors. The middle-aged dean had been dead for several days, his hollow eyes fixed unwaveringly on the photo frame on the table. Inside the frame, a teenage girl smiled radiantly. Chen Sun stepped forward and began searching the corpse expressionlessly, looking for any clues related to the cause of death. In the dean's coat pocket, he found a letter. A suicide note no one knew existed. My daughter died yesterday, she was still so young. She died at the hands of a boy who had an episode. He wasn't much older than her. Just a few days ago, they were still flying kites together on the sports field. I still remember how happy I felt back then, the early spring sunlight shining on the children's faces, paper kites soaring high, willow branches sprouting new leaves. The original purpose of founding this hospital was to give these poor children a home. That's why I try my best to provide them with good medical care. Whenever I see their smiling faces, I'm reminded of my own daughter. When the children weren't having episodes, they were extremely docile and obedient, which made me lower my guard and ultimately led to this tragedy. I once naively believed that even mentally ill patients could be communicated with, that they could be changed through kindness and warmth, with medication merely playing a supporting role. But I was wrong. When their episodes occurred, they had absolutely no ability to control themselves. Mental illness is just like any physical disease, a malfunction in the secretion of neurotransmitters within the brain. Their minds were sick and needed surgery. Just like a person with broken limbs, this wasn't something that could be fixed with a few comforting words. That child was supposed to be discharged in just a few more days. No one expected that on that day, he forgot to take his medicine on time, the illness relapsed, and it led to a tragedy. He couldn't control himself, it wasn't his fault. But what wrong did my daughter do? She only came to the hospital as usual to visit her father and played with her companions. Then she was stabbed over a dozen times for the absurd reason that I saw monsters on her. This was my dereliction of duty. By the time you read this letter, I will have already taken hydrogen cyanide and won't survive. I hope that after my death, this mental hospital can truly become a place that cures patients. A failed father. The date signed was the 9th, and today happens to be the 14th, so it can be roughly estimated that the girl was killed about 7 days ago. Chen Sun quietly finished reading the letter and remained silent for a long while. He folded this piece of paper and placed it back into the dean's pocket. He was a compassionate dean who never held hatred for any patient until his dying day. This wasn't his fault. This psychiatric hospital twisted his final wishes, becoming a prison to confine patients and transforming into a meat grinder of lives. So, what Chen Sun needed to do was to change the source of all this. He picked up the kitchen knife and went out, heading straight for Ward 405. Inside Ward 405, Ji Feng had just caught his breath from the terror of death, sitting on the bed while cursing Chen Sun 100 times in his heart. Then he looked up and saw a smiling face peering through the door's window. His heart lurched, plummeting to the depths in an instant. Don't come any closer. Ah! With a whoosh, Ji Feng died again, and time rewound directly to the evening of the 13th. Ji Feng gasped in terror as he sat up in his bed, the sensation of blood gushing from his neck still feeling disturbingly real. The moonlight was silent, as if everything that had just happened was merely a dream. Then he turned his head, intending to take a sip of water to calm his nerves. But he caught sight of that terrifying black-haired youth again and instantly felt his soul fleeing in terror. To tackle the urban legend, I'll have to trouble you. No! The timeline rewinds back to the 12th. Then came number 11, 10, 9. Ji Feng was slaughtered until he nearly grew numb, his tears and snot spent from weeping. Suddenly, he understood the despair of those time travelers he had once tortured and killed. Death after death, endless hopelessness, the suffering those time travelers endured was now being replayed over and over again upon him. What goes around comes around, and retribution never misses its mark. The time finally rewound to the night of the 7th, the day before the tragedy occurred. Chapter 74, Me and Myself. Ji Feng's will to live had already been extinguished by repeated killings. Tear stains covered the corners of his eyes as he lay blankly on the bed, resembling a living corpse. Living was too difficult. There was no need to reset now. With a smile, Chen Sun lowered the knife and knocked on the door once more, ready to say, "You've worked hard." Yet, the moment Ji-Feng caught sight of his shadow, he burst into uncontrollable sobs before his head tilted to the side, his breath gone. The stowaway transmigrator had thoroughly departed this world, obediently heading off to drink Mengpo's soup. After a long while, another Ji-Feng slowly opened his eyes within that body. The soul of the chosen one, long suppressed by the body snatcher, has finally regained control of the body. He stared blankly at his own hands, then raised his head to look at Chen Sun standing outside the door, his eyes filled with profound confusion. Why was he lying here? Just a moment ago, wasn't he eating at home? Could he have accidentally choked to death? Had he traveled through time? And who exactly was that terrifying figure outside the door? Why did merely seeing him trigger such deep, soul-shaking dread? His body instinctively warned him the person outside was extremely dangerous, that he must escape at all costs. And yet, that young man had seemed so gentle at first glance. Ji-Feng felt utterly bewildered. Chen Sun blinked his deep black eyes, putting on an innocent expression before waving goodbye and stepping away from the door. Now, it was time to get down to business. He deftly made his way to the 5th floor toward the dean's office. He'd been here so many times it felt as familiar as his own home. Once again, Chen Sun stood outside the dean's office, gazing up at its pristine nameplate. Qingshan Mental Hospital is an endlessly recurring urban legend where the director's daughter dies over and over again, restarting the eerie tale in an unbreakable cycle no one can escape. New players transported here can only wait until the 15th of each month when the legend officially begins before they're free to explore and move about. As for surviving veteran players like Ji-Feng and others, while they could wait until the start of the next month to personally prevent this tragedy and permanently end the legend, for some unknown reason, not a single one of them ever went to investigate the director's office. This puzzled Chen Sun. It was as if they had never considered that midnight could be a time for free exploration. With doubts in his mind, Chen Sun knocked on the dean's office door. His exchange with Ji-Feng had taken some time, already dawn now, and the dean was likely in the office. "Come in." The middle-aged man's voice came from behind the door, gentle yet weary. Chen Sun quietly pushed the door open, the wooden door creaking as it swung inward. The morning sunlight, carrying tiny particles of dust, fell upon the photo frame on the desk. The dust swirled slowly in the air, like children dancing around a bonfire. "Good morning, Dean." The dean was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile and said, "Good morning, Mr. Chen. You look much better." "I'm not sick." Chen Sun lazily stretched his neck, feeling a rare sense of relaxation and ease, as if he had run into an old friend. It was a comfort that came from the depths of his heart. Perhaps the original Chen Sun, who once lived in this small world, had also often come here for tea. "Ha, you're still so fond of joking." The dean shook his head, took off his glasses, and bent down to tidy up the messy documents. Chen Sun sat by the table, quietly watching him handle these matters, his black eyes as serene as the deep sea. He tapped his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before saying, "Director, I came to remind you of one thing, make sure the patients take their medicine on time." Hearing this, the director froze momentarily, then shook his head with a smile and replied, "I'll keep that in mind." As if to reassure Chen Sun, the director picked up the phone on the table, dialed, and said to the nurse on duty, "It's time to remind the patients to take their medicine." Yes, Dr. Chen." A slightly flustered voice came through the phone from the young nurse, sounding as panicked as an employee caught slacking off by their boss. Chen Sun nodded slowly, then rose from his seat and walked toward the door. In the hallway, he lowered his head, pondering what felt off about the situation. The horror story hasn't ended yet. Is it because mere hints are insufficient to alter the outcome? Lost in thought, he returned to his ward, room 404, closed the door behind him, when his gaze suddenly fell upon the rules written on the desk. On the pristine paper, the same few lines remained. Rules for patients at Qingshan Mental Hospital. 1. Each patient must quickly identify their own symptoms and determine the onset time. Please take medication promptly before the onset occurs. 2. If the patient is not in their ward during an episode, quickly locate medical staff for restraint and treatment. 3. Do not attack medical staff when not in a state of illness. 4. Each ward accommodates 2 patients. Please maintain a harmonious relationship with your roommate. 5. Patient activity hours are from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. During activity hours, patients must not disturb others' rest. Leaving the ward outside these hours is strictly prohibited. Suddenly sensing something amiss, he picked up the paper from the desk and placed it in the shadows of the room. No red text appeared on the paper. This means the new rule wasn't added at that time. Who exactly added the rule? What was their purpose? To kill the patient? Why bother giving a warning then? The more Chen Sun pondered, the more he felt the mystery shrouded in fog. His gaze swept over a red pen on the desk. If he remembered correctly, all pens in the patient rooms should be black. Unlike the other black pens, this one had golden patterns along its body. He had seen the same type of pen in the dean's office, so it was highly likely this was gifted by the dean to the Chen Sun of the original world. Chen Sun slowly picked up the pen, took a deep breath, and wrote a line on the paper. 1. Do not take the medicine, it's poisonous when you're not having an episode. Perhaps because this Chen Sun of the small world was left-handed, the handwriting looked noticeably different from how he wrote in the Master God space. System, retrieve the photo of the new rules for me. After arriving in this world, he heard from the fat guy that the rules changed in the dark, so he casually took a photo. Got it? Asterisk? Asterisk. Surprisingly, the handwriting in the photo bore an 80% resemblance to what Chen Sun had written. The difference was that the words in the photo appeared far more scribbled and chaotic, revealing the writer's unstable mental state. So that's it, the newly added red annotations were all written by the original Chen Sun from this small world during his episodes of mania. After his closest friend, the hospital director, committed suicide by poison, Chen Sun's psyche suffered a devastating blow. He spiraled completely into madness and was permanently confined to Ward 404. The originally blank rule sheets took on a deadly edge. Patients who violated the rules met with misfortune, while those who meticulously followed them were dealt with by the attending physician once their condition deteriorated. Those were rules designed from the hospital's perspective, rules that would ultimately doom everyone. So the patient Chen Sun wrote the red reminder, to let more people survive. As the object most concentrated with resentment, the dean's pen has the power to alter all rules. But, what's going on with Ji Feng then? Judging by Ji Feng's reaction, it appears there was no patient called Chen Sun in room 404 within his memory, which is why he dared to swagger before him so recklessly. Moreover, the rules they obtained were much simpler, with no hidden murderous provisions at all, let alone those ominous red warnings. It was as if, before Chen Sun crossed over, every trace of information relating to Chen Sun had been completely erased by some mysterious, omnipotent hand. The memories of those who knew him, every remnant he left behind, even the very meaning of his existence, all had been utterly devoured by some unseen entity. Only when he arrived in this world did these surviving traces begin playing again, like an old radio finally having its play button pressed. Or is it that because of Chen Sun's existence, the setting of a Chen Sun from the original world came to be? No, there's another possibility, they were the same person all along. The so-called memory fragments of the original host were actually Chen Sun recalling his own past after arriving in a familiar environment. Every Chen Sun in each small world was Chen Sun himself from the start. Chapter 75, The Belated Holiday. That makes sense, someone erased all traces of Chen Sun. Thus, Ji Feng and his companions never received the message indicating relative safety between 11 o'clock and 12 o'clock, leaving them unable to investigate the dean's office and escape this deadly loop. After Chen Sun returned to this world, the truth behind the urban legends was unveiled, leading to a series of changes. So, next, after pondering for a while, he copied all the red annotations from the photo exactly as they were onto the paper. Now the rules truly matched those in the photo completely. Finally, he gave a light chuckle, picked up the red pen, and crossed out every single rule. At this point, all mysteries were unraveled. The rules were broken, the bizarre tale concluded. Almost the moment his pen touched paper, an invisible ripple spread through the surrounding space, bringing about some silent transformation. It was as if all traces of the supernatural had receded from this mental hospital. The eternal cycle of curses was completely broken, and Qingshan Mental Hospital finally became just an ordinary hospital. After completing these tasks, Chen Sun slowly exhaled, as if some long-held knot in his heart had been untied. He drew back the curtains, and spring sunlight poured into the pristine white room, bringing with it a bright, cheerful mood. Host, just received Qi Biqing's message. Song Sanqing has already returned to the main god space. Because the causality was altered, Song Sanqing was not trapped. Was the mission already completed? After pondering for a while, Chen Sun stretched lazily and simply walked out of the room. In that case, it's time to bid farewell to old friends. The white walls of the corridor reflected the sunlight as patients with mild symptoms, accompanied by nurses, walked out of their rooms to stroll along the tree-lined avenue downstairs. A little girl hopped and skipped cheerfully down the hallway, clutching a cloth doll, her twin pigtails fluttering like birds' wings. She was the director's daughter. When she ran past Chen Sun, she greeted him politely, tilting her head up and saying, "Hello, Mr. Chen." "Hello." Chen Sun bent down with a smile, stroked her head, and asked, "Going to play with your good friend?" The little girl blinked her big, sparkling eyes, spotted a timid little boy hiding behind him, and answered truthfully, "Yes. Go ahead, be careful." Chen Sun stood up, smiled and waved at her, then turned to face the depths of the corridor. The dean was dressed in a white lab coat, silently standing at the far end of the hallway, watching the children's retreating figures. "Is Mr. Chen leaving?" "Got it." The dean gave a bitter smile and nodded, adjusting his glasses. He opened his mouth, thousands of words left unspoken, until finally only one sentence came out. "Then, may all go well with you." "You too." Chen Sun patted his shoulder, then turned and walked briskly into the depths of the corridor with a casual wave. His silhouette dissolved into streams of data, scattering like stardust into the air. Life is short, but fate is long. Waving goodbye, the ties of cause and effect in this little world have finally been resolved. Mission complete, successfully rescued Song Sanching, corrected the illegal time traveler's mistake, bonus points, 1000. Chen Sun returned to the main god's space once more. Before he could even stretch, a chubby figure rushed over and clung to his leg. Brother Chen, where have you been? We've been searching for you all day. Song Sanching hung himself on the doorframe of the studio as well, peering curiously at Chen Sun. Apparently, the time reversal in the small world could also affect the main god's space, though the flow of time was different. From Qi Biqing and Song Sanching's perspective, at this point in time, they hadn't entered Qing Mountain Mental Hospital yet. Instead, it was Chen Sun's signal that had gone haywire, leading to him being out of contact for a whole day. Chen Sun silently stared at the chubby man, recalling the image of his bloodied face in his mind. So he smiled and gave the plump man's sturdy shoulder a heavy pat, making his flabby flesh tremble enough to send chills down one's spine. If there ever comes a day when I'm not myself, stay away from me. Don't rush in and get yourself killed, got it? Qi Biqing wore a perplexed expression. Though he didn't fully grasp what was happening, he obediently nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Right then, Chen Sun's shadow twitched. A dark, indistinct creature crawled out from it, slithering up Chen Sun's leg until it settled on his shoulder. Under the horrified gazes of the group, the bubble creature crawled atop Chen Sun's head. Satisfied, it used its tentacles to tidy up his unruly hair strands, claiming the spot as its new nest. It's fine, it's not aggressive. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his forehead before scooping up the little creature. His eyes met its pair of glossy black bean-like pupils. Dangling midair, Bubble waved its 7 or 8 tentacles, forming 3 heart shapes. Then, using its newly acquired little girl voice, it chirped. Mom! Ding! Additional reward obtained, mysterious tentacle monster ×1. The system's voice chimed in timely. Brother Chen, you already have a daughter? The chubby guy nearly choked on his own saliva, blurting it out directly. The result was Qi Biqing receiving a sharp knock on the head from Chen Sun, rendering him completely silent. The incident passed just like that, without much fanfare, followed by the 7-day vacation Chen Sun had been eagerly anticipating. Sunshine, sandy beaches, bikinis. Yeah right, that little world of sunshine and beaches got banned by the main system because it involved NSFW content, so nobody ended up going. Chen Sun had no choice but to stay holed up in his dorm, lounging around comfortably. Sleep in, binge anime, bask in the sunshine, occasionally run a few laps at the sports field, or nap at the library. The ambience there is exceptionally conducive to slumber. Occasionally, Fatty would drag Song Sanching over for a visit, and the trio would team up to play some games. Chen Sun and Song Sanching rarely played competitive games, whereas Fatty was the seasoned player. He confidently thumped his chest, vowing to carry them to victory. And then, Qi Biqing instantly regretted it. Shit, Chen, don't rush in. You're getting ambushed, we're done for. The overweight man tossed his phone aside in despair, his face a picture of utter hopelessness. It's fine, I've cornered 5 stragglers, I've got them surrounded. Chen Sun calmly analyzed the situation and decided to teleport right into the midst of the enemy crowd. He started unleashing skills in rapid succession, only for his character's health bar to instantly deplete as a result. He was puzzled, the monsters were all clustered together, saving him the trouble of gathering them, so why couldn't he wipe them all out in one go? Didn't the skill book say this character, just like him, could unleash an area of effect attack? This isn't a bot match, Brother Chen. They're not regular mobs. Fatty looked utterly defeated, collapsing onto the sofa while wailing, they're not just mobs. As for Song Sanching, his character had already died 9 times. It was as if he'd discovered a whole new world, charging forward without a care. The fat guy felt like a complete failure for actually expecting 2 lone wolf players to coordinate in team battles. As for the other 2 teammates, one was just a temporary new account Lu Yunmiao created, while the other was a player called Desperate Guitarist Searching for Missing Wife, who volunteered to join, so at least he didn't have to worry about getting flamed. After losing 3 games in a row, Qi Biqing decided it was time to cut his losses before they could ruin his ranking any further. So with a click, he shut down the game, turned around, rummaged for a while, and pulled out a brand new poster. The poster advertises a newly released virtual reality game, rumored to directly connect to every small world with an internet connection. It has recently become immensely popular in the main god space. The game is titled Heroes Jianghu, blending wuxia and xianxia worlds while incorporating some Western hero elements into the mix. In short, it's a grand mishmash. Yet due to its exquisite craftsmanship and immersive player experience, it has become exceptionally popular. On its launch day, the pinned post on the official forum reached over 10 billion in popularity. Let's play this. Qi Biqing took out 3 small round discs resembling refrigerator magnets. These were the login devices for Jianghu.